Chapter 778 Is it true? What went wrong? A long chapter, please vote for it. Losing money to become the richest man starts with games. Friday afternoon. Pei Qian was checking the latest report submitted by Shangyang Games in his office. This weekend, the IOI qualifiers and the GPL preseason will start at the same time, and the timing just overlaps. Needless to say, the GPL preseason has been highly concerned since the rumors were released until now, and players can't wait. Except for the fixed share reserved for the company, the tickets for the GPL preseason have long been sold out. The audience who didn't get the tickets can only watch on the live broadcast platform, or go to the Moyu Internet Cafe to feel the atmosphere. And Longyu Group also spent a lot of resources to promote the IOI qualifiers, including the IOI National Service official website, some video game websites, clubs, and self-media channels. During the promotion process, Longyu Group bundled the IOI qualifiers with several old clubs and the IOI World Championship, and the promotion effect was quite good. On the one hand, words like challenge the world's top sound more high-end. On the other hand, SUG and other old clubs are well known and familiar to esports enthusiasts, which objectively increases the value and recognition of this qualifying tournament. Longyu Group's promotion was later than FV Club, but it obviously spent much more money than FV Club. FV Club spent 3 million yuan on promotion. According to this standard, Longyu Group's promotion expenses must be at least 10 million yuan. Pei Qian didn't know whether it was because FV Club's promotion stimulated Longyu Group, or because Longyu Group itself had already decided on the promotion plan, but it was just 2 days late. But it didn't matter. Anyway, the IOI qualifiers have received attention now, and it won't be robbed of all the heat by the GPL preseason like before. This is a good thing for Pei Qian. Pei Qian looked at the time. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. It was almost time to get off work and welcome a wonderful weekend. He turned off the report of Shangyang Game and the computer, ready to go home and sleep happily. Just then, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Knock, knock, knock. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Why would someone come to report on work on Friday afternoon? Come in. As soon as Pei Qian finished speaking, Tang Yishu pushed the door open. She looked a little tired. She must have just returned to Jingzhou from the imperial capital and came here as soon as possible. Senior, tomorrow is a day off. I'm afraid I won't be able to make it in time, so I came here to report directly. Tang Yishu's chest rose and fell slightly, and it was obvious that she had jogged for a while on the road. Pei Qian poured a cup of tea. Don't worry, it's not a particularly important matter. It doesn't matter if you talk about it on Monday. Come, have some tea. Tang Yishu took 2 sips of the teacup and began to talk about what she saw and heard in the imperial capital. Senior, the independent games at the incubation base have a lot of bugs, and the completion seems to be very poor. But their work efficiency is not bad. I have forced them to play games for 10 hours a week as you said. At the cold-faced girl's place, I didn't see anything. Everything seems to be good, the decoration and service are all good, and the business is also very prosperous. It's just that when I went there was a small problem in the kitchen, and the dishes were served a little slowly. Oh, and when I went there, I happened to meet some people. The boss of the cold-faced girl seemed to introduce them, but I didn't hear what he introduced specifically. Tang Yishu followed Pei Qian's instructions before going there, and observed the incubation base and the cold-faced girl's store from her own perspective, and then tried to recall and introduce the details she noticed to Pei Qian. Pei Qian touched his chin and frowned slightly. The things reported by Xiao Tang were mixed for him. There are a lot of bugs in the incubation base? Well, this is expected. Independent games have a lot of bugs, and with Xiao Tang's halo, just fixing bugs can make these independent game producers anxious. In this way, bugs will greatly involve their energy, and the progress of game development will definitely be greatly slowed down, which is good news. These producers are very efficient at work, which is not a good phenomenon, but the mandatory 10 hours of game playing every week should also be able to distract their energy from developing games like bugs. In other words, there are only some minor problems on the incubation base side, which are all within their expectations and have been roughly alleviated. But the situation on the cold-faced girl's side is not optimistic. As an ordinary consumer, Tang Yishu did not find any problems in the dining environment, service attitude, and food taste, which shows that Meng Chang did a good job. It is actually enough for a fast food brand to achieve this. Just like those large chain fast food brands, their food is indeed more delicious, but to say that it is particularly delicious? That's not the case. The essence of fast food lies in speed and standardized processes, which ensure that all dishes are kept at a high level of taste and quality as fast as possible. According to Tang Yishu, judging the cold noodle girl by the standards of a fast food restaurant is undoubtedly qualified. The only problem may be the speed of serving food, but this is mostly due to the influence of Xiao Tang, not the fault of the cold-faced girl's kitchen. Even Mr. Li's Ming Fu family banquet can't stand it, let alone an ordinary fast food restaurant like the cold-faced girl. When Xiao Tang leaves the store, everything should be back to normal. Doesn't this mean that the cold-faced girl has basically no flaws in the eyes of ordinary consumers? Decent food and service, plus Meng Chang's explosive marketing ability, plus the continuous funds of Yuan Meng venture capital. This project will go wrong sooner or later. Even if the store doesn't make money, with Meng Chang's active financing, the valuation of the cold-faced girl will inevitably soar, and Yuan Meng venture capital has a lot of cold-faced girl's shares, which is equivalent to holding a hot potato, and the longer it holds it, the hotter it gets. Xiao Tang also said that Meng Chang was receiving some guests and introducing them to various details of the cold-faced girl. Who are these people? If they were ordinary friends, would Meng Chang personally receive and introduce them in the store? Mostly investors. The cold-faced girl's store is doing well, and Meng Chang is eloquent. It's probably only a matter of time before he tricks other investors into joining. The cold-faced girl's valuation will definitely increase. After making this inference, Pei Qian suddenly realized that the situation seemed to be much more dangerous than he had imagined. Of course, Pei Qian had no way of being sure whether the cold-faced girl would become popular, but considering his own character, he didn't dare to take the risk. It seems that he has to be mentally prepared to leave the market and stop making profits in advance. However, in the current situation, it is probably difficult to sell the 8 million yuan at a low price. He can only make some money reluctantly and cut his losses early. Take it down again and make more money. Pei Qian silently wrote this matter down and planned to find He Dishing next week to ask him to find a suitable time to sell all the shares of the cold-faced girl and not to hold them anymore. After asking a few more detailed questions, Pei Qian became more convinced of his opinion. You have worked hard these 2 days. There will be no regular meeting for students tomorrow. You should go back and have a good rest and review well. December 10th, Saturday. GOG's GPL preseason and IOI's qualifying matches will start at the same time. Although they start at the same time, the schedules of the two sides are very different. The GPL preseason will last until the end of the month, so only 2 or 3 BO3s are scheduled every day, starting at 1 p.m. every day and ending at around 9 p.m. at the latest. The IOI qualifiers are different because there are fewer teams, and they are basically just a formality. The World Championship spots must be decided quickly, so the schedule is very tight. There are matches all day on Saturday and Sunday, from morning to night, and the entire qualifying round will be completed in 2 days to determine the 3 places for the World Championship. This seemingly unscientific schedule was specially arranged by Zhao Shuming of Longyu Group, mainly for the following considerations. First, it has a certain drainage effect. Compared with the GPL preseason, although the start time is on the same day, the IOI qualifiers start in the morning. Many players who are waiting to watch the GPL have nothing to do in the morning, so they will definitely come to watch the IOI qualifiers, which objectively achieves the purpose of drainage. Secondly, it squeezes out time for each team to prepare for the World Championship. Zhao Shuming has received internal information from Pei that the World Championship will use the new version of the game, and make appropriate adjustments to the gameplay to show the new look of IOI. At present, the new version of IOI has gradually been recognized by some players worldwide, and the internal research of Zhito Company has found that the new version will indeed speed up the game rhythm, strengthen the confrontation, and thus improve the viewing of the game. Therefore, using the new version in the World Championship can show those stubborn old players the fun of the new version of IOI, and can also better attract new players. But the version change has a great impact on each team, so Zhao Shuming hopes that the qualifying round will be finished as soon as possible, so that the 3 teams participating in the world competition can practice the new version of IOI earlier. Finally, we should hurry up to go through the process to prevent accidents. Esports is different from traditional competitive events. The gap between teams is not that big. Many times, the strength comparison of teams will be reversed if the game version changes slightly. If the time is extended, it is not ruled out that some teams will use the game as training and get better and better. Zhao Shuming hopes that these 3 old clubs will qualify, so he naturally wants to avoid this situation as much as possible. Compress the schedule and finish all the games within 2 days. Weak teams cannot use the game as training, and the result will be even less suspenseful. Zhao Shuming is in the backstage of the studio, supervising the battle on the spot. The staff are preparing in an orderly manner, the director is debugging the equipment, the players are also making tactical arrangements in the backstage lounge, and the audience has begun to enter one after another. Although the studio where the qualifiers were held was not comparable to the GPL venue, after 2 days of intensive preparation, it now looked quite decent. Except for the smaller venue and fewer spectators, there were no major problems. Zhao Shuming was in a dilemma. He had not planned to spend so much money, but the publicity of FV Club did bring a lot of popularity. Longyu Group was the organizer of the event, and it would be unreasonable not to show it. He could only pray silently, hoping that this qualifying competition would be wonderful, so that the money would not be wasted, and the popularity could be bought, and the cooperation between Zhito Company and Longyu Group would become more stable. After checking all the work and confirming that there were no problems, Zhao Shuming breathed a sigh of relief and his tense nerves relaxed a lot. However, at this moment, a hurried sound of footsteps came. Zhao Shuming turned his head and saw Ding Gan, the owner of SUG Club, walking over with a sullen face, holding a piece of paper in his hand, looking very angry. Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment. "Boss Ding? Why are you so angry? Shouldn't you be in the lounge of SUG Club preparing for the game now?" Ding Gan was indeed very angry, but he didn't dare to lose his temper at Zhao Shuming. He reached out and handed over the paper. "Boss Zhao. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Zhao Shuming was confused and reached out to take the paper from Ding Gan. He found that it was written on the roster of FV Club. Because the preparations for the qualifying rounds were rather hasty, and the rosters of many small clubs had not been finalized in time, the organizers did not finalize the rosters of each club until yesterday. Zhao Shuming was not familiar with these players, and did not realize that there was anything wrong with FV's roster. Besides, it was already late, so he did not notify them separately. The match between FV Club and SUG Club was this afternoon, so Ding Gan had just received the roster of FV Club and was immediately furious and came to Zhao Shuming. Zhao Shuming did not understand what happened. He glanced at the roster of FV Club and did not see any clues. He asked, "What's wrong with this roster?" Ding Gan was speechless. "Mr. Zhao, these 5 players of FV Club are all-star players of the IOI division of several of our old clubs. They were all bought by those clubs in GPL before. These 5 players are all very strong individually. Now they all went to FV Club. This is a real dream lineup. Mr. Zhao, what does this mean? Zhao Shuming was shocked and instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. This means that 3 old clubs, including SUG, are likely to be squeezed out of a place. Zhao Shuming frowned and asked in confusion, how could it be? Where did the FV Club get the money to buy so many star players? Ding Gan was also very speechless. How should I know? I just saw this list. Mr. Zhao, you have to take care of this matter. Our 3 clubs have spent a lot of money to buy players and strengthen in order to get a place in this World Championship. If someone else takes the credit in the end, then, that would be. Zhao Shuming was very annoyed. How can I take care of this? Are you going to directly disqualify the FV Club? How is that possible? They are participating in the competition according to the regular process and buying players and strengthening in the normal way. If we forcibly disqualify them, won't it make players all over the country laugh at Longyu Group? Don't even mention disqualification. Once any small move is exposed, it will ruin the reputation of Longyu Group and even affect the reputation of Zhito Company and the upcoming World Finals. I can't do anything about this. You guys should just take care of yourself. Longyu Group has already given the green light to your 3 clubs when buying players. If you still can't win the qualifiers, you're pure trash. I don't think you need to go to the World Championship. Ding Gan said with a bitter face, Boss Zhao, think about it carefully. There must be something fishy behind this. FV Club is just a small club. Where does it get the money to buy so many star players? The transfer fees of these players add up to tens of millions of yuan, and the clubs in GPL are not short of money. Why sell them? There must be something wrong here. Boss Zhao, aren't you afraid that GOG is deliberately making trouble? This sentence moved Zhao Shuming. It must be said that this is indeed a big doubt, but Zhao Shuming thought about it carefully again. Even if it was true, there was still nothing he could do. All the actions of the FV Club were in compliance with the law. The qualification to participate in the competition was given by Longyu Group. The purchase of players must have followed the formal process. There was no restriction on the personnel of the team before. Even if it was known that the FV Club had some relationship with GOG, it was impossible to drive them away now. Besides, if the FV Club really squeezed out a predetermined club by its own ability, there would still be 3 teams competing, and the overall strength of the domestic teams would be stronger. It was nothing more than the loss of the interests of a certain old club, which did not affect the overall situation at all. At most, we could find a way to compensate them afterwards. Thinking of this, Zhao Shuming waved his hand and said, I can't control this matter. You can find a way yourself. I have tried my best to pave the way for you. If you don't win the qualifying match in the end, it can only mean that you are not capable enough, and you can't blame others. This. Ding Gan opened his mouth, but in the end he couldn't think of a more convincing argument, so he could only leave embarrassedly. On the way to the SUG Club Lounge, Ding Gan became more and more angry. He couldn't help but want to talk to Wu Yu, the owner of the FV Club, but he finally held back. There was no point in arguing about this kind of thing. I can only hope that the SUG players can fight for their place in this World Championship. In the afternoon, after Pei Qian left the Shanghai high-speed railway station, he took the subway directly to the venue of the IOI qualifiers. Between the opening ceremony of the GPL League and the IOI qualifiers, Pei Qian decisively chose the latter. The reason is also very simple. It is estimated that the GPL League will be the same whether you watch it or not. The popularity is definitely not low. Pei Qian wants to see the situation of the IOI qualifiers. It is best to confirm that the FV Club will be eliminated. After that, he can watch the GPL game with peace of mind. This IOI qualifier is held in a studio on the top floor of a shopping mall in Shanghai. Although it is not very large and can only accommodate 600 spectators, the location is very good. Pei Qian came out of the Shanghai high-speed railway station and took a few subway stops to arrive. The qualifiers started in the morning. Pei Qian also watched a few games on the high-speed rail. However, he has not played IOI much and does not know much about the heroes and skills in it, so he is a little bored. He can only roughly see that there is a clear gap in the strength of these teams. The schedule of the competition is quite strange. A total of 8 teams are divided into 2 groups. 4 teams will be decided after the group stage in the morning and afternoon, and then 1 team will be eliminated through a BO5 knockout match tomorrow. The FV Club's match was in the afternoon, and they were in the same group as the old club SUG. The entire schedule was very full, so for Pei Qian, the best result would be to see the FV Club eliminated this afternoon, and then he could rest assured. If he was lucky enough to enter the knockout stage, Pei Qian would book a hotel nearby and watch the knockout tomorrow before leaving. Of course, Pei Qian felt that this possibility was very small. Considering that there were many young people in Shanghai, in order to be more low-key, Pei Qian still wore a black mask to cover his face. Although Jingzhou is now called the esports capital by many netizens and has attracted many young people to gather, it is still far behind the super first-tier cities like Shanghai. The mall was crowded with people, many young people were talking and laughing, and the escalators upstairs were full of people. Pei Qian glanced at the elevator and saw that there were more people, so he had to follow the crowd and take the escalator to the top floor. Hey, could it be that these are all people who came to watch the IOI qualifiers? Longyu Group's publicity work is pretty good. I was originally worried that the number of people on the live broadcast platform was fake, but now it seems that even if there is water, it should not be very large. Well, this is a good phenomenon. I hope to divert more traffic to GPL. Pei Qian had already noticed in the morning that the live broadcast room of the IOI qualifiers on major live broadcast platforms was quite popular, but there were not many comments, and he was a little worried whether the popularity was inflated. But seeing the hot scene offline, Pei Qian felt much more relieved. I hope that Longyu Group and Jito Company can take root in the Magic City and create another esports capital to compete with Jingzhou. Pei Qian continued to go up. There were many people here who came to shop, so the number of people was gradually decreasing. Pei Qian didn't care, and lowered his head to browse his phone. Anyway, most people should go to the top floor. However, after going up a few floors, the crowd suddenly split. About half of the people did not continue to take the escalator to go up, but stayed on this floor. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He put away his phone and looked up. This was the 7th floor, and the studio, where the IOI qualifiers were held, should be on the 9th floor. Looking carefully at the whereabouts of these people, Pei Qian's expression froze instantly. There is actually a lazy internet cafe here? Yes, it is the familiar Moyu Internet Cafe logo, and it is the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 esports lifestyle hall model. The big screen outside the Moyu Internet Cafe is exactly the same as the live broadcast room, which is the countdown to the opening game of the GPL preseason. The 2 teams are EK and H4, which are also the champions and runners-up of the previous Global Invitational. It can be said that the opening game of the GPL preseason is full of cards. The makeup photos of the 10 players of both teams were reshot. Huang Wang and Jiang Huan, as the corsi positions of the 2 teams, posed handsomely, and their muscular bodies were vaguely visible under their uniforms. In addition to the 2 of them, the other players have also undergone significant changes in their figures and increased their muscle mass after training during this period. There is a large open space outside the Moyu Internet Cafe, where seats have been placed and the audience has already sat down. Pei Qian was a little confused for a moment. It turned out that when he went upstairs, he saw so many people, not because of the popularity of the IOI qualifiers, but because of the popularity of the GPL. More than half of the people came to the Moyu Internet Cafe to watch the game. But then again, how did a Moyu Internet Cafe suddenly appear? When did it happen? A long time ago, after the success of the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 model, Pei Qian had decided to let this industry run freely and let Xiaopeng open a Moyu Internet Cafe by himself. He could open it anywhere as long as he made sure to spend the money he earned. Now it seems that this Moyu Internet Cafe should be the result of Xiaopeng's entry into the Magic City. Pei Qian was speechless. This Zhao Shuming of Longyu Group is really bad at choosing a place. Can't you just pick a mall without a Moyu Internet Cafe? Why do you have to compete with GOG? But Pei Qian thought about it and immediately realized another possibility. Zhao Shuming must have carefully selected the venue for the IOI qualifiers. It should not be too big or too small. There are not many studios that meet the requirements in the entire Magic City, and most of them are in large shopping malls. And if Xiaopeng wants to open Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 in Magic City, he will definitely give priority to such large shopping malls and places with dense traffic. So, this car crash seems to be accidental, but to some extent it is also an inevitable result. You can even imagine a more terrifying possibility. Maybe the most famous and largest shopping malls in Magic City have already opened Moyu Internet Cafes? Pei Qian couldn't help but shudder, frightened by his own idea. Some things really can't be savored. The more you savor them, the more panicked you will be. After looking at the time, Pei Qian decided to go to Moyu Internet Cafe first, and then go to the IOI competition site. As soon as he walked in from the main entrance, Pei Qian was stunned. Compared with the previous Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, there seemed to be some subtle changes. The most eye-catching thing is that the entire Internet Cafe is also hung with the team flags of various teams, just like the GPL venues. The team flags of the next game will light up automatically. The front desk is distributing various small support items and souvenirs for today's teams. The wall behind the front desk is displaying small hero figurines, team uniforms of various teams, and some small gadgets. There are also many people asking for prices. Compared with the initial 3.0 mode, the current mode has greatly improved the atmosphere, because when the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 model was just born, although Xiaopeng said that it was part of Tenda's esports strategy, in fact, the GPL League was not even in sight at that time, and the esports life hall model was just a concept, without any physical support. But now the GPL League has been established, the participating clubs have been finalized, and even the GDL and Internet Cafe competitions are ready. The decoration style of the venue, the team uniforms of the teams, the star players, and other details have also been perfected. Therefore, there are many materials that can be used to decorate the Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, and it is no longer as monotonous as before. The entire Moyu Internet Cafe is obviously built according to a miniature GPL venue. Whether it is style or various details, it is in line with the GPL venue, so that even if the audience cannot go to the GPL venue, they can still feel the atmosphere of the game here. And for those players who participate in the Internet Cafe competition, they can also experience the feeling of playing offline games earlier, gain fans and popularity in a small range, and also help them go further on the difficult road of playing professionally. Most of the people in the Internet Cafe were playing GOG, and some were drinking milk tea while leisurely waiting for the GPL competition to start. Some of the people outside the Internet Cafe came to watch the game, and some were tired from shopping and came to rest. But looking at the traffic and popularity outside the Internet Cafe, Pei Qian suddenly became more worried about the IOI qualifying competition in the top studio. The atmosphere outside the Internet Cafe was very lively. Several young people seemed to be together, talking loudly. It seems that the upstairs is the venue for IOI's games. Do you want to take a look? I'm not interested. I don't understand IOI. What's there to see? I checked on my phone this morning. The gap between the teams is too big. Except for the 2 or 3 strong teams, the others are all rookies. There is no suspense. Moreover, the contestants basically don't know each other. The game is not exciting at all. It's more interesting to watch the DGE battle, Huang Wang versus Jiang Huan. I don't know how the two teams maintain their level after not playing for such a long time. If there is a chance, I'd better go to Jingzhou to see it live. It should be more exciting. Indeed, the game still needs a group of people to watch it together. Watching the game at the entrance of the internet cafe is so lively. How exciting must the scene be? When I have the chance, I must go to Jingzhou to play for a few days, take pictures at the entrance of the club, gank the professional players, and then check in at the original hand-painted GOG Hero phone booth, and finally watch a few GOG games. Perfect. Many shopping malls in Shanghai also have shared phone booths for GOG heroes, but the only drawback is that the original hero paintings outside are not hand-painted. Therefore, most players still think that the hand-painted hero paintings in Jingzhou are the authentic ones. From the conversations of these young people, it can be seen that whether it is a shared phone booth or Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0, they have objectively played a role in accelerating the spread of GOG culture. Many people were not very interested in GPL competitions, but after watching the competitions with other friends in Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 and experiencing the excitement of watching the competitions live, they will naturally think about going to Jingzhou in person and buying a ticket to see what it feels like to watch GPL live. Pei Qian turned around and left silently. Originally, he wanted to leave Jingzhou and go to Shanghai to relax and watch the competitions, but he didn't expect to be hit suddenly again. This is too uncomfortable. When he came to the top floor, Pei Qian followed the crowd and the instructions on the road to enter the IOI competition venue and found a seat to sit down. In the morning, Pei Qian had already watched the live broadcast of the IOI qualifying competition and was mentally prepared for the general appearance of this venue, but when he really arrived at the scene, he still felt it was a bit small. You know, the GPL venue is 12 meters high, 4,500 square meters, and can accommodate up to 1,800 people, which is exactly 3 times the size of this venue. However, perhaps due to the camera arrangement and live camera switching, the director of the IOI qualifiers did not give a lot of shots to the scene, so the difference was not that big when watching the game in the live broadcast room, which was good news. Because going to the Moyu Internet Cafe delayed some time, after Pei Qian sat down, the two commentators had already started warming up. At the same time, players from both FE Club and SUG Club also entered the venue and began to debug the equipment. The two commentators had good professional qualities and were able to boost the atmosphere. After a brief opening speech and self-introduction, they briefly mentioned the situation of the morning game and confirmed that the other two veteran clubs had qualified and entered tomorrow's knockout round. After the afternoon group stage, 2 more teams will enter the knockout round. Then the 4 teams will eliminate 1, and the remaining 3 teams will participate in the world competition. After the warm-up, the two commentators naturally led to the topic of the 2 opponents in this game. I really didn't expect that the first game in the afternoon would be the highlight, with FE Club facing the veteran team SUG Club. Maybe many viewers don't know much about FE Club and think it will be a one-sided battle. In fact, I also thought that FE Club was the weakest team in this group, but after getting the list of participating players, I realized that it was not the case. The players of FE Club are all-star players of the IOI divisions of major clubs, and they are all familiar IDs to us. Although I don't know how long this team has been formed and how well it has been running in, just looking at the lineup of this team, it is definitely worthy of being the IOI all-star team that can be formed in China at present. The first game in the afternoon may be even more exciting than the game in the morning, so the audience who came to the scene in the afternoon, you have made a lot of money. The exciting game will start soon, let's wait and see. The two commentators were passionate and obviously full of expectations for the next game. However, after listening to the commentary, Pei Qian's eyes became blank, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. All-star team? Strong strength? Is this describing the FE club? Is it describing the bottom team with only 3 players that I invested in? Is it, what went wrong? Chapter 779 President Pei, going to the meeting alone. Losing money to become the richest man, started from the game. Pei Qian rubbed his eyes and looked at the team logo on the big screen again. Yes, it is the FV club, the weak club I invested in. Why did the commentator describe it as all-star? These 3 unwanted players can also be considered all-stars? It doesn't make sense. While Pei Qian was puzzled, the game progress continued. The camera began to shoot the players' preparations, and close-ups of the players appeared on the big screen, indicating their game ID, real name, age, game rank, heroes they are good at, and other information. The players also noticed that the camera was shooting close-ups, and their reactions were different. Some greeted the audience, some posed, and others were indifferent and continued to practice mode to warm up their hands. The 2 commentators also introduced the detailed information of these players to the audience, including the time they played professionally, interesting things in their professional experience, and interesting jokes. What you are seeing now is the top laner of FV Club, who is considered one of the earliest star players of the game IOI. He had already made a name for himself in the world server before the national server was opened. He is very experienced and is also known for his fierce playing style and strong suppression. Next is the mid laner of FV Club. He is very young, only 17 years old this year. He has used more than 20 different mid-lane heroes to become the first in the world server of IOI. He is also a true genius. Today we can wait and see his performance. The jungler of FV Club was a newcomer who was not particularly famous before. It is said that the mid laner met him in rank, have been playing in double row, and have a good tacit understanding. Today, we can look forward to the cooperation of the 2. The bottom lane duo of FV Club was originally the star bottom lane of SUG Club, and was also known as the first bottom lane combination of IOI national server. Some time ago, there were rumors that the 2 seemed to have transformed into GOG, but there has been no definite news. I didn't expect that the first game after reappearing would be a head-on confrontation with the old club. I wonder what kind of sparks the 2 sides will create. On the other hand, although the SUG club originally played around the bottom lane core, the strength of the other 3 veteran players should not be underestimated, and they may have some advantages in tactics and tacit understanding. We don't know why SUG club wants to replace the star bottom lane duo. Maybe it's because the new bottom lane performs better than the original bottom lane, so it was released to FV Club? In short, today's game is full of highlights and worth looking forward to. Under the stage, SUG Club's boss Ding Gon was also watching the game on the spot. After hearing what the commentator said, he was so angry that his teeth itched. The new bottom lane performed better than the original bottom lane? What a hammer! At that time, there was no news about the IOI World Championship. Ding Gon felt that it was useless to support this IOI team, and the transfer fee given by SHG was a lot, so he sold this bottom lane combination. If I had known that the IOI World Championship would start so soon, I would never sell it. Ding Gon knew that although the new bottom lane duo was also good, they were still incomparable to the original 2. There was a big gap in hard power. But there was no way. The players who were released would be irreversible. Ding Gon was anxious and angry, and he was panicking. Pei Qian, who was also sitting in the VIP seat not far from him, was also panicking. Although he didn't know any of these players, the commentator had explained them in such detail that he should have a clear and objective understanding of the strength of the entire team. It's not an exaggeration to call this team all-star, the veteran top laner, the mid laner who is the king of passers-by, the jungler who is the king of passers-by's favorite jungler, and the bottom lane star duo who are the former tactical core of SUG, this lineup on paper is outrageous no matter how you look at it. Now Pei Qian only wonders where Wu Yu, the owner of the FV club, got these people from. Didn't he only give him 3 million? With this little money, at most he could buy 1 or 2 good players, and other clubs might not be willing to sell. Directly forming a dream team, gathering all the best IOI players in China together, this is outrageous. Pei Qian quickly took out his mobile phone and entered the live broadcast room of the IOI qualifiers to see what the barrage said. What the hell? Did FV Club turn things around? Did the boss win the lottery? Why did they suddenly make an effort to form an all-star team? Where did the money come from? 10-year-old FV fans came uninvited. Beat up the old club? This is going to be a good show. The two sides seem to be in sharp contrast. The players on the FV club side are all tall and handsome, which is in sharp contrast to the skinny guys on SUG. I remember that the two bottom laners were also very thin when they were in SUG. Why do they seem to have gained weight and a better temperament now? Did FV hire a plastic surgeon? Or did they go through some secret training? So why did SUG release this duo in the bottom lane? The top domestic bottom lane was actually released to another club? Logically, this should not be for sale, right? No matter how much the transfer fee is, it can't be sold. I don't know. There was a rumor before that these two people felt that IOI was about to fail, so they wanted to switch to GOG. There was even a rumor that a team in GPL bought them. I don't know if it's true or not. No wonder FV Club promoted it desperately before the game. I wondered why they spent money to make wedding clothes for others. Now I understand that they are building momentum for themselves. The heat of the barrage has obviously increased before the game started. Although the game in the morning seemed to be quite popular, the barrage was not dense, probably because there were not many hot topics to discuss. But in the afternoon, when FV Club appeared, after seeing this all-star lineup, many old players and old viewers of IOI couldn't hold back their excitement and began to discuss it enthusiastically. After the promotion by FV Club and Longyu Group, the popularity of the IOI qualifiers is still far less than that of the GPL League, but at least it has attracted all the old IOI players and viewers in China. And now, all the hard-earned popularity is focused on FV, an all-star team that suddenly emerged. The game has not even started yet, but it has already earned enough popularity. Pei Qian and Ding Gan were both in the audience, watching the progress of the game with trepidation. Let us congratulate FV. Although there were some twists and turns in the game, they still won the game without any danger. Amid the passionate commentary, the victory screen appeared on the big screen. The 5 players of the FV Club were in high spirits, as if they had a domineering attitude that looked down on the crowd. The players packed up their equipment and left the field. The players of the FV Club did not have too much excitement on their faces, but were very calm. The schedule of this qualifying match was quite tight. There were 4 teams in the group, and it was a BO1 single round robin, which was completed in one afternoon, so every small game was very important. The strength of SUG in this group was obviously higher than the other 2 teams, so FV was basically sure to qualify after winning this game. As for whether SUG can qualify, it depends on whether the next game will overturn. The 2 commentators began to comment on this game. In this game, we saw that it seemed that the players of the FV Club were not particularly happy after winning. Maybe they were not particularly satisfied with today's performance, or they had higher expectations for themselves. Indeed, judging from the performance in the game, we can clearly see that the individual ability of the FV Club is higher than that of SUG, but from the selection of players to the tactical execution, there seem to be some loopholes, otherwise this game may become less suspenseful. Does this mean that the current FV team has not yet completed the running in? I don't think it's all a problem of running in. There seem to be some problems with their tactical system and understanding of the game. We can see that the heroes they prefer are not the most recognized heroes in the current version. They prefer team-oriented heroes, and there is no excessive emphasis on individual ability, which seems to be somewhat out of tune with the mainstream play of other teams. Is it that the tactical team of their team has some different understanding of the game version? It is possible, but this understanding of the game does not seem to be particularly mature. Today, FV was able to beat SUG mainly because of stronger individual strength. If they meet a foreign team whose individual ability is not inferior to FV, it will be questionable whether they can still win this game. The two commentators are telling the truth, because in their opinion, the play of FV is indeed a bit strange, which seems to be out of tune with the current mainstream play. And this play does not actually have a very good effect. Instead, it overemphasizes teamwork, which has caused certain restrictions in hero selection and in-game decision-making, so that the individual strength of the players is not 100% exerted. But to Ding Gon, these words sounded like outright ridicule. What do you mean? Are you using us to practice the lineup? Who are you looking down on? They still put on a stinky face after winning. Damn, these people are too arrogant. Ding Gon was so angry that he was fuming. Losing the game was nothing, but the opponent practiced the lineup and still lost. In his opinion, FV was deliberately showing off the hard power of their team. What, don't accept it? All-star teams can do whatever they want. That's about it. Ding Gon was even more angry when he thought that FV's bottom lane duo was originally released by himself. If this duo was still there, how could SUG lose? However, although he was angry, Ding Gon also knew that the win or loss of this game was actually not a big deal. Anyway, each group has 2 teams that qualify, and SUG will appear no matter what. What really needs to be worried about is tomorrow's knockout match. The knockout match is BO5, and one of the 4 teams will be eliminated. It depends on who is the unlucky one. At the same time, Jingzhou, GPL competition site. Zhang Yuan, Yi Zhizhou, Xiaopeng and several other leaders are watching the opening match of GPL. The 2 teams in the match are currently the 2 strongest teams in GPL, and they are also the champions and runners-up of the previous World Championship. The match is tense and exciting. In the BO3 format, the 2 sides have already tied 1:1 and entered the final round. The atmosphere on the scene has also reached its peak. Amid the warm cheers, fans from both sides cheered for the 2 teams, and then did not forget to shout, "Come on DG," in unison, forming a special culture of the competition area. The tickets for the internal staff of Tenda Group were neither the front nor the back, but chose a position slightly in front of the center. Because the front row of tickets are prepared for the core fans and supporters of both teams, the free tickets of internal staff cannot affect the fans' viewing experience. The final round was still on the BP interface. Zhang Yuan took out his mobile phone and checked the comments of the players on the internet. He found that only a small number of people were discussing the opening game itself, and most of the topics focused on the comparison between the IOI qualifying game and the GPL opening game. The venues of the 2 sides are too different. Isn't the IOI competition jointly organized by Longyu Group and Jito Company? Why is the venue so shabby? To be honest, the IOI competition feels like a complete copy of GOG. Even the venue layout and the BP and spectator interfaces in the game have a strong sense of déjà vu. Is it really okay? I think it's okay. They are all the same type of games. Don't be so harsh. Hey, who made IOI's competition late? GOG's competition has been very successful for a long time, and all aspects are very perfect. IOI easily gives people the feeling of imitation, although in terms of time, IOI is earlier than GOG. But after learning from each other, it is still a little bit off. There are many differences in details. For example, the image of the players. Look at the players on the GPL side. They are all tall and straight, and their mental outlook is completely different. On the other hand, on the IOI side, except for the players of the FV team, the others are still the kind of internet-addicted teenagers. The image is a big difference. Indeed, these details accumulate and make people feel that it is a little off. I always feel that IOI's competition is like a copycat version of GPL. Tenda is still awesome. It feels like it has taken the entire esports industry a big step forward by itself. Obviously, most viewers feel that the excitement of the GPL league completely crushes the IOI qualifiers. On the one hand, it is because GOG has more players, and on the other hand, it is because GPL has better details. A point that has been mentioned repeatedly is the image of the players. Most of the GPL players have standard body shapes, and there are a few muscular men who look very sunny and handsome, giving people a positive feeling. On the other hand, the players on IOI still look like traditional internet-addicted teenagers, and are at a disadvantage in terms of image. The accumulation of details like these makes the IOI competition a level lower than the GPL, which naturally makes people feel that IOI's competition is a copycat of GPL. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Now that I think about it, President Pei is really a mastermind. GOG's success in the field of esports is the success of the game on the one hand, and the success of details on the other. In addition to President Pei, who else can foresee the importance of the player's image to the popularity of esports competitions in advance? President Pei determined the training standards through the DGE club and guided other clubs to pay attention to the physical training of the players. On the one hand, it ensures the physical health of the players, and on the other hand, it also enhances the image of the league. This is equivalent to building a moat for GOG. The two fields of games and esports escort each other and complement each other. Yi Zhizhou, who was sitting next to him, said, "By the way, it's already the final round. President Pei really doesn't plan to come to watch today? After all, this is also the opening game. It stands to reason that this is the first day of the GPL competition, which is of great significance. IOI has also held a qualifying competition, which has caused a little pressure on the GPL side. It is indeed necessary to come to the scene to see it." Xiao Peng, who was sitting on the other side, said, "Maybe Mr. Pei felt that he had already won and that the IOI qualifiers could not pose any threat to GPL, so he didn't come to watch." Zhang Yuan laughed and said, "You all guessed wrong. Actually, President Pei is not in Qingshan now." Yi Zhizhou was stunned for a moment. "Not in Qingshan? Is he on a business trip?" Zhang Yuan lowered his voice and said, "President Pei went to the Magic City alone to watch the IOI game." Yi Zhizhou and Xiao Peng both showed a slightly surprised expression on their faces. President Pei actually went to the Magic City alone and went deep into the local nest to watch the game. Because President Pei has always given people the impression of a wise general who can plan and win thousands of miles away. As long as he is in Qingshan, everything happening all over the country will not escape his eyes. But now President Pei actually went to the Magic City in person to the IOI game site. For some reason, this behavior seems to have an inexplicable feeling of going to a meeting alone in everyone's eyes. After expressing his feelings, Xiao Peng was a little confused, but if it was just to spy on the enemy at close range, would it be necessary for President Pei to go there in person? Zhang Yuan laughed. "Of course it's not just to spy on the enemy. How could President Pei do things with only one purpose? There must be a complete plan." In fact, President Pei has already invested in the FV club privately and planted a foreshadowing in the IOI team. I think President Pei is probably waiting for a suitable opportunity. FV club may become the key to the success of IOI and GOG in the esports field. As for how it will be done, I don't know. Let's wait and see. Yi Zhizhou and Xiao Peng nodded and agreed. Let us congratulate FV Club and SUG Club for obtaining the final qualification. Tomorrow morning and afternoon, we will have two BO5 matches to determine the final qualification for the World Championship. Please wait and see. Ding Gon, who had been sweating in the audience, finally relaxed a little. The afternoon group match was a close call for SUG. Although they lost to FV Club in the first game, they still won the game and got the qualification for the second place in the group. Tomorrow's elimination match schedule is still full. The first and second place of the two groups will play a BO5, respectively. The two winners will compete for the top seed and the two losers will compete for the last spot. The schedule of the IOI World Championship is protected by the competition area. Because Zhao Shuming knew very well that the current IOI team in the national server was not strong enough, and if they played against foreign strong teams, they would most likely be beaten badly. He had to give the competition system a try to avoid losing face. Therefore, Creatine and the senior management of Finger Company decided that the number 1 seed in each region would start from the quarterfinals, while the number 2 and number 3 seeds would play in the group stage. This would prevent all teams from being wiped out in the group stage, and at least keep the attention of domestic players until the quarterfinals. If the strongest team in the country is still beaten after being guaranteed to enter the quarterfinals, then there is really nothing we can do. After watching SUG beat the remaining two weak teams, Ding Gon's mentality stabilized a lot. It seems that it is not our SUG's problem, but this FV is too strong. Look at the bright side, it is a good thing to run into FV in the group stage. It is basically unlikely to meet tomorrow. Tomorrow we will play 2 BO5s. As long as we don't run into the FV club, we will still be able to qualify. Ding Gon kept comforting himself, and his mentality finally stabilized. It was already very late when the game ended, and the audience left one after another. Ding Gon also stood up and prepared to go backstage to comfort his players. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Ding Gon was sitting in the front row of the VIP seats. Many people had already left, leaving a large number of seats empty, but there was only one person wearing a black mask still sitting there, looking a little out of place. Ding Gon frowned and looked carefully. Although the person was wearing a mask, his eyebrows and clothes seemed familiar. Boss Pei? After SUG was removed from the GPL, Ding Gon went to Jingzhou on purpose and met Boss Pei once, so he recognized him. After confirming Boss Pei's identity, many thoughts suddenly appeared in Ding Gon's mind. All the conspiracies seemed to be linked together at this moment. Why did FV Club take the initiative to spend money on publicity? Where did the star players of FV Club come from? Ding Gon believed that Boss Pei must have many hidden means in the dark, but he had not seen them yet. All this was obviously Boss Pei's layout, just a game of chess between GOG and IOI in the field of esports, and SUG, and these other clubs were actually just pawns. Boss Pei even went to Shanghai in person, came to the scene of the IOI qualifying match, and admired his layout up close. Just like a perverted murderer, he had to go back to the crime scene after committing the crime, and only by observing closely could he get a sense of satisfaction. Ding Gon suddenly felt a little chilly. Chapter 780. You guys just keep fighting like this. In the end, Ding Gon still couldn't muster up the courage to go up and talk to Mr. Pei. Others are the butchers, and I am the meat. What else can I do? Ding Gon had dealt with Mr. Pei before about the GPL quota, and he knew Mr. Pei's character very well. Mr. Pei is a man who plans and plans, and he will not make a move unless he is 100% sure. At the same time, Mr. Pei is also a cold-blooded person, and he will never change his mind about what he has determined. Now that Mr. Pei is at the IOI qualifying competition, it means that he is sure of winning, and he has made up his mind and will not change his mind because of any begging for mercy. Ding Gon knew how useless it was at this time. Whether Ming SUG Club can qualify or not depends on the players themselves. Thinking of this, Ding Gon turned around and quickly left the scene and went to the backstage of the game. He didn't want to be seen by Mr. Pei, nor did he want to tell Zhao Shuming about it. Zhao Shuming can't help it all now, and he doesn't care about SUG Club at all. Anyway, there are 3 teams that qualify. Whether it is FE or SUG, Zhao Shuming doesn't care at all. In this case, everyone should take care of their own business. Ding Gon just wanted to do some ideological work for his players, so that they must keep their minds steady and get out of the knockout stage and get a place in the world competition. Pei Qian did not notice Ding Gon, who was sitting not far from him. He was still immersed in the grief of FE's successful entry into the knockout stage. After sitting in his seat silently for a long time, Pei Qian stood up and planned to go to the backstage of the venue to see the situation of the FE club. How did it become an all-star team when it was originally a bottom team? If this matter is not clear, Pei Qian may not even sleep well today. Because this venue is just a studio in a shopping mall, the venue is not very large and not so formal. Pei Qian walked around twice and found the backstage of the players. Some fans gathered outside the backstage, waiting to see their favorite players. Because the game has been over for a while, the official staff are already busy with other things. Only the club leaders and managers are outside to stop the enthusiastic fans, to prevent them from affecting the players. Pei Qian saw the room of the FE club, which was also quite shabby, with only a piece of printed paper pasted on the door with the words FE Club Lounge written on it. Manager Liu was standing at the door and making a phone call, apparently contacting the driver responsible for the pickup. From inside the room, the sound of the FE club players arguing could be heard faintly, probably discussing today's game. Pei Qian walked straight forward. Sorry, the players are reviewing the game after the game, so there is no time for autographs or group photos. Eh? You are. Manager Liu and Pei Qian had only met once, and Pei Qian was wearing a mask, so he didn't recognize him at first. Pei Qian pulled the mask down slightly. It's me. Manager Liu was very surprised and hurriedly said, Boss Pei? Why are you here? Please come in. Although he didn't know what Boss Pei came for, it was definitely not a big deal for Boss Pei to deliberately run away. Pei Qian followed Manager Liu into the lounge and immediately heard the players discussing tactics fiercely. Our style of play is not good. We are too restricted. It's okay to bully the weak in the next 2 games. The first game against SUG was full of dangers, and we were almost defeated. Yes, the intensity of the knockout rounds will definitely be much higher than the group stage. The risk of playing like this is still a bit high. There is a high possibility of failure. Why don't we return to the normal style of play and slowly adapt to GOG's style of play after we qualify for the World Championship? I think so too. We must qualify for the World Championship first, otherwise everything will be in vain. Several players held different opinions and argued fiercely. Manager Liu looked a little embarrassed and whispered, Don't worry about it, Mr. Pei. There is no conflict between the players. They are just discussing tactical issues in the game. He was afraid that the scene in the lounge would leave a bad impression on Mr. Pei. Although Mr. Pei would not interfere with the operation of the FE club when investing, it was one thing for Mr. Pei not to interfere, and it was another thing for Wu Yu and Manager Liu to care about Mr. Pei's opinion. In all aspects, Wu Yu and Manager Liu were very concerned about Mr. Pei's opinion. In terms of money and resources, Mr. Pei gave money and players. Now this all-star team is basically built up by Mr. Pei. In terms of decision-making, Mr. Pei organized the GPL League and was the producer of GOG. His understanding of game content and the esports industry was far higher than that of Wu Yu and Manager Liu. Therefore, even if Mr. Pei did not interfere with the operation of the FE club, Wu Yu and Manager Liu would try every means to guess Mr. Pei's intentions and operate the club in a way that Mr. Pei would be satisfied with as much as possible. Hearing the fierce debate among the players, Pei Qian was not angry, but very happy. Why are you so angry after winning the game? There are conflicts and hidden dangers in the main team. This is a good thing. As long as Ming performs poorly, there is still a good chance of being eliminated. Thinking of this, Pei Qian became optimistic again, and the corners of his mouth under the mask also rose slightly. Wu Yu was also in the lounge, and his expression was a little worried. Pan Ying is the support player of this team and also the captain of this team. He is responsible for the tactical arrangement and play command of the entire team. At the beginning, he proposed to play according to the GOG method, including line operation, lineup selection, tactical details, etc., and fully approach GOG. Originally, other players had no objection to this, but after today's game, the team's opinions had some differences. Because today's game was indeed more difficult. Although Pan Ying's play style is unique and has achieved good results, there are still great differences between GOG and IOI in terms of heroes and gameplay, and this play style requires long-term practice and running in, and it cannot be practiced overnight. Therefore, the two players in the top and middle hope to be more cautious, focus on personal strength first, get the qualification for the World Championship, and then practice slowly. However, Pan Ying felt that this was a good opportunity to practice through competition. The intensity of the training matches was completely incomparable to that of the knockout matches. If he retreated every time he encountered difficulties, he would still not be able to practice this style of play in the world competition. Moreover, the current tactical arrangements have been made. If he rashly changed the style of play to test his personal ability, it might not necessarily produce good results. Both sides insisted on their own opinions, and no one could convince the other. Wu Yu had no way to reach a consensus and could only worry. Just then, he saw manager Lu leading President Pei into the lounge. Wu Yu's eyes lit up instantly, and he stood up quickly. President Pei. Why are you here? Pei Qian had taken off his mask, and he felt a little stuffy after covering it for an afternoon. Nothing, just came to take a look. Wu Yu nodded and stood in awe. Although President Pei said, just come to take a look, Wu Yu knew very well that President Pei must have come to watch the game on purpose. President Pei is so busy with work, and today is the day when the GPL starts. President Pei didn't even go to watch the opening ceremony of the GPL, but came to watch the FV game. This is enough to show how much President Pei values the FV club. In order not to put too much pressure on the players, President Pei just came to take a look, which is really considerate. When the players saw President Pei, they also stood up and stopped arguing. Wu Yu hurriedly said, in my opinion, everyone should stop arguing. There is no point in arguing like this. Whether it is focusing on personal ability or GOG's tactical play, each has its own advantages and disadvantages. No one can guarantee that they will win by using any one of the play styles. Since no one can convince the other, the most important thing now is to hurry up and make a decision. No matter which method we choose, we have to hurry up and formulate tactics when we go back, and we can't waste time on such meaningless arguments. In my opinion, let President Pei make the final decision. This way everyone should be convinced, right? The team members looked at each other and nodded. President Pei is the designer of GOG and the organizer of the GPL League. He must have a very good understanding of both the game and the competition. Let President Pei make the final decision, then no matter what the final result is, everyone can accept it. Even if we lose, it's not President Pei's problem, it's because everyone didn't play well. Wu Yu looked at Pei Qian. President Pei, you should have watched the game this afternoon, can you give me an idea? The players will definitely listen to you. Pei Qian couldn't help but feel happy. There is such a good thing? You asked me to make the final decision, I didn't take the initiative to fool you. Pei Qian had already noticed when watching the game in the afternoon that the players of FV Club were all very strong individually and their cooperation was okay, but they were obviously different from other teams in terms of version understanding and tactical execution. From player selection to specific tactical execution and resource exchange, they were out of tune with other teams. Simply put, they played more like playing GOG, which to some extent limited their individual abilities. If it was just a matter of hard power, SUG Club would have lost without a doubt. Regarding this point, the players of FV Club also felt it. Pei Qian felt that this was completely normal. GOG and IOI are two different games. The game mechanisms are so different. You insist on playing IOI according to GOG's playing style. It's like practicing martial arts in reverse. Even if you can practice a little, you have to practice hard for a long time, and you will never be able to beat the top masters. As we all know, BO1 and BO5 are two completely different games. After the intensity of the knockout rounds is raised, whether FV Club's playing style can still work will be a question mark. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said seriously, just stick to the current playing style, there will be no problem. No matter how difficult the game is, you must never give up. At this moment, Pei Qian was possessed by the actor, and his expression was extremely serious. Support player Panning was deeply moved and said, "Thank you for President Pei's trust. I will definitely improve this tactic and strive to achieve better results tomorrow." Originally, he was a little shaken about his own playing style, but since President Pei personally certified that this playing style is fine, then it must be fine. If we lose the game, it means that the players are not playing well and the cooperation is not good. It is definitely not President Pei's fault. The other players looked at each other and said nothing. President Pei has made a direct decision, so what is there to worry about? Just implement the tactics seriously and complete your tasks. With the consensus, there is nothing to argue about. Just listen to Pan Ying's command. Wu Yu couldn't help but marvel secretly. Is this the magic of President Pei? In a word, all the players were convinced. Although Wu Yu is the boss of the club and can convince these players, forcing them to obey does not mean that these players will really be willing to obey. Because although Wu Yu is the boss, his understanding of the game is still somewhat lacking. Even if he decides to use a certain style of play, when encountering problems, the players will subconsciously think whether another style of play will be better. And President Pei is not only the boss, but also has a very deep understanding of the game. If he has no problem, then there must be no problem. Wu Yu couldn't help but sigh that President Pei is like a chosen person, giving people a feeling of omnipotence. Following such a big guy, how can you not win by lying down? Chapter 781 Using President Pei to create hype. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. December 11th, Sunday. The second day of the GPL preseason, the knockout stage of the IOI qualifiers. Zhao Shuming, like yesterday, arrived at the venue of the IOI qualifiers early, urging the staff to debug the equipment and prepare for the start of the game. Today's 4 teams have also arrived at the game site early. They have to play a BO5 in the morning and afternoon, respectively. The schedule is very tight and the pressure is also very high. Originally, the 3 veteran teams, including SUG, did not have much pressure. After all, the 3 places were originally 1 carat and 1 pit. There was a weak team that could be bullied at will, and they could qualify anyway. The number 1 seed can start directly from the quarterfinals, and there is still a need to fight for it. The second and third seeds do not need to fight at all, as long as they can qualify. But now an FV club has emerged out of nowhere, and there is no weak team among the 4 knockout teams. Anyone who does not play well may be eliminated directly, and the pressure is coming instantly. In the lounges of various clubs, players are carefully preparing their tactics, or taking a nap to recharge their batteries, hoping to be in better competitive shape when the game starts. At this time, Zhao Shuming's assistant hurried over with a serious expression. Boss Zhao, the matter of FV Club has been investigated. These players were indeed sold to them by the GPL clubs. Wu Yu could not afford them with his financial resources. Most of them were half sold and half given. Moreover, these players are from different GPL teams. There must be someone coordinating in the middle. Wu Yu, the owner of FV Club, does not have this ability. Only boss Pei of Tenda can make these clubs willingly hand over these players. So it is basically certain that there must be a shadow of Tenda behind FV Club. It is even possible that this club has been bought by Tenda. I even suspect that SHG and other clubs have taken the lead in poaching potential players from IOI. It is also a part of Boss Pei's plan. Zhao Xuming's expression also became serious, and he nodded slightly, as expected. Yesterday, Ding Gan had told Zhao Xuming about the doubts of FV Club, but all the actions of FV Club were in line with the rules of the game, so Zhao Xuming was powerless and had no way to deal with FV Club. But powerlessness does not mean doing nothing. For safety reasons, Zhao Xuming asked his assistant to investigate the details of the FV Club as soon as possible, trying to find out their true purpose. The assistant was very efficient and had roughly found out today. Zhao Xuming silently remembered it in his heart and asked, "Are there any other things worth noting?" The assistant nodded hurriedly, "Yes, Mr. Zhao. According to the information from our staff, a mysterious man wearing a mask came to the scene of yesterday's game and also went to the lounge of the FV Club. Judging from the way manager Lu addressed him, it is probably Mr. Pei from Tenda himself. There are also staff members of the event in the lounges behind the scenes of each club. Although Pei Qian wore a mask, manager Lu's address to him has exposed his identity." Zhao Xuming couldn't help but frowned, with a surprised expression. "Is it Mr. Pei himself?" "Are you sure?" The assistant nodded. "From the information we have so far, Mr. Pei looks similar to his stuntman, very young, and the appearance matches." Manager Lu called the mysterious man in the mask Mr. Pei very respectfully. After coming out of the lounge, Wu Yu accompanied him very respectfully and also called him Mr. Pei. In addition, I also asked Mr. Ding Gan of SUG Club. He has seen Mr. Pei in person and admitted that Mr. Pei did come to the studio. Based on this information, the mysterious man in the mask is most likely Mr. Pei himself. Zhao Xuming frowned slightly. "Ding Gan knows about this?" The assistant nodded. "Yes, but he didn't tell us on his own initiative. He only admitted it when I asked." Zhao Xuming snorted. "This Ding Gan, is he still a little upset about my previous handling method?" "Don't worry about him, just make sure it's really Mr. Pei." Zhao Xuming couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Mr. Pei actually came in person? What is his purpose? Zhao Xuming has an instinctive fear of Mr. Pei. Because Mr. Pei's previous record was too outstanding, GOG has been advancing triumphantly, killing all sides at home and abroad, and it is hard to meet opponents. The senior executives of Diak Group have also been dealt with without any ability to fight back. During the simple fight between Zhao Xuming and Mr. Pei, he was also abused and had no temper at all, and he unknowingly suffered from Pei phobia. Now that he heard that Mr. Pei was present in person, right in this studio, Zhao Xuming was even more instinctively flustered. But he soon calmed down. There's no need to panic. He's just an ordinary person, not a murderer. Even if he comes, he can only supervise the battle on the spot. What can he do in our territory? The assistant nodded. Boss Zhao is right. Maybe it's because there's been rumors that Mr. Pei is a mysterious person who is hard to spot. Once he takes action, he is sure to win, and he never fights a battle without preparation or confidence. So we are a little nervous. Then, Mr. Zhao, what should we do now? Zhao Xuming frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. President Pei came to Shanghai in person. I think there are two purposes. The first is to spy on the enemy, to see our arrangements on site, to know ourselves and the enemy. After all, many information is not accurate when relayed by others, and you must see it in person to confirm the details. The second is to supervise the battle on site, to cheer for the FV Club players, and hope that they can successfully get the qualification for the qualifying round. So, he is very low-key. He came alone and wore a mask on purpose, just because he didn't want to be discovered by others. He thought he had never shown his face on the internet, and no one would notice it without knowing it, but he didn't expect that this information was just caught by us. If it can be used well, maybe we can make a beautiful comeback. The assistant could feel that Zhao Shuming seemed to have thought of a great idea, and didn't dare to interrupt his thoughts, and waited quietly on the side. Zhao Shuming suddenly slapped the table. Got it. President Pei keeps a low profile and doesn't want to show up and attract attention. We just do the opposite and publicize the fact that President Pei came to watch the IOI qualifying round. Find Mr. Pei's seat, and then the director will give him a close-up shot. Then, inform the two commentators in advance and ask them to welcome Mr. Pei. Then, buy some internet users in advance and create hype online. The content is very simple. Just say that Mr. Pei didn't watch the GPL League but watched the IOI qualifiers instead. This shows that the IOI qualifiers are better than the GPL League, and it has triggered Tengda's sense of crisis. This shows that IOI has begun to exert its strength, and GOG's dominance in China is about to be threatened. In short, transfer all the attention on Mr. Pei to the IOI qualifiers. The assistant's eyes lit up. What a good plan, Mr. Zhao. Mr. Pei came all the way to Shanghai, like an assassin sneaking in to spy on the enemy, but we welcomed him with great fanfare, which makes us appear to be aboveboard, while Mr. Pei is sneaky. In terms of mind and temperament, we have the upper hand invisibly. Moreover, Mr. Pei came to watch the IOI qualifiers instead of the GPL League. As long as we make a big fuss about this, we can grab a large part of the popularity of the GPL League. It's perfect. I'll arrange it now. Just when the assistant was about to turn around and leave, he was stopped by Zhao Shuming. Wait. Just saying this is not enough. So, you should be prepared for both situations. FV will qualify as the first in Group B, and will play the second in Group A first. The result will be available in the morning. If FV Club wins by a landslide, don't mention FV Club and don't bring heat to FV Club. If FV Club wins by a hard margin, it will most likely not be able to beat the first in Group A and will not be able to compete for the number 1 seed. If this happens, we will expose the relationship between FV Club and Tenda Group before the afternoon game starts. We can say this. Tenda deliberately spent a lot of money to build FV Club, but it was still beaten by our IOI club. President Pei's face was livid when he supervised the battle on the spot. Isn't this another wave of heat and traffic? The assistant nodded vigorously. President Zhao is smart. In terms of the staffing of FV Club, if it gets the number 1 seed, Zhao Shuming can only play dead and will not actively spread the relationship between Tenda and FV Club. But if FV Club loses, Zhao Shuming can add insult to injury and step on it a few times to get some heat. Of course, the specific method will still depend on the situation of the game in the morning. Zhao Shuming was in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. Boss Pei, you are not perfect and omnipotent, and you will also reveal your flaws. I admire your courage to attend the meeting alone, but aren't you just handing over the heat? It would be disrespectful to refuse such a generous offer, so I will accept it with a smile. At the game scene, Pei Qian, like yesterday, wore a mask and sat in the front row to watch the game. Yesterday, Wu Yu and manager Lu wanted to host a banquet, but Pei Qian decisively refused. The players on the FV Club side also had to hurry up to review the game, summarize their experience, and have a good rest. After all, there were 2 BO5 games tomorrow, which would consume a lot of physical energy. So Wu Yu didn't insist, and just sent President Pei back to the hotel. Maybe it was because of the change of environment, or maybe it was because the game on Saturday left some unpleasant memories for Pei Qian. He didn't sleep well last night, and he was a little bit listless today. He was a little listless. But it didn't matter, anyway, it was just watching a game. The schedule of the game was very full, 2 BO5 games in the morning and 2 BO5 games in the afternoon. If each team lost 2 games, they would be eliminated directly, and if they won 2 games, they would go to the World Championship as the number 1 seed. The FV Club's match was the first game, and SUG's match was the second game, playing against the second and first teams in Group A respectively. The players of the FV Club were full of energy, and were debugging the equipment seriously. The 2 commentators were warming up, analyzing the playing styles and status of the 2 teams yesterday, and making predictions for the upcoming game. However, at this moment, a jib camera suddenly came to the top of Pei Qian's head without any warning, and then a close-up of Pei Qian appeared on the big screen. At this time, he was sitting in the front row seat with his legs crossed very casually, his right hand on his cheek, his eyes leisurely, and the black mask on his face was quite eye-catching. Suddenly seeing himself on the big screen, Pei Qian couldn't help but be startled, and his whole body froze, with a question mark floating above his head. He was a little panicked for a moment, but Pei Qian quickly calmed down and didn't make any moves. Fortunately, he was prepared and wore a mask. This was probably just a random shot of the audience by the director before the game started. It was no big deal. The whole picture lasted only 1 or 2 seconds at most. It's just, why did the director take a picture of a big man wearing a mask when there were so many cute girls? Pei Qian was a little puzzled, but he still remained calm. But soon, he realized that he was wrong. Because this close-up seemed to last a little long, the jib camera in the air had no intention of moving away to take pictures of other people. The audience at the scene obviously noticed this and talked about it. Who is this? She is not a particularly beautiful lady, and she is wearing a mask and her face is not shown. Does the director need to give a 5-second close-up? Then, 2 commentators spoke. Hey, we saw that the director gave the camera to the audience. Many people may not know him. Let us introduce him here. President Pei of Tenda Group also came to our competition site. President Pei took the time to travel all the way from Qingshan to Shanghai. It can be seen that he likes our competition. Let's applaud and warmly welcome President Pei's arrival. As soon as the host finished speaking, thunderous applause and cheers rang out in the venue. There were obviously assistants prepared by the staff, the kind who led the applause professionally. The host and the assistants cooperated a little bit and led the audience to applaud together, instantly creating an excellent program effect. Pei Qian, fuck. Pei Qian was very glad at this time that he was wearing a mask, otherwise his expression would be very embarrassing, and it would be broadcast live to all the audience at the scene and in the live broadcast room. The organizer of the event is making trouble. Pei Qian instantly realized that the organizer was doing this on purpose, but it was inappropriate for him to do anything at this time. He could only continue to maintain a calm and indifferent expression until the camera above his head was moved away. The director shamelessly filmed for 10 seconds, and finally moved the camera away with some regret when he saw that President Pei remained calm and composed. However, the close-up shot of 10 seconds obviously had a very good effect. There was a lot of discussion at the scene, and on the live broadcast platform that was broadcasting the IOI qualifying match, there were also a lot of comments. President Pei? What the hell, the boss of Tenda Group, Mr. Pei, went to the IOI qualifier. Shouldn't he go to watch GPL? What's going on? This wave is the boss personally going out to scout the enemy? And then he was caught on the spot. Ha ha ha, does this mean that the IOI game is better than GPL? Even Mr. Pei himself doesn't watch GPL? Are you sure this is Mr. Pei? How can you recognize him wearing a mask? From the hairstyle, clothes, figure, and some details, it is indeed possible. The organizer of the event should not cause such a low-level oolong incident. It must have confirmed Mr. Pei's identity before giving a close-up. The GPL club is embarrassed. We are fighting to the death here and trying our best, but the organizer of the league went to watch others? SHG, we are about to fight to the death, why did your majesty surrender first? There are similar discussions in the live broadcast room and on the forum. Many of these remarks were made by the water army arranged by Longyu Group. On the surface, they seem to be teasing, but in fact they also serve the purpose of leading the rhythm. Once the joke Pei doesn't watch GPL, but comes to watch the IOI qualifiers spreads, even if it is actually a joke, it will have a subtle inductive effect on the spectators. This episode passed quickly, but public opinion on the internet gradually began to ferment. The match between the two teams started, and the audience was quickly immersed in the fierce game. These two teams are already at the top level in the country, and the game is very exciting. As Pei Qian asked, the players of FV Club still strictly followed the GOG's gameplay. From the selection of players to the operation ideas in the game, they were somewhat incompatible with the conventional gameplay. In yesterday's group match, FV Club and SUG played very anxiously, and the final victory was somewhat lucky. Today's opponent obviously studied FV Club's gameplay last night and made certain targeted selections and tactics, so FV Club had a more difficult time. But even so, FV Club had no intention of playing a conventional lineup, but continued to implement the previous gameplay ideas. The two sides fought for 5 games. Originally, 2 BO5 games were scheduled in the morning, but FV's game was played until after 11 o'clock. Behind the studio, the assistant came to Zhao Shuming quickly. "Boss Zhao. Everything you asked us to do has been arranged. We have prepared several articles, including the relationship between Tenda Group and FV Club, Boss Pei's presence at the scene, etc. We will spread the news at noon, by hot searches, and hype the popularity. It will definitely create a lot of popularity on the entire network." Zhao Shuming nodded with satisfaction. Well, very good. He watched the whole game of FV Club in the morning. The match with the second team in Group A was extremely stalemate. It was very difficult to win after playing 5 games. From yesterday's group match, the first team in Group A basically had no pressure to play the second team in the group. They won step by step. This shows that even if FV Club played 5 games and got a place in the World Championship with great difficulty, it would definitely not be able to beat the first team in Group A and compete for the number 1 seed. Not only that, it is very likely to be beaten by the first team in Group A. In this case, taking the opportunity to throw out the relationship between FV Club and Tenda Group and then step on it can bring a lot of heat to IOI. Pei spent a lot of money to build a team to participate in the IOI qualifiers. Pei supervised the battle on the spot, but it was still beaten. Once this news spreads, Zhao Shuming's goal will be achieved. Of course, the premise is that FV Club must lose. It is not advisable to output against the wind. Only when the wind is with you can the impact be maximized. In fact, Zhao Shuming could choose to spread the news after the game, but that would be too late. Today, there are 4 BO5 games, and the schedule is too tight. It was almost 12 o'clock after the first BO5, so the subsequent games had to be postponed. According to the rough estimate of time, the 4 BO5s may be finished after 10 o'clock in the evening. This kind of discussion is time-sensitive and it takes a certain amount of time to ferment. The game is over late at night. If you spread these news at that time, many people may not see it, which will not achieve the best dissemination effect and the purpose of attracting a lot of heat and traffic. On the contrary, if you spread these news at noon, let everyone pay attention to the game of FV Club in the evening, and then FV Club is defeated, Longyu Group can take advantage of the public opinion to step on Tenda. This time is perfect. Zhao Shuming couldn't help but feel proud. It is said that President Pei is in control, but when faced with such things that cannot be controlled by human power, isn't President Pei also helpless? Now anyone with a discerning eye can see that the current strength of FV Club is a little behind and it cannot compete for the top seed. And Zhao Shuming is sure of this and wants to create heat for IOI by stepping on FV Club and Tenda. In this case, can President Pei still turn the tables? Zhao Shuming feels that he has a sure win. Chapter 782, The physical advantage is obvious. Seeking monthly votes. The game continues. The second game is between SUG Club and the first team in Group A. SUG is obviously inferior in overall strength, but the game is extremely stalemate, and it is a full BO5. Ding Gon was nervous in the audience, sweating profusely. After the game yesterday, he did a lot of ideological work with the players for a long time, asking them to use all their energy to prepare for the first game of the day and strive to win the first game directly. The reason for making such an arrangement is mainly due to two considerations. First, the opponent of the first BO5 is certain, and the opponent of the second BO5 is uncertain. What if FV loses? The opponent of the first BO5 will be easier to target. Secondly, the first game is when the players are in the best spirits, and the probability of winning is relatively high. Once they lose, the next BO5 will be more difficult to play. Therefore, Ding Gon encouraged the players yesterday and asked the coach to make various targeted tactical arrangements for the old familiar team ranked first in Group A. As expected, it worked very well today. However, things did not develop as Ding Gon imagined. There was still a gap in strength between the two sides. SUG's players fought hard for 5 games, but still lost. Ding Gon, who was sitting in the audience watching the whole game, almost fainted, but there was nothing he could do. He could only hurry to the backstage to comfort the players and let them continue to prepare for the next BO5. At the same time, Pei Qian, who was sitting in the audience, was bored and scrolling through his phone. Because the schedule was too tight, in order to let the players take a break and let the audience take a break, the break time between games was relatively long this time. After FV Club won the first BO5, it was confirmed that it had won the quota for the World Championship, and Pei Qian's expectations had been dashed. But as the saying goes, it's here. I came all the way to Shanghai, and the game was quite exciting. I had to watch the remaining 2 BO5s before leaving. Today's devilish schedule has been played from morning to afternoon, 2 full BO5s, but what's more terrifying is that there are 2 more BO5s. Many spectators can't stand it anymore, they are hungry, and their voices are almost hoarse. Some audience members were smart and brought a lot of snacks and drinks, and kept eating. Those who didn't bring snacks were embarrassed and had to leave the venue to buy hamburgers, sandwiches and other things to fill their stomachs. Pei Qian certainly didn't go hungry, so he secretly ran to the lounge of the FV Club and had a good meal. So, Pei Qian was full of wine and food at this time, and he was browsing his phone while waiting for the game to start. There were many unread messages on his phone, all from Zhang Yuan, Lin Cheng, and others. Boss Pei, how is the situation in Shanghai? Is there anyone who needs our help? Boss Pei, there are a lot of news about you on the internet, which may be released by Longyu Group. They are trying to get attention while stepping on GPL. Should we fight back? Obviously, the fact that Pei Qian was caught by the director at the IOI qualifying match was already known to everyone on the internet. Pei Qian did not reply. He browsed the popular comments on his phone and showed a surprised expression. Longyu Group is good. The intelligence collection is good, and the rhythm is also very clever. There are 2 main topics being hotly discussed on the internet. The first is that FV Club is a club established by Tenda with huge investment, aiming to build the strongest IOI team, and Boss Pei attaches great importance to this. The second is that Boss Pei personally attended the IOI qualifying match. Obviously, the IOI qualifying match is more popular than the GPL preseason. This is a very standard way to praise the killer. First, they used their internet trolls to create hype, saying that the FV Club was formed by Tenda and was a dream team that was determined to win the championship. The excessive flattery aroused the disgust of passers-by and at the same time attracted maximum attention. In this way, as long as the FV Club loses in the game, the Water Army can immediately change the direction and trample the FV Club into worthless. It is a classic fight between the left and the right, setting up a target and shooting at it, achieving a precise strike effect, and the targets of the strike are naturally the FV Club, President Pei, and Tenda Group. It is conceivable that once the FV Club loses, similar remarks will immediately spread all over the internet. Isn't Tenda very good at esports? The Galaxy battleship built at a huge cost is just like this? Beaten up? The facts prove that IOI is greater than GPL. President Pei, who is so powerful in the GOG competition, can't play well in IOI and can only be beaten. What does it matter if GPL is fancy? Didn't President Pei travel thousands of miles to Shanghai to watch his club being abused? As long as the water is muddied, Longyu Group will have a lot of room to make use of the issue. Of course, no matter how much they make use of the issue, it will not affect GOG's dominant position in China, but the popularity will definitely be sucked away by IOI. Zhao Shuming used President Pei to get a lot of traffic and build momentum for the upcoming IOI World Finals, which must have been a great achievement for the finger company. Pei Qian couldn't help but silently give a thumbs up in his heart. Well done, FV Club had won a series of games and qualified for the IOI World Championship. Pei Qian was originally in a heavy mood, but he was relieved to see that Longyu Group finally worked. In this way, as long as FV Club lost in the competition for the top seed, there would be a lot of negative articles on the internet. As for whether FV Club would lose, Pei Qian felt that this was a high probability event. SUG played a full BO5 because they were fully prepared, but FV Club was not so fully prepared. Instead, the opponent must have studied FV's playing style. What's more, the opponent had just won this BO5, and both morale and state were at a relatively peak state. It was a high probability event to defeat FV in one go. Pei Qian and Zhao Shuming were in the audience and the backstage of the studio respectively, patiently waiting for FV Club's failure. Amid the cheers and shouts of the audience, the game continued. In the first game, FV Club's playing style seemed to be figured out by the opponent, and the players did not get into the state, and their performance was a little abnormal. After a symbolic resistance, they were pushed flat. Zhao Shuming was overjoyed and asked the online trolls to intensify their efforts and launch a heavy attack on FV Club and Tenda. In the second game, FV Club changed a tactic that had never been used before and won unexpectedly. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, they still managed to tie the score without any danger. In the third game, FV Club made a small mistake that was seized by the opponent, and lost the game by one move, and the opponent got 2 match points. In the fourth game, FV Club fought for nearly 50 minutes, and finally won by stealing the home. After playing 4 games, the two sides came to the final game. Pei Qian looked at the watch. It was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. The audience in the venue had entered a state of despair. They all slumped in their chairs weakly, shaking the empty drink cups at hand from time to time, licking their cracked lips and putting them down helplessly. There was no way, they kept cheering, and their voices were almost hoarse. Some spectators couldn't stand it anymore and wanted to leave, but considering that it was already the 5th and final game, they still gritted their teeth and held on. Pei Qian couldn't help but want to leave, but then he thought, since he was here, he had watched 4 BO5 games, so he had to watch the final game, right? He still suppressed his restlessness and watched the 5th game patiently. Although the commentators have been replaced, the new commentators are already dry-mouthed and hoarse. Even so, they still try their best to boost the atmosphere. Okay, the final game will start soon. Please give applause and cheers to the team you support. I have to say that today's game is worth the money. All 3 BO5s are played to the full extent, so that everyone can enjoy it at once. Now many spectators may be a little overwhelmed, and for the players, reaching this stage is no longer just a contest of technology and tactics, but more of a contest of willpower. Indeed, we can see that many players look very bad and are seizing every opportunity to recover their energy. Here is a popular science for everyone. Players dare not eat too much during the game, because after eating, blood will be supplied to the stomach, causing insufficient blood supply to the brain and slow reaction. For professional players, a reaction often determines the victory or defeat of a game. So we can see that both players did not eat too much, but only ate some high-calorie foods such as chocolate and candy to replenish their physical energy. I feel very sorry for our players. Today they have been playing since morning and have been playing until night. Each team has played 9 games. Most people's physical strength and attention have reached their limits. I hope they can hold on to the final decisive game, risk a wonderful game for us, and leave no regrets for themselves. After hearing the commentary, Pei Qian was suddenly stunned. He realized that something seemed wrong. Take a closer look at the expressions of the players on the big screen. The players from the FV club are all ready to go. Although they can be seen to be very tired, they are still in good spirits and full of fighting spirit. Looking at the opponents, some of them were lying on the gaming chairs with their eyes closed, some were lying on the table with their heads down, and those who were still barely supporting themselves to look at the computer screen also had pale faces and tried to chew gum to refresh themselves. The physical fitness gap between the two sides was clearly revealed at this moment. Esports mainly relies on brain power, and physical fitness is generally not that affected. In a schedule like GPL, a team can only play a BO5 at most, and all the players can maintain a relatively good competitive state. However, the situation of this invitational tournament is special. It was turned into a round-robin battle by mistake, and the two sides played extremely stalemate, and finally became a BO10. The opponent's players naturally couldn't stand it. On the other hand, the players of the FV club had been working out every day in the GPL club before, and their physical fitness had greatly improved. Although they are still very tired now, they are in much better condition than their opponents. And this gap is likely to determine the outcome of this game. Pei Qian felt cold hands and feet instantly. It's bad. In Pei Qian's worry, the last game officially began. Both sides knew each other well, and they didn't dare to use big moves in the final round. They played it safe, and the final battle became a test of willpower. Both sides began to make mistakes, but it was obvious that FV Club was in better shape and more focused. After seizing several opportunities, the balance of victory gradually tilted towards FV Club, and the economic gap between the two sides widened. Let us congratulate FV for getting the number 1 seed qualification to the IOI World Finals. The commentary resounded throughout the venue, and all the FV players jumped up and hugged each other excitedly. Awesome! We didn't disappoint President Pei's expectations, we did it. We are here for the World Championship. The audience in the audience also applauded and cheered without hesitation, and the whole venue was filled with warm emotions. Although SUG still had a BO5 to play and the last spot had not been decided, at this moment, the players of the FV club were the absolute focus of the venue. Behind the studio, Zhao Shuming slumped in his chair, feeling a little hopeless. That's it? After a fierce battle to the end, FV club still won? Wouldn't all the warm-up and preparations made before have been wasted? Zhao Shuming's mind was blank. The director frowned and said, "It's bad, President Zhao, many audiences are leaving." Zhao Shuming looked up and saw that a large number of audiences were leaving the venue. Many viewers finally persevered to watch the BO5. Looking at the time, it was almost 9 o'clock. Although there was another BO5 to come, many people couldn't stand it anymore and left to go home. Originally, Zhao Shuming had a good plan when arranging the schedule. If there is a weak team, many fewer games can be played, so all the games can be finished at around 9 o'clock. Leaving the last BO5 to the last, the suspense can be left until the last moment, and a departure ceremony can be held directly after the game, which is perfect. However, FV messed up the game, and all the previous arrangements were messed up. Now the last BO5 has not started yet, and it is already very late. The audience can't stand it and want to leave. Will there be audiences left at the departure ceremony? Zhao Shuming looked at the ceiling blankly, feeling that the situation in this IOI qualifying match has been completely beyond his control. Chapter 783 New World Famous Paintings, Monthly Tickets Requested. The game is not over yet. SUG Club still has to compete with another unlucky club for the last IOI World Championship ticket, but for the audience, it is really unbearable. It is too bladder. We have played 3 BO5s in the whole day, and all of them are played to the full. Each game lasts about 35 minutes to 50 minutes. Even if it is a very exciting game, it is almost nauseating. What's more, the top seed has been decided. Although the next BO5 will determine the last World Championship spot, the excitement is definitely not comparable to the game for the top seed. It is late, and Shanghai is so big. Some audiences are afraid that they will not be able to catch the subway home, so many people leave early. Although I have bought the ticket, it would be a waste not to watch it, but considering that the 3 crazy BO5s today are completely worth the ticket price, I don't feel that I have lost money psychologically. In short, all kinds of factors are combined, the audience began to leave one after another, and a large number of seats on the scene appeared vacant. Pei Qian slumped in his seat, looking up at the sky, with mixed feelings. This whole day of competition was like a slow execution. I wanted to see FV Club lose 2 BO5s and go home happily, but I didn't expect FV Club to become more and more courageous, winning both BO5s and becoming the king of the bladder game. Every time Pei Qian felt that FV was about to fail, these players would persevere and find opportunities in adversity, and successfully turn the tables on their opponents. Pei Qian could only sigh. There was no other way. I couldn't rush onto the competition stage and hold the players' hands to let them go, right? I looked at the watch and it was just after 9 o'clock. So the question was, what should I do next? Other spectators left early because their accommodation was far from the venue and they needed to catch the subway to go home. But Pei Qian's hotel was near this mall, and it was only a 5-minute walk away. 9 o'clock was obviously too early for Pei Qian to go to bed, and there was nothing to do when he returned to the hotel. At this time, Pei Qian's cell phone rang. It was Wu Yu calling. Boss, Pei. Where are you? I plan to take the players to a nearby supper before coming back to attend the departure ceremony. You can come with me. Wu Yu's voice was filled with excitement and ecstasy. For him, it was absolutely unimaginable that the FV Club could achieve such a result a month ago. The FV Club used to be just a small and unknown club, without star players, no strong funds, let alone any fame even in IOI, an esports project that is not popular in China. FV Club is not ranked in the top. It can be said that it is purely for fun and has no way out. But after President Pei invested, everything changed. With star players, results, and attention, everything is getting better. The number 1 seed in the IOI World Championship this time has proved that FV Club is currently the strongest club in China, and it should soon gain a lot of attention and fans. Once it becomes famous in the World Championship, it will gain more fans. As long as this result can be maintained for a period of time, as the top club of IOI, FV will definitely receive more and more sponsorships and endorsements, and more fans, and everything will be fine. So Wu Yu was very happy and wanted to treat the players to a big meal. Since President Pei was on the scene, he must ask President Pei. Wu Yu was not sure whether President Pei would go with him. Maybe President Pei had other things to do, or he might not be able to invite this big Buddha, but it was still necessary to ask, which was the most basic courtesy. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. What? You want to have a meal after the game and then beat me up again? Pei Qian flatly refused. I still want to watch the next game, so I won't join in the fun. The protagonists on the stage today are the players, let them have a good meal and rest. Seeing that Mr. Pei was determined, Wu did not insist. Okay, Mr. Pei, call me anytime if you have anything. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian sighed silently. It was too early to go back to bed now. I'd better continue to watch 2 more games and go back to bed around 11 o'clock, which was just the right time. The game continued, and the remaining 2 teams competed for the final qualifying spot. Although the commentator was very professional and still used his hoarse voice to mobilize the atmosphere as much as possible, the audience still left silently one after another. Even Pei Qian was a little depressed and had no mood to pay attention to the situation of the game. There was no way. I watched too many games today, and I was almost numb. It was a great honor to stay and listen to the noise. Pei Qian yawned and took out his mobile phone to browse the web casually. After a while, I didn't pay attention, and there were several more messages, all from Zhang Yuan and others. Boss Pei, your operation is really brilliant. You used yourself as bait and caught a big fish. Longyu Group thought they were the fishermen, but they are actually the fish. Now all the popularity that Longyu Group has worked so hard to stir up has been earned by GPL and FE Club. Boss Pei easily reversed the public opinion situation. This layout ability is really powerful. Looking at these messages, a row of question marks appeared above Pei Qian's head. What does this mean? Didn't the public opinion on the internet criticize FE Club and GPL before? What? Did the wind change so quickly? He quickly opened Weibo and various game forums to check the discussions of players. I laughed. The IOI qualifiers are just like this? Which brain-dead person came up with this idiotic schedule? They played from morning till late at night and still haven't finished. They played a full BO10 in one day. Not to mention the players, the audience can't stand it. By the end, both sides had made frequent mistakes and their status had deteriorated too much. The game was no longer enjoyable. The organizer should take the blame. Are they planning to reincarnate in a hurry by setting up such a weird competition system? I have a friend who was at the scene. It is said that after the FE match, a large number of spectators left. They really couldn't stand it. Watching the whole day's game was more tiring than running a marathon. It's so funny. It's rare to drive away the audience. The organizer is really a genius. Where are those people who stepped on the FE Club before? Come out and take a walk? Saying things like this is the all-star team formed by President Pei. It will break if touched. President Pei just played GOG and was beaten up at IOI? Are you still jumping now? Didn't FE crush all your teams? It's so funny. So many old clubs were crushed by the team that President Pei had just formed less than a month ago? This wave is a dimensionality reduction attack. The facts prove that President Pei has this kind of power to turn decay into magic. He can just set up a club and play in the territory of IOI, and he can also bloody all the old clubs of IOI. Don't brag, these 5 players of FE are originally star players of IOI, and their hard power is already good. Should this credit be attributed to President Pei? What does this have to do with him? Think about it carefully. Are you sure this has nothing to do with President Pei? Think about it carefully. Who invested in the FE Club and poached the right 5 people from different teams, put together? FE's playing style is obviously different from other clubs, and it is more inclined to GOG's tactics and routines. Who arranged it? These 5 players have obviously strengthened their training and improved their physical fitness, so they can maintain a good state in BO10. Who advocates this concept? Pei also came to the scene to supervise the battle in his busy schedule and cheer for the players. Do you think FE's tenacity has nothing to do with this? Pei may not participate in the formulation of the team's tactics, but aren't these macro issues solved by Pei? Obviously, FE can complete today's BO10 miracle, and Pei's role cannot be replaced by anyone. I reluctantly agree with the rest, but it's a bit far-fetched to win the BO10 by strengthening physical training? This team has only been formed for a few days? Indeed, these people have been training for less than a month. But fitness is not just about growing muscles, it also means regular work and rest schedules, adequate rest, and balanced diet. As long as you keep it up for more than a week, you will definitely feel a significant improvement in your mental state. Although these players can't compare with muscular men like Huang Wang, they are definitely better than these other skinny internet addicts. Moreover, the schedule is also favorable to FE. FE played the first and third games today, the opponent played the second and third games. The opponent's advantage was that the second and third games were played in a row of BO5, so they were more excited at the beginning, so there was no suspense at all that FE lost the first game. But FE's advantage was that they had enough time to rest and adjust between the two games, which was also a key factor in their good condition in the protracted war. Thinking about it, it turns out that there is also a problem with the competition system. This is unfair. Yes, but it's not FE's fault. As I said, the organizer is rubbish. If the organizer hadn't arranged this idiotic schedule and didn't play BO10 in a row, it's hard to say what the result would be. So I said that although Longyu Group is a big company, it is not professional in organizing competitions, and it is far behind Tenda. Just look at the comparison between the IOI qualifiers and the GPL preseason. From the venue, competition details to the schedule, GOG is simply the best. This is the difference between professional and amateur. And to be honest, the games on IOI still feel too dragged out. A game lasts too long. A BO5 almost takes 5 hours to play, and the pace is too slow. If the world game is still like this, I don't think IOI will be very enjoyable to watch. Indeed, there is a big difference. After today, there are no IOI matches for the time being, so let's go watch GPL, it's much better than this. I wonder what Mr. Pei feels at the scene. Haha, some people say Mr. Pei went to the scene because the IOI match is better than GPL? What a joke. I think Mr. Pei's thoughts are mostly, how dare you hold a match like this? You can't even copy homework. Mr. Pei's going to the scene today is obviously a provocation. The club I invested in directly took away your number 1 seed quota, and you can't do anything about it. Are you angry? And I have to go to the scene to watch the FV club win the championship, and you can't do anything about it? Indeed, Mr. Pei may have been invincible on GOG, and he didn't feel threatened at all, and he lost his passion. That's why he used the FV club to fight IOI. He originally wanted to have some fun, but he didn't expect that the IOI team was so weak and broke at the first touch. If I were Mr. Pei, I would only feel lonely and boring now. I think Mr. Pei will never watch IOI games again in the future. It's too disappointing. I was watching the replay of the game, and suddenly found this close-up shot of Mr. Pei. It seems to have some deep meaning. You see, although Mr. Pei is wearing a mask and is very low-key, his posture is very relaxed, he looked like he was sure of winning. When the camera lens was turned to him, he was completely indifferent and calm. Did he have expected the result of today's game? So handsome, my mother loves Mr. Pei, who doesn't show his face. Go to watch the game held by a competitor company, sit in the first row, and watch the club he invested in win the championship with his own eyes, so domineering. I think Mr. Pei wore a mask because he wanted to be low-key and didn't intend to hit Longyu Group too hard. Unexpectedly, Longyu Group took the initiative to let the camera take its face to Mr. Pei. I laughed to death. Looking at these comments, Pei Qian fell into a stagnation. What are these stupid netizens talking about? There is only one sentence here that is right, that is, Mr. Pei now feels lonely like snow in life. The rest are all wrong. I really just want to see FV lose the game. I didn't think so much. However, it is useless to say anything now. The trend of public opinion on the internet has been formed. Zhao Xuming and Longyu Group took advantage of the topic after discovering that President Pei was present at the scene, and bought hot searches and hired water army to stir up the heat, waiting for FV to lose, so that all the heat can be directed to the IOI World Championship. But now, the script is completely different. FV fought BO10 and finally won the number 1 seat in the IOI World Championship, so the remarks that Zhao Xuming had prepared before to guide public opinion, discredit GPL, and create heat for the IOI World Championship were all broken. The heat that was accumulated with great difficulty was all concentrated on the FV Club and GPL. The winner of esports is the king. Whether it is a 3 o'clock crushing or a 3:2 difficult victory, the audience will only remember the winner and regard the runner-up as the biggest loser. FV Club didn't have many people paying attention to it originally. At most the fans of the old players were more concerned, but after Longyu Group spared no effort to popularize it, the audience knew that this was President Pei's club, and now it has achieved good results, so the attention has naturally soared. Pei Qian sighed softly, feeling a little disappointed. What a pity, there is no miracle. SUG Club lost this crucial game 0-3 and failed to get a place in the World Championship. To be honest, it's a pity. SUG showed a very good competitive level in the first BO5 today, and it was very promising. But maybe this is the so-called first effort, then decline, and then exhaustion. It can be clearly felt that they are not particularly well prepared for the second BO5, and their competitive state is not very good. I can only hope that they can continue to work hard in the next game. Under the stage, Ding Gan was so angry that his blood pressure rose and he almost fainted. Although he had already had a premonition of this, he didn't expect SUG to be swept 3 o'clock. The reason why it was like this was mainly because SUG prepared most of its energy for the first BO5, but after failing to win, the team's mentality was greatly affected. Many times in the knockout stage, you hold your breath, and you rush out when you get the breath. Once the breath is released, it will be a catastrophe and collapse instantly. Ding Gan subconsciously looked at the audience seats next to him. Most of the audience had already left, and there were not many people left. After all, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and if they didn't leave, there would be no subway. In the empty front row of the audience seats, President Pei's figure seemed so abrupt. Although Ding Gan was very angry, for some reason, he couldn't hate President Pei at all. In theory, it was President Pei who reorganized the FV Club and snatched a place in the World Championship, which led to the SUG Club's failure to qualify and made Ding Gan's investment in this team go to waste. But Ding Gan felt that it was not President Pei's fault, but Zhao Xuming's fault. If Zhao Xuming had come to the club earlier to discuss the IOI World Championship, would SUG have been disbanded? Zhao Xuming patted his chest and swore that SUG would definitely enter the World Championship, but what was the result? As soon as something went wrong, SUG was immediately thrown aside and ignored. Including this brain-dead competition system, how did they come up with it? SUG's game was won in the early morning and won in the late night. Is there such a schedule? If the 2 BO5s were played in 2 days, SUG would have more time to prepare, and maybe the results of the game would be different? Indeed, the failure of SUG Club to qualify was caused by President Pei. But Ding Gan knew very well that President Pei was not targeting SUG Club. President Pei reorganized the FV Club, and his primary goal was to slap IOI and Longyu Group in the face. SUG was accidentally AOE'd by President Pei. And SUG failed to qualify, and Zhao Xuming was the one who could not escape the blame. If Zhao Xuming hadn't been such a loser, and hadn't been beaten by President Pei without any chance to fight back, would SUG have suffered the same fate? Ding Gan became angrier and angrier as he thought about it. Zhao Xuming. If I continue to follow you, I'll be a dog. I'd rather play GDL in the future, never enter GPL in my life, and never touch IOI again. For some reason, the more Ding Gong looked at President Pei, the more desperate and disheartened he felt. He shouldn't have had anything to do with President Pei's competitors, it's bad luck. He was determined to follow President Pei, even if there had been unpleasantness before, and he didn't do well at all. It was better than being inexplicably dragged together now. Ding Gong's face was livid, and he didn't plan to look for Zhao Shuming anymore, and he walked away in anger. On the stage, the three qualified teams took the stage one after another and held a departure ceremony. But the audience in the front row had already left one after another. After all, it was too late, and there was nothing good about the departure ceremony. Pei Qian stood up and wanted to leave, but after walking 2 steps, he found that there were many people at the exit. If he left now, he would be squeezed in the crowd. After thinking about it, he sat down again in the middle seat, watching the departure ceremony, casually and waiting for everyone to leave before leaving. After all, the hotel was only a 5-minute walk away, and he was not in a hurry. At this moment, an audience member who was about to leave suddenly had an idea and took out his mobile phone to take a photo of the empty front row of the audience and Pei Qian's back. Click. In the photo, Pei Qian sat in the center of the first row of the audience, with the competition stage and the big screen in front of him, and his lonely back was particularly eye-catching. On the stage, the 15 players from the 3 teams lined up in a row. The 5 players from the FV club returned after having supper and stood in the middle and the front, echoing with President Pei in the audience. In fact, Pei Qian originally sat in the front row, near the side, because he didn't want to attract too much attention. But when he left the stage, he took 2 steps and sat down again, just sitting in the center. The enthusiastic audience who took the photo looked at the photo and was very satisfied with the composition, and posted it on the internet with satisfaction. Another new world-famous painting, The Last Audience. Chapter 784, Millions of heroes take off their military uniforms, monthly ticket request. December 12, Monday. Pei Qian slept in the hotel until 11 a.m., checked out, ate something casually, and then headed straight to the high-speed rail station to return to Jingzhou. Wu Yu and manager Lu wanted to host a banquet at noon, but Pei Qian refused. The 2-day weekend competition was a nightmare for Pei Qian. Now he just wanted to leave the magic city, return to Jingzhou, and stay at home wrapped in a small blanket to play games. On the high-speed train back to Jingzhou, Pei Qian adjusted his mentality and took out his mobile phone to check the comments of the stupid netizens on various forums about yesterday's competition. It was almost 12 o'clock last night after watching the game. Pei Qian went to bed directly after returning to the hotel, and has not checked the comments online until now. Opening the forum, Pei Qian saw the most popular post at a glance. It has been pushed up thousands of times, and is very popular. The title of the post is simple, World-Famous Paintings. Seeing this title, Pei Qian felt a little puzzled. Is this an old post that has been dug up again? So far, there are 3 so-called world-famous paintings, all of which are back pictures taken by stupid netizens. They are named Mr. Pei is slacking off in the internet cafe, Mr. Pei is slacking off while ordering takeout, and Mr. Pei is working respectively. The first photo was taken when Moyu Internet Cafe 3.0 just opened. The second photo was taken when the reporter was eating at Moyu Takeaway and was interviewing. The third photo was taken when the reporter was organizing the mind map at Moyu Internet Cafe near Handong University. But hasn't this topic been over for a long time? The incident of drawing a mind map at Moyu Internet Cafe did spark heated discussions on the internet, but netizens have the memory of fish and should have forgotten it long ago. Why are they discussing it again? Pei Qian glanced at the posting time. No, this seems to be a post posted last night? It has been pushed up thousands of times in just one night? Pei Qian had a vague feeling that something was wrong and quickly clicked in to check. At the top of the post was a photo of the departure ceremony for the IOI qualifiers last night. The upper half of the picture was normal, with the players standing in a neat line. The 5 members of the FV team stood in the middle, ready to represent IOI in the world competition, but the lower half of the picture was outrageous. There was only one spectator in the empty front row of the audience seats. Pei Qian took a closer look. Wasn't that him? When was this shot taken? Pei Qian was confused. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this shot should have been taken when the audience finally left. It happened that many people in the front row left, and Pei Qian was too lazy to squeeze in, so he just found a seat and sat down, so this composition was formed. In fact, the person who captured this composition was very cunning. What he captured was not the whole truth. The truth is that many people had just left the venue before the photo was taken. Among the front row audience, Pei Qian was indeed the last to leave. After all, he lived closest and was the least anxious. But it doesn't mean that all the audience left early, and only President Pei saw it to the end. Moreover, many of the audience in the back row were waiting in their seats like Pei Qian, and were not in a hurry to leave. But the photographer deliberately only took pictures of the first 3 or 4 rows, and did not take pictures of the audience in the back, so by mistake, it created a feeling of President Pei was the only one left in the empty venue. Look at the post text below the picture. The original author just posted this photo without much description, and there was no need to do too much description. Anyone can see that there are 15 players on the stage, and the back figure under the stage is President Pei. On the surface, it seems that there is not much to discuss, but it has to be said that the wisdom of netizens is infinite. The hot comments with the highest likes below were written by several netizens, and they actually made a masterpiece appreciation. World-famous painting, The Last Audience. This is the latest of Mr. Pei's world-famous paintings, and it is about to become the most famous one. Among many similar works, this painting is considered unprecedented, especially for its ingenious conception, excellent layout, realistic details, and rich connotations, which are fascinating. In the picture, the ecstasy of the FV club players, the foil of the other 2 clubs, and the empty audience seats present a perfect foil effect for the back figure in the center of the picture, and convey rich psychological content. It is a rare masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. Story introduction. The Last Audience tells the story of President Pei's trip to Shanghai in the winter of Xin Mao Year and the scene of a single-handed meeting. In the Jingxi month of Xin Mao Year, the International Chaebol Dayak and Longyu Group jointly organized the qualifying competition in Shanghai, hoping to use the world competition to strengthen their prestige and overwhelm Tenda. 80 sports clubs responded and gathered in Shanghai. For a while, the flags were flying and the weapons were gathered, and they seemed to be overshadowing Tenda. There are also a group of demons and small poisons, confusing people. Rumors are spreading. At this critical moment, the situation is urgent, and the generals of Tenda are in a panic. They ask for advice from General Pei. The enemy is powerful, what should we do? General Pei smiled indifferently. A mob, just a bunch of chickens and dogs, selling soul, what's the point? Within 3 days, the enemy will collapse without a fight. The generals heard this and were doubtful. It is suitable to travel on the day of Jihai in the Jingxi month. General Pei went to the Magic City alone and attended the meeting alone. All the generals of Tenda were shocked. How could the commander of the 3 armies take risks? However, General Pei had already secretly sent spies to lurk in the qualifying round. These 5 people are all elite soldiers in the army, and the 5 of them have the courage of 10,000 men. The enemy soldiers are powerful, but they don't know that the situation in the Magic City is already under the control of General Pei. The next day, the 5 warriors fought with the clubs in a round-the-clock battle from morning till dusk. The battle was fierce, with millions of corpses and blood flowing everywhere. General Pei supervised the battle on the front line, and the soldiers looked calm and composed. The 5 warriors became more and more courageous. While chatting and laughing, the masts and oars were reduced to ashes, After this battle, the reputation of the 5 warriors in the qualifying round spread far and wide, and the demons and villains fled at the sight of the wind, and the mob collapsed without fighting. General Pei went to the meeting alone and went deep into the enemy's nest. Since then, the Magic City Club has been heartbroken. When hearing General Pei's name, children dare not cry at night. Later generations have poems praising him. General Pei's wisdom is rare in the world, and he dares to fight against bullying when he goes to the meeting alone. A small boat travels thousands of miles, and millions of heroes take off their battle clothes. Appreciation of the painting. This painting adopts a symmetrical design, and can be roughly divided into 3 parts in terms of composition: the upper center, the upper sides, and the lower part. The upper center consists of 5 players from the FV Club. They have just won the qualifying championship after 10 rounds of fierce battles, and obtained the number 1 seed in the IOI World Championship. They are in high spirits and occupy the main position of the picture. The upper sides are the other 2 teams that have obtained the World Championship quota. They have the 2nd and 3rd seeds, and their expressions are more calm, which serves as a foil for the FV Club players in the center. The lower part is the empty audience seats and the back of Mr. Pei in the center of the front row. The empty auditorium creates a desolate and deserted atmosphere, which has 2 implications. On the one hand, Lonyu Group's match arrangement is unreasonable, the audience is dissatisfied with the match process, and everyone has left before the match officially ends. On the other hand, the pre-match momentum was huge, but the post-match chaos was a mess, and the mob was defeated by President Pei alone, and his halberd was lost. Although President Pei in the center only has a back view, his relaxed and confident sitting posture can roughly feel his mentality at the moment. On the one hand, he and the 5 people from the FV Club on the stage looked at each other from a distance, which shows that President Pei led by example and loved his soldiers like his own sons. On the other hand, the venue was empty, but President Pei still stayed until the end, saying it is clear that President Pei respects the competition, the stage, and his opponents. In addition, President Pei is calm and composed, which is enough to show that everything is under control. The 15 people in the picture have different personalities and identities, and their expressions are slightly different, giving people a slightly scattered feeling. But President Pei's back connects the expressions of these 15 people, echoing and connecting with each other, so that the emotions of the characters in this masterpiece are no longer isolated. On stage, off stage, front face, back, one bright, one dark, one moving, one still, forming a sharp contrast, with profound meaning and exquisite layout, it is worthy of being a masterpiece handed down from generation to generation. After reading the top comments in this post, Pei Qian fell into a sluggish state. What the hell is this? Who took the photo? Why did you take a photo of me when you have nothing to do? And the comments below are even more outrageous. What is this? How can it be a world-famous painting? They even wrote a piece of classical Chinese on a construction site. They even wrote a poem. The most outrageous thing is that there are people who can imagine the artistic value of this photo and the inner world of everyone in the photo. These stupid netizens are all crazy. Obviously, netizens' interpretation of Pei Qian's trip to Shanghai has gone completely astray. Pei Qian didn't think too much about it. He just didn't want to watch GPL. He wanted to watch FV lose the game in Shanghai to relax. He came alone and wore a mask. He was going to keep a low profile. Unexpectedly, the organizer recognized him somehow. He had to give him a close-up shot when he was playing well in the game, and he kept fanning the flames online. Now the whole world knows that President Pei was at the IOI qualifying match. Originally, it would be fine if FV Club lost, and the popularity would be earned by IOI. But he never expected that FV Club's bladder was so powerful. They fought 10 games and became more and more courageous. Every knife stabbed President Pei's heart. Pei Qian himself knows what's going on, but the spectators don't. From the perspective of the spectators, President Pei has always been in control, isn't that right? FV Club was invested and reorganized by President Pei, isn't that right? President Pei personally supervised the game and watched it until the end, isn't that right? Anyway, in the end, the popularity was all earned by FV Club and GPL League. On the one hand, everyone thinks that the IOI competition is not formal, and the formal competition should be GPL. On the other hand, when it comes to the strongest IOI team in China, most people's first reaction is FV team. Although this club has no brand value, it has star players, strength, achievements, and topics, and it is definitely the top traffic of IOI. Analyze the cause and then analyze the result. What role did President Pei play in it? Isn't it self-evident? It is said that this IOI qualifying competition and FV Club's championship were all carried by President Pei alone. Is there anything wrong with this? Who can refute it? Who dares to refute it? In this case, it is reasonable to add a little bit of embellishment to this story, increase its artistic and dramatic color, and analyze the internal reasons in depth, right? After all, most legendary stories are exaggerated. The more outrageous the exaggeration, the wider the spread, and the more the melon-eating crowd likes to listen. So, after a night of collective brainstorming, the literary masters on the internet exaggerated and embellished the story of President Pei went to Shanghai alone for a meeting into the current version, especially the poem "A small boat travels 1,000 miles, and 1,000,000 soldiers take off their uniforms," which makes the atmosphere even more impressive. This poem means that Tenda has 1,000,000 soldiers, and they were going to fight in the Magic City and fight against Longyu Group. As a result, President Pei came to the Magic City alone in a small boat, and the enemy army immediately collapsed. The 1,000,000 soldiers of Tenda didn't even have to go to the battle, and took off their uniforms. President Pei alone can be as good as 1,000,000 soldiers. President Pei is not only a master of strategy and wisdom, but also has a rare courage in the world. The whole story is getting more and more outrageous. Chapter 785 Meng Chang's performance. Jingzhou, downstairs of Yuan Meng Venture Capital. Meng Chang put away his phone, his face still had a calm expression, he was very cunning, and people couldn't see his true emotions. On the way here, Meng Chang had been eating melons. This weekend, President Pei went to Shanghai alone and defeated Longyu Group and IOI. The news has gone viral on the internet, which is undoubtedly a breakthrough. Although Meng Chang is not interested in the field of esports at all, he did not dare to neglect it because it was related to President Pei, so he paid close attention to it. The more he learned about it, the more amazing it was. Meng Chang carefully analyzed President Pei's operation in the IOI qualifying match and found that President Pei was really well prepared and did not make any mistakes at all. He was ahead of Longyu Group in every step. What's more amazing is that in President Pei's entire plan, many steps seem to have a great deal of luck. One coincidence can be said to be luck, so what about many coincidences? If this is all due to Mr. Pei, then Mr. Pei is very scary, which means that his ability to plan and strategize has exceeded the imagination of most people. If this is not due to Mr. Pei, but luck, then Mr. Pei is even more scary, because this shows that his luck is against the sky. Don't mess with a person who has planned everything, because he will use the difference in IQ to push you to the ground. Don't mess with a person who has a bad luck, because once you mess with him, bad things may happen to you. It is precisely because President Pei is so famous and has so many famous scenes, so many timid scammers stay away from him and dare not approach him at all. Who doesn't know that President Pei is unparalleled in wisdom and has a clear distinction between love and hate? There are so many precedents that even big companies like Diak Group and Longyu Group can't stand it, so how dare ordinary scoundrels touch President Pei's tiger whiskers? Meng Chang is in a similar state now, and he feels very guilty. He first took money from Yuan Meng Venture Capital, because the money from Yuan Meng Venture Capital was the easiest to get. But during this period of time, from holding press conferences, to dispatching finance, to President Pei's follow-up investments some time ago, Meng Chang felt more and more that things were not that simple. I always feel that although Mr. Pei seems to pay no attention to the cold-faced girl on the surface, he secretly sees everything clearly, and all the tricks have not escaped Mr. Pei's eyes. But the problem is that Meng Qiang has come to this point. If he had known that the situation would develop to the current point, then Meng Qiang might have chosen not to take Mr. Pei's money from the beginning, but now, the store of the cold-faced girl has opened, it has gained popularity, and its valuation is rising. Meng Qiang has also tried every means to contact major investors, and he is just one step away from the final goal. For Meng Qiang, it is impossible to give up at this time. Just like a gambler, the chips have been placed on the table, and the cards in his hand are not bad. At this time, it is absolutely impossible to give up without seeing the opponent's bottom cards. Since the inexplicable oolong incident last week, the situation of the cold-faced girl has changed again. Last week, Meng Qiang had invited some investors to inspect the store of the cold-faced girl, but he didn't know what the specific situation was. The back kitchen of this store suddenly had frequent problems, which left a very bad impression on the investors, and the investment that was originally a sure thing also fell through. Of course, these investors will not completely dislike the cold-faced girl just because of such a small matter as the back kitchen, but once the psychological expectations are discounted, the investment conditions given will naturally become more stringent. Meng Qiang completely does not accept these harsh conditions, so the two sides are in a stalemate again. On the surface, both sides are evenly matched, but in reality, all the pressure is on Meng Qiang. Investors have money in their hands, so it doesn't matter how long they want to wait and see, but Meng Qiang is burning money all the time. He has increased his spending efforts before, booking venues for speeches, and carrying out various marketing activities. The cold-faced girl is on the hot search every now and then, and her popularity is getting higher and higher, but all these are maintained by burning money. Once the money is burned, the cold-faced girl will be exposed. Moreover, Meng Qiang cannot slow down the pace of burning money, because once the heat drops, investors will be more suspicious of the true situation of the cold-faced girl. Therefore, Meng Qiang must continue to find money, otherwise the cold-faced girl's capital chain will become very dangerous. After thinking about it, he can only come to Mr. Pei. Meng Qiang can feel that the attitudes of most investors have been very loose. As long as Mr. Pei gives another sum of money and the cold-faced girl supports it for a while longer, she can definitely get more money from other investors, and this game can continue to be played. However, Mr. Pei has just given 6 million, less than half a month. Meng Qiang is a little worried that he will make Mr. Pei unhappy if he burns money too quickly. Therefore, after full preparation, Meng Qiang decided to come to Qingshan in person to persuade Mr. Pei in person. He has carefully prepared the PPT, and at the same time, he has worked hard to make the data of the two stores of the cold-faced girl profitable. For example, a longer depreciation period is adopted for each asset of the store, and the cost can be allocated later, or part of the marketing expenses are excluded from the cost through word games. In this way, from the PPT, the cold-faced girl is in a very healthy profit state and has a bright future. In addition to the current brand awareness, recognition, hot search index, and other data of the cold-faced girl, in short, it is impeccable in all aspects. And strictly speaking, Meng Qiang's is not considered to be false. He did use the correct numbers, but he modified and processed them when he was talking about the PPT, and coupled with his own words, it is easy to mislead. Of course, Meng Qiang did not think that he could deceive President Pei 100%. He was not so arrogant. But Meng Qiang thought that at least he could give it a try. He used real data, and President Pei knew more or less about the financial situation of the cold-faced girl. Meng Qiang himself never thought of taking kickbacks from the cold-faced girl, and he was only thinking about cashing out by hyping up the valuation. Even if President Pei was dissatisfied with this, at most he would stop investing. Could he still dismantle it on the spot? This possibility is very small. Therefore, Meng Chang came to Jingzhou after being fully prepared and decided to give it a try. When he arrived at Yuan Venture Capital, Meng Chang met He Dishing and they shook hands cordially. "Wait a moment, Mr. Pei has agreed to meet you, but he just came back from the Magic City not long ago and is on his way here," He Dishing said. Meng Chang nodded quickly. "Of course, Mr. Pei gave me this opportunity in his busy schedule. I will definitely perform well." He Dishing didn't say much, and asked someone to serve tea. The two chatted in the reception room while waiting for President Pei's arrival. About half an hour later, President Pei arrived. Meng Chang hurried forward and said attentively, "President Pei. Welcome back from the Magic City. The legendary deeds of a small boat traveling thousands of miles and 1,000,000 soldiers taking off their uniforms are really admirable." Although Meng Chang has been taking money from President Pei for several months, he has never had the opportunity to communicate with President Pei face to face. It can only be said that Meng Chang's level was too low before, and it was not worth it for President Pei to take time to meet. But now, with the valuation of the cold-faced girl getting higher and higher, her performance in the companies invested by Yuan Venture Capital can be said to be outstanding, and she has gradually won the favor and attention of President Pei. Therefore, when Meng Chang saw President Pei, he was not stingy with his praise. In his opinion, President Pei rushed to the Magic City alone this time and defeated Longyu Group without a single soldier. This should be something to be proud of. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Many people say they don't like flattery, but if the flattery is good, who would be unhappy? However, what Meng Chang didn't expect was that President Pei's expression suddenly collapsed. If he was still indifferent just now, he was obviously unhappy now. Meng Chang couldn't help but feel cold in his heart, thinking that it was not good. What's going on? Did I say something wrong? Can't you? Meng Chang felt extremely puzzled. It was just an ordinary compliment, but President Pei didn't like it? Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. The more he looked at Meng Chang, the more he disliked him. "I just came back from the Magic City, and I'm still angry, and you're rubbing salt into my wounds." But Pei Qian was a magnanimous person after all, and he didn't say much. He just went into the reception room with Meng Chang and He Dishing. When Pei Qian was still on the high-speed train, He Dishing had already called to report that Meng Chang had arrived in Jingzhou and hoped to report the current situation of the cold-faced girl in person. Pei Qian didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. After all, he had been paying attention to the cold-faced girl before, and was very worried that the cold-faced girl would suddenly start to make a profit one day, making him rich and ready to run away at any time. Meng Chang knew nothing about this, and thought that President Pei agreed so straightforwardly, and he must be particularly optimistic about the cold-faced girl, and his confidence increased. He Dishing played the PPT on the projector. Meng Chang simply built up his emotions and started his performance. "Boss Pei, I came to Jingzhou this time mainly to report a good news to you. The cold noodle girl store has turned losses into profits. Although it cannot be asserted that this business model will be successful, it definitely means that the cold noodle girl brand has taken a solid step on the road to success." Pei Qian was about to take a sip of tea to moisten his throat, but the cup stopped at his lips. "It has turned losses into profits? So fast?" Pei Qian's voice was 7 parts surprised and 3 parts terrified. Seeing Boss Pei's reaction, Meng Chang couldn't help but feel happy. Boss Pei's reaction was very big, which meant there was hope. He hurriedly continued, "Yes, Boss Pei, you can see the current situation of the cold noodle girl very intuitively from this chart. Our current financial situation is very healthy. As long as we continue to expand our investment, we will definitely get rich returns." Meng Chang was very well prepared and made the data into various bar charts and pie charts, which were intuitive and clear at a glance. Pei Qian looked at He Dishing doubtfully and asked, "Are these data all accurate?" He Dishing hesitated for a moment and nodded. Although Meng Chang's forced profit operations were a bit tricky, most companies would do similar operations to make their financial reports look good, so it was not considered fraud. Boss Pei asked whether these data were accurate, but didn't ask anything else. Of course, Qingshan answered truthfully that the data were indeed accurate. Seeing Boss Pei's reaction, Meng Chang was instantly full of energy and prepared to perform superbly. It seems that as long as I perform well today, I will definitely win the favor of President Pei, and it will not be a problem to get another few million investment. However, just as Meng Chang was about to continue speaking, he saw President Pei raised his hand to stop him. Okay, you don't have to talk anymore. Pei Qian turned his head and looked at Qingshan. Sell all the shares of the cold-faced girl in our hands. Chapter 786. Hurry up and sell it. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. When Mr. Pei said this, Qingshan and Meng Chang were both stunned. Meng Chang was ready to continue speaking with high spirits, but Mr. Pei's words were like a bucket of cold water poured on his head, which made him feel cold. Meng Chang's expression changed from shock to confusion, and then to bewilderment. His usual calm demeanor disappeared without a trace, and even his speech was a little stuck. Mr. Pei, why do you say that? Are you kidding? If there is anything that the cold-faced girl did not do well, you can point it out. Meng Chang panicked instantly. For him, it is very important to get money from Mr. Pei today, but if he can't get the money, there will be no serious loss. After all, the funds on hand are enough to support for a while. In this case, it is always right to try your luck. However, Meng Chang never expected that Mr. Pei would withdraw. This news was like a bolt from the blue for Meng Chang. Because what Meng Chang needs most right now is not money, but the confidence of investors. Whether it is getting investment from Mr. Pei, or spending money on speeches and hype, it is all to boost the confidence of investors. Only if investors have confidence in the cold-faced girl and continue to invest money, the company's valuation can continue to rise, the game can be played, and finally cash out and leave to achieve financial freedom. But on the other hand, once investors' confidence collapses and no one is optimistic about the cold-faced girl brand, then Meng Chang's current rate of burning money will not be able to sustain it for long. With President Pei's withdrawal, the news cannot be concealed, and it is very likely to cause the complete collapse of the cold-faced girl. Therefore, even Meng Chang, who has always been calm and can handle all kinds of big scenes with ease, can't help but panic. Pei Qian smiled very politely. There is nothing wrong with the cold-faced girl brand. I did this simply because of some internal reasons of Tenda, and it has nothing to do with you. Meng Chang's mouth twitched slightly, feeling that his IQ was insulted. God, it doesn't matter. Do you think I'm a fool? When we came, we were still talking well, but in the middle of my PPT presentation, you suddenly said you wanted to leave, and then said it had nothing to do with me? You are kidding. President Pei is definitely doing this on purpose. But Meng Chang had no other options. He couldn't just point his finger at President Pei and scold him, right? Pei Qian took a sip of tea. Given the current situation of the cold-faced girl, there should be many investors scrambling to invest in her. If Tenda sells its shares, there will definitely be people who will buy them, and the valuation of the cold-faced girl will not be affected. Moreover, since it's already profitable, there's nothing to worry about, right? Meng Chang opened his mouth and was speechless for a moment. What Mr. Pei said made sense, and he was speechless for a moment. Indeed, if we look at it from Meng Chang's perspective, Tenda's exit will not affect Lin Mian girl, because there are many people waiting to take over. But the question is, why does Tenda want to exit? Wouldn't it be nice to continue holding the shares and wait for appreciation? Or has Mr. Pei seen through my plan and is deliberately acting to tease me? Is this irony or humiliation? Meng Chang froze for a moment. With his intelligence and cunningness, he couldn't figure out what Mr. Pei was really thinking at this time, and he became a little at a loss. Qingshan, who was sitting on the side, didn't speak, but paid close attention to Mr. Pei's subtle changes in his expression. In his opinion, although the data on Meng Chang's PPT did have some tricks, and it was obvious that he played a little digital game in finance, this was a common phenomenon, and the flaws did not cover the merits. Lingmian Girl is still a company worth investing in. Mr. Pei did not consider selling some shares to cash out and retaining some shares, but directly exited the market and completely cut off ties with the cold-faced girl. Could it be that Mr. Pei is still firmly implementing the previous investment strategy? Even for a brand like the cold-faced girl, but strictly speaking, the so-called turnaround of the cold-faced girl is actually very exaggerated. It is a turnaround on the PPT after spreading a large amount of costs to the future and deducting part of the marketing expenses. It is not really making money. Dishing felt that as a subordinate, it was necessary to remind him. He leaned close to Mr. Pei's ear and whispered, "Mr. Pei, the cold-faced girl has not yet really made a profit, but there is a trend of profit. Should we strictly follow the investment rules set before and withdraw when the cold-faced girl really makes a profit, or withdraw now?" Pei Qian couldn't help but frowned and hesitated again. If he withdraws his investment, he is afraid of killing a loyal minister in vain. If he doesn't withdraw, he is afraid that the valuation will get higher and higher in the future. The later he withdraws, the more he earns, which will be troublesome at that time. After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian decided to give the last chance to Meng Chang himself. He looked at Meng Chang. "Don't talk about the fancy things on the PPT, just tell the truth. What is the probability that the cold-faced girl will make me money, and how much? Is there a possibility of loss? How much can I lose at most? Tell the truth and give an accurate number." Meng Chang saw Dishing whispering a few words to President Pei. Although he didn't know what he said specifically, judging from President Pei's attitude, the matter seemed to have taken a turn for the better. Meng Chang instantly felt like he had grabbed a life-saving straw and was overjoyed. In his opinion, President Pei was obviously trying to warn him first to make him show his determination. Meng Chang couldn't help but feel a little regretful, because he felt that he had just shown his weakness. When President Pei said he wanted to withdraw, his reaction was a little too radical, which actually showed that the cold-faced girl really relied on Tengda's financial support. And President Pei's subsequent questions were like accurately grasping the life of the cold-faced girl, questioning how much benefit Meng Chang could bring to Tenda Group. At this time, Meng Chang no longer had many choices. He must stand firmly on the side of President Pei and promise him a bright future in exchange for President Pei's continued support. Thinking of this, Meng Chang immediately became very serious and solemn, and decisively guaranteed, "Don't worry, Mr. Pei, Lingmian Girl will definitely make you money. It's just a matter of how much you make. I promise you that I can help you achieve at least one of the two ways to make money. The first is that Lingmian Girl continues to make profits, and you, as a major shareholder of Lingmian Girl, hold shares for a long time to receive dividends, and get long-term benefits until it goes public. The second is that after more capital enters, you can leave at any time when you want to. The longer you hold and the higher the valuation, the more you will earn. As for losses, I promise you that this will never happen. So far, every step of the development of the cold-faced girl is in my plan. As long as you develop step by step, your investment will definitely get a rich return without any risk of loss. So, I hope you can stick to it for at least 3 more months, no, 1 month, and you will definitely see a return. Of course, if you can invest more money, it will be even better." Pei Qian fell into a minute-long silence. Then, he picked up the teacup. "See you out." Meng Chang was shocked. "Hey? President Pei?" He looked at President Pei, then at Dishing, his mind blank. What's going on? Didn't things just take a turn for the better? Why did President Pei's face fall all of a sudden? What did I say wrong? Dishing has already stood up, please. Meng Chang didn't give up. and wanted to say something else to try to make President Pei change his mind, but seeing President Pei's resolute attitude, he hesitated again, and gave up. Because he knew that if he cared too much, he would be confused. Now if he lost his composure because of anxiety, it would be easy to reveal flaws in front of President Pei, and President Pei would only withdraw more resolutely. Let's withdraw first and wait for President Pei to calm down. Maybe after 2 days, things will turn around. This is the only solution. Thinking of this, Meng Chang could only nod reluctantly. Okay, President Pei, you take your time to think about it. He Dishing sent Meng Chang away and then returned to the reception room. Boss, Pei, are you sure you want to sell all the shares of Cold-Faced Girl? Don't you want to consider it again? He Dishing asked. Pei Qian was determined. Sell. Sell now. If we sell it now, will we make a lot of money again? Pei Qian had already prepared for the worst. He Dishing shook his head. Boss Pei, it's hard to say. Cold-Faced Girl is not listed yet, and the valuation is very false. The specific value of these shares depends on the negotiation between the two parties and how much the buyer is willing to pay for it. But don't worry, Boss Pei, I will do my best to negotiate and strive for the highest price. Besides, Meng Chang will not let you sell your shares at a low price. After all, this will affect the valuation of Cold-Faced Girl and the confidence of other investors. He will definitely work hard to facilitate a high-value transaction. If we two go to talk together, it should be a sure thing, but it is difficult to guarantee a specific number. Pei Qian's mouth twitched slightly. Try to sell at a high price? How can that be possible? Pei Qian invested a total of 8 million yuan in the Cold-Faced Girl. If he could only make 20 or 30 million yuan, wouldn't he vomit blood on the spot? It must be sold at a low price, preferably lower than 8 million. Pei Qian thought about it and said, Can you sell it a little lower? He Dishing was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by selling it a little lower? Does President Pei think the price is too high? But he quickly reacted, Oh, Mr. Pei, you mean, don't negotiate repeatedly to sell at a high price, but sell as soon as possible? In order to sell as soon as possible, it doesn't matter if it's a little lower? Pei Qian, about the same. I can't tell He Dishing to sell at a low price, so I can only hint at it. However, there is nothing wrong with He Dishing's understanding, and the result should be the same. He Dishing nodded, I understand, Mr. Pei, I will definitely handle this matter properly. December 14th, Wednesday. The shooting site of Mission and Choice. Cut. Okay, this one is good, we will keep another one later, and we can finish work today. Not bad, your condition has been getting better and better recently, and the progress of shooting is faster than expected. As expected, I know that we have found the right person for the leading role. Zhu Xiaozi did not hesitate to praise Lu Zhiyao. Lu Zhiyao smiled a little embarrassedly, Hey, this is all thanks to Mr. Pei's good guidance and the good script. I am just the icing on the cake. Zhu Xiaozi patted his shoulder, Why are you still being modest? Here, this is the script for the next stage. Take some time to read it and feel it. Lu Zhiyao reached out to take it. According to director Zhu Xiaozi's plan, the film Mission and Choice must be completed and officially wrapped up around March, because there is still a lot of time to do post-production and special effects. Almost all the scenes of Mission and Choice have special effects, which are very time-consuming to make. Enough time must be reserved to ensure that it can be released in June as originally planned. The pressure on shooting is also quite great. The current shooting progress does not completely follow the script. Many scenes of the previous plot have not been fully shot and have not been fully filmed to the most satisfactory state, but Zhu Xiaozi believes that Lu Zhiyao's acting skills and state have been adjusted almost. Basically, he can perfectly control the role of Qin Yi in the previous stage. He can almost be given the script for the next stage, so that he can figure out the next stage of Qini in advance. The shooting progress is relatively smooth, and this is thanks to President Pei. On the one hand, President Pei gave Liu Xiao confidence and stimulated his potential, allowing him to figure out the role and hone his acting skills by himself, and his acting skills have improved without guidance. On the other hand, the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine arranged by President Pei also allows Liu Xiao to play with AEIS whenever he has time, so that he can immerse himself in the role. Now, Liu Xiao is about to accept a new challenge. Liu Xiao can't wait to open the script and check the plot later. In the previous plot, Qini has understood the necessity of the previous commander and AEIS's command, and Liu Xiao is somewhat impatient to welcome the arrival of the final battle between humans and Zerg. Qini commanded battle after battle in an expressionless and orderly manner. Around him, countless starships were destroyed, and countless humans and Zerg were blown to pieces, leaving no trace. He was like a perfect war machine, issuing one command after another and commanding one battle after another. The death of soldiers seemed to have hardly caused any emotional waves in him. If the death of one person is a tragedy, then the death of too many people is just a number. During this long shot, AEIS had an emotionless aside, which seemed to be spoken to Qini, the audience in front of the camera, and the players in the game. Command is the most critical part of war. It brings together countless soldiers to form a powerful force. Command can be divided into two aspects: information processing and action decision-making. In war, information processing is particularly important, because wrong information means wrong decision-making. The warring parties will receive a huge amount of information at all times. How to process this information and judge its authenticity and urgency often determines whether the final decision is correct. Information can be regarded as a transmission chain. Whether a piece of information is uploaded or sent, it needs to go through various levels and channels like a chain. The transmission chain determines the efficiency of information utilization. In any case, the information transmitted is selective, otherwise both the commander and the subordinates will be overwhelmed by the massive amount of information and become overwhelmed. This selectivity is the most basic logical setting, so deception has always existed with war. In ancient China, there is a story of looking at plums to quench thirst. In modern wars, the Japanese army deliberately concealed the truth of the war after the Battle of Midway. The truth of the Battle of Midway was neither told to the public nor to senior officials. Instead, it was announced that the war was a battle that determined the overall situation, and the deceived citizens even celebrated with lights and decorations. Victory. In more cases, deception is not telling the wrong truth, but deliberately concealing some information. In order to ensure that soldiers obey orders, very few superiors will directly order soldiers, "You go and sacrifice your life." That will not only not give soldiers any sense of honor, but will also cause a fatal blow to morale. In war command, commanders often only issue a clear task, such as holding a position for 2 hours and then retreating. But the commander will never say, "This action has a high probability of annihilating the entire unit." So, deception is not a hypocritical trick. More often, it is just the most efficient processing of the information transmission chain, in order to expand the results of the war, reduce losses, and achieve greater victory. Accompanied by AEIS's narration, Qini began to command one battle after another. Because of the existence of simulation elements, these battles are mixed with real battles and virtual battles. If Qini fails in a battle or is dissatisfied with the results, he can ask AEIS to review and simulate the battle, which will restore the original deployment of the two sides, but a series of random events will still occur during the war due to the calculation of the system, making each review different. In this case, Qini can judge that this is a battle simulated by AEIS, not a real battle, because in reality, these people have died because of the failure of the initial battle. And those battles that Qini encountered for the first time were also mixed with real and fake. According to AEIS, sometimes he was commanding real troops, and sometimes he was commanding virtual battles. But regardless of whether these battles are real or fake, Qini will command with 120% concentration, because in the mixture of real and fake, he has become accustomed to treating every unit on the screen as a living person. It is precisely because of this mentality that Qini began to rely more and more on the various data provided by AEIS, because Qini found that in most cases, data is more reliable than people. If a soldier's morale has dropped to the freezing point, then commanding him to perform important tasks will result in obvious results. In this long process, Qini began to gradually become numb. In addition to the necessary sleep every day, Qini was constantly conducting one battle after another and performing mechanical operations. If successful, he would continue to the next battle. If he failed, he would review the game countless times until he won. Infinitely looping and repeating day after day. There was no day or night in the command cabin, only AEIS accurately calculated the time, allowing Qini to sleep or wake up. Qini did not remember how many sleeps he had gone through or how many days had passed, because the decisive battle could come at any time, and he had to seize every moment to prepare. Finally one day, Qini was awakened by AEIS in his sleep. On the holographic images around him, Qini saw the overwhelming swarm of insects densely entering and exiting the reorganized nest, and the human bases on the planet and the starships floating in the starry sky were already on full alert. The current situation is self-evident, and a new round of large-scale battles is about to begin. This battle may last for a long time, or it may collapse and end quickly due to a trivial mistake. Qini walked towards the control console, and when this day really came, he felt unprecedented calm. Chapter 787 Deduction Doomed to Fail. Losing money to become the richest man started from the game. After this period of training, Qini has become adept at commanding. He skillfully used the console to send instructions to each unit, communicated with AEIS about the current battlefield information, and based on the data provided by AEIS and previous command habits, let the human forces on the entire battlefield act according to their own plans. In the deep space, the human fleet and the swarm of insects collided densely like fallen leaves in a storm. The surface of the planet was swept over and over again by the heavy weapons of the spacecraft, but the Zerg would drill out from the ground again every time. The main force of mankind and the special forces on the mission launched attacks on the Zerg mother nest from different directions, trying to search for the location of the Zerg queen. Suddenly, a red warning began to flash throughout the space, and the voice of AEIS seemed to become serious. Commander, a large number of Zerg swarms are moving towards the command ship. Qini quickly dragged the view on the console and soon saw the swarm of insects in the dark starry sky. This scene felt a bit familiar. Qini once made the same choice as the previous commander in a simulated battle, and now the same situation is repeating itself. The war mode between humans and Zerg is highly similar. Humans need to rely on Ensemble communications and AEIS to allow the highest commander's orders to reach each unit as quickly as possible, completing the fastest and most efficient command, while Zerg have hive consciousness, and the Zerg Queen can directly command any Zerg through telepathy, which is similar to Ensemble communications. The battlefield is too large, with too much information and changing rapidly, so the traditional human command method is no longer suitable for the war with the Zerg. The command method of command by a single commander, splitting the orders by artificial intelligence and directly transmitting them to the grassroots of the troops, and Ensemble real-time communication has become inevitable. In this case, for both Zerg and humans, beheading each other's commanders is an inevitable and best choice. The success of the Zerg beheading the human commander means that before humans can train a new commander, all commands will be taken over by AEIS, and there will be no possibility of winning by surprise or developing better tactics, and if humans succeed in beheading the Zerg Queen, they can get a breathing space for a while and destroy a large number of Zerg troops on a large scale. So, for Qin, he knows what choice he should make now. Quickly rotate the field of vision and issue orders to each unit. The frontal troops accelerated their offensive and rushed to the top of the new hive. The fleet on the back of the planet held back the remaining swarm. After consuming most of their weapons, the frigate rushed into the swarm and self-destructed to delay time. In the numerous information like snowflakes, Qin saw many requests for reinforcement from other teams. He didn't know these people, and he had never even heard of the numbers of these troops. He could only see that in the dark starry sky, on the surface of the planet and the hive, countless troops were flashing and sending out requests for reinforcements, reporting the situation on the battlefield, just like the stars in the sky were flashing. This battle was different from the previous simulation scene, but it gave people a sense of déjà vu. Qin didn't know whether this action would succeed. He just made the most correct choice according to the previous training. Will my soul find peace in this starry sky after I die? No one answered, only the cold voice of AEIS sounded, attention. The command ship is under serious threat. Once the command ship is destroyed, all troops will be taken over by AEIS. Commander, please make corresponding arrangements. This time, without AEIS's reminder, Qin had already made corresponding arrangements. He zoomed in and watched the frigates crash into the densest areas of the sea of insects one after another, and watched the brilliant fireworks light up and go out in the dark night sky, knowing that he would soon become the brightest of those fireworks. AEIS, will I be the last commander? To Qin's surprise, AEIS did not answer. After the few remaining frigates approached the command ship, Qin pressed the last detonation button and closed his eyes with relief. Strangely, he did not feel much at this moment, even if it was the last moment of his life. It seemed that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He had no idea what would happen next. Maybe this decapitation operation would be more successful than the last time, the Zerg's living force would be hit hard, and humans would win the victory in a crushing manner. Maybe this decapitation operation would just be the same as the last time, giving humans a brief respite, and another soldier would become the new commander to take over Qin's command and continue this cycle. Maybe the war would eventually fail, and humans would perish. But Qin would not know these. He could only try his best and bet on his life to strive for the greatest possibility of victory. A strong light flashed, and the space where Qin was instantly turned snow-white, and then there was endless darkness. Qin had closed his eyes and waited for death, but after 2 seconds of being cold, he suddenly realized that he was still alive. In the darkness, he felt that his consciousness was still there. Suddenly, the surrounding light came on again, and the Zerg swarms and human fleets disappeared, returning to the quiet starry sky before the war. AEIS's voice sounded, "Unfortunately, Commander, the final trial mission failed. From an optimistic point of view, everything that happened before was fake, and no one died. From a pessimistic point of view, after deduction, the chance of winning the final battle between humans and Zerg is 0. Even in the best case, it is only that the commander and the Zerg queen will perish together, and continue to select a new commander to prepare for the next decisive battle. But the next battle will only become more and more difficult, because of the existence of the hive consciousness. The wisdom of the Zerg queen will continue to improve, and the Zerg's ability to replenish troops is also higher than that of humans. If we can't achieve a decisive result this time, humans may be completely destroyed in the long tug-of-war with the Zerg." Qin's eyes were blank, and he didn't know how to react for a while. He had originally prepared to die generously. For him, he had done his best and made the most correct choice according to the battlefield data provided by AEIS. No matter what the outcome of this incident was, since he was already dead, he no longer needed to bear the responsibility. He could finally get rid of this heavy mission, but now, AEIS actually told him that all this was fake, you didn't die, and this war didn't really happen. This means that Qini is still the commander and still has to bear the responsibility for the failure of this war. Qini was silent for a moment and said, "What will the scene be like after this war?" The war images around him reappeared, which was the war scene after Qini's death. The plan he left behind before his death did not work. The frontal troops failed to reach the designated location in the face of the huge sea of insects. The fleet delayed the swarm of insects, but the squads that carried out the decapitation operation were all annihilated in the depths of the new insect nest, and no one survived. In the end, the remaining fleet of mankind had to evacuate in a hurry and return to the endless starry sky, while the human base and human army on the planet were annihilated. The Zerg will use this planet as its base camp to launch a general attack on humans. After the failure of this battle, the hope of human victory over the Zerg will be completely annihilated, which is why AEIS said that after deducing the final battle between humans and Zerg, the winning rate is 0. Qini closed his eyes and took a deep breath. After a long time, he said, "Start over." The surrounding images began to rapidly recede, and the battles that had taken place were replayed in reverse in front of Qini. He began to re-examine every decision he made, and the surrounding scenes kept zooming in, pausing, rewinding, and slowing down. But no matter how hard he racked his brains to analyze and change his strategy, he could not change the fact that the final battle was a complete failure. Qini was about to collapse. His dark circles were getting heavier and his spirit was getting worse. He relied on his faith to hold on, but no matter what tactics he adopted, the final result was doomed to failure. For him, the most terrifying thing was not death, but the fate of all mankind on his shoulders, and this fate was extinction. He didn't know when this day would come, nor did he know whether what he insisted on was meaningful. This feeling was like being tortured in a way that he could never see the future. Even a warrior like Qini, who was used to seeing life and death, could not bear this huge pressure and despair. Lu Jiao finished reading the next part of the script and felt under great pressure again. The previous part of the script was already full of twists and turns, and Qini's emotions had several obvious fluctuations. In order to perform this emotional difference, Lu Jiao was figuring it out every day, and finally he had figured it out. Lu Jiao originally thought that the next plot would most likely be the final battle, where Qini sacrificed himself and defeated the Zerg, and then there would be a few sentimental scenes to commemorate the fallen soldiers, and then the movie would end perfectly. Unexpectedly, all the previous efforts were in vain. The winning rate of the result deduced by AEIS was 0. No matter how much Qini tried, no matter how smoothly the previous battles were fought, according to the current style of play, there was only one result: failure, in the final battle. In this plot, Qini's emotions also changed a lot, and they were different from the previous emotions. When he knew that the final battle was coming, Qini's reaction was very calm, because he had made sufficient psychological preparations, but after knowing that he was not dead and this was just the real-time calculation of the intelligence system, Qini did not have too much relief after surviving the disaster, but felt a little lost, because he thought his mission had been completed. But now he found that all this had not yet begun. After continuous review and continuous attempts, Qini found that no matter how he tried, he could not win. He had to bear the fate of the impending extinction of mankind alone. Even a warrior with a very strong psychological quality like Qini was suppressed to the brink of collapse. Lu Jiao felt that Qini's emotional changes this time still tested his acting skills very much. I am afraid that he will have to fight the fully automatic bar lifter for 300 rounds after returning. Chapter 788, Mr. Li's Investment Method. December 15, Thursday. Jingzhou, Fuhui Capital. Shuizhibin came to the door of the reception room, knocked gently, and entered. "Mr. Li, what's the urgent matter?" Shuizhibin sat down on the sofa, still a little confused. The weather was good today, and Shuizhibin was driving his convertible sports car around the suburbs, but Li Shi called him over with a phone call, and it seemed that there was something urgent. Shuizhibin didn't ask much, and drove directly to the downstairs of Fuhui Capital. Lisher poured a cup of tea for Xue Zhibin. The money that was going to be invested in the cold-faced girl before, wait and see, don't invest yet. Xue Zhibin was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Mr. Li, haven't you been researching for a long time? Is there any change again? Xue Zhibin has been learning investment from Lisher. Recently, the cold-faced girl is the key project they are paying attention to. Xue Zhibin and Lisher had previously made a special trip to the capital to visit the cold noodle girl's store, where they tried various dishes and looked at the store's conditions. Afterwards, Meng Chang began to spend more money, opening new stores and giving speeches. With the crazy increase in exposure, the cold noodle girl's popularity became higher and higher. 2 days ago, after repeated consideration, Lisher finally decided to invest in Lingmian Girl. On the one hand, Lingmian Girl did a good job, whether it was popularity or media reviews. The store was also well organized, and it seemed to be a high-quality investment project with no shortcomings. On the other hand, Lisher guessed that Meng Chang must have gotten money from an investor to speed up the burning of money, but given Meng Chang's character, he did not publicize it, which means that the source of funds is likely to be from President Pei. President Pei invested twice, and Tenda also sent financial personnel to Lingmian Girl, which greatly increased the reliability of Lingmian Girl in Lisher's eyes. Therefore, Lisher decided to invest a little money after investigation. Although the current timing is not too early to enter the market, it is not too late either, and it should be no problem to make a small profit. Lisher is a non-greedy investor. He pursues a small profit for each project, which is also a very considerable number over time. Xue Zhibin also planned to follow Lisher and invest 2 or 3 million symbolically. It didn't matter how much he earned. As long as he didn't lose everything, it would be a good investment experience. Lisher took a sip of tea and said to Xue Zhibin, the situation has changed. According to the latest information, President Pei is selling off the shares of the cold-faced girl, and he is selling off a large amount, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, the price offered by President Pei is significantly lower than the current valuation of the cold-faced girl, and he is selling at a low price. This does prove that President Pei has invested in the cold-faced girl and still holds a lot of shares, but now President Pei is selling off his shares. This is a very dangerous signal. We definitely can't go against President Pei. Xue Zhibin was a little surprised. I don't understand what President Pei is doing. From investment to withdrawal, this action is too fast, isn't it? Isn't it said that investment should not be short-term, but long-term? Lisher he smiled. Don't look at the short-term when investing, look at the long-term, that's for ordinary people. Because ordinary people have limited information and can't predict the short-term, so looking at the short-term is just taking a chance. But, is Mr. Pei an ordinary person? Mr. Pei can definitely see information that we can't see, and understand some of the inside story of the cold-faced girl. Whether it's investing or leaving, it must be a decision made after mastering enough information. At least this time, Mr. Pei's sale of the shares of the cold-faced girl conveyed a very clear message to us. That is, the shares of the cold-faced girl are not suitable for long-term holding, and even within a period of time, problems will be exposed. Otherwise, why would Mr. Pei be so anxious to sell? Xue Zhibin nodded. Well, that makes sense. How is the sales going now? Lisher took a sip of tea and said slowly, the transaction should have been completed in a short time, but the situation is more complicated and investors have different reactions. If it is someone who believes in Mr. Pei's investment myth like us, they will definitely not buy these shares as a buyer, but choose to wait and see for a while. But the cold-faced girl's store is in the imperial capital, and Meng Chang himself has been active in the imperial capital. There are many investors in the imperial capital who don't believe in Mr. Pei like we do. They think that Lingmian Girl is a good investment project, and they just took this opportunity to buy it at a low price. Of course, there are many people who have doubts about Lingmian Girl and decide to wait and see. This is also Meng Chang's own fault. When the Lingmian Girl brand was first established, he had been promoting that this was a project invested by President Pei of Tenda, because the success rate of projects invested by President Pei was extremely high, so he forced it to give others a feeling that President Pei invested, so the success rate of this project is very high. But Meng Chang probably didn't expect that President Pei would suddenly be so determined and ruthless to sell all his shares. In this way, the content he promoted before has completely turned into a counter effect. The attention he attracted through President Pei was instantly backfired when President Pei left the stage. It can be said that he was tying himself up in knots. So, the situation has become confusing. Although President Pei sold at a lower price, he still made money. On the contrary, the current situation of the cold-faced girl is not optimistic. Shui Zhibin nodded and said with some emotion, "At first, I thought this was just an ordinary investment project. Why does it seem to be getting more and more exciting now? The development of the cold-faced girl has been good. If it continues to develop according to this script, with a few more rounds of financing, it may soon expand rapidly and become a wealth myth of Chinese fast food." As a result, no one expected that President Pei would suddenly do this when the cold-faced girl seemed to be doing well. Meng Chang had been trying to take advantage of Tenda's popularity before, but now he got into trouble. But even so, there are many investors in the imperial capital who do not believe in President Pei's investment myth and think this is a good opportunity to enter the market at a low price. Shui Zhibin asked again, "So, Meng Chang's current situation is not very good?" Li Shi nodded, "Very bad. If Mr. Pei sells all his shares, he will definitely find someone to take over at a lower price, but the problem is that the money will not reach Meng Chang's hands." In other words, according to the current speed at which the cold-faced girl is burning money, Meng Chang still has to continue to find ways to make money. But the problem is, those who don't believe in Mr. Pei and want to invest in Lingmian Girl will choose to buy shares from Mr. Pei. After all, it is cheap and cost-effective, and those who believe in Mr. Pei will not invest at this juncture. That is to say, for a long time in the future, no investor will hand over the money directly to Meng Chang, and Lingmian Girl may not be able to raise money, and there may be problems with liquidity. Of course, this is just my guess. If Meng Chang can really get money through other channels, then Mr. Pei's withdrawal will not have much impact. If Lingmian Girl's store has really achieved profitability, Meng Chang can also choose to tighten his belt and cut expenses. As long as he doesn't spend so much marketing expenses, he should be able to hold on. Li Shi simply told Shui Zhibin about the current situation. Mr. Pei's sudden withdrawal will obviously cause great trouble to Meng Chang, but as long as Lingmian Girl is strong enough, Meng Chang should still be able to hold on. Shui Zhibin asked, "Then, Mr. Li, should we still invest? Since Mr. Pei doesn't think highly of the cold-faced girl, we shouldn't throw money in anymore, right?" Li Shi took a sip of tea and shook his head slightly. "Mr. Pei has sold all his shares, but that doesn't mean he won't invest again. Do you still remember the Shuaba Kuai incident? President Pei apparently wanted to leave the market and sold his shares. However, after the education group took over at a high price and Shuaba Kuai collapsed, President Pei entered the market again with a strong force, took over at a low price, and then completely transformed Shuaba Kuai. Shui Zhibin's eyes lit up. "President Li, are you saying that President Pei is very likely to be bluffing? Is it possible to buy the bottom again?" Li Shi nodded. "It is possible that President Pei will repeat the same trick. If President Pei wants to re-enter the market after the cold-faced girl encounters a crisis, then it is the best time for us to follow President Pei to invest." Shui Zhibin nodded suddenly. "President Li, I understand your investment method a little bit. At the same time, Yuan Meng Venture Capital He Dishing is reporting the current situation to Pei Qian. President Pei, the shares of the cold-faced girl have found a suitable buyer. The price after all the shares are sold is 15 million. Although the return on investment is not as high as before, it is sold in a hurry after all, so it is not bad to get such a price. Pei Qian almost vomited blood when he heard it. You call this not bad? Invested 8 million and earned 15 million. This cold-faced girl has only been running for a few days? She has earned so much? Fortunately, she ran fast. If she ran slower, she would have earned more in the future, right? Although the sale was rushed and the price was lowered a lot, Yuan Ventures invested too early and got a lot of shares, so even if they were in a hurry to sell and the price was lowered, Pei Qian still felt a little overwhelmed. Pei Qian felt his heart bleeding and asked, what was Meng Chang's reaction? He thought for a while. He didn't have any intense reaction. He was still confident and high-spirited in front of the investors, otherwise this transaction would not have been so smooth. Pei Qian nodded. Sure enough, Meng Chang was very confident in the cold-faced girl, and it was right to withdraw quickly. He asked, Mr. Pei, what should we do with this money? Should we continue to invest in the companies waiting for investment as before? Pei Qian sighed silently. Yes, what should we do with this money? It stands to reason that there are many places to spend money now, but Pei Qian feels that his luck is really a bit bad. Wait a minute, I'll think about it. Pei Qian looked at the date. If there's no new situation by the end of the month, then continue to invest in the companies in the queue behind Yuan Ming Venture Capital. He nodded, okay, Mr. Pei. Chapter 789 IOI National Service Special Promotional Video. December 16, Friday. Modu, Longyu Group. Zhao Shuming is busy in the office, checking the recent work of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department. Although the IOI domestic qualifying competition has come to an end, Zhao Shuming's work is far from complete. Longyu Group also needs to cooperate with Diak Group and Finger Company to continue to do a good job in promoting the IOI World Championship and build momentum for the upcoming IOI World Championship. In theory, the World Championship is a global event, and the promotional videos of teams and players in various regions should be uniformly promoted and filmed by Finger Company, so as to ensure the consistency of the promotional materials and to have some connection in content. But after Zhao Shuming and Creighton discussed, they decided that Longyu Group would first shoot a promotional video for a domestic team. The purpose is very clear, which is to further enhance the popularity of the IOI World Championship in China. Due to the current situation of the IOI game in the world, the national service is in a de facto depression, so Finger Company attaches more importance to domestic publicity. Longyu Group first shot a promotional video, which can trigger discussions in China and increase popularity. It also reflects the importance that Jito Company attaches to domestic players. It is beneficial and harmless from any perspective. It is Jito Company's business to hold the World Finals, and it is Longyu Group's business to use the World Finals to stir up the popularity of IOI in China through various means. Knock knock knock. There was a knock on the door outside the office, and the assistant pushed the door open and entered. Mr. Zhao, the finished promotional video has been sent. If you have time, can you take a look? Zhao Shuming nodded, took the mobile hard drive from the assistant, and started playing the National Service Special Promotional Video of the IOI World Championship on his computer. The whole film is not long, only less than 3 minutes. The logos of Jito Company and Longyu Group first appeared on the screen, and then the cool and dynamic BGM sounded, and the main content of the promotional video began to play. This promotional video is based on the 3 teams that qualified for the World Championship as the protagonists, and basically all the players have shots. After all, there are only 15 people in total, and there will be nothing left if the shots are cut. The filming location was in Shanghai, with about 30% of the scenes being interior and 70% being exterior. The interior scenes were filmed in a small venue built with an IOI theme. The contestants either stood or sat, posing in different movements and postures, interacting with the IOI theme elements in the venue. The outdoor scenes were shot at some famous scenic spots in Shanghai, which highlighted the regional and cultural characteristics of Shanghai to the greatest extent. The players' actions were different, and the scenes were changed with the voiceovers dubbed by the players themselves. Someone asked me, "What is the meaning of the game?" I said, "The meaning of the game is persistence. The meaning of the game is to do your best to pursue victory. The meaning of the game is to break doubts and create impossible miracles. The top of the world, here we come." In the last scene, the 15 players of the 3 teams went hand in hand, climbing up the high platform of the venue, and at the top was a supreme throne. Zhao Shuming watched the promotional video several times and nodded slightly. "Well, not bad. It's not easy to complete it in such a short time and with a high degree of completion." The assistant smiled and said, "Of course, this time we spent a lot of money to find the top shooting team in the country. You get what you pay for, and the effect is absolutely guaranteed." The shooting time of this promotional video was tight and the task was heavy. There was only 1 week from the end of the qualifying round to the shooting and editing of the promotional video. Fortunately, the filming team was strong enough and worked overtime on framing, shooting, and post-editing, and finally completed it on schedule. There is no other way. After all, promotional videos need to be completed and preheated as early as possible. If the promotional video is released after the World Championship starts, it will be out of time. However, since the promotional video itself is short, many players only have 2 or 3 seconds of footage, so 2 or 3 hours of shooting is enough, so the effect is not bad. Zhao Shuming said with emotion, "We have to thank Tenda Group. The promotional video they shot for the GOG Global Invitational gave us a lot of inspiration." The assistant nodded. "This is the advantage of us hosting the competition later. We can learn from the experience of our predecessors. And we use the same shooting team as Tenda Group for the World Championship. The quality will definitely not be bad, and we will definitely not lose face." Zhao Shuming asked, "Didn't Tenda find this team to shoot a new promotional video? The GPL preseason is almost over, and the spring season is about to start. Logically, the promotional video should be out soon." The assistant shook his head. "I also asked the person in charge of the shooting team indirectly, and he said that he has not received any news at present. There may be 2 situations. The first is that Tenda's spring season promotional video has not started shooting yet. They are not in a hurry. After all, there is still some time before the start of the spring season. The second is that Tenda has found other shooting teams. However, other shooting teams are unlikely to be better than the one we have found now." Zhao Shuming nodded, feeling more at ease. "That's good." Since the start of the promotion work for the IOI World Championship, Zhao Shuming has unconsciously benchmarked all his work against Tenda. Including the domestic special promotional video for the IOI World Championship shot this time, the same shooting team as the Tenda GOG Global Invitational was invited, using similar shooting techniques, and even surpassing in terms of clothing, makeup, interior layout, etc. Zhao Shuming feels that the biggest advantage here is the geographical location. This shooting was carried out in Shanghai, where there are many more landmark buildings, scenic spots, and historical sites than in Jingzhou. Once this film is shot, it will have a strong local Chinese flavor and will resonate with players. Moreover, the promotional video of the GOG Global Invitational was well shot, and Zhao Shuming can learn from it. Including the layout of the interior, the interaction between the players and the game elements, the transition style, etc., there are great inspirations. Just copying, the quality of the promotional video can be as good as the GOG Global Invitational promotional video. Zhao Shuming knows that there is only one standard for shooting a promotional video, that is, to beat Tenda. As long as they can beat Tenda, both the finger company and the IOI players will have a satisfactory explanation. This time, the huge amount of money spent on setting up the interior and hiring a filming team finally paid off. Zhao Shuming was proud and watched the promotional video twice again. It's a pity that the lines are a little awkward. Zhao Shuming said. The assistant nodded, yeah, a little bit, but there's nothing we can do about it. The filming team doesn't know enough about IOI. In order to ensure that the theme of the promotional video does not deviate, we have to write the lines ourselves. The players are not professional voice actors, so it's difficult to find the right voice and tone from them. We can only pick the best from the worst, which will be more or less awkward. But there are pros and cons to keeping the original voices of the players. The effect is acceptable at present. Zhao Shuming said again, why do the people in FV Club have so many shots? And they are so handsome? The other two clubs feel much worse. He was a little unhappy instinctively. Now the whole world knows that FV Club is a club invested by President Pei, and it is a complete competitor with GOG. It's not an exaggeration to say that it is an undercover. FV Club won the championship in the qualifying round and got the top seed of the World Championship. This is enough to slap its face. As a result, it is still the absolute C position in the promotional video, and the other two teams are completely foils. This makes Zhao Shuming instinctively unhappy. The assistant was also helpless. Boss Zhao, there is nothing we can do about this. The players of FV Club have good image and temperament. Compared with the internet-addicted teenagers of other teams, they are like models. They are more handsome than the other two teams in the photos. In order to ensure the best shooting effect, the shooting team must give them more shots. Besides, FV is the #1 seed in our division. If we don't stand in the center position, people will definitely say that we are petty and suppress FV Club. It's hard to say. Zhao Shuming nodded helplessly, okay. If you want to blame, you can only blame the other two teams for not fighting for it. If they fought for the #1 seed, wouldn't they stand in the middle? Zhao Shuming watched the promotional video twice again, and the more he looked at these players of FV Club, the more he disliked them. But he had no better solution, so he could only reluctantly say, okay, then pick a suitable time to send out this promotional video. After sending it out, buy some popularity on the entire network, and don't make it look too bad. At least it can't be less popular than the promotional video of the GOG Global Invitational at that time. The assistant nodded, don't worry about this, I will definitely get it done. Just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by Zhao Shuming again. Wait a minute. And what about the preparations for the World Game? What's the current situation? Zhao Shuming asked. The assistant replied, according to the previous arrangement, the World server has been updated to a new version, and all the foreign clubs are already training with the new version. As for our national server, it may be a week later than the foreign server, that is, the version will be updated around next Monday. However, the players of the club are currently playing ranked and training matches on the World server, so the impact is not very big. Zhao Shuming was thoughtful. It is confirmed that the Finger Company will use the new version to play the World Game, and all major clubs have known it for a long time. It is understandable that Christian wants to use the World Game to show the new version of IOI to global players and improve the viewing experience of the IOI World Game. But he must also update the version in advance to let the players get familiar with it and let the teams train in the new version environment. The teams must be more or less dissatisfied. After all, the new version has changed a lot. To adapt to these changes in such a short time, it is a great test of the team's learning and adjustment ability, and also a test of the players' ability to practice heroes. But considering that all teams have to practice and learn, and everyone starts from scratch, it is not particularly unfair, so most teams just complain and don't protest too fiercely. Zhao Shuming thought for a moment and asked, is the training of foreign teams better than that of domestic teams? The assistant nodded, of course, Mr. Zhao. Foreign teams all play in the World server, there is no delay, you can communicate with your teammates, and the rank environment is better than the national server. Moreover, the old-fashioned esports clubs in Europe and the United States are in contact with each other, and can frequently arrange training matches. Many teams practice together, and the improvement is naturally fast. There are only 3 teams in our country, and those 2 clubs are not on good terms with the FV club. It is difficult to achieve good results after practicing. Zhao Shuming nodded, and after thinking for a moment, he said, "Well, contact the finger company. I plan to arrange for the players to go to Los Angeles in advance." The assistant was stunned for a moment. Go in advance? Zhao Shuming, yes, go in advance. On the one hand, it is to adapt to the living environment there in advance environment, so as not to be uncomfortable with the local climate. On the other hand, you can train in the low-latency world server environment, and you can also arrange training matches with old clubs in Europe and the United States, which can improve your performance. Although it is most likely that we will not be able to beat Europe and the United States and win the championship, it is better to sharpen the gun before the battle. If we lose too badly, we will lose face. As for the expenses, it is nothing more than paying more for food and accommodation. We will reimburse the club for this money and ask them to practice and play well, and don't embarrass our Longyu group. The assistant nodded hurriedly. Okay, Mr. Zhao, this is a good idea. I will communicate with the finger company and book the air tickets and accommodation in advance. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 790 GPL Spring Season Promotional Video. Moyu Internet Cafe. Pei Qian was drinking coffee while flipping through the latest news. The cold-faced girl made a lot of money by selling shares, which hit Pei Qian hard. Where to spend the money became a very troubling question for him. It seems that there has been no good news for a long time. Recently, there have been many problems. I just invested in an FV club, but the club won the championship in a blink of an eye. Pei Qian went to the scene in person, but it was made into a world-famous painting. Even the cold-faced girl made a lot of money, and I didn't know where to spend the extra money. It's uncomfortable. Pei Qian felt very melancholy, and even the coffee in the Moyu Internet Cafe didn't smell good. Suddenly, he was browsing the web and his eyes lit up. Longyu Group has released a special promotional video for IOI's national service? Not bad, finally there is some action. This is good news, let's do something, IOI. Pei Qian couldn't help but be overjoyed. As expected, when it comes to good news, it still depends on IOI. The 3 big companies, Dayak Group, Finger Company, and Longyu Group, have joined forces to finally put some pressure on GOG. Pei Qian immediately clicked on the promotional video to check it out. On the Ellie Island website, this promotional video has been posted for 2 or 3 hours and is currently on the hot list, with various comments and messages growing rapidly. It's okay, pretty cool. It's a bit similar to the promotional video of the GOG Global Invitational, but the scenery of Shanghai is praised, and the domestic special supply is praised. Longyu Group has finally done something. The FV players don't seem to be in the same style as the others. It's hard to look away from them. The meaning is good, the lines are good, and Longyu Group is still very formal in the promotional video. It is worth encouraging that it didn't lose to Tenda. Although some viewers think that IOI's promotional video is suspected of imitating the GOG World Championship promotional video, there is no need to be too picky. After all, the styles of promotional videos are relatively similar. As long as there are no obvious signs of plagiarism in terms of action, camera, and creativity, there is no need to hold on to it. Longyu Group obviously did not intend to copy, but just hired the same top filming team and used a similar esports style. The players' movements, details, lines, etc. were all original and combined with the IOI game itself, so the evaluation was good. In addition, Longyu Group hired some water army, so this promotional video was very popular and received positive reviews on major forums and websites. Pei Qian could not help but nod his head and expressed deep appreciation. Look, this is a good example of copying homework. The promotional video of the GOG Global Invitational has already given the standard answers. It would be too much if IOI can't even copy. The current situation is good. As long as Finger Company and Longyu Group work a little harder, follow GOG's ass, and then engage in price wars and unfair competition, Pei Qian will be thankful. It seems that Dayak Group is willing to do its best to host the IOI World Championship this time. It should be worth looking forward to. I hope it can steal all the limelight of GOG Spring Tournament by then. Pei Qian closed the promotional video with a beautiful vision. However, he refreshed it subconsciously and found a new dynamic. GOG has an official account on the Ellie Island website, and Pei Qian also followed it. This new dynamic was released by the official GOG account. The title of the video is GPL Spring Tournament Promotional Video. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment and looked at the release time, 1 minute ago. Obviously, this is because after seeing IOI release a promotional video for the World Championship specially for the Chinese server, they immediately released the promotional video for the GPL Spring Championship, just to compete with IOI. This film was probably completed recently, but not released. Seeing that IOI released a promotional film, they just came to grab some popularity. Pei Qian was speechless. What a fuss. What's the big deal about giving IOI a little popularity? Why are these people in the esports department so stingy? Pei Qian hadn't heard about the GPL Spring Season promotional film being filmed recently, so he was still holding on to some luck. What if the GPL Spring Season promotional film was not as good as IOI's? Once it was compared, wouldn't the popularity be sent to IOI? With this mentality, Pei Qian opened the GPL Spring Season promotional video to watch. The length of this video is also about 3 minutes, a little longer than the IOI promotional video. There is no logo at the beginning of the video, but it goes straight to the point, probably at the end. On the pale yellow rice paper, a few strokes quickly outlined the scene of the ancient battlefield. In the desolate wilderness, the mountains collapsed, the riverbed dried up, and the surface was full of cracks. Bones and armor piled up like a mountain, and spears stood unyieldingly, with incomplete flags flying on them. A few crows pecked at the corpses, their eyes emitting strange lights. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck from the distant sky, cutting a crack in the dark clouds. At the same time, a desolate and low narration sounded. The gods fall when the heaven and earth are in disaster. On the eternal battlefield, light and darkness will have their final showdown. The agents walking in the cruel world will defend the glory of God with their mortal bodies. The picture drawn by lines on the pale yellow rice paper suddenly changed rapidly. The piles of corpses on the ground became active. These undead souls wore broken armor and dragged their broken bodies. Their eyes flashed with 2 dim lights, and they reached out to grab the spears beside them. The camera quickly pulled up, and these undead souls stood up shakily, forming a sea of death. However, at this moment, another flash of lightning lit up in the sky, but this time it was very close to the camera. The magnificent power of heaven penetrated the thick dark clouds, and a figure fell from the sky. The camera looked up at the sky over the shoulders of the undead army. The dazzling white light instantly enveloped the entire picture. The lines originally on the pale yellow rice paper disappeared, replaced by a completely realistic CG scene. Along with the thunder, a figure of standard size descended from the sky. He was sturdy and his muscles were full of power. The H4 club uniform on his body was supported by his muscles, and the H4 team logo on his chest was particularly eye-catching. Pei Qian recognized this person at a glance. It was Huang Wang, the mid-laner of the H4 club. Huang Wang descended from the sky with thunder, tearing through the dark clouds. During the descent, golden light began to appear on his body, and countless armors appeared out of thin air, completely wrapping him up. The golden armor was surrounded by golden light effects. With the magnificent power of thunder, he smashed into the sea of undead on the ground like a cannonball. His right fist hit the ground, and the blazing golden light spread instantly, sweeping away the surrounding undead. In the deep pit, Huang Wang stood up and looked into the distance. The camera followed his back to the distance. The various weapons inserted behind Huang Wang like the thousand-handed guanyin were quite eye-catching, which highlighted his identity as a god, modest. As the camera kept pulling away, more thunders cut through the dark clouds, and one after another players entered the eternal battlefield and transformed into different heroes. Jiang Huan transformed into the Wind Inkman Ruan, and other professional players transformed into characters in the game such as Traveler Bao Su and Duke of Purgatory, killing all sides on the eternal battlefield. Finally, the scene came to the desolate ancient temple in the center of the eternal battlefield. Among the broken walls and ruins on the periphery, Huang Wang's modest armor faded away and returned to its original appearance. He pressed the dusty temple door with both hands and pushed it open. A ray of light shot into the long-sealed temple, and the scene changed to a bird's-eye view. The two huge temple doors opened in response, and Huang Wang dragged his long back and entered the temple. Although his figure was strong, he still seemed insignificant in the huge temple. On the long steps that were eroded and broken, Huang Wang strode with his head held high and walked towards the huge throne in the center of the temple. As he moved forward, countless fire pots around him ignited one by one, and the giant logo of the H4 Club instantly appeared above the throne. The broken stone steps became complete, and the entire temple was rejuvenated. But as the golden light swept across the entire temple, all other entrances of the temple also opened up. Each of the 16 teams had an entrance. In addition to the main entrance that Huang Wang entered, the other entrances also led to the representatives of the teams. These players all wore the uniforms of their respective clubs and held the iconic weapons representing the heroes, as if they were about to attack the highest throne where Huang Wang was. Another thunder flashed, and the battle flags of the 16 teams appeared on the thick stone pillars inside the temple, emitting different light effects, infecting the entire temple. Finally, everyone gathered in front of the highest throne, looking at the huge GPL Spring Tournament trophy in front of the throne. The video and the magnificent background sound stopped abruptly, and the logos of Tenda Group, GOG Games, and GPL League appeared on the black screen. After watching the promotional video of the GPL Spring Tournament, Pei Qian was stunned. "This is too cool." Pei Qian just finished watching the promotional video of the IOI World Championship, and felt that it was already very cool. The various outdoor scenes, the connection between the players' shots, etc., were all very mature. After watching this promotional video of the GPL Spring Tournament, Pei Qian had only one feeling. What the hell was that promotional video before? It's not a problem if you don't know the goods, but it's a problem if you compare the goods. Watching only the promotional video of IOI, I think everything is good. Although the lines are a little awkward, after all, it's the players themselves who dubbed it, so it's tolerable. But after watching this promotional video of the GPL Spring Tournament, the promotional video of IOI was immediately rubbish. Pei Qian was a little puzzled at first. Huang Wang fell from the sky, and the golden armor on his body automatically appeared and transformed into modest. How was this filmed? After a closer look, it became clear that this was not filmed at all. This is a serious game CG. The lines drawn on the yellow rice paper at the beginning were hand-painted by the artist. The following series of contents, including the team members wearing uniforms and transformed into heroes, the undead, the eternal battlefield, the huge temple, etc., are all game CGs. GOG's R&D department specially made a high-precision game model for the representative of each team, and then directly made the game CG according to this image, which was used as the promotional video for the GPL Spring Tournament. Can real-life shooting be compared with game CG? Different production methods are completely a dimensionality reduction attack. In the previous promotional video, IOI was still shooting the scenery of Shanghai and letting the players read the narration themselves. When it came to GOG, all the players were directly CGI'd and merged with the characters in the game. The style was instantly pulled apart by 100,000 miles. In the introduction of the video, there is also a simple line of explanation. The theme skins of each team will be sold one after another after the start of the GPL Spring Tournament. The skin revenue will be fully used for the operation of the team. Please support your favorite team. The champion skins of the first Global Invitational are still in production, so stay tuned. Chapter 791, the winner is clear. 10,000 words more, please vote. There were a lot of comments below the GPL Spring Tournament promotional video. Fuck, I was stunned, isn't this too handsome? Actually, I think it's not much different from the IOI World Championship promotional video, it's just a million times more handsome. It's so cool, it doesn't feel awkward at all, and it's full of epic feeling, just like the opening CG of a 3A masterpiece. Now it seems that the IOI promotional video is not bad, but it highlights a copy of homework. At most it is at the same level as the GOG Global Invitational promotional video. But you didn't expect that GOG's promotional video has evolved again. It's the final exam and you're still copying midterm homework, you're not keeping up. Huang Bao is so handsome, this muscle is a perfect match for the hero modest. These 3 minutes are really high energy throughout, with full details. The first half is light yellow rice paper plus monochrome line sketch, like a scroll in an ancient book, highlighting the sense of history and epic. The second half is a high-precision game CG, highlighting the sense of reality and substitution. The two styles are combined, and the light of gods descending in the middle is used as a transition, which has both background and connotation. It's great. The lines are also good. Although there are only 3 sentences, they point out the game themes of the fall of the gods and the eternal battlefield, especially the last sentence, the agents walking in the cruel world will maintain the glory of the gods with their mortal bodies. It not only fits the CG plot, but also points out the game mode where players control heroes. It's perfect. Each club was given a shot. The scene of fighting on the battlefield in the front is the star players of several old clubs. Representative heroes such as Huang Wang and Jiang Huan all appeared. The scene in the temple at the end, the captains of each club also had a shot, and the treatment was full. When the summer season comes, the roles will definitely be given according to the results of the spring season. In order to appear more in the promotional video, each team must work hard. Well, those star players in front seem to be from the DG club, so it seems that this is actually a promotional video for the DG club? Team theme skins? Does every team have one? And all the skin revenue goes to each club, this is too cool. I just checked the details on the official website. Strictly speaking, each team will release a team theme skin for a hero based on the hero that the star player is good at. In other words, there are only 16 skins in total, different heroes, different styles, and different team logos, which is okay, not too many. I think this is pretty good. Compared to things like team uniforms that you can't use, buying skins is of course the most cost-effective. And these skins have long-term benefits, and the longer they are sold, the more they will be sold. I can only say that Mr. Pei is very considerate. The big bosses of these clubs have spent a lot of money to buy GPL quotas. With this skin and the advertising effect, this quota is said to be sky-high, but in fact it can be earned back very quickly. Tenda is still good at playing. The preseason is still going on, and the promotional video for the spring season has already come out. This promotional video not only crushes the promotional video of the IOI World Championship, but also has team skin linkage, which satisfies both players and major clubs. It's awesome. I guess the teams of IOI will be envious of this treatment? I will go to the bottom of the IOI video and swipe the screen to let the players over there see the huge gap between the two sides. Soon, the GPL spring season promotional video was also pushed to the top of the hot list of the Ellie Island website. Although the IOI promotional video was released 2 hours earlier, it was useless. In China, GOG's popularity has always crushed IOI, not to mention that this promotional video is also a comprehensive beat, so the GPL spring season promotional video quickly surpassed the IOI promotional video and successfully topped the list. What is even more depressing is that the comment section under the IOI promotional video was originally peaceful and harmonious. Most players and even passers-by thought that the promotional video produced by Longyu Group this time was very good and tried their best, so they were all praising it. But compared with the promotional video of the GPL Spring Tournament, the difference is obvious. The wind direction in the comment section naturally reversed 180 degrees in an instant. I'm not saying that IOI can't beat GOG, and it can't beat the promotional video either. Can you use some more effort? Let's be honest, GOG not only makes good games, but also has first-class promotional videos. There's a reason why IOI is not popular in China. Look at GPL's promotional video, it's full of style, details, and it's not awkward at all. Look at you, there's nothing new. I feel that this promotional video is at least 3 seasons ahead. In fact, the key to the success or failure of these two games can be analyzed from the promotional video. The reason why GOG can succeed is that it is pure enough. Whether it's the game itself or whether it is the PL League or just a simple promotional video, Tenda is trying its best to create characteristics and style, spending money and creativity at all costs to present the most perfect effect to the audience. On the other hand, IOI gives people the feeling of imitating others and following suit, as if it has no choice but to follow GOG in doing anything, without any ideas or characteristics of its own. Yes, it can be seen from the promotional video that IOI is still conservative in filming players, but GOG has already integrated players and games with a higher dimensional performance method. It should be no problem to say that IOI is not enterprising. Hey, to be honest, I think the sponsors, players, and audiences of GPL are so happy. Although the sponsors spend money to buy the quota, they are definitely treated with the best treatment. Each club has exclusive skins, and all the profits from the skins are taken. The players also have a stage to show themselves, and the official package is perfect for you. The audience is even happier, buying cheap skins and watching highly entertaining games. All the specifications of the event are first class and full. It's so cool. So the question is, why are the players of IOI still insisting? Isn't it good to play GOG and watch GPL? Not long after, the bottom of the IOI promotional video was full of discussions about these two promotional videos. In fact, many viewers did not deliberately want to step on one and praise the other. The key is that they can't help it. These two promotional videos were released one after another, both of which are promotional videos of the same type of games and esports themes, but the final effects are indeed very different, and it is hard for people not to have thoughts. GOG players feel very proud, while IOI players have no confidence to refute, only envy. The promotional video for the GPL spring season is well made, and it is visibly better than that of IOI. What else is there to refute? It is better to export the official video and let the official spend more money on the promotional video next time. So, most of the players on both sides pointed their spearheads at Longyu Group in a strange way. In the end, Longyu Group is still not good enough. Pei Qian looked at the comments under the two promotional videos and felt inexplicably tired. Alas, I originally wanted to rely on Longyu Group to make a comeback with this documentary, but in the end, I couldn't count on it at all. Mr. Zhao, please do something, Mr. Zhao. At the same time, at the headquarters of Longyu Group, Zhao Shuming was so angry that he slammed the table. Tenda is taking advantage of us. Too much. Outrageous. Don't they know how to leave a way out for others so that we can meet again in the future? This Mr. Pei, He went to the qualifying match to openly disrupt the game and grab the popularity some time ago, but now he is even plotting against me in a documentary? I am so angry. Zhao Shuming was furious, and his assistant was silent and didn't dare to say a word. Zhao Shuming was originally very satisfied with the promotional video. After sending it out and looking at the comments of netizens, he was also a little complacent. Unexpectedly, after only 2 hours, public opinion has changed dramatically. As soon as the promotional video of the GPL Spring Tournament came out, it immediately pressed the promotional video of the IOI World Tournament to the ground and rubbed it crazily, which was simply sad and tearful. The key is that the players of IOI are also dissatisfied. Seeing that other people's families are enjoying lavish meals while they can only eat coarse food, they also want to scold Longyu Group in return. Longyu Group spent a lot of money to hire a professional photography team and set up a location for filming, but in the end, it didn't turn out well. How can they not be angry? In fact, IOI's promotional video is definitely first class, but the audience's taste has been spoiled by Tenda, so this comparison is naturally inferior. What made Zhao Shuming angry the most was the time when these two promotional videos were released. This promotional video for the GPL Spring Tournament was made according to the standards of the game CG. It was impossible to make it in 2 hours. It was probably prepared more than a month in advance, when the GPL teams were roughly determined. The preparation time is very long, and the cost is not small. In other words, this promotional video was probably made recently, but President Pei deliberately did not release it, waiting for IOI to release the promotional video before he released the GPL promotional video. Who would believe that this was not intentional? Obviously, President Pei had calculated that no matter what kind of World Championship promotional video IOI came up with, it would only be beaten by the GPL Spring Tournament promotional video, so he deliberately held it in his hand and waited for the opportunity. Just like playing landlord, as long as your little king does not come out, my big king will always be waiting. As long as your little king comes out, my next card must be the big king for you. Combined with the fact that President Pei went to the meeting alone to make trouble in the previous qualifying match, Zhao Shuming's hatred for President Pei and Tenda Group was even worse. Now Zhao Shuming understands how those people who had been against Mr. Pei felt before. It's like playing cards with Mr. Pei. No matter what kind of cards you play, Mr. Pei can always come up with a bigger card to deal with you. This makes people very desperate, but Zhao Shuming was angry, but he had no choice. Because the promotional video had been shot, and there was not much time left before the game, he couldn't just reshoot it, right? Not to mention how much money it would cost and whether it would delay the players' training. It would take at least a month to make such an awesome CG. How could it be done in time? Even if it was done, wouldn't it prove that he was learning to walk in Handan and imitating others? Therefore, Zhao Shuming could only swallow his anger and silently take this loss. He spent a lot of money to make the promotional video for the IOI World Championship, but ended up being a supporting role for the GPL promotional video, giving it away for free and not letting the popularity fall. This is so infuriating. Seeing that Zhao Shuming gradually calmed down, the assistant whispered, "Mr. Zhao, will we still go according to the original plan to take the team to Los Angeles for training in advance?" Zhao Shuming nodded. "Well, it's still the original plan." "Wait, kick the FV club out for me." According to Zhao Shuming's original idea, the 3 teams should go to Los Angeles together, arrange training matches with European and American teams in advance, and adapt to the competition environment as soon as possible. Although the FV Club was an undercover sent by President Pei, it was still the top seed in the country and the strongest. It would be bad if we didn't bring them. But at this critical moment, the promotional video happened. Zhao Shuming was instantly furious, and he hated the whole family. He couldn't take action against Tenda Group and President Pei, but within the scope of his authority, it would be no problem to clean up President Pei's club. The assistant hesitated. "Boss Zhao, is this appropriate? FV Club is the strongest team in China anyway." Zhao Shuming sneered, this Tenda Group is riding on your face, how can you give them a good face? Besides, FV is said to be the number one seed, but in fact, didn't they win by relying on their good bladder? 2 rounds of BO5 were played, and the other 2 teams were just as strong as it. When the time comes, we will take the other 2 teams abroad to play training games with European and American clubs to adapt to the version in advance. FV will not have training games to play. When it comes to the world game, the gap in strength between the 2 sides will be widened quickly. When the time comes, our clubs will perform well in the world game, and FV club will be eliminated in the first round as the number 1 seed. Isn't it a great pleasure? Don't people always like to brag about Boss Pei's ability to train teams? What do you say that you can get the number 1 seed by just forming a team? Let's see what public opinion will say if the number 1 seed is eliminated in the first round. The assistant hesitated, thinking that this move was inappropriate. There were 3 domestic teams in total, but he took 2 of them, but not FV Club. It was not easy to say, and the intention was too obvious. But looking at Zhao Shuming's expression, he was obviously angry. After all, he had been beaten by Tenda for such a long time, and no matter how good his temper was, he couldn't stand it. The assistant thought about it and felt that he didn't need to touch this bad luck. What's more, what Zhao Shuming said made sense. FV Club had to play a BO10 with great difficulty to get the number 1 seed. Its real strength was only on par with the other 2 clubs, which was not that important. At that time, as long as the other 2 clubs played better than FV, they would not be afraid of public pressure. Thinking of this, the assistant nodded and said, "Okay, Mr. Zhao, I'll do it now." By the way, Mr. Zhao, do we need to keep this secret from FV Club? Zhao Shuming waved his hand, no need to keep it secret. This kind of thing can't be concealed, and there is no need to hide it. We just need to give them a warning. Chapter 792, Spending Money is No Small Matter, long chapter, please vote for me. FV Esports Club. Wu Yu, who had just received the news, was speechless and a little angry. Is the official really like this? Our FV Club's participation quota was given by the official, and the number 1 seed quota was obtained by our own ability. As a result, there are 3 teams in total, and the other 2 are arranged to go to Los Angeles for training, but there is no news from us at all? Do you really not treat us as your own team? Just because there is a little conflict with President Pei, you mess with people's mentality like this? These esports clubs are well informed. FV Esports Club soon got the news. Longyu Group officially organized the other 2 teams to go to Los Angeles for training in advance, and expedited visas were already being processed. It is said that the accommodation and board expenses in Los Angeles this time are all covered by Longyu Group, and they will also help arrange European and American teams to play training games. As a result, all this news was learned from other channels. Longyu Group did not intend to notify FV Club at all, and did not even give a hypocritical explanation. This can only mean one thing: Longyu Group deliberately did not bring the FV Club to Los Angeles. Manager Lu quickly persuaded, "Mr. Wu, please calm down. This matter is indeed too much, but we don't have any better solution. This time, going to Los Angeles to play a training match in advance should be a spontaneous behavior organized by Longyu Group, and it is not included in the process of the world competition hosted by Zhito Company. So Longyu Group can also say that it is a favor to take us, and it is their duty not to take us. They pay for whoever they want to take. Many teams in other regions can't enjoy this treatment." Wu Yu said, "This is discrimination. It is differential treatment. We should file a complaint, or simply post a Weibo to let everyone take a good look at Longyu Group." The faces of this group of people. Manager Lu hurriedly shook his head, "Boss Wu, this is inappropriate. Longyu Group did not publicize this matter in an official capacity. If we expose it, Longyu Group can immediately change its words and say that this is a spontaneous action of the club. Long Group is only responsible for matchmaking and plays a small role. Because the truth of this matter is very easy to cover up. If we rashly start a group, as long as Long Group plays Tai Chi with us, it will be easy to cover it up. Instead, it will appear that we are petty and judge others by our own meanness. As for appealing, it is even more useless. Isn't it the same as who sued me in the hall? What's more, esports is all about results. Let's make a big fuss about this online now, and set the tone. What if we don't do well in the World Championship? Then public opinion will definitely backfire, and we won't be right even if we are right. Just think about what netizens will say if we lose the World Championship. Such a bad team still has the nerve to ask the official for money to play training games in Los Angeles? We should have given the spot to SUG in the first place. Anyway, as long as we lose, the tone will definitely be all over the place. We can't ignore the consequences now. Wu nodded with a dark face. Well, it seems that Zhao Shuming is sure of this and thinks that even if we expose it, we won't get any benefits, so he is so blatant, just to kill the chicken to scare others. Monkey, beat us and give Tenda a good look. Then, can we just suffer in silence? Long Group did such a disgusting thing, and we can't even say anything? Manager Lu thought for a while. Of course we can say it, but not now. Jumping out to start a group before the result of the game is out is something that only idiots do. On the one hand, it adds huge public pressure to their own players and affects their performance. On the other hand, if the game is lost, the opponent will take the opportunity to add insult to injury, and the spectators will not stand on our side, then we will really be buried directly. The best way is actually to settle the score later. If we win the game, we can take advantage of the victory to make all these things clear, and the best choice is to output with the wind. So for us, the best choice now is to bear the humiliation, try not to let this matter affect the mentality of our players, and actively prepare for the competition. When we get good results in the world competition, we can use the pressure of public opinion to fight back against Long Group. As long as we perform better than the other two clubs, then no matter whether we get the championship or runner-up, even if we are only in the top 4 or top 8, we will have an excuse. At that time, we can say that the official differential treatment has led to poor results in the entire division. If we are given the same treatment, maybe our results can be better, etc. In short, everything depends on the results. Without results, everything is useless. Wu was silent for a moment and sighed softly. It's difficult. Although our current lineup is good on paper, judging from the situation in the previous qualifying round, our strength is only comparable to the other two teams, and we also benefited from the schedule. Maybe we can't beat them if we play another non-bladder game. The benefits of training in Los Angeles are obvious. We can play European and American servers with low latency, adapt to the version better, and play training games with the current stronger European and American teams. The strength will definitely improve faster than us. We can't just rely on fantasy if we want to beat them. Manager Lu nodded and felt that the situation was indeed very serious. Esports is not about determination and perseverance. It also requires scientific training methods and good supporting facilities. Many players are extremely talented, but they cannot perform well in certain clubs. This is often because the clubs are poorly managed, have incorrect training methods, and have inadequate supporting facilities. Wu said, "Why don't we go to Los Angeles as well?" Manager Lu was silent for a moment. Long Group organized them to go to Los Angeles because they can connect with Zhito Company. Once there, they can get high-end accounts of European and American servers, and can arrange training matches with old European and American teams in an official capacity. Looking at the attitude of Long Group towards us, even if we go there at our own expense, we definitely won't have these things. We can't go all the way to Los Angeles, and the players will just play rank in the low-level segments of European and American servers all day long? Wouldn't they get worse and worse? What's more, we have a large group of people, and the expenses are also very high. We went there in advance to pay for our own food and accommodation, and we have to give the players something good to eat, plus the accompanying personnel. For 8 people, it will cost at least 200,000. If we take into account the training situation and bring our second team there, it will have to double again. Of course, our club can afford this money, but the problem is that the training effect cannot be guaranteed even if the money is spent. The cost performance is too poor. We thought about it, and it was indeed the case. Longyu Group organized the other 2 teams to go to Los Angeles for training, because they have high-end accounts and can arrange training matches with European and American teams. If they don't have any, it's really unnecessary to spend hundreds of thousands just to adapt to the environment in advance. After thinking it over again and again, Wu said, "It seems that it's not easy to disturb President Pei for such a small matter. Let me call Mr. Zhang from the esports division of Tenda and ask him to help with the advice. If it's really unnecessary, we won't go. We will stay in China and play training matches with domestic teams. Other training matches will be arranged during the world competition." December 17th, Saturday. There is a regular meeting of the management and compensation students today. This year's Spring Festival is earlier, on January 23rd, so the exam week is also moved forward a little. The management and compensation students are also spending a lot of time reviewing after work. There is not much information to pay attention to in this regular meeting of the management and compensation students. After all, most products are still in the final stage of research and development, including fully automatic intelligent bar lifting machines, and other products have not yet shown signs of backstabbing, so naturally there is not much useful information here. Pei Qian knew that the next month would be a tough battle. As a result, the settlement period coincided with the exam week. It must be said that this feeling was very sour. Whether he could beat Lao Ma in this exam depended on this shiver before the exam. The compensation students reported the situation of their respective departments as usual, and soon it was the turn of the compensation students of the esports division. This Guan Peixing has been following Zhang Yuan. He was originally in charge of the DGE club. After the establishment of the esports division and the GPL league, he naturally entered the club. At present, no matter whether it is DGE or other clubs, or even the entire esports club, nothing can escape his eyes. The GPL preseason is about to enter the second half. The current competition is going well. Some in-game bugs and equipment problems have been properly solved. We should be able to accumulate a lot of experience for the spring season. At present, the main lineups of various GPL clubs have basically been fixed. Those teams that did not participate in the GPL preseason are also playing training games and actively preparing for the spring season. The new batch of players in the DGE club have been swept away. Although their strength is a little worse than the earliest batch of players, this group of people are talented after all. They have also undergone special training by the old players, so they still play the main position in each new team. Pei Qian's hand holding the teacup trembled. Although he had been mentally prepared for this, he still felt a tremor in his heart when he really heard the news. 10 players again, how much will it cost? This group of players is the second group of players after Huang Wang, Jiang Huan and others were collectively bought. They are still selling well. The transfer fee is enough to make President Pei drink a pot. There is a reason why DGE's players sell well. First of all, DGE Club has a good reputation, and potential newcomers tend to come to DGE Club to raise their prices. Other clubs also think that buying players from DGE Club will definitely not be a loss, so they buy them more straightforwardly. Really capable potential newcomers are willing to come to DGE Club, because once they have achieved results, they can immediately jump to other clubs to get big contracts. DGE never blocks contracts or hides them, so newcomers feel more secure, and for other clubs, DGE Club does not directly participate in the competition, does not pose a threat to their own results, and also helps to train players, so they are also happy to buy players from DGE. Those old players who left DGE would come back every now and then to guide the newcomers of DGE. Over time, every player from DGE can stand on his own has become the inherent impression of the entire league audience and clubs, allowing the operation of DGE to enter a virtuous circle. Therefore, the new players of DGE are like a crop of leeks, which can be sold every once in a while and earn a lot of transfer fees. Pei Qian is also powerless to do anything about this. He pretended to be calm and drank a sip of tea, then asked, "So, how much is the transfer fee?" Guan Peixing said, "The 10 players have different performances. Some C-position players with strong operation or command ability are more expensive, with the highest transfer fee of more than 1.5 million. If they are average, they may only be 700,000 or 800,000, or about 1 million. The total transfer fee of these players is about 13 million. Pei Qian. He almost blurted out the word fuck. This number seriously exceeded his psychological expectations. Before, the transfer fees of Huang Wang, Jiang Huan and others were all around 2 million, so Pei Qian thought that the transfer fees of these young players would be capped at 1 million. But it is obviously not the case. At the beginning, the transfer fees of star players such as Huang Wang and Jiang Huan were also slightly inflated. After all, the major clubs wanted to achieve the results of the GOG Global Invitational for the high bonuses and exposure. However, as GOG's global market share gradually increased, the GOG Global Invitational was successful, and the GPL League became more and more popular. After this series of operations, the value of star players like Huang Wang and Jiang Huan also expanded rapidly as more and more capital entered the market. Now their transfer fees are not just 2 million. The value of the top players has increased, and the value of the second batch of potential newcomers in the DGE club will naturally increase. 10 people may not seem like a lot, but the transfer fees added together are heading for 13 million. What made Pei Qian feel a little vomiting blood was not this number, but the time. After all, Mr. Pei has seen the world. He has seen hundreds of millions of dollars in and out several times, not to mention this mere 10 million. Anyway, it won't reach his hands. It's just a number. The key is how much time it took to earn more than 10 million. The introduction of this group of players was in September. Now it's December. It has only been trained for 3 months in total. The resale price is 13 million. If you calculate it this way, the DGE club earns more than 4 million per month on average, which is easy. Not to mention the commercial sponsorship and live broadcast contract of the DGE club. The daily expenses of the DGE club are really not much. The training base is rented from Mr. Li, and manager Chui of Mingyun Villa wants to support Mr. Pei like his own father. The daily expenses such as rent and water and electricity bills are not much. The only place to spend money may be daily expenses such as eating and fitness. But with Moyu takeout and managed gyms, how much can these players spend even if they eat and exercise freely? Pei Qian felt very tired. Others burn money when opening a club, and my original intention of opening a club was also to burn money, but in the end, it became a way to make money. A club that specializes in buying and selling players to make money, a club that can't play in the game but is more famous than the championship team. It's outrageous to think about it. It is said that DG Club has trained well and should earn more than 10 million transfer fees, but the problem is that these players are good seedlings. Because potential newcomers are scrambling to get into DG Club and regard it as their first choice, so as long as you try out a few of them, they are potential newcomers. Just like many super high schools, you have selected all the high-quality students around you, and the final results can be bad? Pei Qian silently drank a sip of tea and adjusted his mentality. Continue. Guan Peixing continued, at present, many clubs have received sponsorship. Although the amount varies, and it is impossible to rely on these sponsorships to maintain the operation of the club for the time being, but this is also a good start. Before the start of the spring season, some teams should have sponsor logos on their uniforms. Although too many sponsors are not good, it is not good to have no sponsors at all, which will make the audience feel that the league is not hot enough. Pei Qian nodded slightly. Sponsors can give money to the club casually. It has nothing to do with me. Guan Peixing changed the subject and said, in addition, many sponsors have shown strong interest in the exclusive title sponsorship of GPL, including computer manufacturers, peripheral manufacturers, sportswear, digital products, automobiles, and other manufacturers. But the specific price has not been finalized and is still under negotiation. At present, the price of exclusive cooperation with a single type of merchant is about 5 million per year, while the price of exclusive title sponsorship is about 20 million per year. Because it involves some details in the sponsorship, it is still under discussion. As for the live broadcast platform, the broadcasting rights of the GPL Spring and Summer Games will be considered to be authorized to 3 live broadcast platforms. The reserve price is 10 million. At present, the bidding price should be more than 12 million. These are still under discussion. Mr. Zhang is also compiling information from all sides, and it should be reported soon. Listening to these numbers, Pei Qian felt his hands and feet cold and his mind was blank. I thought that the crazy selling of players by the DG Club was bad news, but now I find that the real bad news is still to come. Recently, Pei Qian's attention has been attracted by the IOI qualifiers and the cold-faced girl, and he has not paid much attention to the GPL. He didn't expect the situation to be so serious. In fact, I should have thought of it earlier. With so many sponsors looking for teams to cooperate, there will definitely be more people looking for official cooperation. Currently, the sponsorship price of the GPL League is also divided into levels. A single type of exclusive cooperation means that a certain brand monopolizes a certain category of goods after sponsorship. For example, if a sportswear brand signs an exclusive cooperation agreement with GPL, then GPL will not discuss cooperation with other sportswear brands in the future. Of course, this does not affect the official cooperation with computer, automobile, digital product, and other manufacturers. As for the exclusive title sponsorship, it can also be seen as the chief sponsor, which means that the official will get the best recommended resources, and the bid price is naturally the highest. As for the live broadcast platform, the competition is even more intense. After all, the major live broadcast platforms are currently in the stage of crazy spending money and diverting traffic. Failure to obtain the GPL broadcasting rights will give users a feeling that this platform is not good enough, so the bidding price is hyped up very high. Having said that, this amount is nothing compared to the hundreds of millions or hundreds of millions of sponsorship fees that Pei Qian remembered. But the problem is, this is just the beginning? The GOG game was born less than a year ago, and the domestic recognition of esports is not that high. Now it can get such a high sponsorship fee, which is very outrageous in Pei Qian's opinion. But think about it carefully, this is also reasonable. Because of the popularity of the GOG World Finals, everyone has seen the huge potential of esports events, and GPL is so well run that there are almost no competitors at present. Moreover, the news of giant companies such as Shenhua entering the market and the sky-high price of GPL quotas are constantly stirring the audience's nerves. Sponsors see the advertising effect brought by the huge popularity and compare it with the quotes of traditional sports. They think it is a good deal and naturally enter the market. Pei Qian silently calculated that GPL is very likely to earn hundreds of millions of funds through various sponsorships and broadcasting rights in the spring and summer games. The good news is that the hundreds of millions of dollars are earned throughout the year, and it will be a little easier to accept if it is spread out every month. The bad news is that the sponsorship fee may be higher next year. Pei Qian thought about it and was afraid that he could not refuse this money. In this case, he had to tell Zhang Yuan to let these sponsors pay in installments and spread the money out every month. Don't pay all at once, especially not just before the critical point of settlement. Otherwise, President Pei will be dead on the spot. Anything else? Pei Qian felt a little tired. Guan Peiqing thought for a while. Oh, there is another small matter, about the FV Club. It is said that Longyu Group will arrange domestic teams to go to Los Angeles for training, but only leave the FV team behind. Wu Yu called Zhang Yuan to discuss this matter. Because there was no need to keep it secret, Guan Peiqing also knew about it. Pei Qian's eyes lit up after hearing this. How can this be called a small matter? There is no small matter when it comes to spending money. This Wu Yu, this Zhang Yuan, both of them should be severely criticized. What were they thinking when they didn't report this to me immediately? Longyu Group took 2 teams to Los Angeles, leaving only FV Club? Good news. This gave me a very valuable opportunity to spend money, according to the expenses in Los Angeles. If we bring more people and set the highest standard of food and accommodation allowed by the system, this may cost a lot of money. After hearing so much bad news, there is finally good news. After the regular meeting of the management and compensation students, Pei Qian immediately called Wu Yu. At the FV Club, Wu Yu was struggling with the team training. Seeing that it was President Pei's call, he quickly picked up the phone. Hello? President Pei, what's the matter? Wu Yu asked. President Pei on the other end of the phone seemed a little unhappy. Why didn't you tell me about other clubs going to Los Angeles? Wu Yu was stunned for a moment, and hurriedly explained, Oh, President Pei, don't worry about such trivial matters, I can handle it. Pei Qian, what can you handle? Can you decide to arrange first-class tickets and 5-star hotels for all team members, or can you find opponents for training for the team? Wu Yu, He thought about it, and really couldn't. Although the money on the FV Club's account was enough, it was really difficult for him to make a decision to spend hundreds of thousands to go to Los Angeles in advance. Pei Qian said, There is no need to worry about this matter. Go and get expedited visas for everyone immediately. How many people are there in the FV Club now? Wu Yu thought for a moment. There are 5 members in the first team, 5 members in the second team, plus me, Manager Liu, other staff members of the team, etc. But we don't need so many people. Just let 1 team and Manager Liu go. 3 standard rooms are just enough for 6 people. Pei Qian was very unhappy after hearing this. How can 6 people do that? As the saying goes, food and grass must go before troops move. If we want to march and fight, what can we do if the logistics can't keep up? We are unfamiliar with Los Angeles. We need to find an interpreter and a local tour guide who is familiar with the situation. We also need someone to arrange food and accommodation. We must not be careless about eating. Let's check there to see if there is any Chinese food that tastes better to ensure that the team members' daily diet is not a problem and does not affect their physical condition. Hire 4 more bodyguards. I heard that the security in the United States is not very good, so we have to ensure the personal safety of the players. Bring a sparring team. I think SUG is good, so I will pay for the players from SUG to go with you. How about this? There are 30 places in total, and we will arrange food and accommodation at a standard of 3,000 yuan per person per day, and stay until the end of the game, which is about 5 weeks in total. Right? The food and accommodation standard alone is 3.15 million. Well, when you arrive in Los Angeles, you may have to go shopping, buy some local specialties, and carry back some cheap digital products, etc., plus the cost of finding a tour guide and bodyguards mentioned earlier, and consider some possible emergencies. Well, let's round it up to 4 million. Wu Yu was dumbfounded. A trip to Los Angeles costs 4 million? The entire FV Club is not worth that much money. Wu Yu hurriedly said, Boss Pei, this is not necessary. The finger company will provide food and accommodation after the start of the main competition, so the money we really need to spend is just the round-trip air tickets. Even if we go a week in advance and have to take care of our own food and accommodation for this week, we don't need to pay 3,000 yuan per person. A standard room for 2 people in a good hotel near the venue can be booked for less than 1,000 yuan. The accommodation arranged by the finger company is better, but the standard room for 2 people is only $200 per night, which is only about 1,400 yuan. Pei Qian didn't like it at the time. What do you mean, don't want me to spend money? According to your minimum standard, 6 people go and stay in a standard room for 1,000 yuan a night, and only pay for the first week? I'm afraid it's hard to spend more than 100,000 yuan. Pei Qian immediately interrupted Wu Yu. Finger company has arranged food and lodging for us, do we have to go? What if the food and lodging conditions arranged by finger company cannot meet our requirements? The players have traveled thousands of miles to a foreign country to play in the game. If something goes wrong, can you bear the responsibility? As the saying goes, it's better to prepare for a rainy day. It's worth spending some money to eliminate these hidden dangers. Just do as I say, and the money will be transferred soon. Pei Qian hung up the phone. Wu Yu looked at the phone screen that had been hung up and fell into confusion. 30 places? The first and second teams of the FV club, plus the 5 main players of SUG, there are only 15 people. Where can we find 30 people? Chapter 793, The Ultimate Fantasy Logistics Team. December 18th, Sunday. Wu Yu counted the number of people with Manager Liu in the office. When we get to Los Angeles, we'll hire a local tour guide, 4 bodyguards and drivers, and rent a minibus. The first and second teams of the FV club, the 5 main players of the SUG club, plus you, me, the team leader, the coach, and the analyst, a total of 20 people. Add 2 translators and 3 documentary photographers, and that's 25 people. 5 more people are needed. Bring a team doctor to ensure the health of the players, and you can also take everyone to do some simple physical training in the hotel, to keep them in shape. That's still 4 more people. Wu Yu counted on his fingers, but he couldn't get enough people to 30. The main reason was that President Pei gave too many places. Wu Yu even brought 3 photographers, and all the other necessary logistics personnel, including translators, team leaders, coaches, analysts, team doctors, etc., were also brought. In the end, there were still 4 people missing, and he really didn't know who to bring. Although President Pei had no special requirements for the identity of the personnel, after all, this was a business trip, so the people he brought had to be somewhat related to the game, right? Mr. Pei was very generous, and his gesture was like asking everyone to go to Los Angeles on a public-funded trip, but Wu Yu didn't dare to really make it a public-funded trip, but instead felt a lot of pressure. He gave several million, what if he couldn't get good results? Manager Liu suggested, Mr. Wu, our club only has so many people, and we really can't think of more candidates. Why don't you ask Mr. Zhang to see if he has any suitable candidates? After all, it was Mr. Pei who paid for it, and the remaining 4 places will bring people from Tenda, which will be more acceptable on the scene. Moreover, such a high standard of public-funded travel, Tenda's employees should also want to come. Wu Yu nodded suddenly, yes, ask Mr. Zhang. Then, I'll call Mr. Zhang, and you call Mr. Ding Gan of SUG Club. DGE Sports Club. Zhang Yuan, 4 places left? No one can choose? Well, it's okay for us to send 4 people, let me think about it. After listening to Wu Yu's explanation on the phone, Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought. When the FV club went on the expedition, President Pei personally took care of it, provided very high standards for food and accommodation, and also required that they must bring at least 30 people. And this does not include the tour guides and bodyguards hired locally in Los Angeles. Why bring so many people, now, let alone domestic esports environment, even the worldwide esports environment is still relatively informal. Apart from other things, in the past 2 years, domestic professional players often played games at their own expense, and it was common to hear that they slept on the street and ate instant noodles with cold water. Especially for this kind of international competition, because the expenses after going abroad are high, the expenses are saved as much as possible, and the fewer people, the better. But President Pei gave a treatment far beyond the standard. Why? After a brief consideration, Zhang Yuan immediately thought of 2 points. First, through the FV Club, show the outside world Tengda's financial resources and the importance of esports. Second, guarantee logistics at all costs and strive for good results as much as possible. Because the FV Club is already tied to Tengda, the better the results of the FV Club, the more face Tengda will have, and relatively speaking, it will be more of a slap in the face of the Finger Company and Longyu Group. Whether to get the bonus or not is secondary, the key is the popularity and advertising effect. Therefore, the entourage this time is definitely not going to travel, and they must play a role more or less. Zhang Yuan said, if we look at the entire Tenda Group, there are indeed 4 more suitable candidates, but I don't know if they are willing to go. Yi Zhizhou, Min Jingqiao, Bao Su, Zhou Pengyuan. Yi Zhizhou is the person in charge and game designer of Shenyang Games. He was once responsible for the operation of IOI's national service and is very familiar with IOI's various data. Of course, his understanding is limited to the previous old version. Min Jingqiao, a designer of GOG, has been in charge of game design and numerical balance since GOG went online. Bao Su, a senior designer of Tenda Games, a hardcore gamer, is proficient in most games, including GOG and IOI. He also has rich travel experience, good physical fitness, and strong stress resistance. Zhou Pengyuan, a former DGE Club second team commander, is really old and his condition has declined significantly. He has decided to retire and return to the DGE Club as the head coach some time ago. He has rich game experience and is proficient in various GOG tactics. These 4 people have a lot of experience in GOG and IOI. I's understanding is absolutely top-notch, and should be able to provide you with guidance on tactical formulation and data analysis. The only problem is, I have to ask Mr. Pei for instructions on this matter. Except for Zhou Pengyuan, who is now the head coach of DGE, and I can arrange it, the other 3 are either Tenda veterans or department heads, who are at the same level as me, and I can't command them. Wu Yu on the other end of the phone was stunned. Mr. Zhang, this is not necessary. This is too much of a fuss. Our club went to Los Angeles to play a game, but the heads and chief designers of 2 core game departments of Tenda Group accompanied us? This seems a bit inappropriate. Zhang Yuan said, don't worry about this. Whether it's appropriate or not is a question for President Pei to consider. If President Pei is afraid of delaying work and doesn't let him go, then I will consider other candidates. Wu Yu thought about it and nodded, okay, President Zhang, then I will wait for news. Zhang Yuan hung up the phone and immediately called President Pei to explain the situation. On the other end of the phone, Pei Qian had just gotten up and was eating brunch in the Moyu Internet Cafe. When he heard that Zhang Yuan wanted to transfer Yi Zhizhou and Min Jingqiao, Pei Qian's eyes lit up and he readily agreed. No problem. Let them go. And they must go, they can't shirk it. Pei Qian was worried about not being able to arrange them. Now Yi Zhizhou is responsible for the operation of GOG's overseas version, and Min Jingqiao is responsible for the update of GOG's new version and domestic operation. These 2 people can be said to be the current worries of President Pei. If they work a little harder, GOG's market share will increase a lot. The better they do their work, the more difficult it will be for President Pei to lose money. This time, Pei Qian arranged a schedule for the entire FV Club team until the end of next month, which is when the IOI Global Finals will end. Pei Qian didn't think the FV Club could win the championship at all, After all, the European and American teams started earlier, trained more, and adapted to the version first. How could the FV Club, a team that was reorganized less than a month ago, compete with the old European and American strong teams? Most likely, they would be eliminated in the quarterfinals or at most the semifinals, but being eliminated doesn't affect their continued travel in Los Angeles. Other clubs booked flights back home the next day after being eliminated, which is not humane. The players usually train hard, and finally get a visa to go abroad, so they have to have fun for a few days. Therefore, no matter what the results of FV Club are, Pei Qian will ask them to stay in Los Angeles until the end of the IOI Global Finals before returning. Then, Yi Zhizhou and Min Jingqiao, the two confidants, went to Los Angeles for a whole month. Didn't GOG's work slow down and stagnate? Even if these two people want to work online, there is a time difference of more than 10 hours between Jingzhou and Los Angeles. One is during the day and the other is at night. When they wake up, Tenda will just get off work. Very good. So Pei Qian didn't think much about it and agreed happily. As for Bao Su and Zhou Pingyuan on the list, Pei Qian felt that they were dispensable, but since Zhang Yuan asked for them, let them go, and they can spend more money to make up for the quota. Zhang Yuan was quite touched. President Pei really trusts me. He gave it to such an important department head. He immediately called the four people and asked them to arrange the handover of work and prepare to apply for expedited visas. A few minutes later, Bao Su, who was happily playing games at his workstation, received a call from Zhang Yuan. His expression changed from comfort to astonishment, and then to shock and confusion. After hanging up the phone, Bao Su froze at his workstation and began to think about life, without moving for a long time. On the other side, in the SUG club, Ding Gan also received a call from manager Liu. What? Take 5 players from the IOI division of the SUG club to Los Angeles? Ding Gan almost thought he had heard it wrong. After listening to manager Liu's full story, Ding Gan still did not recover from his confusion. I never expected that my team would be eliminated in the domestic qualifiers and did not get a place in the IOI World Championship, but in the end we still had to go to Los Angeles? The players of the SUG club this time were sparring partners. Because this team is also considered a first-class team in China, and its strength is only comparable to the other 2 participating teams. The 3 o'clock sweep in the last game was not entirely a problem of strength, but mainly a mental breakdown and insufficient tactical reserves. Since the qualifiers, the players of the IOI division have been depressed for a long time. Originally, there was a chance to show up at the World Championship, but in the end, it was just one step away, and there was a huge difference. Who could bear this? But now, things seem to have taken a turn for the better. Although they can't go to the World Championship, it's good for the players to relax on such a high-standard public-funded tour. Ding Gan thought about it and realized that he really had no reason to refuse. The only question is, why did President Pei do this? Ding Gan pondered. Could it be that this is some kind of hint from President Pei? President Pei has always been clear about what he loves and hates, and rewards and punishes appropriately. Previously, SUG had a conflict with President Pei over the GPL quota, so it was removed from the GPL, but President Pei did not kill them all, but gave them a GDL quota. It's the same this time. After President Pei reorganized the FV club, he squeezed out SUG's World Championship quota. This is not against the SUG club, but President Pei is humane. He spent money to invite our players to Los Angeles, saying that they were sparring partners, but they were well fed and served, and stayed in a 5-star hotel. This treatment is better than traveling. President Pei is an open-minded person. The SUG club offended him, but he still let bygones be bygones. On the other hand, Longyu Group said that it was fine before, and once SUG was eliminated, it would immediately abandon it like a worn-out shoe. The difference is obvious. Thinking of this, Ding Gon immediately nodded and said, "Okay, thank you very much for your kindness, President Pei. But I have an unreasonable request. Can I go to Los Angeles with you? I just want to go out and play for a few days recently. Don't worry, I will pay for everything on my side, you just need to take care of the expenses of the 5 players. I will play by myself in Los Angeles and will not disturb the daily training." Manager Lu thought for a while and said, "Mr. Ding, if you want to come, of course you can." Since Ding Gon paid for it himself, there is nothing to say. If he wants to go to Los Angeles, can Manager Lu and Wu Yu stop him? 30 people are already brought, so it doesn't matter if there is one more. What's more, the SUG players are helping with the practice. Ding Gon is the boss of the SUG club, and this face cannot be ignored. After dealing with the SUG club, Manager Lu returned to Wu Yu's office. "Boss Wu, SUG club has arranged everything." Wu Yu nodded. "Well, the remaining 4 places have been taken. Boss Pei attaches great importance to FV Club's expedition to Los Angeles this time. Now our team can be said to be the ultimate dream team. Look at these 4 new members, a designer from GOG, a former operations manager of IOI National Service, a senior game designer from Tenda Games, a former star commander of GOG, plus our own coaches, analysts, and players from the 3 teams. This reserve strength is simply off the charts." Manager Lu was shocked when he heard Wu Yu introduce the 4 new members. "Is it okay for even the chief designer of GOG to go in person? It's so magical. This is equivalent to the GOG Global Invitational, the chief designer of the finger company personally doing data analysis for a certain club. It is not enough to describe this behavior with a butcher knife. Now the data analysis team of the FV Club can be said to be the ultimate gorgeous. More importantly, Yi Zhizhou and Min Jingqiao are not fighting alone. Behind them are 2 game departments, Shangyang Games and Tenda Games. If they really encounter any problems, they can directly hand them over to the designers of the 2 departments to solve them together. Manager Lu couldn't help but sigh. If that's the case, we don't need an IOI World Server account. Why do we still need to play high-end rank? We have 3 teams and 15 people, and it's enough to practice with ourselves. Team 1 players can play training games with Team 2 and SUG. Then when Team 2 and SUG play training games to test the strength of the lineup, Team 1 players can listen to analysts review and explain tactics. In spare time, players can be divided into several groups to practice landing and maintain their feel. Isn't this more efficient than high-level rank? Manager Lu and Wu Yu hesitated about whether to go to Los Angeles before, mainly because they were worried that they couldn't get a high-end game account there, and the training effect could not be guaranteed. You can't go there and play solo from scratch, right? But now there's no need. As long as there are enough people, the training schedule will naturally be full, and it doesn't matter whether there is a high-end game account or not. Wu Yu immediately became full of fighting spirit. "Everything is ready, I must train well this time. If I don't get a good result, I will be sorry to President Pei. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 794, Repeated and Horizontal Investment. December 19, Monday. Pei Qian came to the office as usual, checking the work reported by various departments, while browsing recent news and discussions on the internet. After the personnel of FV Club going to Los Angeles were confirmed last week, the visas of relevant personnel have been expedited, and various work is also being prepared in full swing. When he thought that Yi Zhizhou and Min Jingqiao were about to pack up and leave, and would stay in Los Angeles for more than a month before returning, Pei Qian was indescribably happy. Although Pei Qian himself could legitimately go to Los Angeles to play this time, he thought about it and decided not to. On the one hand, it was because the exam week was coming soon. If he went out to play for a month, his goal of surpassing Lao Ma this semester would basically be GG. On the other hand, Pei Qian was not very interested in going abroad, and he still preferred to stay in China. Jingzhou is pretty good, why run around everywhere? Whatever you want, do it in Jingzhou. Anyway, the system has a lot of funds now. Instead of spending money to go out and play, it is better to spend money to make Jingzhou what you like. And if you want to go out and play in the future, you can find any excuse to go out, such as collecting game materials, investigation and study, etc. Moreover, Pei Qian didn't want to repeat the tragedy of the qualifying round. If he went to watch a game, the players would be so excited that they would create another world-famous painting, which would be too embarrassing. Pei Qian was casually browsing the web and suddenly saw a discussion post. Is the cold-faced girl going to die? The internet has been very popular for some time. You can see the marketing of the cold-faced girl everywhere, and the hot searches have basically never stopped. But it seems that the popularity has dropped a lot recently. Is it going to die soon? This post is quite popular, and many people are discussing it. It shouldn't be that serious. Didn't Meng Chong just give a speech a while ago? The place was packed with people, it was quite popular. Meng Chong was full of confidence throughout the whole process, and there was no sign of panic. Don't worry, it will take a long time for them to raise funds casually. Do you think that someone as awesome as Meng Chong can't open a grilled cold noodle shop? To be honest, I went to eat there once, and it felt just so. How could it be as delicious as it is said? Of course, I admit that their store environment and various details are not bad, but the worst thing they do is just grilled cold noodles. It's really not very delicious. Didn't you say that you accepted Mr. Pei's investment? It seems that the companies invested by Mr. Pei have been successful so far, right? Jingzhou's investment myth will not mess with you. It seems that recently, the investment of Tenda is no longer managed by President Pei. Now some projects have lost money, but overall it is still profitable. The term investment myth can only be used to describe President Pei, not Yuan venture capital. It is said that President Pei has withdrawn some time ago. I don't know if it is true. If President Pei is not optimistic about the cold-faced girl, does it mean that it has some fatal hidden dangers and is about to die? Netizens are talking about it. Although no one has any facts or hard facts, it does not affect their heated discussions. They turn on the keyboard mode and analyze frantically. Pei Qian looked at everyone's discussion and fell into a state of confusion. Can this cold-faced girl really work? In the eyes of some people, the cold-faced girl has unlimited prospects. She can easily raise funds in a few rounds and be valued at hundreds of millions. Isn't it easy for a figure like Meng Chong, the godfather of entrepreneurship, to make roasted cold noodles? But some people belittled the cold-faced girl as worthless, saying that it was all exaggerated, as if she would go bankrupt tomorrow. This made Pei Qian a little at a loss. Sometimes he felt that it was right to withdraw in time, but sometimes he felt that he had missed a good opportunity to lose money, which made him feel conflicted. Pei Qian thought for a long time and called Dishing. How is the cold-faced girl doing recently? Dishing on the other end of the phone was stunned for a moment, a little surprised, he was a little puzzled. Didn't Mr. Pei resolutely sell all the shares of the cold-faced girl? Why did he ask about the cold-faced girl again today? Logically speaking, Mr. Pei, who is so decisive and never changes his mind, should have no reason to go back to the old grass, right? However, Dishing didn't dare to ask more, and answered honestly, Mr. Pei, we have nothing to do with the cold-faced girl at present. The money we earned has not been touched for the time being, including the financial Jinhaibing we sent to the cold-faced girl before, who has returned to Jingzhou and is waiting to go to the next investment company. So I don't know the specific situation of the cold-faced girl now. Otherwise, I will ask Meng Chong. But after all, we have nothing to do with each other, and he may not tell me. Or you can ask Jinhaibing. She was in charge of the financial work of the cold-faced girl before, and she may know some inside information when she handed over the work. Pei Qian thought about it. He had already withdrawn his investment, If he asked Meng Chang again, he probably wouldn't get anything out of it. Or ask Jing Haibing. If no useful information can be obtained, forget it. The matter of the cold-faced girl will be over. If there is still a chance of turning things around, then we can talk about it later. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, "Okay, you can call a video conference." Hideshing hung up the phone and quickly called a video conference. Jing Haibing pushed his glasses, his expression was still as serious as the last video conference. "Mr. Pei, you are looking for me?" Pei Qian nodded. "What do you think about the cold-faced girl? Based on your previous work experience there, do you think this company can succeed?" Jing Haibing shook his head. "This is beyond my ability. I am just a financial officer. I dare not show off my skills in front of President Pei when judging such things." This answer was within Pei Qian's expectations. Because Jing Haibing himself is a very calm and low-key person, he never makes arbitrary judgments on areas he does not understand, but only completes his work tasks meticulously. Before, Jing Haibing had never participated in any decision-making of the cold-faced girl, and had not complained to Pei Qian or Hideshing. Pei Qian thought about it and changed the question. "Then tell me from a financial perspective, how is Lingmian Girls' Company?" Jing Haibing thought about it and said, "Meng Chang's model should be a standard internet marketing model." Although he did not falsify the accounts in terms of finance, he used some methods to make the financial statements look particularly good. But strictly speaking, Lingmian Girls' cash flow has always been very tight. Meng Chang is used to spending money lavishly in marketing, so he has always been a little short of funds. "Before I left, Lingmian Girl received the last investment of 8 million from you, President Pei, and it was spent very quickly. But whether or not there will be any problems with the cold-faced girl depends on whether Meng Chang can get money from other people. If he can, the valuation of the cold-faced girl will continue to rise. If not, the cash flow may be in trouble as soon as this week. If I'm not mistaken, although Meng Chang seems very calm now, he should be very anxious to find money everywhere. However, if Meng Chang reduces his marketing expenses, he should be able to hold on for a long time. After all, the store's expenses are not large, and the bulk of the money spent is on marketing." Hideshing thought for a while and said, "I think he probably won't do this. The reason why the cold-faced girl has such a high valuation is because investors pay a lot of attention to her. If Meng Chang doesn't continue to spend money to maintain the popularity, investors' interest will also weaken, and it will fall into a vicious circle. That's really dangerous for Meng Chang." Pei Qian listened silently, but still felt confused. Hideshing and Jing Haibing couldn't discuss it clearly, and could only say that the cold-faced girl is currently in a very critical period. If a large amount of funds are injected to push up the valuation and rebuild investors' confidence, then the cold-faced girl may be praised to the sky, but on the other hand, if investors are on the sidelines, then the cold-faced girl's capital chain may soon have problems and she may go bankrupt. A big profit or a huge loss is all in one thought. This made Pei Qian a little confused. If he went back to invest, he was afraid that he would bring the cold-faced girl away. If he didn't invest, he was afraid that he would miss this golden opportunity to lose money. Suddenly, Pei Qian had an idea and asked, "How much does the cold-faced girl spend on marketing every week?" Jing Haibing thought for a moment. "On average, it's less than 1 million per week, but some marketing activities are monthly, such as finding endorsements and shooting commercials, which are very expensive. However, the store has many other daily expenses." Pei Qian asked, "If you give her 1 million per week, will it be enough to keep the cold-faced girl alive without making it suddenly popular?" Jing Haibing was a little confused. After thinking about it, he said, "In theory, yes, but I don't understand business operations, and can't guarantee this." Pei Qian thought he could give it a try, and said, "Okay, Hideshing, you pay attention to the cold-faced girl. If you find that she really has no money, invest 1 million per month to help her keep her alive. But if you find signs that other people want to invest, cut off immediately." Dishing was a little confused. He didn't know what Mr. Pei was playing. Where is he teasing people? He had sold all his shares before, and now he wants to give money to the cold-faced girl in bits and pieces? Sell and buy and sell, investing repeatedly, but since it was the investment God Pei's operation, Dishing felt that there must be a deeper meaning, so he nodded. Okay, the money from selling the shares of the cold-faced girl is still there, I will use this money. Pei Qian was very satisfied with his operation. Since the cold-faced girl is now jumping back and forth between taking off and dying suddenly, isn't it enough to just keep it in this range? Quantitative blood transfusion, neither letting it die suddenly nor taking off, and constantly doing marketing to help you spend money, isn't it wonderful? Chapter 795, Take Off. December 22, Thursday. Shanghai Airport. Zhao Shuming and the leaders and players of the other two clubs are waiting for the flight. The time of the IOI Global Finals has been confirmed. It will officially start on December 31st, which is the Saturday of next week, and will last until the end of January, for a month. The competition system is similar to GOG's Global Invitational Tournament, with 16 teams and 4 groups, divided into 2 stages, group stage and knockout stage. In terms of the schedule, the focus of the group stage and knockout stage is basically arranged on weekends and statutory holidays, while the less important games and rest days are arranged on weekdays as much as possible. Although the arrangement is not particularly perfect, it is also relatively reasonable. However, due to the time difference, the viewing experience of domestic audiences is relatively poor. Take the group stage as an example. The viewing time in China is from 3 a.m. to 12 noon the next day, highlighting a cultivation. After all, it is held in Los Angeles, and there is no way to arrange this time. Finger Company will only provide hotel and accommodation one day before the game, and provide it until the team is eliminated. Therefore, most poorer clubs will arrive at the hotel arranged near the competition venue 1 or 2 days before the game, in order to let the 2 domestic clubs play training matches with European and American teams in advance and adapt to the local environment. Zhao Shuming decided to go there more than a week in advance and live in the hotel arranged by the Finger Company. The air tickets and the cost of food and accommodation for this week were fully reimbursed by Longyu Group. There were 20 people in total, and the 2 clubs had 5 players, plus the team leader and coach, a total of 14 people. In addition, there were 6 staff members from Longyu Group, including Zhao Shuming. Zhao Shuming went to Los Angeles purely to take this opportunity to go out and play and watch the IOI game. After all, the work of the IOI Operation Cooperation Department of Longyu Group in the next period of time is mainly to use the IOI World Game for publicity and promotion, so his trip to Los Angeles is justified. After arriving in Los Angeles, in addition to settling the players of the 2 clubs, Zhao Shuming will also visit and exchange ideas with other colleagues from the IOI Operation Cooperation Department at the headquarters of the Finger Company. A group of 20 people are waiting at the airport. At present, only a few cities in China, such as the Imperial Capital and the Magic Capital, can fly directly to Los Angeles, and the ticket prices are relatively expensive. Most other cities require a transfer, and although the ticket price is relatively cheap, the entire journey will take much longer. Zhao Shuming did not choose a cheaper transfer route, but chose a relatively small number of more expensive direct flights, which only takes about 13 hours. Zhao Shuming was a little proud. After all, the air tickets were reimbursed by Longyu Group. For these clubs, choosing direct flights was considered generous. Most of the players in these clubs were internet addicts. They had never been abroad and had never seen the world. Zhao Shuming felt that his sincerity was very good. As for the seats, Zhao Shuming, as a senior executive of Longyu Group, could choose business class for business trips, but after repeated consideration, he chose economy class. It was not that he saved money for the company, but it was mainly because of his face. Because there were more people this time, it would be too expensive for all 20 people to sit in business class. After all, the price of business class tickets was 3 times that of economy class. If all were reimbursed, it would cost an extra 300,000 or 400,000 yuan, which was somewhat substandard. And Zhao Shuming was embarrassed to sit in business class himself and let the people in the club sit in economy class, so he had to put up with himself. The leaders and players of these 2 clubs certainly didn't care about this. Longyu Group reimbursed the direct flight tickets, which was already very good. It was a bit too much to let them spend 3 times the money to sit in business class. Besides, Mr. Zhao was also sitting in economy class. There was still a long time before boarding, and Zhao Shuming was chatting with the leaders of the 2 clubs, briefly introducing the arrangements after arriving in Los Angeles. The hotel arranged by Finger Company this time is Courtyard by Marriott, which is about 200 meters away from the competition venue and can be reached on foot. It is very convenient. The environment of the hotel is also very good. Anyway, it has everything you need. After we get there, we will check in directly at the hotel. You can ask me to reimburse the hotel expenses before the game. The day before the game, everyone will check out and check in again, and live in the room arranged by Finger Company. Our company has assigned a translator. When the time comes, the 2 team leaders will work hard to find nearby internet cafes and restaurants with our translator to see where it is more suitable to train and eat. Although Finger Company will also arrange training rooms and accommodation, it will not be officially in place until the day before the game. We have to rely on ourselves this week. Zhao Shuming explained some details, and the 2 team leaders nodded frequently. The other team members were also a little excited, and some of them were a little nervous because it was their first time to fly. Zhao Shuming was chatting with the 2 team leaders when he suddenly heard footsteps in the distance. Come on, here. Everyone, stand in accordance with your height, yes, stand in 3 rows. The main players stand in front and hold up the club's flag. Okay, I'm going to take a picture. 1, 2, 3. Very good, another one. Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment, turned his head and looked, and was instantly stunned. Isn't this the FE club? Why are there so many people? At this time, about 30 people stood together to take pictures, and the people in the front row were holding the team flag of the FE club. 5 main players stood in the front, and Zhao Shuming recognized them at a glance. 2 photographers took their own cameras and took pictures of the crowd, and there was also a cameraman who was carrying a camera to record the whole process. Zhao Shuming soon saw more familiar faces in the crowd, including Ding Gon, Wu Yu, manager Liu, and the players of the SUG club. Zhao Shuming fell into a state of confusion. What is going on? Since these people have arrived here, it means that they are all here to take a plane. Since they are taking a plane, they must be flying to Los Angeles. But even if the people of the FV club have to fly to Los Angeles, there are only 7 or 8 people at most, right? How can there be so many people? Why are the people from the SUG club here? Zhao Shuming originally thought that he was leading the players of 2 clubs, and this team was already very large, but when he looked at the FV club, one club crushed him in terms of numbers. Zhao Shuming was a little confused for a moment. This unexpected encounter was totally beyond his expectations. Wu Yu, who had just finished taking photos, also saw Zhao Shuming waiting for the flight. Wu Yu was also a little surprised. Although he didn't have a good face for Zhao Shuming, it would be a bit too much to pretend that they didn't see each other at this time. So Wu Yu immediately stepped forward and greeted Zhao Shuming. Mr. Zhao. I didn't expect to meet you here. What a coincidence. Zhao Shuming forced a smile and stood up. Mr. Wu, are you also going to take this flight to Los Angeles? Wu Yu nodded. Yes, Mr. Zhao too? Oh, isn't this a coincidence? But this is normal. This flight is more suitable in terms of time. We can be said to be heroes with similar views. Although Wu Yu has Min Jingqiao and Yi Zhizhou living in Jingzhou, the two clubs FV and SUG are both in Shanghai, and there are no direct flights from Jingzhou to Los Angeles, so everyone still chooses to depart from Shanghai. Considering various factors such as takeoff and landing time, schedule, flight seats, ticket prices, etc., this flight is the most suitable, so Wu Yu and Zhao Shuming happen to meet each other. This encounter was a little awkward. Because Zhao Shuming deliberately did not bring the FV club to Los Angeles, both parties knew this. In this situation, Zhao Shuming had no choice but to keep silent about it and pretend to be polite. Mr. Wu, there is still some time before boarding, please find a place to sit first. Wu Yu smiled and said, okay, Mr. Zhao, don't worry about this. After the greetings, Wu Yu called out to the others who were accompanying him, come on, let's find a place to rest. However, what surprised Zhao Shuming was that Wu Yu and the others did not sit in the rest area next to them, but walked straight into the VIP lounge a little further away. A string of question marks instantly floated over Zhao Shuming's head. What's going on? The VIP lounge is dedicated to providing waiting services for business class passengers or high-end members. There are various supporting services such as TV, newspapers, magazines, snacks and drinks, and airline services such as rebooking and seat changes. Moreover, all the seats are single leather sofas, which are much more comfortable than the hard row seats in the rest area. Seeing that all the 30 people went in, even the photographer and cameraman who followed behind all went in, Zhao Shuming was even more shocked. What does it mean? Could it be that all the 30 people booked business class? Zhao Shuming knew the airfare very well. Economy class tickets cost about 10,000 yuan, while business class tickets cost nearly 30,000 yuan. If all 30 people booked business class tickets, they would have to spend 600,000 yuan more than economy class tickets. It's outrageous. Zhao Shuming quickly denied this idea. Why would the FV club be willing to spend 600,000 yuan more on flights? This is totally unreasonable. Well, it should be to show off in front of us and pay to enter the VIP lounge to rest. Zhao Shuming knew very well that although these business class lounges claimed to be for business class or high-end members, they could also be entered for a fee. The price was 100 yuan per person. If so, 30 people would only cost 3,000 yuan, which was not bad. Zhao Shuming thought that he could also spend 2,000 yuan to show off, but then he thought again that the plane was not delayed and would take off in a while, so it was really unnecessary to spend this money. It would be better to pretend that nothing happened. After being interrupted by Wu Yu and others, Zhao Shuming was not in the mood to chat with the club leader. Everyone was swiping their phones while waiting for the flight silently. For some reason, Zhao Shuming's mind would still involuntarily emerge the scene in the VIP lounge. The environment was quiet and no one was noisy. Sitting on a comfortable single leather sofa to read magazines and watch movies, free snacks and drinks were unlimited. The more I thought about it, the more I felt a little bit of a lemon. Zhao Shuming frequently looked at his watch. Fortunately, he was about to board the plane. Everyone came to the boarding gate and lined up to wait. This direct flight to Los Angeles is a large passenger plane that can seat nearly 500 people. It is divided into 2 floors, so there are many people queuing. Zhao Shuming and others got up early, stood in a relatively front position in the line, and waited patiently. Seeing that the line was getting longer and longer, Wu Yu and others did not come out of the VIP lounge. Zhao Shuming became more and more suspicious. What's going on? Are they not in a hurry to line up, or? Finally, Wu Yu and Ding Gan led more than 30 people from the VIP lounge, but they did not line up at the end of the line, but went straight to another boarding gate. Under the attentive reception of the flight attendants, Wu Yu and others had no obstacles. On the other hand, the long queue here formed a sharp contrast. Zhao Shuming and the leaders and players of the 2 clubs watched Wu Yu and others start boarding, while their own queue was as slow as a turtle. This large passenger plane is divided into 2 floors, with 2 independent boarding gates, and there is no interference between boarding and disembarking. The business class is on the upper floor, and the economy class is on the bottom floor. The business class does not need to queue. Zhao Xuming. Looking at the backs of Wu Yu, Ding Gan, and others, he silently closed himself. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Vertex Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 796, Can I Upgrade My Cabin? After Wu Yu and Ding Gan boarded the plane, they asked the accompanying team members to put away their carry-on luggage, and then found their seats and sat down. It was the first time for Panning, the captain of the FV club, to take a plane. After sitting down in his seat, he was a little at a loss. Are the seats on the plane so spacious? I thought it was similar to the high-speed rail. Panning muttered softly. Wu Yu laughed. If you were sitting in economy class, you wouldn't say that. Of course, there is a more spacious first-class cabin, but there are not enough seats in the first-class cabin on the plane, and we shouldn't be too extravagant, so we booked business class. The first-class cabin is similar to the box mode. The space occupied by a first-class cabin is equivalent to 6 economy class seats. The distance between the front and back is more than 2 meters, and you can roll around and sleep. But there are less than 30 seats in the first-class cabin. Wu Yu doesn't want to discriminate against treatment, and he doesn't think it's too extravagant, so he didn't choose it. The business class is only slightly worse than the first-class cabin, but the difference is not big. Although there is no independent private room, the business class has a semi-independent space structure and can be seen as a series of small compartments. It has a certain degree of shielding, but unlike the first-class cabin, the entire private room cannot be completely closed off from the outside world. However, the seats in the business class are spacious, with a huge table board next to it, a large screen in front, and various interface sockets next to it. The seats can also be laid flat at 180 degrees, so the experience is more than one level better than the economy class. Everyone sat down one after another. The compartments in the business class separated everyone, which made many contestants who were flying for the first time a little panicked. Panning said, Manager Liu, can you tell me if there are any precautions? What can and can't be used for these things? Manager Liu smiled, order whatever you want to eat, and ask the flight attendant if you don't understand. Just say that it's your first time to sit in the first-class cabin. The flight attendants are professional people and won't laugh at you. As soon as the voice fell, the plane hadn't taken off yet, and the flight attendant had come to ask about the well-being of the passengers, providing drinks, hot towels, and various snacks. The flight attendant squatted next to the seat, first handed over a warm wet towel to wipe hands and face, then brought a cup of lychee coconut milk, and then handed over the menu, and specifically reminded that if there are any special requirements for diet, you can raise them. Panning flipped through the menu, looking a little dazzled. He had thought that airplane meals were standard boxed meals, but when he saw the menu, he realized that they were not boxed meals at all, and there were many varieties. There were appetizers, including prawns, diced oranges, seasonal vegetable salads, etc. There were selected main courses, including seared steak with grilled onions, asparagus, red-skinned potatoes, and red wine sauce, or confit black cod with cherry tomatoes, roasted potatoes, and black olives. There are cheese, fruits, and desserts, as well as seafood udon noodles, chicken cheese sandwiches, Chinese dim sum, etc. In addition, there is a breakfast menu, including fried eggs with dried radish, dried tofu with mushrooms, soy milk and fried dough sticks, fried noodles with chicken and mushrooms, bacon, pork sausage, pancakes, etc. The most amazing thing is that Panning also saw instant noodles on the menu. Maybe some passengers like this. Of course, in addition to these foods, there are also various kinds of wine, including wine, champagne, etc. In short, this menu has made Panning feel a little dazzled, and he doesn't know what to order. But there is no hurry, he still has a long time to think before the plane takes off. After the plane took off, Panning experienced the benefits of business class more deeply. You can freely choose whether to rest or eat first. If you rest first, you can lie down and sleep directly. After waking up, the flight attendant will come to ask if you want to provide food. If you choose to eat first, you will be served appetizers, first dishes, main dishes, cakes, ice cream, etc. in order. If you eat slowly, it is normal to eat for 2 or 3 hours. After eating, you can just lie down and sleep. Unlike the economy class, the business class seats can be laid flat 180 degrees, and will provide a small quilt, pillow, pajamas, slippers, overnight bag, etc. The rest experience is completely different. After changing into pajamas and slippers in the bathroom, Panning felt much more comfortable. Although she was in the sky, it was not much different from the sofa at home. The toothbrush, toothpaste, hand cream and other toiletries in the overnight bag are all famous brands, including the overnight bag, which is very delicate and high quality. Panning didn't know that such a small bag would cost thousands of yuan. In addition, some supporting items are completely different from those in economy class. The seats can not only be laid completely flat, but also come with an adjustable cushion inflation system, which can automatically adjust within a certain range according to the passenger's body shape to the most comfortable sitting position. The headphones are advanced head-mounted noise-canceling headphones, which can immediately prevent you from being disturbed by the roar of the aircraft engine after wearing them. The seat belt is a thickened and padded leather seat belt, which is not only thicker but also has airbags, which will be safer. The screen opposite is several times larger than that in economy class, and there is a special remote control that can realize real-time calls with other business class passengers. Panning was not sleepy at all, so after the stewardess asked enthusiastically, she started to order food crazily. When Panning and his team won the qualifying championship, Wu also invited them to a shopping mall near the venue to have a delicious meal. It was a Western restaurant with an average price of 400 yuan per person. The food in the business class on the plane, whether it was the presentation or the taste, made it difficult for Panning to associate it with airplane food. Instead, she felt that it was of the same standard as the food she had eaten in a Western restaurant before. Panning took a few bites of food and tasted a few sips of red wine. She felt relaxed and even wanted to stretch. Is it so comfortable to fly on a plane? I can eat whatever I want, sleep whenever I want, and watch movies whenever I want for these 13 hours. I'm not tired at all. On the other side, the economy class. Zhao Xuming had reclined his seat, but the seats in the economy class could only be reclined to about 120 degrees. Even with a U-shaped pillow, he still felt uncomfortable all over. After the plane took off, the flight attendants began to distribute airplane meals, but there were only 2 kinds of boxed lunches to choose from, and no matter which one he chose, it would not be very delicious. The narrow seats and the shaky small table made eating less comfortable. He had to be more careful, for fear that the boxed lunch or soup would spill on his legs. As for pajamas, slippers, toiletries, etc., of course, there were none. The only good news is that everyone is sitting together, so there is no need to worry about the 200-pound fat man sitting next to you, squeezing you out of your private space. But even so, the narrow space in the economy class still makes Zhao Xuming feel very cramped and regretful. He regrets that he should not have shared the joys and sorrows with the players of these 2 clubs, and should have booked a business class ticket for himself. I can only say that I didn't think so much when I booked the ticket. I thought that I could only get to Los Angeles by making do on the way, and it would be hard to get special treatment for myself. But seeing that the 30 or so people from the FV club were all sitting in the business class, Zhao Xuming could only squeeze in the economy class, and his mentality collapsed instantly. Just then, a flight attendant passed by, and Zhao Xuming hurriedly asked, "Excuse me, can I apply for an upgrade now?" The flight attendant smiled politely and replied, "Sorry, sir, the first class and business class of this flight are full, there is no seat." Zhao Shuming was stunned for a moment. "No seat?" The flight attendant smiled and nodded, "Yes, I'm very sorry." Zhao Shuming was a little surprised. It stands to reason that although there are few seats in the first class and business class, the price is very expensive, and there are often empty seats. You can just pay more to upgrade to sit. But this time, the FV Club booked 30 business class seats at once, and this is a popular flight to Los Angeles, so there is no seat to upgrade. In other words, Zhao Shuming had no choice but to squeeze in the economy class for more than 10 hours to Los Angeles to have a good rest. Zhao Shuming's mouth twitched slightly, and he forced a smile. "Okay, thank you." His eyes reluctantly crossed the corridor and looked at the business class in front of him, and he happened to see a flight attendant smiling and swishing to close the curtain separating the business class and the economy class. Zhao Shuming. He suddenly had a bad feeling that this trip to Los Angeles might not end well. Chapter 797 Across the Street. At 7:05 in the morning, the plane landed at Los Angeles Airport. Considering the time difference, the current time in China is 15 hours faster, which means that it is actually 22 o'clock in the evening in Jingzhou. Panning had a good sleep on the plane, went to the bathroom in advance to change his pajamas, and then simply washed up. The 10 hours on the plane were still very wonderful for him. First, he ate crazily, all kinds of meals, drinks, ice cream, and desserts. After eating and drinking, he put on headphones and watched 2 movies, and then slept comfortably for 8 hours. Now I get up and feel refreshed. I have filled out the declaration form on the plane before, and you also gave everyone mobile phone cards to use locally. Panning changed the phone card like other team members, and then turned on the phone. "Hey! Today is still the 22nd? Panning instinctively felt something was magical, because when they left Shanghai it was noon on the 22nd, but when they arrived in Los Angeles it became the morning of the 22nd, as if they had wasted a whole day in their lives for no reason. Wu smiled and said, "When you return to China, all this time will be returned." "Okay, everyone, hurry up and grab your luggage, we're getting off the plane." When they thought that they were already in a foreign land, Panning and other team members were afraid that they would be lost. At that time, they might have difficulty asking for directions with their English, so they hurried to follow. Although this plane is a double-decker, there are only dozens of seats in the business class, while there are more than 400 seats in the economy class, so there are economy classes on both the upper and lower floors. However, the business class has a special channel, with priority on boarding and disembarking, and there is a business travel express entry service, so whether it is boarding or getting off the plane, it can save a lot of time. Wu didn't know where Zhao Shuming and the others were at the moment, but since both parties were not going to the same place, there was no need to meet again. The translator had already contacted the bodyguards and minibuses hired in advance, which could go directly from the airport to the vicinity of the competition venue. Under the guidance of Wu Yu, Ding Gan, and the translator, everyone quickly met up with the local tour guides and bodyguards hired in advance. The 4 bodyguards were all dressed in suits and sunglasses, and there would be no sense of disobedience even if they were pulled over and placed next to the president. Panning sighed from the bottom of her heart, "This is too impressive. It's a dreamlike morning." The other team members were also full of excitement, and they were full of energy. The more than 10 hours on the plane did not make them feel tired. Instead, they rested well and were full of energy. The 3 photographers also took pictures throughout the journey, recording every bit of the team members' journey from Shanghai to Los Angeles. After all, they were paid enough and were very conscientious. On the minibus, Panning asked, "Where did we book a hotel?" Wu smiled and said, "It's near the venue, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel." Ding Gan couldn't help but sighed, "The per capita accommodation standard set by President Pei for you is outrageous. It's okay for me to pay for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, but to accommodate 30 people for a month. It's too exaggerated. Wu Yu nodded. Actually, I didn't think too much about it at the time. The accommodation standard given by President Pei was too high. I saw that there was a Ritz-Carlton hotel nearby, and it was quite suitable in all aspects, so I decided to stay there. Ding Gong couldn't help but be speechless. It's just right. The Ritz-Carlton is a high-end resort hotel. It is considered to be a relatively luxurious hotel even among five-star hotels. It is only one street away from the competition venue, and its location is very good. Ding Gong is willing to live here, but President Pei arranged all 30 members of the team here, which shows that he is very rich and inhumane. Wu Yu looked around at everyone and said, "The hotel will not be open until the afternoon. We can check in our luggage first and then have something to eat. There is a special chef here to provide Chinese food. In order to prevent acclimatization, we will mainly eat Chinese food from now on. Of course, before the official start of the World Championship, you can eat some local specialties every now and then to adjust. Do you need to rest when you get to the hotel?" The players shook their heads. What else is there to rest for? I had already eaten and slept for 8 hours on the plane. Now I can start training with just a little food. Wu Yu nodded. Okay, let's store our luggage first, settle down and go to the training place, and check in when we come back in the afternoon. There are not many internet cafes here. After all, internet cafe culture is not particularly popular abroad. Taking into account factors such as distance, environment, and computer configuration, there is only one most suitable one. We have booked all the machines on the second floor of this internet cafe in advance, and we will train here in the future. But everyone should be mentally prepared. Although it is the best internet cafe nearby, it may not be as good as the Moyu Internet Cafe. Panning was a little surprised. Just book the whole place? Isn't it a bit too wasteful? Wu Yu shook his head. Not wasteful, but more cost-effective. The internet fee here is different from that in China. It's very expensive. It costs $10 for 1 hour, $18 for 3 hours, and only $20 for a charter flight for a day. Because most players here only play for 1 to 3 hours, so we set this price. Except for resting in the hotel, we train here. I have asked the boss in advance. There are many machines in the lobby on the first floor, with hundreds of them, and there are less than 30 machines on the second floor. The environment on the second floor is better. It costs only about $600 a day for a full charter, which is not expensive. In this way, you don't have to worry about being disturbed by strangers, nor do you have to worry about possible tactical leaks. Panning nodded excitedly. Okay, perfect. Then let's hurry up and start training. I can't wait. More than 2 hours later, Zhao Xuming and the players of the two clubs finally arrived at the door of the Courtyard Myriad Hotel with sleepy eyes. Although the distance from the airport to here is not far, it took a lot of time to get the luggage and other operations when leaving the airport. The players were a little listless, and they felt that they were all supported by a breath of fairy air. Although they all slept for a few hours, the seats in the economy class were not suitable for a restful sleep. They often woke up every 2 or 3 hours. After waking up, they found it difficult to fall asleep again because of the aches all over their bodies. They could only watch movies out of boredom. In short, everyone didn't rest very well. It can be said that they were exhausted from the long journey. Their clothes were full of wrinkles, and their hair was very messy. They wished they could go to the hotel, to take a shower and have a good sleep. Zhao Xuming thought to himself, fortunately, the business class passengers can leave first, otherwise it would be so embarrassing to meet them at the airport. He could imagine how perfect Wu Yu and others looked when they left the business class, and then look at his own state, can't appreciate it carefully. Anyway, they finally arrived at the hotel. The players looked at the magnificent building of the Courtyard Myriad in front of them, and the fatigue from the long journey was finally relieved. There was excitement in their eyes. This time, the official hotel arranged by the finger company for each club is this Courtyard Marriott, and it will be seamlessly connected after the World Championship starts. The Courtyard Marriott is roughly equivalent to a 4-star, mid-range hotel, which is already quite prestigious. No matter who comes, they can't say that the accommodation conditions are poor. The main entrance of the hotel is a circular, inward concave hall with a huge billboard on it, which looks very impressive. As everyone was about to drag their luggage and step in, they heard a team member say, "Hey, what's this tall building across the road?" The others turned their heads and saw a sea blue skyscraper rising into the sky across the street. Although the Courtyard Hotel is also quite tall, it is not at the same level as the building across the road. The latter can be regarded as a landmark building, and it is estimated to be more than 200 meters high. Zhao Shuming said, "Oh, that is the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and the price is about 3 times that of this one." The team members couldn't help but be amazed, and they tacitly didn't mention this topic. Is it okay to be 3 times more expensive? A double room here costs about 1,000 yuan, and it costs more than 2,500 yuan over there. The price difference is really big. However, the two hotels are separated by a road, just facing each other, and only about 200 meters to the venue, which is exactly the same in terms of convenience. And the accommodation here at the Courtyard Hotel is not bad. What kind of family lives in the building opposite? Be contented, be contented. The team members had to comfort themselves in this way. However, just as these people were about to enter the hotel lobby and forget about this matter, they saw a group of people walking out of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel opposite, talking and laughing, and boarding the minibus parked not far away with full of energy. The 3 photographers were still following behind and taking pictures conscientiously. Although the distance was not close, Zhao Shuming and others still recognized that this was the group of people from the FV Club at a glance. After all, in a foreign country, all compatriots will naturally have a highlight effect. The minibus started quickly, carrying a car of team members to an unknown place. Zhao Shuming and others fell into an awkward silence. In fact, the players of the 2 clubs didn't have any special feelings before. They felt that although the hotel opposite was good, it had nothing to do with them. Most of them were celebrities and wealthy local tycoons who would stay there. Since the Courtyard Marriott Hotel was uniformly arranged by the finger company for all clubs, everyone's food and accommodation conditions were the same, so there was no need to ask for more. But when they saw the people from the FV Club and the SUG Club coming out of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel opposite, everyone's mentality had some subtle changes. This is too hard to accept. It's okay for this group of people to take business class when they came, but the hotel they stayed in was twice as expensive and several levels higher than the official arrangement. The mentality is a little broken. Zhao Shuming now has only one feeling, which is outrageous. What is the relationship between this FV Club and President Pei? This is simply the treatment of his own son. Is President Pei so extravagant? Don't those old clubs abroad and those high-priced star players also stay at the Courtyard Marriott Hotel obediently? Those who don't know think that this group of people in the FV Club are so big. Zhao Shuming silently felt jealous, and after a moment of silence, he quickly changed the subject. Hurry up and check in, and find a place to eat something. Others also responded, and never mentioned the FV Club again. Because they could check in the afternoon, everyone decided to store their luggage first, eat something at the hotel, and check in after deciding on a training venue. The hotel has a $15 buffet, all standard American food and snacks. I'm not particularly used to it, but it's pretty good overall. Zhao Shuming, the accompanying translator, and the 2 club leaders started to think about the training venue while eating. Although the official finger company will arrange a training room, that will definitely be after the start of the World Championship, and the so-called training room is mostly renting a few conference rooms in the hotel to distribute to the players, and then put a few computers and a few gaming chairs. The overall conditions and environment can't be counted on. If you want to train these days, you still have to find a place yourself. The translator said, Mr. Zhao, I just checked here. There are not many internet cafes nearby, but there is one with relatively good conditions. You can consider it. We can go and have a look after dinner. It happens that the high-level super accounts given by the finger company have all been obtained. At that time, the players can play rank here, and training matches with other European and American teams can also be arranged in advance. Zhao Shuming nodded absent-mindedly. He didn't care about the training situation of the two teams at all. After all, he was in charge of IOI operations at Longyu Group, not the mother of the team. Zhao Shuming felt that he paid for the two teams, but he couldn't ask about finding a training venue, right? He now had only one idea, which was to check in quickly, take a shower and have a good sleep, and then go to the headquarters of Zhito Company with other accompanying employees of Longyu Group. At this moment, a team leader suddenly said, Wow, the hotel where FV Club lives, the environment is too good, right? The team members next to him leaned over to check. The official Weibo of FV Club has updated all the details of this trip to Los Angeles in real time, including the previous group photo at the airport and some daily short videos. The latest Weibo post was a photo of everyone dining at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Obviously, the group of people from FV Club arrived more than half an hour earlier than them. The photos did not focus on taking pictures of food, but mainly on taking pictures of the players. But it can still be seen that the dining environment is obviously not of the same level as here. There are all kinds of food, including sushi, sashimi, cakes, barbecue, and even Chinese food. The color of the food is quite bright, and the plating is also very delicate. All the food is carefully arranged. After being photographed by professional photographers, it looks appetizing. As expected, there were all kinds of comments like late-night poison and envy, jealousy, and hatred under the Weibo post. After all, it was late at night in China. The players of the two clubs looked at the buffet they were eating, and their knives and forks in their hands unconsciously slowed down. As for Zhao Shuming, he was so angry that he was fuming. These people from the FV Club were really too much, like a country bumpkin, you take photos all the way and keep showing off. Is it necessary? Everyone knows that the hotel over there is good, but you take photos casually outside, and even take photos of the food? What's the difference between this and smacking your lips while eating? Too much, too much. Zhao Shuming thought the buffet here was good just now, but now he just feels that the food is tasteless. It's uncomfortable. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Version Reading Website. Chapter 798. Please step up your efforts, haters. After dinner, the leaders of the two clubs took the players to the internet cafe they liked to inspect the training venue. Zhao Shuming did not go with them, but stayed in the hotel's lounge area to work on his laptop. Of course, work was only one reason. Another reason was that Zhao Shuming was too lazy to get involved in these things. In his opinion, he had done his best to achieve this level, and he almost broke his mentality. Now he just wanted to visit the finger company and didn't want to continue to get involved with these esports clubs. The distance from the internet cafe to the hotel is moderate, and it takes about 15 minutes to walk there. The two leaders felt that this distance was not far, and walking around would also allow the players to stretch their muscles and see the city scenery of Los Angeles, so they walked there. After eating and drinking, walking on the land of a foreign country, the players' mentality, which had been broken by the FV Club's Weibo, gradually improved. Although this is the city center, it doesn't feel particularly cramped and suffocating with skyscrapers, so it feels good to walk on the street. It's just ahead. We'll be there soon. The translator looked at the map on his phone and pointed forward. The players also looked over. The first feeling was that this internet cafe was so big. In China, internet cafes with such a large area are not very common. The second feeling was, why does the minibus parked at the door look so familiar? The leaders of the two clubs looked at each other, and an ominous premonition came to their mind. It's not over yet. Why are there FV clubs everywhere? The two wanted to turn around and leave on the spot, but then they thought, this is the only internet cafe with better conditions nearby. What if the machine configuration and network are not good in other internet cafes? So everyone hesitated for a while, but still went in. After pushing open the door, what appeared in front of everyone was a huge hall and rows of computers. The internet cafes here are obviously different from those in China. First of all, the decoration style is rough, with various intricate pipes on the ceiling, and all the computer hosts are placed on a shelf more than 2 meters high above. Secondly, there seems to be no concept of private rooms here, and there is only a super huge hall on the entire first floor. The two team leaders looked around and saw that there were quite a few people playing games in the hall, some playing IOI and some playing GOG. A quick glance showed that the number of people was about 50 to 50, and there were also many people playing FPS games. There were still many empty seats in the hall. The computer configuration is good, and the seats are all gaming chairs from famous foreign brands. The only drawback may be that the keyboard and mouse are not very good and a little dirty, but the players all bring their own peripherals, so this is not a problem. The two team leaders are quite satisfied with the environment here, so they went to the front desk with the translator to ask the price. It's so expensive. $10 an hour, but the whole day charter is only $20. This must be a charter. Hey, why don't I seem to see anyone from the FE club? Did I recognize the minibus by mistake? The two team leaders quickly reached a consensus that it must be more cost-effective to charter a plane, but which specific location to charter became a key issue. The translator wanted to bargain with the boss to see if there would be any discounts for so many people chartering a plane together. The two team leaders walked around the hall separately to see which place was more suitable to charter. Unfortunately, the area of this hall is too large, and it is inevitable that any area will be slightly affected. A leader turned around and suddenly saw something in his eyes. Hey? Isn't there a second floor? He saw a staircase and thought about whether he could go to the second floor to take a look. If the environment on the second floor is better and more private, he would pay a little more. As a result, as soon as he walked up the stairs to the second floor, he saw 4 tall and strong men in black suits lined up in a row and stopped him with their hands. Sorry, at #UN% and amp, *, the 4 black-suited bodyguards spoke a long string of English words quickly, leaving the team leader confused. However, this scene still scared him. After all, the 4 bodyguards were all in black suits, carrying walkie-talkies, and had a pair of sunglasses in their chest pockets. Their muscles were bulging high, just like the gangsters in European and American movies. The team leader's English was not good, and he couldn't understand what they were saying. Fortunately, the translator quickly followed and communicated with the 4 black-suited bodyguards, and soon understood. It is said that the entire second floor has been booked. The translator explained. The team leader frowned slightly, with a suspicious expression. He stood on tiptoe desperately, looking past the 4 strong men who were nearly 2 meters tall, and sure enough, he saw the members of the FV club. Fuck. The team leader couldn't help but swear, and his bad premonition came true. All the machines upstairs were occupied. The first and second teams of the FV club plus the 5 people from the SUG club had a total of 15 people, but in addition, there were also accompanying personnel and data analysis teams. The data analysis team also needed to use computers to watch the game and analyze data, and even the 3 photographers were using computers to edit photos and videos. The team leader and the translator had no choice but to quietly retreat to one floor. What should we do? Change the place, or? The translator asked the two team leaders for their opinions. The team leader sighed, "Let's go here. Let's pick a spot that's close to the corner and away from the stairs." The configuration and location of this internet cafe are the most satisfactory, so it's not easy to change. But it must be far away from the FV club, otherwise the scene will be quite embarrassing. The two team leaders quickly completed the formalities and arranged for the players to log in. "Come on, everyone, change the peripherals. I have sent everyone the super account given by the official company. Everyone can take it. Let's play rank to warm up today. We will arrange a training match with European and American teams in 2 days." Watching the players log into the super account one by one to start training, the two team leaders sat aside and finally felt better. At least they knew that the FV club should not have obtained the super account, which means that they can't play rank, and if there is no official matchmaking, there should be no channel to arrange a training match with other European and American teams. "Come on, everyone, train hard, and get good results." The players said in unison, "Okay." December 23rd, Friday. In the morning, Pei Qian was drinking coffee and browsing his phone at Moyu Internet Cafe. FV Club has already arrived in Los Angeles, and has updated so many Weibo posts. Fuck, the accommodation and food conditions are so good. I kind of regret not going. Forget it, forget it. There's nothing good abroad. Huh? Why do I seem to be criticized? I missed so many melons after sleeping. When Pei Qian woke up, it was already night in Los Angeles. The FV Club had posted several Weibo posts in a row, from boarding the plane to checking into the hotel, and then to the start of training, and posted a lot of pictures and videos. After all, 3 photographers accompanied them throughout the whole process. There was nothing else to do except taking pictures and editing videos, so they had to make their presence felt. At first, the Weibo posts were still mainly photos, and later there were even edited short videos. Obviously, they were edited in the internet cafe when they had nothing to do. There were photos of delicious food, photos of the entire Los Angeles and the competition venue taken by the hotel executives, and the 4 bodyguards in black suits were also included. Even Pei Qian was a little envious, so you can imagine how others felt. Most of the comments below the Weibo posts were envious, jealous, and hateful, but there were also many discordant voices on the forum. "Oh my God, have we arrived in Los Angeles? Why are there so many people? SUG Club also went? What's going on? Where are the other 2 teams? Business class? It should be expensive, right? Fingerprint is so generous that it actually quoted a business class ticket? Fuck, they're staying at the Ritz-Carlton? Isn't this the most expensive hotel around there? I'm jealous. What's up with these 4 black-clad bodyguards? They're filming a movie here? Does Finger Company still provide bodyguards? Does every team have one? I remember that the FV Club only posted 1 Weibo post every week or 2. How come it's so productive all of a sudden? Fuck. Someone just broke the news that this wasn't arranged by Finger Company at all. All of these expenses, including air tickets, hotels, and bodyguards, were paid for by the FV Club itself. Paid for itself? How much does that cost? So, is this Weibo post just showing off? They haven't even gotten their results yet, and they're already doing all this nonsense. Are they deliberately messing with other teams' mentality? As we all know, the more shit they do off the field, the worse their results will be. If they don't get good results after enjoying so many conditions, brothers, you'll criticize me to death. This money is probably given by President Pei, right? But isn't President Pei too doting on these players? With such good conditions, do they really think they're going on a trip? At first, everyone thought it was arranged by the company, but soon they found out that it wasn't the case at all. Other teams didn't get this treatment at all. So many fans of other teams couldn't accept it. On the one hand, I feel jealous because the treatment of FV Club is so much better than that of other clubs. On the other hand, many people subconsciously associate good material conditions with greed for enjoyment. Although the esports industry is constantly developing and the treatment is gradually getting better, not to mention people who don't play games, even many players and spectators feel that esports players don't deserve good treatment. On the contrary, many people miss the days when esports players slept on the curb and ate cold instant noodles to win the championship. Of course, there are indeed some players who have become arrogant because of the improvement of material conditions, and they don't train seriously, which leads to losing the game. So when they see that the players of FV Club have such good conditions, many people instinctively feel uncomfortable and make some not so harmonious voices on the forum. Pei Qian is not angry at all, but rather enjoys watching. Yes, haters, hurry up and increase your efforts. Blacken FV Club more, suppress the popularity of the club, and make all the money I spent go down the drain. The players' phones are all under unified management over there, and they are not allowed to browse the forums. The comments of the trolls on Weibo and forums should not affect their mentality, but at least they can damage the image of the FV Club, right? If they don't perform well in the World Championship, they will definitely be criticized. The club will not be able to attract investment and will not be able to sell at a good price. Pei Qian's club shares will not increase in price, and all the money spent will be wasted. Isn't it wonderful? Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. The mobile version of the top novel reading website. Chapter 799 Professional Data Analysis, long chapter, please vote for me. After briefly understanding the situation of the FV Club in Los Angeles, Pei Qian stopped paying attention to it for the time being. After all, they were halfway across the world, and there was a time difference of more than 10 hours. Even if there was any problem over there, it would be too late for Pei Qian to make any corrections by the time he knew about it. He could only let it go and hope that the decadent life of capitalism could corrupt the fighting spirit of the team members. Pei Qian continued to check the work of other departments. At this time, there was a knock on the door outside the office. Pei Qian looked up and saw that it was he Dishing. "What's the matter?" Pei Qian asked. He Dishing nodded. "Mr. Pei, it's about the cold-faced girl. Meng Chang came to Jingzhou again and hopes to meet you again. I haven't agreed yet, so I came to ask for your permission. Do you want to meet?" Pei Qian was stunned for a moment. Why did Meng Chang come to Jingzhou again? Although I am happy that you can reimburse me a little more for the gas money after running back and forth, what does it mean that you always want to talk to me? I am so busy. Oh well, actually not busy, but even if I have a lot of time, I have to spend it on compensation, so I don't have time to listen to your nonsense. Pei Qian asked, "What does he want to do this time?" He Dishing replied, "He said that he wanted to express his gratitude in person for the 2 million you gave him before. The implication seems to be that he wants to try again to make you change your mind and invest more money." Pei Qian couldn't help but frown slightly. Invest more money? It's not that you can't invest, the key is that you have to spend money honestly and don't do anything weird to me. This time, Pei Qian gave 2 million and said nothing. He just bought some shares of the cold-faced girl according to the current valuation. Pei Qian planned to continue to give after Meng Chang spent the money. This is mainly to keep the cold-faced girl in a tepid and half-dead state, and the safety of burning money is the highest. But Pei Qian did not tell Meng Chang, and did not even give any hints, so Meng Chang did not know Mr. Pei's subsequent investment plan. Pei Qian didn't think too much about it, no. Pei Qian felt that he had nothing to talk about with Meng Chang. As long as Meng Chang came to Jingzhou, he would definitely do it to get more money for marketing and hype up the valuation of the cold-faced girl, and Pei Qian didn't want this to happen. Therefore, the goals of the two people were fundamentally conflicting. Even if they met, it would probably be like talking at cross purposes. Pei Qian couldn't tell Meng Chong the truth, and in the end it would only be a waste of his time. He dishing nodded, "Okay, Mr. Pei, I'll send him away right away." On the other side, in the reception room of Yuan Meng Venture Capital, Meng Chong was anxiously waiting for he dishing to come back, and the thank you gifts he brought were unopened and all placed aside. During this period, although he seemed calm on the surface, he was actually very anxious. Mr. Pei suddenly sold all the shares of the cold-faced girl and cashed out, which made him, the founder, embarrassed and almost caused a big accident. Fortunately, Meng Chong had a strong character and did not let the confidence of investors collapse instantly, but this incident also had a very bad impact. The daily expenses of the cold-faced girl were huge. When he couldn't find money, Meng Chong could only carefully reduce some costs, and he didn't dare to do it too obviously, for fear of being discovered. Once the news of the cold-faced girl cuts costs broke out, even a fool could see that the cold-faced girl had no money and was going to be cold, and then it would really be a big deal. But no matter how much effort is put on the surface, the funds on the books will not lie. Just relying on the little profit of the store, it is completely unsustainable. Meng Chong was anxious and couldn't sleep at night. After all, the situation became more unfavorable to him with each passing day. Even Meng Chong wanted to give up and just let it go. When the capital chain could not hold up, he would directly declare the bankruptcy of the cold-faced girl. The bankruptcy of the limited liability company would not implicate him as the founder. At most, he would just treat it as a dream. The old fox met the old fox with a higher level, Mr. Pei, and it was not unfair for him to lose. But at this critical moment, Mr. Pei came back. Although 2 million yuan was not a lot of money, it solved Meng Chang's urgent need and allowed the cold-faced girl to continue to operate. And Mr. Pei's attitude this time was very interesting. The shares were purchased at an inflated valuation. There was no price reduction, no routine, and no requirements were made. It was just like giving money for free. This made Meng Chong feel confused, but he seemed to see a ray of hope. If Mr. Pei invested again, could everyone pretend that nothing had happened and continue to have fun? Meng Chong knew very well that the cold-faced girl had been popular for a while at this stage, and she was well known and had done a good job on the surface. Whether she could find a buyer depended on the last trick. Although the 2 million from President Pei was not much, it gave Meng Chong hope again. Moreover, Meng Chong saw the FV Club's Weibo today and knew that President Pei was very generous to the FV Club, letting them fly business class and stay in a 5-star hotel. For such a large team, the total cost of the trip to Los Angeles must be at least several million. Obviously, President Pei was very generous and had a lot of money in his hands. With so much money, he would rather give the esports club to go abroad to eat, drink, and have fun than invest in the cold-faced girl. Isn't this a bit unreasonable? So, Meng Chong felt that he could still fight for President Pei's side. President Pei had already given the money, so it was not too much to take 10 minutes to meet her, right? While Meng Chong was anxiously waiting, He Dishing came back. "How is it, President He?" Meng Chong immediately stood up and asked. He Dishing shook his head slightly. "I'm sorry, President Pei doesn't have time to see you, please go back." Meng Chong opened his mouth slightly, a little confused for a while. He was rejected? President Pei gave the money, but he was not willing to meet her for even 5 minutes. What's going on? What is President Pei's attitude towards the cold-faced girl now? President He, can't we fight for it again? Meng Chong still didn't give up. He Dishing sighed and shook his head, saying, "Boss Pei always keeps his word. No one can persuade him of his decision. If he says he won't see you, then he won't see you. Asking again will only backfire. Let's go back." Meng Chong opened his mouth, wanting to say something but stopped. Very unwilling, but helpless, he could only turn around and leave silently. He Dishing picked up all the valuable gifts Meng Chong brought and handed them back, saying, "These gifts are unnecessary. Boss Pei won't accept them. Meng Chang wanted to refuse, but seeing that He Dishing was very determined, he had to reach out and take them. After leaving Yuanming Ventures, Meng Chang felt very confused, holding the gift. The little flame of hope that had just risen was ruthlessly extinguished by President Pei's rejection. For some reason, Meng Chang suddenly felt that he had met a scumbag. What did President Pei mean? He invested, and then sold, he invested again, and then sold again. The key is that you can never predict what President Pei's next move will be. If you predict that he will continue to invest, he will suddenly sell at a low price in a hurry. If you predict that he will not invest again, he will inexplicably send 2 million. They break up and get back together, and they can't be separated. They are always PUA. The driver took the gift and put it back in the trunk, and asked, President Meng, where are we going next? Should we return to the capital, or? Meng Chang frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out his mobile phone to check it. Mr. Li from Fuhui Capital is also in Jingzhou. How about going there to have a look? Since we are here, we can't make a wasted trip. Meng Chang has always had a list in his mind, which contains all the potential investors who may invest in the cold-faced girl. In Meng Chang's view, this list is very important. Leisure has been paying attention to the situation of the cold-faced girl and has the intention to invest. Meng Chang knows this very well. Since we have already arrived in Jingzhou, we are not in a hurry to return. We might as well take this opportunity to visit Mr. Li and see if we can trick him into investing. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Moreover, Fuhui Capital still has sufficient funds. What if Mr. Li is persuaded and decides to invest a few million on the spot? This is not impossible. In the investment circle, it is not uncommon for a conversation of several hundred million to invest in 10 minutes, and it has happened quite a few times. A few million is not a problem. Thinking of this, Meng Chang said to the driver, Don't go back to the capital first, go to Fuhui Capital. Half an hour later, Meng Chang came to the reception room of Fuhui Capital. He did not mention the gift. On the one hand, it was because the gift was originally a thank you gift for Mr. Pei. Although Mr. Pei did not want it, it would not be appropriate to give it to others, not to mention that Mr. Li and Mr. Pei have a close relationship. On the other hand, it was because Meng Chang was worried that his attitude would be counterproductive if he was too humble. Leisure was very enthusiastic and received him personally. Shuizhabin was also with him. The three people knew each other for a long time. They chatted while drinking tea, and the scene seemed harmonious. After a brief greeting, both sides got to the point very tacitly. Mr. Meng should be busy with work in the imperial capital. How can he have time to come to Jingzhou? Leisure asked, while drinking tea slowly. Meng Chang smiled and said, I am a little ashamed to say this. If I were to be a little hypocritical, I would definitely say that I came here specifically to visit Mr. Li. But I am a very honest person, and I can't say such a lie. To be honest, I came to Jingzhou this time to thank Mr. Pei in person, but I didn't expect that Mr. Pei was busy with work and had no time to see me. Mr. Li happened to be in Jingzhou, so I came to visit him on the way. Leisure smiled. Mr. Meng is polite. A visit on the way is also a visit, and it is also a kind of thought. Come, have tea. Meng Chang knew very well that Leisure was a very smart person and very wary. He has been investigating and paying attention to the cold-faced girl since the first press conference, but he has not invested any money until now. This is enough to show that Leisure is full of doubts about the cold-faced girl and does not trust Meng Chang. At this time, if Meng Chang said that he came to visit her on purpose, it would easily arouse Leisure's vigilance, which would be counterproductive. Now Meng Chang said that he came to visit Mr. Pei and visit Leisure on the way. Although it sounds a bit impolite, it can play a role in eliminating some of his vigilance. Moreover, Meng Chang knew the relationship between Leisure and Mr. Pei, and also knew that Lisher always liked to follow Mr. Pei's lead in investment without thinking. So his words also cleverly laid a small trap, and it depends on whether Lisher will take the bait. If Lisher doesn't take the bait, Meng Chang won't mention it again, because that would seem too deliberate. Lisher was drinking tea and keenly caught the message from Meng Chang. Are you planning to thank Mr. Pei in person? Thank you for what? According to the information he had, Mr. Pei had already sold all of his shares in the cold-faced girl, and a large number of investors continued to wait and see, causing Meng Chang a lot of trouble. Since the two sides were no longer related, why did Meng Chang have to travel thousands of miles to thank him? This didn't seem to make sense. Meng Chang smiled slightly and said, "It's nothing, it's just that Mr. Pei spent a small amount of money to buy a small amount of shares in the cold-faced girl. He didn't want to say only 2 million, which seemed unimpressive, but he couldn't brag too much. What if Lisher really went to Mr. Pei to verify it?" So he could only speak vaguely. Lisher's eyes lit up and he became interested. Mr. Pei followed up with another investment? Lisher had told Shui Zhibin before that Mr. Pei was likely to enter the market again like the Shuaba Kuailai project, and that was the best time to follow up with another investment. And now that Mr. Pei has followed up with another investment, doesn't it mean? But Lisher thought about it again, it didn't seem right. If Mr. Pei really wanted to buy at the bottom like the Shuaba Kuailai project, he would definitely not just invest a small amount of money, but would buy the entire cold-faced girl and have complete control over it. Because only with complete control can you transform it according to your own ideas. Then the meaning of a small amount of money is very intriguing. Lisher discovered that Mr. Pei first invested, then sold, and then continued to invest. It seemed that he was jumping back and forth, but in fact, every step seemed to hit Meng Chang's soft spot. Every time Meng Chang was favored by investors and was about to succeed, Mr. Pei would pour cold water on him, and every time Meng Chang's money was almost burned out and he was about to give up, Mr. Pei would invest another sum of money to keep him going. Does this mean that Mr. Pei actually thinks that Meng Chang's ability is not optimistic about his character? Does Mr. Pei think that Meng Chang's mind is not on the right path, so he wants to use this method to knock him out? In a flash, Lisher had a lot of ideas, and the series of actions that Mr. Pei had taken before seemed to have a relatively reasonable explanation. Meng Chang knew nothing about this, but looking at Lisher's expression, it was obvious that Lisher had successfully got the information he brought. In this case, it means that Lisher is still likely to invest. Sure enough, after thinking for a moment, Lisher said, "I do intend to invest some money in Lingmian girl, but..." Hearing the first half of the sentence, Meng Chang was originally very happy, but hearing this, Meng Chang was instantly poured with a basin of cold water. Lisher did not immediately say the second half of the sentence, but kept it a secret and asked, "Mr. Meng, are you confident in the model of Lingmian girl?" Meng Chang nodded, "Of course I am confident. But, there is still a certain chance of failure in starting a business." Lisher thought for a moment and said, "Shui Zhibin and I can invest 8 million in you, but there is a condition, which is to sign a supplementary agreement. You must personally bear unlimited joint and several liability for the company's debts." Hearing this, Meng Chang couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Unlimited joint and several liability. Any literate primary school student will feel a chill in his back when hearing these words. The so-called unlimited joint and several liability is that the company's compensation, he, as the founder, must bear it with his personal finances. In theory, ordinary companies are limited liability companies. Even if Meng Chang messes up the company, it is nothing more than the company's bankruptcy, and he will not personally bear the debt. But if it is unlimited liability, the company's debt will be transferred to Meng Chang. There are many such situations in the entrepreneurial circle. Founders often bear hundreds of millions of debts and become the person subject to execution, just because they signed a gambling agreement, equity repurchase agreement or assumed unlimited joint and several liability. The reason why Meng Chang has not received too much investment is because he insisted on not signing any gambling agreement or equity repurchase agreement. Because once the gambling agreement is signed, it is very likely that the amount of investment will be equal to the amount of debt in the end, which is too risky for him to bear. However, the conditions proposed by Mr. Li are different from those of other investors. To be fair, they are obviously much more lenient, because Mr. Li did not ask Meng Chang to gamble with him, nor did he ask Meng Chang to buy back all the shares in the future and return all the investment, but only asked Meng Chang to bear unlimited joint and several liability for the company's debts. In other words, Meng Chang had to pay off the debts owed by the company, but those shares would rot in the hands of investors. Meng Chang fell into deep thought. If the company had no debt problems and successfully obtained more money from investors, he would find a buyer to cash out and leave, then everyone would be happy. If the company really had problems, the money owed would be rent, employee wages, supplier payments, etc., at most, only a few million or tens of millions. There would be no situation where a person would be in debt of hundreds of millions and be a deadbeat for life. If you consider it with the attitude of avoiding any risks, you should not take this money. But for Meng Chang, this is the most cost-effective investment he can get in the near future, except for Mr. Pei. If the cold-faced girl didn't work out at all, it would be fine. It has come to this point. Is it possible to give up? As a gambler, Meng Chang really couldn't make such a cruel decision. In the process of operating the cold-faced girl, Meng Chang was actually constantly raising the stakes. The more he raised, the harder it was to give up. He was originally just an ordinary wage earner, and had no qualifications to participate in this kind of capital game, not even to sit at the table step by step. Although there were some twists and turns in the middle, the chips on the table were increasing, and it seemed that as long as he persisted a little longer, most of the chips could be packed and taken away. In this situation, Meng Chang's firm heart inevitably loosened a little, and he was willing to take a certain degree of risk for the chips that had been added. After thinking again and again, Meng Chang said, "Mr. Li, I can consider your conditions, but I have to look at the specific investment contract first." Li Shi smiled and nodded, "Of course." 2 p.m. local time in Los Angeles. The three clubs were training in the internet cafe, but the FV club was on the second floor, and the other two clubs were in the corner of the first floor. The players of the two clubs had just played a few high-level ranks with the super account of the Finger Company, and were waiting to play training games with European and American teams. Although the two teams were training together, they still kept a certain distance on the first floor of this internet cafe. The reason was simple: they also had to be wary of each other. Although they will definitely not be assigned to the same group, they may meet once the group stage is over, so both sides still have to keep some tactics in reserve just in case. A team leader looked at the time anxiously. "Not here yet? Did you make a mistake with the customized room number?" The team members shook their heads. "That's right. Here we come." 5 new players entered the custom room one after another, all with IDs starting with FRY. These players said nothing after entering, just typed, "Go?" The team leader was a little unhappy, but still said, "Well, let's go." After the players replied go, the training match officially began. FRY Club is considered an old-fashioned club abroad. The GOG team it formed before reached the semi-finals of the GOG Global Invitational and won the 4th place, which is the best result achieved by a foreign team. Such a result can be achieved in a project that started late, which shows the strength and foundation of FRY Club. And currently in the IOI circle, FRY is also recognized as a top-notch team. It was not easy to arrange a training match this time. Zhao Shuming made an appointment through the official matchmaking of Zhito Company. If they contacted privately, FRY Club would probably refuse. Because the World Championship is about to start, each team's time is very precious. There are only a few training games that can be played in a day. Playing with weak teams without improving is equivalent to wasting time and holding back. FRY Club prefers to play training games with European and American teams and is not very interested in domestic teams. The club leader knew this very well, so even though FRY Club was a few minutes late and had no intention of apologizing, they didn't say much and just started the training match normally. An hour later, the training match ended. The players were obviously in a state of confusion, looking at the game settlement interface and output data on the screen, frowning, and began to think about life. In about an hour, they played 2 training matches and were beaten 2 o'clock, which included a 15-minute halftime break. After the game, the players of FRY Club left the custom game room without even saying hello, as if staying for one more second would be infected by the bad guys. The leader was also completely confused like the players. Then, the coach and the players began to discuss fiercely. What kind of play style is FRY using? How come I can't understand it from the selection of players to the tactics? It's a big change from the previous version. They have obviously started to choose the strong heroes after the revision in their lineup selection. We are still playing on the basis of the previous tactics. How can we play against them? I have said that heroes that cannot be defeated should be banned. Can you please stop talking after the fact? Can so many heroes be banned? I feel that the style of the European and American teams is restraining us. I feel that they didn't play seriously. We collapsed while playing. What's the restraint? It's just the difference in strength. The players quarreled. It's not terrible to lose the game, but it's terrible to lose too easily, and even to not know where you lost. From lineup selection, version understanding, to tactical execution in the game, and on-the-spot performance, they were basically completely beaten by FRY Club. The basic operations of the players on both sides are not much different, but FRY Club can always easily get the advantage through some small routines in the early stage, and then use better tactics to expand the advantage. Once the equipment is far away, no matter how you operate, it will be useless. All the players feel that it's not their fault, but it's not easy for anyone to completely throw the blame away after losing so badly. This situation is most likely to cause internal strife. Seeing that everyone was a little bit angry, the coach quickly clapped his hands and signaled everyone to calm down. Okay, everyone, stop arguing. There's still some time before the World Championship starts. Now that everyone has realized the gap between us and the European and American teams, let's hurry up and change. From now on, let's study the tactics and play of European and American teams. Now it has been confirmed that the World Championship will be a new version. Given our current situation, if we can't adapt to the new version, we will definitely be beaten badly. Let's review the training match just now and learn FRY's tactics. After the coach's guidance, the players' mentality finally calmed down a little. Although there is not much to analyze in such a game with a huge gap, the coach and the players have no better way, so they can only do it bit by bit. The development environment of these IOI clubs in China was not very good. This time, the Finger Company decided to use the new version to play in the World Game, which is simply adding insult to injury for them. But there is no other way. It's already like this, so we can only bite the bullet. The team leader saw that the atmosphere was still dull, and hurriedly comforted, "It's okay, everyone do your best and leave it to fate. Our goal is to qualify from the group and get the top 8. As long as we can work hard to get to the top 4, it will be a big profit." FRY is a veteran European and American team after all. There are still many weak teams in other regions in this World Game. As long as we win the weak teams steadily, we can also qualify from the group. Besides, FV Club doesn't have the conditions we have. They have neither high-end game accounts nor channels to contact these European and American strong teams. They are definitely not as good as us if they rely on themselves to work behind closed doors. FV Club is the number 1 seed and will start playing directly from the quarterfinals. If we are lucky enough to meet them, we can compete for a place in the semifinals. Even if we don't meet them and both are eliminated in the quarterfinals, they are the number 1 seed and they have made such a big show, which will attract 90% of the firepower. So don't feel pressured, just prepare well. Even if you are criticized, it will be FV Club that will be criticized first. Our public opinion environment will definitely be very tolerant. The players looked at each other and felt that what the leader said made sense. With FV Club at the bottom, what else is there to worry about? They are the number 1 seed. They travel abroad in business class and stay in luxury hotels. Then they start playing directly from the quarterfinals without even a chance to warm up. Looking at the current situation, they will most likely be eliminated in the first round of the quarterfinals. Even if they lose the game, it will be FV Club that will be criticized first. Thinking of this, the atmosphere in the field became obviously lively, and the players began to review the previous training games and learn the playing style of FRY Club. At the same time, on the second floor of the Internet Cafe, FV Team 1 and SUG Club were playing a training match, while the players of FV Team 2 were studying the tactics and hero strength of the new version with the data analysis team. There was a table on Yi Zhizhou's computer, with various data densely written on it, all of which were the changes in the new version. These heroes are still unpopular, because they are still very weak in the landing phase after the revision, and the proficiency of passers-by in them is relatively low, so the official statistics show that the winning rate is very low. But after the new version is equipped with specific equipment, from a pure data perspective, their late-stage team battle ability is actually greatly improved. If we choose a lineup with it as the core, other positions must pay attention to the protection of the landing phase, and the user must also have a high level of proficiency. At least the ability to withstand pressure in the landing phase must be strong enough. Because once this hero collapses the line, it will inevitably cause a chain reaction, and other lanes will collapse together. But on the other hand, if the development can be stabilized in the early and mid-term, the late stage will be a stable team battle guarantee, and the winning rate will be significantly improved. FV Club brought a large data team this time, including designers such as Yi Zhizhou, Min Jingqiao and Bao Su, as well as coaches from DGE Club and the original tactical team of FV Club. Although these people were studying GOG before, they can quickly get started after switching to IOI. After all, these two games are of the same type, and IOI has also made the gameplay lean towards GOG in the new version. Especially Min Jingqiao, who is responsible for GOG's game balance, is more sensitive to data issues. The strength of most heroes adjusted in the new version of IOI can be estimated from the data. Of course, this purely numerical estimate is very inaccurate. Some heroes' numerical values look good, but they don't work when they are actually played. Even the official data balancer cannot guarantee that the actual adjustment results of the game will be as perfect as they expected. But the FV Club tactical team is not just talking about it on paper, but is divided into 3 steps to ensure that the tactics studied can be truly implemented. First, Yi Zhizhou, Min Jingqiao, and other data analysts determine the strong heroes and playing styles of the new version by analyzing the data, and roughly determine a vague range. Then, DGE coach Zhou Pengyuan will combine the more mature tactical system in GOG with these strong heroes and playing styles, and propose a tactical prototype for verification. Finally, the players of the 3 teams will repeatedly test the strength of this set of tactics in the early, middle and late stages through solo and training matches. If the strength does not meet the standard, the tactical team will deeply analyze the reasons for the failure and make modifications. If the strength still does not meet the standard, then give up. If a certain tactic works well, then continue to look for alternative heroes for key heroes and continue to deepen the changes in the playing style of this tactic under different conditions such as tailwind and tailwind. This cycle will continue, and eventually several basic routines will be formed that integrate the powerful heroes and playing styles of the new version, and then continue to explore playing styles that can counter this basic routine. Pan Ning, the captain of the FV team, has always insisted on playing IOI with a playing style that is more inclined to GOG, and has been affirmed by President Pei. Now that IOI has been revised, this playing style will be easier to adapt to, so the players are all actively cooperating. As for high-end game rank and training matches with other clubs, are they still important? High-end game rank can only maintain the feel, and it is not of much significance to the improvement of the team's tactical literacy. Even if the rise of a certain hero in the high-end game can show the direction of the new version, it is still a long way to use this direction in the game. There is no need to train with other clubs, because obtaining tactical information through training matches is a two-way behavior. If you play training matches with European and American teams, you will inevitably use some new routines. Once you win, the European and American teams will also be inspired and study in this direction. At that time, the gap in tactical reserves between the two sides will be narrowed. Of course, this may seem a bit arrogant, but the key point is, whose tactics are more advanced. Obviously, FV Club is more confident in its data analysis team. After all, the data analysis team is led by a chief designer, and the coach of the DG Club is also involved. Combined with the personal abilities of the players, it is more likely to find the version answer. This time, everyone in the FV Club held their breath. One round of the quarterfinals? That is absolutely unacceptable. President Pei arranged such good conditions for us, and the logistical support is fully utilized. If we can't get good results again, how can we have the face to return to China to see President Pei? We must go all out. Chapter 800. The competition is about to start. December 26th, Monday. In the morning, Pei Qian, who woke up naturally, got up from the bed reluctantly and went to brush his teeth and wash his face. Why don't I not go to the company today? Damn it, I must review well from now on. Pei Qian brushed his teeth while feeling annoyed, and secretly made up his mind. The first 2 days were weekends, and Pei Qian himself couldn't remember what he did. It seemed that he just slept in at home, played games, browsed the web, and then 2 days passed. Originally, Pei Qian planned to find a quiet place to review well. After all, the exam week is coming soon, and in order to achieve the goal of surpassing Lao Ma, he must take some time to review well. But the problem is that everyone knows that time is like water in a sponge. There will always be water if you squeeze it, but sometimes you always have no strength to squeeze it. Pei Qian feels that his time is more like water in the desert, always slipping away at the speed of light without paying attention. And there is also a huge problem, which is the problem of mentality. From Monday to Friday, the company is working normally. Pei Qian often has to keep an eye on and deal with some work matters, such as making decisions, which takes up some of his energy and leaves him no time to review. The company did have a holiday on Saturday and Sunday, so Pei Qian should have time to review, but he was too lazy to move at home. He was so busy at work from Monday to Friday, so he should have a good rest on the weekend? Relax? As a result, all the time was inexplicably gone. Pei Qian didn't remember how many times he had made up his mind to review well from now on, but the progress of the review was still very worrying. He had copied the notes a long time ago, but he hadn't finished reading a few pages yet. It was too difficult. After washing up, Pei Qian wiped his face hard, then sat on the sofa and started to review the notes. 5 minutes later, he picked up his phone and swiped it habitually. Huh? President Li and Shuizhabin invested in the cold-faced girl? Seeing the message sent by He Dishing, Pei Qian was instantly alert and frowned. A bright red word seemed to appear above his head, danger. Pei Qian immediately stood up and walked around the living room twice. Mr. Li regards Pei Qian as an investment indicator, and Pei Qian also regards Mr. Li as an investment warning line. Pei Qian has long thought about his painful experience of making money through investment, and found that Mr. Li played a crucial role in most of the profits. Many projects that were previously losing money, once Mr. Li and other investors entered the market, the situation suddenly took a sharp turn for the worse and suddenly started to make money, and now Mr. Li has actually invested in the cold-faced girl, which is a clear signal. Something is going to happen. Pei Qian originally planned to invest 2 million and 2 million in Meng Chang, symbolically buying some shares, with the main purpose of quietly burning money and losing money. But now Mr. Li has followed up with the investment, which is a very dangerous signal, which means that the cold-faced girl project is likely to make a lot of money. Thinking of this, Pei Qian felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, and felt that his previous plan of losing money might be completely overturned. If he continued to give 2 million and 2 million according to the original plan, what if the valuation of the cold-faced girl went up again? Wouldn't he make another fortune? Absolutely not. Pei Qian now has some signs of being afraid of talking about soup, and he is almost as PTSD as Mr. Li in terms of investment. He immediately decided to overturn all the previous plans of losing money and run away. After thinking for a moment, Pei Qian immediately called Xing. Sell all the shares you bought with the previous 2 million, immediately. Sell to anyone, it doesn't matter if the price is high or low, just sell it. The person on the other end of the phone was obviously stunned. He was a little confused. What was Mr. Pei saying? 2 million was not enough to buy many shares. Was it necessary to sell them in such a hurry? This short period of time, don't expect to make money, it's good enough if you don't lose money. This operation is really incomprehensible and very magical. But hearing Mr. Pei's firm tone, Xing suddenly felt that Mr. Pei must have some higher level insights. Xing did not dare to ask more and agreed. After hanging up, Xing began to carefully analyze Mr. Pei's intention. Not long after I sent Mr. Pei the news that Mr. Li invested in the cold-faced girl, Mr. Pei asked me to sell the shares again, even as long as it was fast, even at a low price. Could it be, this is what Mr. Pei and Mr. Li have discussed? Or is it a tacit understanding between top investors? Could it be that the 2 million yuan that Mr. Pei spent before, and the tiny share he bought, has some special meaning? The more Xing thought about it, the more he felt that this matter seemed not simple. Mr. Li and Mr. Pei seemed to be cooperating, just like they had discussed it in advance. But Xing only vaguely felt that there might be a game here, and he didn't know what this game was. After repeated considerations, Xing still followed Mr. Pei's request and called Meng Chang. Are you going to sell again? No, are you going to sell even this small amount of shares? On the other end of the phone, Meng Chang, who received the call, was also completely confused. He was as shocked as Xing, and he couldn't understand what Mr. Pei was doing with this wave of operations. It was outrageous that President Pei only invested 2 million before. After all, when FV Club went abroad, President Pei directly spent millions of dollars. In this comparison, the 2 million that President Pei gave to the cold-faced girl is no different from throwing rice to feed pigeons. The closeness and distance, noble and humble, are clear at a glance. In the end, with such a small number of shares, President Pei still wants to sell? President Pei has been tossing and turning, but he doesn't make any profit. Isn't this a mess of people's mentality? If this matter can be done secretly, it's fine. President Pei's previous shares have all been sold. This time, he only sold a small number of shares bought with 2 million, and anyone can eat it. But the key is that it can't be done secretly. As long as it involves the transfer of company shares, it must be notified to other shareholders in accordance with the company's articles of association, and the change registration must be made. President Li has now invested in the cold-faced girl and is also a shareholder of the cold-faced girl. President Pei's sale will definitely know about it, and all other company shareholders will also know about it, and then all investors who are waiting and watching will also get the news. Then isn't it bad? Mr. Li had just invested in the cold-faced girl and it hadn't been 2 months yet. Meng Chang hadn't even warmed up the money in his hands yet, but suddenly this happened. Who could stand it? After Meng Chang got the money, he originally planned to roll up his sleeves and do a big job. As long as investors are confident in the cold-faced girl again and the game of pushing up the valuation can continue, then the whole script can continue to develop in the direction that Meng Qiang had planned. Although there are some twists and turns, the impact will not be great, but this sudden action by Mr. Pei was like pouring a bucket of cold water on Meng Qiang's head, which completely extinguished the flame that had just ignited in his heart. There are not many shares, but it sounds good. Mr. Pei sold all his shares of Lingmian Girl twice in less than half a month. If this spreads out, how will others view Lingmian Girl's company? Before, Mr. Pei sold all his shares. Meng Qiang had to work hard to suppress it. As a result, he scored twice. It was really hard for the gods to save him. Meng Qiang quickly realized the seriousness of the matter, and hurriedly said, "Mr. He, why do you need to do this? Tenda is not so short of such a small amount of money, right? How about this, you and Mr. Pei, be flexible, give me another month, no, half a month, even a week, and sell it after a week, okay?" Meng Qiang thought that he would conceal this matter first, delay the time, and then use this time to find a buyer and try to make it a done deal, so that the negative impact of Mr. Pei's second sale of shares can be minimized. He dishing on the other end of the phone, sighed, "Sorry, you know Mr. Pei's character, there is no room for negotiation." Meng Qiang's hand holding the phone trembled slightly. The cold-faced girl's future was still very bright 10 minutes ago, but it suddenly became dim at this time. December 28, Wednesday. 10 p.m. local time in Los Angeles. On the second floor of the internet cafe, Min Jingqiao sorted and saved the data tables, copied them all to his laptop, and shredded the source files on the internet cafe computer. Although this seems a bit exaggerated, the heart is the most important thing in everything. The content of the team training must not be leaked, which is equivalent to military secrets during wartime. After everything was completed, Min Jingqiao stretched his body, and his work was completed in stages. "Brother Bao, you have worked hard these 2 days." Min Jingqiao said to Bao Su, who was sitting next to him. Bao Su shook his head, No, it's not hard at all. If every trip in the future is the same as this time, I think I can accept it. Originally, Bao Su felt that he was going to Los Angeles, which was like a bolt from the blue. After coming, he found that it was much more comfortable than the previous trips abroad. Every day is still a straight line between 2 points, staying in a 5-star hotel at night, and going to a nearby internet cafe for free. In addition to doing data analysis and studying tactics, you can also play games. Although it is going abroad, you don't need to check in at various attractions, which is very comfortable. If every time I go abroad, I can stay in a hotel or hang out in an internet cafe like this time, then it is not unacceptable. So this time, Bao Su also made a lot of efforts in the data analysis process and helped Min Jingqiao a lot. The players are still playing training matches and continuing to improve their tactical routines. Tomorrow is Thursday, which is also the day when the group stage of the IOI World Finals officially starts. The schedule of this IOI World Finals is different from GOG's Global Invitational Tournament. In order to ensure that teams from weaker regions can also enter the quarterfinals, Crate Team decided to adopt the number 1 seed guaranteed rule. There are a total of 16 teams this time, of which 4 number 1 seeds are guaranteed to enter the quarterfinals, and the other 12 teams are divided into 4 groups. The 3 teams in each group play a double round-robin BO1, and only the top team in the group can qualify in the end. After that, the quarterfinals will be redrawn, and there is no same region avoidance mechanism. You will play against whichever opponent you are drawn. FE Club is the number 1 seed in the country, and it will start from the quarterfinals. The group stage has nothing to do with them, and the opponent in the quarterfinals has not been determined. But this does not mean that we can take it lightly. The players still have to maintain high-intensity training to ensure their condition, and the data analysis team must seize every opportunity to study the tactics and play of each team in the group stage to ensure that they have no problem understanding the version. If they cannot be fully prepared in the group stage, then starting from the quarterfinals, they will most likely be eliminated in the first round. In short, the real tough battle is about to begin. At the same time, on the first floor of the internet cafe, the other two clubs have also finished today's training, packed up their belongings and went back. These days, the training schedules of the two clubs are the same, and they basically train until about 12 o'clock in the evening and leave. The training arrangements for each day are mainly to play training games, review training games, hold meetings to discuss tactics, play high-end games to maintain the feel, etc. Because the group stage will officially start tomorrow, we have to go back a little earlier today to rest as much as possible. When they arrived at the entrance of the internet cafe, everyone saw the bus of the FV club as usual, and they all pretended not to see it tacitly. At the beginning, the leaders of the two clubs also deliberately studied the training time of the FV club and deliberately staggered to avoid those relatively embarrassing scenes. But later they found that there was no need to deliberately avoid it. The FV club's training time was almost longer than theirs every day. Both clubs got up around 10 o'clock in the morning and came to the internet cafe to train after lunch at the hotel, but every time they came, they could see that the bus had already stopped at the entrance of the internet cafe. Both clubs basically left around 12 o'clock in the evening, and the buses were still there when they left. So the leaders and players of the two clubs were very confused. What on earth were the FV clubs practicing when they left early and returned late? The two clubs got up late not because they were lazy, but mainly because they followed the schedule of training in China. There were no high-ranking players in the morning, and there were no training games to play, so there was no point in getting up early. Moreover, the energy is limited. Training for too long may affect the state, and the efficiency of training may not be high. On the other hand, the FV club practiced from morning to early morning, which was in sharp contrast with them. Both team leaders were very curious. Several times they pretended to pass by unintentionally and wanted to sneak a peek on the second floor to see the training situation of the FV club. As a result, they were watched by 4 conscientious bodyguards without any surprise, and they did not get any useful information at all. This made the two clubs even more curious. A team member said very confusedly, "The FV club may only sleep for 6 or 7 hours, and the rest of the time seems to be training." What are they training? Can the body withstand it? The other team members obviously have the same doubts. The FV club is really too hardworking, and it looks like a salted fish. The team leader hurriedly said, "Don't take it to heart. The key to training is efficiency, not time." There is a saying that many people use tactical diligence to cover up strategic laziness. Don't worry, everyone. After getting information from many sources, I have basically confirmed that FV Club has not played training matches with FRY or any foreign clubs, and even whether they have played high-end rank is questionable. They don't have super accounts, but it is possible that they bought accounts. At most, these people played training matches with SUG and their own second team. No matter how many times they play, it's nothing more than 2 bad chess players playing chess. The more they play, the worse they get. There won't be much improvement. Okay, everyone, don't keep staring at FV Club. The group stage will officially start tomorrow. Everyone should keep in good shape and play the results of our training matches. Although we still can't beat strong teams like FRY, we have improved compared to the beginning. Our grouping this time is okay. Everyone should follow the rhythm and routine of the training match and play steadily. It is still no problem to strive to qualify for the quarterfinals. On the way back to the hotel, the team leader cheered and encouraged the players, fearing that the mentality of the players would be affected. Since arriving in Los Angeles, the people of FV Club seem to be intentionally or unintentionally messing with the mentality of the players of these two clubs. They took business class, stayed in luxury 5-star hotels, reserved the second floor of an internet cafe, hired cars and bodyguards to pick them up all the way. What's even more outrageous is that the three photographers worked very hard. In addition to taking pictures, they edited videos. The official Weibo of FV Club never stopped, posting at least 3 or 4 messages a day. Although many people are criticizing, the official blog is completely unmoved. It will update as it should. At most, those who are particularly foul-mouthed will be blocked. Later, the trolls were tired of criticizing and were accumulating strength to wait for FV Club to lose before criticizing with full force. After these few training sessions, seeing the players of FV Club eating and drinking well, the other 2 clubs felt a little jealous. Today is the same. It is already early in the morning. The wind on the street is a little cold. Everyone unconsciously speeds up. A team member suddenly thought of something and said, "Hey, should the group of people from FV Club also move to our hotel today? The competition will officially start tomorrow, and the finger company will provide food and accommodation for all participating clubs." The food and accommodation expenses of these 2 clubs were previously covered by Longyu Group. In the future, they will move to the rooms provided by the finger company, so everyone changed rooms at noon today. Moreover, other clubs have also arrived in the past 2 days and checked into the Courtyard Hotel. Logically, the players of FV Club should also move over, right? Finger company provides accommodation and meals. If we don't stay here, wouldn't all the money be wasted? The other team members obviously hadn't thought about this issue before. They looked at each other with a hint of expectation in their eyes. Yes, there's no reason not to stay here. Before, the finger company did not provide accommodation and boarding, so it was fine to pay for the luxury hotel. Now that the finger company provides accommodation and boarding, do we have to continue to pay for it out of our own pockets? It's a bit too extravagant, isn't it? If everyone lives in the Courtyard Myriad Hotel together, then everyone's accommodation and boarding conditions will be the same. Although the FV Club still has a chartered car and bodyguards, at least the psychological impact on the other 2 clubs will be slightly reduced. However, before everyone's beautiful dream was over, they saw the black bus passing by and still parked safely at the door of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel opposite. The players of the FV Club got off the bus one by one and entered the hotel lobby, without even looking at the Courtyard Marriott. Obviously, the FV Club will also stay here during the game and will not move to the Courtyard Marriott. The expectation was dashed. The players of the 2 clubs silently entered the lobby of the Courtyard Marriott Hotel, and their mentality, which had finally stabilized, fluctuated again. December 29th, Thursday, 9 a.m. At 11 a.m. local time in Los Angeles, or 3 a.m. in China, the IOI Global Finals are about to officially begin. In the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, the players of the FV Club are doing basic fitness training in the hotel's gym. After arriving in Los Angeles, the players still maintain good fitness habits. It is precisely because of the regular work and rest schedule and good physical condition that they can maintain a better state and concentration, and each training time is longer and more efficient. The accompanying team doctor carefully pays attention to the state of the players to prevent them from overtraining. After all, fitness now is not to train to exhaustion and grow muscles, but just to keep the body in a good state, improve concentration in the game, and move the muscles and bones. If you are too tired, it will affect the training effect. The team doctor must ensure that the player's physical condition is maintained in the best condition. In the rest area of the hotel, the coach and the data analysis team are studying the upcoming game. The schedule of this competition will be relatively strange, because the number 1 seed in each division must be sent to the quarterfinals. There are a total of 12 teams and 4 groups in the group stage, playing double round-robin BO1, and the first place in each group will advance. There are 4 games in total, from Thursday to Sunday, and 6 games are played each time. On Sunday, all the group games will be played, and the draw for the quarterfinals will be held. As for why the first game was played at 11 a.m., no one quite understood. According to GPL's custom, the game is usually played in the prime time from afternoon to evening, but Finger Company probably considered that there were too many spectators on site, and was afraid that if the game was suspended due to bugs or dragged on for too long due to other reasons, it would be inconvenient for the spectators to leave, so the time was slightly advanced. The venue of this game is a famous local large sports stadium, which can accommodate nearly 20,000 people at most and is very famous worldwide. This time, Finger Company is obviously determined to use this global finals to regain its place, so it spares no expense. The prize pool of this IOI Global Finals is $3 million. At the same time, Finger Company also specially released a skin, and 25% of the skin sales revenue is also included in the total prize pool. In terms of the distribution of the prize pool, the champion gets 50%, the runner-up 15%, the third and fourth place each 7.5%, the fifth, sixth, seventh and eighth place each 2.5%, and the remaining 8 teams that did not qualify for the group stage share the remaining 10%. In other words, in terms of the prize pool, it has surpassed GOG's Global Invitational Tournament, and in terms of venues, it has surpassed it comprehensively. After all, the Finger Company has been in a bad mood by Tenda. It has long wanted to hold the global finals, but was repeatedly interrupted by Tenda and never made it happen. This time, they finally made up their minds to hold the world finals. They had to surpass GOG in the scene even if they had to sell everything they had. This was a matter of face. Wu Yu saw that the time was almost up, so he asked manager Liu to ask the team members to go back to the room to wash up, and then come down to have breakfast and prepare to go to the venue to attend the opening ceremony. The FV club will not have any matches until next week, but this week, the players will selectively go to the scene to watch a few key battles, see the playing styles and levels of other teams, and prepare in advance. Chapter 801, Get Busy. December 30th, Friday, 8 a.m. Pei Qian turned off the alarm and struggled to get up. These 2 days of resolute review finally achieved some results. At least I read dozens of pages of notes, which is a good start. Today is the same. I got up in the morning and reviewed more while my mind is clear in the morning, so as not to think about salted fish in the afternoon and evening. While brushing teeth, I looked at my phone. Huh? The IOI Global Finals started yesterday morning? Oh, yes, it seems to be today. The game seems to be still going on. The game started at 11 a.m. yesterday morning in Los Angeles time, which is 3 a.m. this morning in Jingzhou time. There are 6 games in one game, and now it has been played to the 5th game. Domestic audiences have to watch the game perfectly, from early morning to morning. Pei Qian is not so interested in the IOI game. After all, he has never played it and doesn't understand it very well. The time is not suitable, and the FV club does not need to play group matches. So he didn't pay much attention to this matter, and only clicked on the live broadcast platform to take a look after seeing the relevant news push today. Obviously, with the vigorous promotion of Longyu Group, the popularity of the IOI Global Finals in China is still relatively high. All major news clients are pushing news, and various live broadcast platforms have also given a lot of recommended resources. It seems that the popularity is very high. In addition, the preseason of GPL has just ended, and the spring season has not yet begun. During this gap, many players who have nothing to do will choose to watch the IOI Global Finals. Pei Qian clicked into the live broadcast room and found that the 2 foreign teams he didn't know at all were playing. They were currently in a state of balance, and the game was quite tense. The scene looked very tense, but the barrage did not discuss the game itself at all. Instead, the fans of IOI and GOG were fighting wildly. Rubbish. The opening game was a complete mess. Don't play in the rest of the games, just swim back. The performance was outrageous. Why didn't they use their special heroes, and didn't use their original tactics? Did they learn from foreign teams? And they didn't learn it well. It's just learning to walk by imitating others. They learned nothing. They played so ugly. Such a good venue, such a cool opening ceremony, this game was so impressive, but the domestic team got beaten up, isn't it disgusting? Everyone, please be more tolerant, this is only the first game. And you have to learn, the version has changed, and if you play according to the previous version, you will only lose more miserably. Damn, I stayed up all night and ended up watching this? If the GPL spring tournament hadn't started, I wouldn't have come to watch this crappy game. Then go back and watch your GPL. It's a rubbish game that only Chinese people play. Oh, let me tell you something. The overseas market share of IOI and GOG has long been equal. GOG is not only played by Chinese people. It's just that GOG's domestic teams are beating foreign teams. I don't know if you have seen the GOG logo on the uniforms of foreign clubs. Are you blind and can't see it? It's outrageous to play in the IOI finals with the GOG logo on your head. The company must be furious. There's nothing we can do. The club has already accepted the sponsorship. We can't force them to pay the penalty and breach the contract, right? We can only point fingers at the company. We didn't think of this before. We didn't prohibit the club from accepting sponsorship from GOG. Stop arguing. GOG's performance is indeed good, but that's just because Tenda is a bully. If the esports environment of IOI hadn't been squeezed so hard, how could it be so weak? Classic blames the environment for his own failure. Didn't Longyu Group take the team to Los Angeles for a training match in advance? And then what happened? No one in the barrage was discussing the game itself. They were all arguing. Pei Qian looked at the results of the previous matches, and found that the two domestic teams played a game each and lost both games. One was the opening match, which was pushed flat in 30 minutes, the other was the fourth match, which lasted for more than 40 minutes, but the opponent took advantage of the opportunity to end the game in a team fight. Losing both games was a complete disaster. Because the schedule of this match was quite special, each group had 3 teams and only one team qualified. Although it was a double round-robin BO1, every point was extremely important. Losing the first game had already made the qualification situation very serious. And more importantly, the two losing teams were not the strongest European and American teams, because the number 1 seeds in Europe and America, like the FE Club, did not have to play in the group stage at all, and were waiting in the quarterfinals. If they couldn't even beat the non-No 1 seed teams in Europe and America, wouldn't it be a waste of time if they met a real strong team? Many viewers stayed up until 3 o'clock to watch the game, but after waiting for so long, they only watched 2 such a frustrating games. They must have been so angry that they couldn't sleep and were about to rant in the live broadcast room. And it's not just the live broadcast room, players have obviously already criticized it on major forums and video websites. Why is the gap between domestic teams and European and American teams so big? Well, it's a good thing. The strength of the FE team is similar to these two teams. Since these two teams were beaten, the FE team is probably at the level of the first round of the quarterfinals and will not be too popular. Pei Qian couldn't help but become optimistic. He used his mobile phone to project the screen on the big TV and planned to quickly watch the highlights of the previous few games. On the Isle of Ely, the official account of IOI has updated the opening ceremony of the IOI Global Finals and the highlights of the previous few games. The opening ceremony invited a European and American singer to sing the theme song, and there was also a dance troupe doing cost performances. The overall feeling was not bad and quite impressive. The venue was large and crowded, so it looked more impressive. Compared with GOG's original Global Invitational Tournament, it was obviously an improvement, so the barrage response was also quite enthusiastic. However, when it came to the main competition, the overall situation took a sharp turn for the worse. Pei Qian jumped and watched the 2 games that the domestic teams lost. He found that the 2 teams were really not wrong to be criticized. If he stayed up late to watch these two games, he would definitely criticize them. In the first game, they were completely defeated despite the headwind. In the second game, they fought for half a game and missed many opportunities before being defeated by the opponent. It is really hard to say which one is more annoying. The key point is that, I don't know whether it is because of nervousness or some other reasons, the strength of these two teams did not seem to be brought out. The decision-making was hesitant and the operation was limited. Moreover, in terms of lineup selection, none of the heroes that Pei Qian had seen appeared. Pei Qian had watched the IOI domestic qualifiers in Shanghai before, and was familiar with several traditional lineups. Although he didn't know what the hero skills were, he barely knew them. But they were not used in this competition, which was completely different from Pei Qian's impression of the previous competition. Pei Qian suddenly wanted to know about the situation at the FV Club. Since the FV Club arrived in Los Angeles, Pei Qian hasn't paid much attention to them. After all, there is a time difference of more than 10 hours between the two places, and it is not very convenient to contact them. But now the time is just right, so Pei Qian made a video call to Wu Yu. Pei Qian was a little worried, because the signal inside most stadiums is not good. If Wu Yu and the others are still at the game site, this video call may not be able to be dialed. But after waiting for a while, the video call was connected. Mr. Pei. Wu Yu was obviously not at the competition venue, but in the hotel. He made this video call using the hotel's wireless network, so the signal stability was not bad. Pei Qian nodded. How is the situation over there? Wu Yu immediately understood. Boss Pei, did you see that the other two domestic teams lost badly, so you are worried about our situation? Don't worry about that. Our players have been training hard. We don't guarantee victory, but we will definitely play in our own style. Wu Yu didn't dare to brag too much. After all, FV Club has always been training with SUG, and has never played against European and American teams. He didn't know what would happen if they really fought. If he boasted too much in front of President Pei, and ended up being eliminated in the first round of the quarterfinals, it would be too embarrassing. Pei Qian nodded. Wu Yu looked like he had no confidence, so it shouldn't be a big problem. But Pei Qian didn't think FV Club would really be eliminated in the first round of the quarterfinals. After all, his luck was always bad, and the things he expected never happened. If they really hold on, they can still make it to the semifinals. If they are eliminated in the semifinals, it will be okay. At that time, the netizens' firepower will definitely be focused on the other two clubs, and FV Club will still be the strongest club in IOI's national server. This won't work. Pei Qian suddenly felt that the current situation was still not very stable, mainly because the other two clubs performed too poorly, which immediately set off FV. Even if the FV Club doesn't win the championship, it will still be the best performing domestic team if it makes it to the semifinals. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, I noticed that our club's official Weibo has been posting some daily photos and videos recently. Wu Yu immediately understood. I see, Mr. Pei, you are about to play a game, so you should post less of this kind of stuff, so as not to attract hatred and affect the mentality of the players? I will tell them right now, and ask them to stop posting on Weibo. Pei Qian raised his hand. No. That's not what I meant. I mean, this thing is done very well, we must increase the intensity. Everyone must post on Weibo intensively, and their presence in front of the players must be maximized. Not only that, but also make things happen on Weibo, mock other teams, evaluate the game that just ended, and specifically pick on the faults of the winning team. Jokes, emoticons, whatever you can do, do it. How much traffic you can get. Wu Yu was a little confused. Mr. Pei, this is attracting hatred. He could imagine what the result would be if these contents were posted. They would definitely be criticized by players, and they would also take screenshots and dig up the graves. Currently, FV Club is the #1 seed. Before the quarterfinals, they can sit back and watch the fight. Of course, it is okay to talk about other teams, but this will definitely offend fans of other teams and even cause opposition from passers-by fans. By then, if FV Club wins the game, it will be fine. If it loses, won't it be destroyed? Wu Yu hesitated. Mr. Pei, this doesn't seem good. Domestic players don't like this kind of high-profile behavior. Pei Qian thought for a while. Well, you mean, domestic players don't like it, but foreign players do? Well, that's right, you make a lot of sense. Then let's do this. Your club will register all those foreign websites, such as Twitter, and synchronize with Weibo, and make English versions. It just so happens that we have invested in some overseas clubs. I will let their official accounts interact with you. Don't worry about no one watching. Okay, it's settled. We will start after the game today. I will check it tomorrow. Hang up first. Wu Yu, Mr. Pei. He didn't finish yet, and the video call was hung up. Wu Yu was a little helpless, but there was no other way, so he could only do it. Chapter 802 Inexplicable $10 million. Long chapter. In the hotel, the data analysis team of FV Club is discussing and analyzing today's game with the players. The players of FV Club only attended the opening ceremony today and came back after watching the first 4 games. Watching the game on site is mainly to feel the atmosphere of the stadium in advance. After all, the players have never played in such a large venue and in the cheers of 20,000 spectators before. Different venues naturally put different pressures on the players. In a stadium with tens of thousands of people, the applause and cheers of the audience are like a tsunami. If it is a key game again, the pressure on the players will increase exponentially. In this case, most players will experience nervousness, hand tremors, and overexcitement, while a small number of players will be excited, more focused, and perform beyond their level. This is the value of the so-called big-hearted players and big-game players. Of course, whether a player has a big heart is innate. Some people can play a famous scene in their first big game in their teens, while some people still have a broken mentality after playing for several years. But to a certain extent, this mentality problem can still be improved. The players of FV Club specially felt the atmosphere on the spot today and prepared themselves mentally in advance. They should be in a better state of mind when they play in the quarterfinals. Of course, the focus of the discussion is still on the content of the game. There is no need to talk about the first game today. The gap between the two sides is too big. The understanding of the version and tactics is wrong. There is no reference value. The second game was okay, but the midterm decision-making was obviously too rough. There are many areas that can be improved. Zhou Yuan, the current coach of DG Club, is reviewing these games, and other people in the data analysis team, including the players, are constantly putting forward their own views and opinions. After the analysis, Zhou Yuan made a brief summary. From the first day of the group stage, these teams' understanding of the version and play style is still very different from ours. It's hard to say whether we or they have the correct understanding of the version, and we can't be too blindly confident. So, tomorrow, SUG and FV Team 2, you guys go practice the mainstream play style that appeared in the group stage, and use this play style to play a training match with Team 1 to see how it works. We don't have to learn other people's play style, but at least we have to have a clear understanding of the strengths and weaknesses of this play style. Zhou Yuan assigned tasks, and the others wrote them down. The players will not watch tomorrow's game. The data analysis team will watch the game, review and analyze it, and then tell the players the results and review analysis in the evening. The players should continue to train, study the playing styles of other teams, expand their hero pool, and keep their hands. After all the tasks were arranged, everyone dispersed and returned to their rooms to have a good rest. The three cameramen finished shooting today's materials and were ready to go back to the room to edit the pictures and videos and post them on Weibo. Wu Yu hurriedly stopped the three cameramen, Manager Liu, and others. Don't leave in a hurry, I have something to explain. Just now, President Pei assigned us a task, asking us to increase the intensity of the whole activity on Weibo, and to do it on Weibo and Twitter at the same time. Wu Yu introduced President Pei's requirements in detail. In short, how to get high popularity and high traffic, domestic teams and foreign teams are treated equally, and they are equally involved, and they are all in a group. After listening to President Pei's requirements, everyone's expressions were similar to Wu Yu's before, and they were all at a loss. This is not a prank, this is clearly to stir up hatred. Domestic players are very angry now, and they are worried about not having a breakthrough. The other two clubs are pretending to be dead. If we jump out now, aren't we the first to stand out? I think it's okay. It's not us who lost the game. The problem is that we didn't win. If we do something now, passers-by will think we are arrogant and taking advantage of others' misfortunes. The fans of the other two clubs will also hate us, and we will definitely be crushed by then. Maybe President Pei means that we should play some funnier jokes? Can't we just stop mocking other teams? That's impossible. President Pei requires popularity and traffic. How can other teams get popularity and traffic without starting a team fight? President Pei is almost telling us to start a team fight with confidence and boldly. Then we will definitely be criticized, and the players will be under a lot of pressure. It's okay. The players can't play with their phones or go online. They won't know. But what's the point of doing this? The risks and rewards don't seem to be proportional. If it was someone else's proposal, everyone would definitely reject it without thinking. Starting a team fight before the battle to attract hatred, is it because they are afraid that they won't die fast enough? It's totally unnecessary. But since it was President Pei's request, we must find a way to complete it. After discussing for a long time, everyone couldn't discuss it in detail, so they could only do it. Fortunately, there were many people in the accompanying team. We searched for some interesting memes online, and then played around with them to find suitable pictures or videos. The materials for the group's opening Weibo posts were quickly found. The three photographers were able to edit pictures and videos, and the translator added bilingual subtitles, so everything was ready. The discussion about the opening day of the IOI World Finals lasted all day. Because many people did not stay up late to watch the IOI World Finals, they only knew the results of yesterday's game after they got up. Seeing that both domestic teams lost, many GOG players also participated in the discussion. Among them, the real strength of the domestic teams was obviously the focus of everyone's discussion. Both teams lost the first game in the group stage, and the risk of qualifying increased suddenly. Everyone naturally felt that the overall level of domestic teams in the IOI project was much worse than that of foreign teams. The World Finals just started not long ago, and many viewers seem to have seen its bleak ending. Relatively speaking, FV Club had the least topic, because there was no game, so the topic was all focused on the other two losing teams. The audience was busy catching war criminals, and naturally, they had no interest in criticizing FV Club's luxurious life. However, the players never expected that FV Club would post on Weibo again. And this time, the Weibo was not about eating, drinking and having fun, but a picture with a mocking nature. This picture is spliced together. The upper part is a photo of a swimming pool abroad. In the upper right corner of the picture, a middle-aged man is holding a child high out of the water with a smile on his face. A Tenda logo is photoshopped on the middle-aged man's head, and a FV Club logo is photoshopped on the child's face. To the left of the middle-aged man is a child struggling desperately and seems to be about to sink to the bottom, with a struggling expression. The lower part of the picture is a picture of the bottom of the water, with a skeleton sitting on a chair, who seems to have been dead for many years. The two pictures are forcibly spliced together. The logos of two other domestic clubs are photoshopped on the faces of the child and the skeleton. The one struggling on the surface is the team that was overturned after a fierce battle. The one under the water is the team that was directly pushed in 30 minutes in the opening game. The main text of the Weibo is a sentence in both Chinese and English. Good brothers, are you all right? /wave wave wave. As soon as this Weibo was posted, it immediately attracted the attention of countless players who were fighting. This is full of sarcasm. The meaning is clear. The other two clubs are in a precarious situation. One has sunk to the bottom, and the other is still struggling, but it is not far from the bottom. Only FV Club is happily floating on the water, looking like it has nothing to worry about and is sure to win. The text of the Weibo post is even more sarcastic. On the surface, it is a greeting, but with the /waving emoticon, it looks like it is waving goodbye to the two clubs. As expected, the Weibo post was criticized not long after it was posted. How tasteless. Are all the brother teams taking advantage of others' misfortunes? Haha, you can still make sarcastic remarks now just because you didn't play, just waiting to be eliminated 3 o'clock in the quarterfinals. Of course, there are some other voices, but they are basically neutral opinions, not criticizing but not supporting either. It's okay, it's just a joke, don't be too sensitive. The problem is that the two teams didn't play well, and they are not allowed to say they didn't play well. Hey, it's suggested that you post less controversial Weibo posts at this critical moment. It's really easy to attract criticism. Many fans of the FV Club are also worried about them, fearing that they will lose the game later because of these Weibo posts. However, less than 10 minutes later, the FV Club updated another Weibo post. We have a feeling that the damage conversion rate of the entire FV team will not be optimistic. There are two comparison pictures below. The first one is the economy of other teams, and the accompanying picture is the accommodation and food conditions of the Courtyard Hotel. The second one is the economy of the FV team, and the accompanying picture is the accommodation and food conditions of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. On the surface, the meaning is to compare the food and accommodation conditions to the economy consumed in the game, because the food and accommodation conditions of the FV team are much better than those of other teams, so the economy consumed is more, and the damage conversion rate will be much lower. But in fact, it is to show off the better food and accommodation conditions on their side. Before the audience reacted, and even the trolls hadn't thought of the words, the FV Club updated a Weibo and Twitter at the same time. This time the content was much simpler, just at a few traditional foreign giants, including the #1 seeds in the European and American regions, and the picture was a propaganda slogan on the wall of a village in China: recognize the situation and give up fantasy. In less than an hour, the FV Club sent 4 or 5 Weibo and Twitter posts at high intensity, all in Chinese and English. In China, there were still quite a lot of people trolling on Weibo at the beginning, but gradually fewer and fewer people trolled. Because everyone found that the words for trolling were exhausted, but the FV Club was still making endless things. Moreover, FV Club not only messed with domestic teams, but also messed with foreign teams. For example, the second Weibo post openly mocked the accommodation conditions of all other teams, and the third Weibo post declared war on other foreign seed teams. So by the time of the last few Weibo posts, most domestic players could no longer criticize FV Club even if they felt that the club was overconfident, because FV Club has no games now. Even if you want to scold them for being arrogant, you have to wait until they lose the game before scolding them. Otherwise, what if they really beat the foreign team after scolding them? Although many domestic netizens do not like this kind of overly high-profile Weibo, it has to be said that it has indeed played a very good effect, and the attention has been directly maximized. Originally, everyone was grabbing the two clubs that lost the game and blasting them, and now FV Club suddenly jumped out to make a group mockery to draw away the hatred, naturally attracting all the attention. On Twitter, the attention of FV Club's official account is also growing rapidly. Because Tenda has invested in many old foreign clubs, as long as you say hello, these clubs will interact with FV Club's official account, and this interaction will attract fans. These live tweets are obviously much more accepted abroad, and the comment area is full of laughing expressions such as LOL. After all, for domestic players, modesty is a virtue, and they think that they should not speak too confidently, for fear of being slapped in the face later. But foreign players do not care much about these things, and they all have the mentality of watching the fun and not minding the big things, and generally will not step on it even if they are slapped in the face later. Therefore, the number of followers of the official account of FV Club on Twitter has grown rapidly, and several old clubs have also followed each other and expressed their appreciation for FV Club. However, FV Club immediately pulled these old clubs together for AOE. The content of a new Weibo and Twitter post is the genealogy of the Tenda family. The picture below is a tree-like genealogy chart. At the top of the tree is Tenda, and there is a relatively thick line connecting FV Club below, and marked as biological son. There are also some relatively thin lines connecting other European and American old clubs such as FRY, and marked as godsons. Obviously, FV Club is sitting in business class and staying in luxurious 5-star hotels. Of course, it is treated as a biological son by Tenda. On the other hand, other clubs only provide sponsorship, but do not care about food and accommodation, so they are naturally treated as godsons. And this thing is not easy to refute. After all, several old clubs such as FRY did accept sponsorship from Tenda, and even have trademarks on their uniforms, which can be seen by anyone with eyes. As soon as this Weibo was released, it immediately killed the game and was reposted by players. Oh my god, this FV Club is going crazy. After dealing with domestic clubs, they are also dealing with foreign clubs. The mentality of these participating teams has been messed up by FV. They are not good at anything, but they are the best at making things happen. I give up. They really show the level of the number 1 seed in making things happen. Strange, the previous FV Club Weibo was not in this style. Why did they suddenly change a new media operation editor? I'm afraid it was the club owner's suggestion. This wave must be planned by President Pei, just like the previous IOI qualifiers. It was all arranged. When the first Weibo of the FV Club was released, it did cause a lot of disgust among people. After all, making a fuss is like trash talk. If you want to make a show effect, it will definitely cause disgust among some people. But after the FV Club insisted on making a fuss for several times, many people suddenly accepted this setting and found it quite interesting. Because the FV Club not only opened domestic teams, but also opened foreign teams, treating them equally, which brought a lot of joy to the netizens who were eating melons, and also diluted the depressed atmosphere of the two teams losing the game before. In addition to the content of the accommodation conditions updated by FV Weibo before, all the attention, whether domestic or foreign, was focused on the FV Club. Although there was no game, the attention received by the FV Club still grew rapidly, and quickly surpassed the other two clubs. At the same time, at a hotel near the headquarters of the finger company, Zhao Shuming was browsing his phone and said gloomily, "Bah, bad luck." Zhao Shuming has been visiting the finger company these 2 days. Creighton asked the employees of the finger company to accompany him throughout the whole process. It can be said that he was very respectful and the treatment was full. Today, Zhao Shuming also went to the game site and watched the 2 games with domestic teams. As a result, he was very angry. It was too embarrassing. If they won one of the 2 games, it would be fine. At least they got the first victory. In the end, both teams lost. One lost like diarrhea and the other lost like constipation. It is hard to say which one is more embarrassing. Zhao Shuming certainly has the right to be angry. After all, it was Longyu Group that paid for the 2 teams to come to Los Angeles for training in advance. As a result, after so long, they only trained this? All the money was spent. However, Zhao Shuming did not say anything. After all, this was only the first day of the game. If these two clubs played better later, they could still qualify. So at this time, it is better to comfort them and not to blame them too much, which would affect the mentality of the players even more. Zhao Shuming had almost adjusted his mentality, but the FV club's actions ruined his mentality again. Zhao Shuming thought that the two domestic teams lost on the first day of the group stage, which was the worst situation, and the situation couldn't get any worse, right? Now he realized that he was too young. FV Club directly made a lot of intensive activities on Weibo and Twitter, and also interacted with foreign clubs, which directly attracted most of the domestic attention and attracted many fans abroad. Although many people criticized it, being criticized is also part of the popularity. FV Club was originally just a small club, with no reputation abroad. As a result, this wave of Weibo activities directly raised its status to the same level as old European and American clubs such as FRY, which can be said to be a huge profit. For Zhao Shuming, this is of course unacceptable. Because everyone knows that FV Club is a club invested by Tenda, the stronger FV's presence, the more uncomfortable Zhao Shuming is. But Zhao Shuming didn't have any better solutions. He couldn't tell Weibo and Twitter to block the official account of FV Club, right? That's not right. He could only pretend not to see it. At this moment, the phone made a ding-ding notification sound again, and it was another new Weibo from FV Club. Zhao Shuming was speechless. Again? It's not over yet. He clicked on it and found that it was the Weibo of Tenda Family Tree, which not only included FV Club, but also clubs sponsored by Tenda such as FRY. What the hell is this? This is too much. Zhao Shuming was even angrier after seeing this Weibo. As early as when he was watching the game, he had noticed that many old European and American clubs had sponsorship logos of Tenda or GOG on their uniforms. On the stage of the IOI World Finals, the team uniforms were actually GOG logos, which was too embarrassing. This matter was like a thorn in Zhao Shuming's heart, and this Weibo post pushed the thorn inward. How did the club become the son of Tenda? As soon as this picture was posted, netizens felt that the clubs in the finals were all from Tenda and had nothing to do with the finger company. This is equivalent to writing on the face output. Boss Pei sponsored these clubs a few months ago. Now I think about it, it's really insidious. If the game continues like this, these old clubs will have GOG's logo in the small window of the players during the game and in the interviews after the game. Isn't this equivalent to advertising for GOG? And the more the game goes on, the more strong teams will be left, and this situation will occur more frequently. Zhao Shuming suddenly realized that this is a very serious problem. If he imagines it a little, he will think that the picture is too beautiful to watch. When the semifinals come, maybe all four teams will have GOG logos, and no matter which team goes on stage after the game, GOG can be seen. It's terrible. In fact, it is equivalent to that IOI spent millions of dollars to hold a Grand World Finals, but Tenda Games only sponsored a few clubs and took advantage of the popularity of the IOI Finals to achieve excellent publicity effect. If you hold back for a while, you will get angrier and angrier. If you take a step back, you will lose more and more. Zhao Shuming thought again and decided to call Creatine. Now it is not impossible to remove the GOG logo. Let the clubs breach the contract directly and pay the liquidated damages. But it is definitely not allowed for the clubs to pay for it themselves. This money can only be paid by the head company. Of course, Zhao Shuming does not know how much the sponsorship fee is, and how much liquidated damages he has to pay. But between two evils, choose the lesser of two evils. Instead of letting GOG take advantage of the popularity from beginning to end, it is better to cut off the arm and pay a sum of money to kill all elements related to GOG in the group stage. Half an hour later. Zhao Shuming has been waiting for Creatine's call, but he has not heard back after waiting for so long, and he can't help but worry. Pei Qian also agreed with Zhao Shuming's point of view, thinking that the frequent appearance of GOG's game logo in the IOI Global Finals was really uncomfortable. So, Pei Qian decided to call each club to ask how the sponsorship contract was signed and how much compensation would be required if the contract was breached. As a result, the questioning took a little longer. Finally, the phone on the table rang, and Zhao Shuming quickly picked it up. The voice of Richest on the phone was a little helpless. I just asked. Tenda has sponsored a total of 10 clubs, $1 million each, and if they want to breach the contract, they will need to pay double compensation. Most of these clubs have come to the World Finals. It is expected that there may be 5 teams in the quarterfinals and 2 to 3 teams in the semifinals. If the quarterfinals are considered, the breach of contract will require compensation of $10 million. If the semifinals are considered, the breach of contract will require compensation of $4 to $6 million. This money is a bit too much. Zhao Shuming didn't know what to say for a while. Boss Pei actually sponsored so much money? Before, Zhao Shuming didn't know the specific amount. If it was based on the domestic price standard, each club might be able to put up a bid by sponsoring $1 million, which is about $150,000. At this price, even if he paid double the liquidated damages, it would be no problem and he could afford it. I never expected that Boss Pei would be so generous and directly spend $10 million to sponsor these clubs, $1 million for each club. If the contract is breached, the clubs will definitely not be able to pay for it themselves, but the Tenda Group will have to pay. But even if only the top 4 teams are allowed to breach the contract, they will have to pay $4 to $6 million, which is too much to accept. Pei Qian said, I feel it's a big loss for such a large sum of money, so, forget it. Spend millions of dollars just to remove the GOG logo on the participating teams? This is too stupid. Zhao Shuming was silent for a moment and said, if we only consider the World Championship, it is true, but, what about the league afterwards? Soon, there will be leagues in all regions. The spring season seats in the European and American regions will mostly be given to these old clubs. If we don't make up our minds now, the spring and summer seasons of various leagues in the future. I'm afraid the GOG game logo will appear frequently. Moreover, Tenda obviously intends to use this to make a fuss, as can be seen from the tweets sent by the FV Club. All clubs have become Tenda's godsons and have nothing to do with the finger company. What if Tenda continues to make a fuss about this in the future? As long as the GOG logo is printed on the team uniforms, it will keep slapping us in the face. On the other end of the phone, Pei Qian was silent for a long time. Indeed, the World Championship is over if we endure it, but what about the league afterwards? The strong teams in both European and American regions are basically sponsored by Tenda. By then, the top-ranked and most popular teams will all have GOG logos on their uniforms. What's going on? Even if Qingshan wanted to do the opposite and sponsor GOG's team, it would be useless. There was no way to get in there. Now there were only 2 choices, either endure it and pretend not to see it, and wait until the World Championship and Regional League star team uniforms all had GOG logos on them, or bleed a lot. Even if all sponsorships could not be breached, at least the GOG logo had to be removed from the uniforms of several star teams. Qingshan was silent for a long time and said, indeed, this is a very serious problem. I will report it and hold a meeting to discuss it as soon as possible. Now is the critical period of the World Finals. If the GOG icon appears for one more day, it will cause some losses to Tenda Group and Finger Company. Therefore, this matter cannot be delayed, and a meeting must be held as soon as possible to discuss it. If it is really necessary to breach the contract, it must be done as soon as possible, because one day earlier, the impact will be smaller. December 31st, Saturday. Pei Qian was sleeping soundly. After he finished eating the gossip about the IOI World Finals yesterday, he has been studying hard without paying any attention to anything else. FV Club has posted a lot of Weibo posts according to his instructions, which has already attracted a lot of hatred. The IOI matches this morning were for the other two groups, and there were no domestic teams, so Pei Qian didn't pay attention to it. Anyway, he couldn't be backstabbed, and no matter how I think about it, today is a perfect weekend, and I should sleep in. However, before 9 o'clock, the phone on the bedside suddenly vibrated. Buzz. Buzz. Pei Qian opened his sleepy eyes, a little angry, turned over and thought of ignoring it. However, the phone still vibrated persistently. Pei Qian couldn't sleep anymore, and sat up speechlessly. He glanced at the caller ID and saw that it was Dishin calling. Could it be that there is something new about the cold-faced girl? No, I have sold all the shares of the cold-faced girl, right? It should have nothing to do with the cold-faced girl. Then why did Dishin call me? Pei Qian felt a little confused and picked up the phone. Hello? Dishin's voice on the other end of the phone was very excited. Mr. Pei, there is good news. Pei Qian, ? When he heard the three words, good news, Pei Qian shuddered subconsciously. But he couldn't think of what the good news was after thinking about it. Could it be that Yuan Ventures recently invested in a promising company, and the valuation suddenly soared, so they sold the shares and made a fortune? But there were no signs before? Pei Qian tried hard to keep himself calm. What good news? Dishin said, Boss Pei, do you still remember those foreign esports clubs sponsored by Dream Ventures? Pei Qian's mind went blank. Sponsor, foreign esports clubs? Pei Qian tried hard to recall, and finally remembered that Dayak Group had forced a large sum of money to acquire the shares of Tenda Group's finger company. Pei Qian was angry, and spent the money that month. Among them, $10 million was sponsored to 10 well-known and old esports clubs abroad, allowing them to set up GOG branches, and then print GOG logos on their uniforms to advertise GOG. Although this work should belong to Shenyang Games, after all, everyone has their own expertise, so it was finally handed over to Dream Ventures and Dishin. But after that, Pei Qian never cared about this matter again. After all, the money had been spent, and these teams at most promoted GOG during the live broadcast, which did not cause any big waves. Pei Qian asked, what happened to these clubs? Dishin couldn't suppress his joy a little. Boss Pei, I thought you sponsored these clubs just to advertise GOG, I didn't expect it to have such a deep meaning. Just now, the owners of 5 clubs contacted us and said that they hope to terminate the sponsorship contract with us and are willing to pay double compensation according to the provisions of the contract. That means they will compensate us $10 million. Pei Qian was dumbfounded, with a string of question marks floating above his head. $10 million? Compensate us? Are these clubs crazy? Pei Qian had only spent $10 million on sponsorship before, but now 5 of the clubs want to terminate the contract and pay another $10 million. The money spent before has come back on its own. No matter how you look at it, it is a huge profit for Tenda. Because the sponsorship of the other 5 clubs is still in effect, and the 5 clubs that terminated the sponsorship contract have advertised for GOG for a long time before, and it is impossible to deduct the advertising fee. It is equivalent to these 5 clubs advertising for nothing, and each of them lost $1 million. Pei Qian felt a little dizzy. He didn't understand what was going on with these clubs. Were they crazy, or did they think they had too much money? How did they do this? Dishin was very happy and continued, Boss Pei, I simply asked the leaders of these clubs and found out what was going on. It turned out that it was instructed by Dayak Group and Finger Company. Finger Company can't stand the GOG logo on the uniforms of these teams. Considering the great influence of the World Championship and the subsequent regional leagues, it is equivalent to advertising for its competitor GOG, so it decisively and forcibly terminated the sponsorship contracts of these clubs. This money is definitely not paid by the clubs, but by Finger Company. But even so, the clubs are also at a loss. After all, the $1 million they got is gone, and they advertised for nothing. Finger Company will not give any additional compensation. However, Finger Company promised these clubs a place in the league, which is a kind of compensation. After all, if other clubs want to get a place, they have to pay for it. In short, Mr. Pei, you spent $10 million to sponsor these clubs, which not only played a good publicity effect, but also got it back without a penny less. This operation is really perfect. The psychology of Tenda Group and Finger Company is calculated. Although it is a sponsorship, it is actually equivalent to an investment, and it is a huge profit. Even through the phone, Pei Qian could feel Xing's joy. Who would have thought that the money that had been spent could grow wings and fly back? Pei Qian could not help but choke up in silence. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 803 Rumors of Cold-Faced Girl's Bankruptcy. A good day ends with making money. Pei Qian originally wanted to have a good sleep today, then review, and then eat something delicious to reward himself. The arrangement was perfect. However, the $10 million that fell from the sky ruined his good mood. Pei Qian was silent for a long time and asked, "This $10 million, can I sponsor it back?" Based on the principle of whoever makes money should spend it, since the money was earned by sponsoring the club, it would be better to sponsor it back. Xing said, "Boss Pei, do you mean we should make a comeback and continue to sponsor clubs and make money?" "I'm afraid not. Finger Company is not that stupid. It is impossible to allow this to happen a second time. Before, we sponsored clubs and asked them to put the GOG logo on their uniforms, which was a loophole in the imperfect rules. Now Finger Company has required all clubs participating in the official IOI competition not to have sponsorship of other games on their uniforms. Of course, the clubs we sponsored before are still in a gray area. Finger Company is reluctant to pay them liquidated damages, and the performance of these teams is not very good, so, just leave them like this for now. But it's not possible to sponsor anymore. This loophole has been plugged by the Finger Company. Pei Qian sponsored a total of 10 clubs before. Now 5 of them have to pay compensation to terminate the contract, while the other 5 will continue to sponsor. Obviously, the Finger Company chose 5 clubs with relatively strong strength and easier to enter the quarterfinals to terminate the contract. As for the other 5, they really couldn't bear to spend the money. After all, if all the contracts were terminated, another $10 million would be required. Even the Tenda Group would feel extremely painful. Pei Qian was very melancholy. Looking at the bright side, at least the other 5 clubs were not forced to terminate the contract, otherwise he would have to earn another $10 million, which would be more stressful. Xing said, "Mr. Pei, how do you think about this money, how to spend it?" Pei Qian was silent. Yes, how to spend it. Seeing that there is only 1 month left to settle, it is necessary to spend $10 million in a rush. Isn't this a psychological problem? Of course, there are still ways to spend it, such as investing in the Mission and Choice project, or continuing to advertise and sponsor GOG, or organizing some promotional activities, etc. But this amount of money is a bit much after all. How to spend it the fastest and with the least negative impact needs further consideration. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said, "No hurry, I'll think about it." Of course, Xing would not have any objection. "Okay, Mr. Pei." After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian felt melancholy, and his good mood for the day was gone. He couldn't sleep, so he got up, washed up, and went to Moyu Internet Cafe for breakfast. Then, Pei Qian drank coffee while browsing the news online. The news in the esports and gaming circles these days has basically been dominated by the IOI World Finals. After all, the GPL Spring Tournament has not officially started yet, and this is the only major event. In addition to the promotion of Longyu Group, the news is overwhelming. However, in addition to the results of each team in the group stage, there are also a lot of news about the FV Club, such as the favorable training conditions revealed on the FV Club Weibo, and those Weibo posts about live events, etc. And it occupies a lot of space and is very popular. Because today is the second game day, the domestic team has no game today, and yesterday's game was lost very badly. Both the media and the audience don't want to mention it anymore. As the #1 seed in the country, the FV Club has done some good things again, which is very suitable for news reports. Therefore, even though Longyu Group does not like FV Club, various gaming media outlets still say one thing and do another, and devote a large amount of news space to FV Club in order to get more clicks. Pei Qian didn't care too much. Since they were going to make a scene to attract hatred, they would definitely create a certain amount of heat. But this heat is unlikely to be converted into revenue, and it may even have a negative impact after the FV team loses the game, so there is nothing to worry about. Pei Qian looked at the news and other sections again, and suddenly, a piece of news caught his attention. Cold-faced girl is rumored to be closed down, Meng Chong clarifies, rumors. Although the cold-faced girl has nothing to do with Yuan Ming Venture Capital, Pei Qian is still paying attention to the news about the cold-faced girl. If the cold-faced girl becomes popular and the valuation inflates, then Pei Qian can rest assured that he made the right move and avoided making more money. If the cold-faced girl is cold, and it is confirmed that this is a garbage project that can't burn money and has no future, then Pei Qian can consider buying the bottom of garbage assets and burning money. Pei Qian quickly clicked on the news to check and found that the cause of the incident was that a certain media broke the news that the cold-faced girl failed to raise funds, the capital chain was tight, and it had defaulted on the payment of suppliers, and it was afraid that it would go bankrupt in the near future. This revelation also triggered all the negative news about Lingmian Girl. In fact, since the establishment of Lingmian Girl, there have been many doubts on the internet, including doubts that its food is not delicious, expensive, overmarketed, and famous for more than its substance. But Lingmian Girl was very popular before, with many stores and high popularity online. In addition, the taste was not bad, the price was subsidized, and it was not particularly expensive, so this voice did not cause much response. But now the marketing craze of the cold-faced girl on the internet has gradually receded, and with this revelation, the negative voices about the cold-faced girl have naturally been dug out. This revelation does not have much solid evidence, but only forwarded a chat record, which is the conversation content of the so-called industry insiders. As we all know, chat records are not solid evidence, but it is better than no pictures. And this news has also stimulated many people's desire to discuss, and some people have written an article specifically to analyze the business model of the cold-faced girl, openly singing its pessimism. The title of this article is "The so-called internet thinking of the cold-faced girl is nothing more than a pretense," and the passage at the end of the article can be called a murderous heart. It must be admitted that Meng Chong has extremely strong cross-border thinking, extremely high IQ, top-notch execution, and superb eloquence. From any angle, he seems to be a perfect entrepreneur. However, common sense tells us that no matter in any era, no one is much dumber than anyone else. No matter how smart a genius is, he can only deceive consumers for a while, but not for a lifetime. What's more, there are even smarter geniuses above geniuses. Perhaps in the eyes of other geniuses, such as President Pei, Meng Chang's thinking is as simple as a blank sheet of paper. Meng Chang has always emphasized internet thinking and following the trend of the times. However, he is like a child sitting in the passenger seat of a car, posing as if he is driving a car, thinking that he is in control of the direction of the car, and collecting money from passengers as a driver, but in fact, neither the car nor the road is under his control. This article can be regarded as a perfect finishing blow. The chat records that were exposed are not authentic. Lingmian Girl can say that this is a smear by competitors. However, this article is written with every word, especially pointing out several fatal problems of Lingmian girl again. The most fatal one is this sentence: maybe in the eyes of other geniuses, such as President Pei, Meng Chang's thinking is as simple as a blank sheet of paper. This is obviously a clear indication of the fact that President Pei sold Lingmian girl's shares twice before. As we all know, President Pei's investment success rate is extremely high. President Pei sold shares twice in a row. This must be because in President Pei's view, Lingmian girl's model has huge problems. So, doubts are rampant. And Lingmian girl also refuted the rumor as soon as possible, saying that the company's capital chain is healthy, financing is smooth, and there is no problem with daily operations. Please don't believe in rumors. However, the debate about the business model of Lingmian girl has started again. Many news websites that reposted this news, as well as major forums, have heated discussions among netizens. Some people think that Lingmian girl was hyped up to begin with, and it is not surprising that it went bankrupt. Some people think that Lingmian girl is doing very well, and the media is sensationalizing and cheating for clicks. Some people think that Meng Chang likes marketing so much. This is probably a self-deprecation, and he cooperates with the media to stir up the hype. In short, there are many different opinions, but there are indeed more and more doubts about the cold-faced girl. Looking at these arguments on the internet, Pei Qian is speechless and conflicted. Obviously, many people know that Yuan Ming Ventures sold the shares of the cold-faced girl, and think that this is a clear signal. The cold-faced girl is not favored by President Pei, and will be out of business sooner or later. However, Pei Qian himself knows very well why he wants to sell his shares. The contradiction is, can the cold-faced girl work or not? Looking at the news that has been revealed now, it seems that there are some difficulties, but if Pei Qian takes action now, what if he can save it directly? This is very entangled. Pei Qian thought for a long time and decided to remain unchanged in the face of all changes, and never be fooled again. This time, he must wait until the cold-faced girl is completely gone and there is no possibility of saving her before taking action, and he must not turn losses into profits again. At the same time, Fuhui Capital. Li Shi and Xue Zhibin stared at each other with bewildered expressions. Xue Zhibin tentatively asked, "Mr. Li, your judgment of Mr. Pei seems to be a little off. What should we do if Mr. Pei runs away?" Li Shi drank a sip of tea silently without replying. After Li Shi and Xue Zhibin invested 8 million in Lingmian girl, President Pei immediately sold all the shares of Lingmian girl that he had bought for 2 million, once again completely drawing a line with Lingmian girl. As a result, this move immediately produced a chain reaction, and investors were even less optimistic about Lingmian girl's model. According to Meng Chang's plan, after getting this investment from President Li, he would make a final effort to hype up the valuation of Lingmian girl and talk to more investors. As a result, President Pei's move was equivalent to cutting off the bottom of the pot, directly cutting off Meng Chang's retreat. Meng Chang couldn't get investment, and Lingmian girl continued to burn money. The 8 million seemed to be a lot, but in fact it couldn't last too long. Lingmian girl's capital chain was already very tight. The news that Lingmian girl was going to go bankrupt was a bit exaggerated and an exaggerated statement, but it was indeed not groundless. Investors were generally not optimistic about this project, and it was inevitable that rumors would leak out. After the unscrupulous media added fuel to the fire, it became what it is now. Obviously, the cold-faced girl has reached a critical moment of life and death. Most of the bankrupt companies have problems with their capital chain very suddenly, and they may die in a very short time. This makes the investment of Li Shi and Xue Zhibin very stupid. Of course, other investors also have some shares of the cold-faced girl, so Li Shi is not the biggest victim. Now everyone is in a rather contradictory state of mind. They want to sell, but if everyone sells, the valuation of the cold-faced girl will collapse instantly, and then everyone's shares will be worthless, and no one can escape. But if some people sell and some don't, the first person to sell can get away, and the later person will be stuck. Xue Zhibin followed Li Shi throughout the whole process, and as a result, he watched Li Shi conduct field investigations and repeatedly analyze, and he learned very seriously, but in the end, it seemed that he still failed to invest, which was quite like a negative example. Li Shi coughed twice to ease the embarrassment on the scene. Don't panic. Although the matter of the cold-faced girl has ushered in a turning point, it is obviously not over yet. The reason is the operation of President Pei. President Pei first invested 2 million and then sold it immediately. Others may interpret it as President Pei seeing the problem of the cold-faced girl and withdrawing in time, but I don't think so. If President Pei thinks that the cold-faced girl has a problem, then he must have seen it at the beginning, otherwise he would not have sold all his shares. Why did he invest another 2 million after selling it? President Pei is so idle, playing with Meng Qiang? Absolutely impossible. Obviously, this 2 million operation has a deeper meaning. In my opinion, President Pei may be deliberately sending a signal, waiting for the valuation of the cold-faced girl to collapse. And President Pei's move is definitely not just to teach Meng Qiang a lesson. I have said before that President Pei only cares about interests and not feelings in business. Even if President Pei hates Meng Qiang and punishes him slightly, this may only be a secondary purpose. The first purpose is definitely to make money from the cold-faced girl. At first, President Pei made a lot of money by selling the shares of the cold-faced girl. If it only stopped there, the following 2 million would be completely unnecessary. So I judge that President Pei will definitely make some moves later. I will choose a suitable time to buy some shares of the cold-faced girl at a low price. This time, I want to predict President Pei's plan and get ahead of him. 2012, January 1st, New Year's Day. 8 a.m. domestic time, 4 p.m. on December 31st, 2011, Los Angeles time. Pei Qian got up as usual. He didn't have any special feelings about the New Year's Day holiday, and he didn't have the habit of staying up until midnight to celebrate the new year. This year is the special year of 2012, so there are endless discussions about this year on the internet. As early as 2009, a global disaster movie called 2012 was released, and the Mayan fable has long been widely known. However, Pei Qian knew very well that there was nothing particularly noteworthy in 2012. The so-called doomsday on December 21st was just nonsense. Apart from that, the Olympics and the U.S. presidential election actually had little to do with most people's daily lives. Therefore, Pei Qian was in no mood to care about the discussions about the special year of 2012, and he focused on his own affairs. He had to continue reviewing during the exam week, and the results of the group stage of the two domestic teams in the IOI Global Finals had already come out. One team was eliminated, and the other team persisted until the tiebreak, but still lost after a fierce battle and eventually lost the qualification for the quarterfinals. Just now, the second team's game had just ended, and the entire live broadcast room was filled with all kinds of abuse. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the end of the domestic IOI. Chapter 804 Confusion of Right and Wrong. In fact, it is easy to understand why these players are cursing. Because of the time difference, most of the audience who can persist in watching now got up at 3 a.m. As a result, they worked hard to cultivate for several hours, but only saw such a result. It is difficult for anyone to accept it. Today's game can be said to be a replay of the first place in the group stage. One team lost like diarrhea, and the other team lost like constipation. The first team was okay, at least it was eliminated neatly, and the final result was 1-3. Fortunately, it was not shaved bald and retained the last bit of face, while the latter team was more embarrassing. It persisted until the extra life and death battle. If it won, it would advance. The two sides won and lost in the game. It seemed that there was a great chance, but in the end it was still a shiver. A slight mistake can lead to a great mistake. Is it more irritating for the audience to have no hope at all? Or is it more irritating to give the audience great hope, but then ruthlessly deprive them of it? It's really not good. But there is no doubt that the audience's anger must have an outlet. The two clubs posted a Weibo to apologize to the players as soon as they were eliminated, but it was useless. The angry players directly occupied all the hot comments on Weibo, and someone had already planned a route for them to swim back. Pei Qian seemed to see the grand scene on the internet after the FV club lost 3 o'clock in the quarterfinals. Although these two clubs lost, they were not the number 1 seeds and did not represent the highest level of domestic IOI. So even if they were scolded, they would probably only be scolded for a week. When the FV club's quarterfinals start next weekend, after the number 1 seed was defeated 3 o'clock, the audience's anger will definitely be focused on the FV club, and it will definitely be 10 times more severe than now. Pei Qian was a little looking forward to it. At this time, the FV club posted a Weibo. Wu Yu did not forget President Pei's request and was always making trouble. The content of the new Weibo this time was, "Me and my teammates," and the Weibo picture was a person going out, holding a large black garbage bag in each hand, walking towards a garbage can in the distance. The logo of the FV club is on the man's head, and the 2 large garbage bags are the logos of the other 2 clubs. Pei Qian saw this Weibo post and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Well done. Wu Yu really did it exactly as I said. This hatred is really good. The 2 domestic clubs were eliminated less than 10 minutes ago. The audience who stayed up late to watch the game were just angry and had no way to vent. The FV club's Weibo post was simply a perfect place for them to vent. As expected, the number of comments under this Weibo post increased rapidly. Good job. Those 2 teams are garbage. It really speaks my mind. Good criticism. I suggest you increase the intensity. FV, you must train well. I won't criticize you after playing 5 games in the quarterfinals. Why are you still doing this? Have you practiced the strong heroes of the version? Have you prepared the secret weapons? Have you paid attention to the psychological state of the players? You are the only one left. If you are defeated 3 o'clock again, it will be all over. Can you try harder and win a game? You are good at taking advantage of others' misfortunes. You are so happy that your brother team was eliminated. Let me put it this way. No matter which foreign team you draw, you will be defeated 3 o'clock. The higher you jump now, the more you will be criticized in the future. Just wait. The 2 groups of people, the positive and negative, danced wildly and fought under the FV club's Weibo post. Fans who were angry at the other 2 clubs for not fighting back all thought that FV club had done a good job and found an outlet to vent their emotions. Fans of the other 2 clubs were heartbroken and their hatred for FV club once again went through the roof. Some hoped that FV would win, some hoped that FV would lose, and players with different positions were all attracted to this post, and this Weibo post once again attracted a lot of attention. Pei Qian was very satisfied with this. The higher you are praised, the worse you fall. The more traffic you get now, the more serious the traffic backlash will be if you lose the game in the future. Thinking of this, Pei Qian sent a message to Wu Yu. The new job is good, increase the efforts. At the same time, in Los Angeles, the IOI Global Finals. Zhao Shuming was browsing his phone in the audience, humming with anger. Is this FV club crazy? Don't they think about how ugly it would be if they lose the game and are defeated 3 o'clock? Don't they leave a way out for themselves? They just talk too much, and end up making everyone lose face. Are they sick? Zhao Shuming was so angry. At this time, all the group matches have ended. The first place in each group has advanced. The 4 first places in the group and the 4 number 1 seeds will be redrawn to determine the schedule for the quarterfinals. For Zhao Shuming, the current situation is a double blow. His ideal scenario was that at least one domestic team would make it out of the group stage, and if they were lucky in the draw, they could face FV Club, and one domestic team would be in the top 4, which would save face. As a result, both teams in the group stage were eliminated, and FV Club, the soft persimmon, naturally had to be taken advantage of by others. As for why FV is a soft persimmon, isn't it obvious? Longyu Group completely let FV Club go. They neither played high-end ranks nor arranged training matches with any European and American teams. Their playing style is still stuck in the previous version. Isn't this a waste? Even if they have been training with SUG, SUG is also a rookie. The more they practice, the worse they will be. At that time, FV will also be cleanly defeated 3 o'clock. That scene will be too ugly. What hit Zhao Shuming and Jito Company even more was that in addition to the domestic team group, there was an upset. The other two groups also played very fiercely, and both played to the life and death game. The audience was very satisfied and the discussion on the internet was also very high. In short, everything was beautiful. The only thing that was not beautiful was that it was an upset. An old club that was forced to terminate the contract by Jito Company was eliminated. And another team that everyone was not optimistic about and did not arrange for forced termination entered the quarterfinals. As a result, Zhao Shuming counted carefully and found that there was a team with the GOG logo on its uniform among the 8 teams. There is no GOG logo on the FV Club's uniforms, but the problem is that now everyone knows that this is the club invested by Mr. Pei, so it doesn't matter whether there is a logo or not. This is very depressing. The difference between 0 and 1 is the difference between nothing and something. This matter is not very serious, but it is very annoying. So Zhao Shuming watched the draw for the quarterfinals and became more and more angry. At such a critical moment, the FV Club did several good things in a row, mocking the 2 domestic teams and all the foreign teams in the quarterfinals, highlighting that they were full of firepower. Zhao Shuming was even angrier. The key is to mock the domestic team, which made Zhao Shuming feel very embarrassed. For the official, although the team lost, they must not step on it, which will affect the official, the entire competition area and even the image of this game in the minds of players. No matter how bad the performance is, the official must be mainly regretful and encouraging, and face must be acceptable. Therefore, when Longyu Group officially released a press release, the main content must be, the 2 teams have undergone hard training and made many attempts and changes in the game, but due to objective reasons such as poor understanding of the version and weak foundation, they failed to achieve good results. They hope to adjust their status and make persistent efforts, and hope that players will give more support and encouragement, etc. However, the FV Club jumped out to mock, which seemed to be against the official, and the scene was not good. What's more, Zhao Shuming took the money of Longyu Group to bring these 2 teams to Los Angeles for early training. He spent money but got no results. It was difficult for Zhao Shuming to explain to the senior management of Longyu Group. No matter how he thought about it, he felt that it was a big loss. Zhao Shuming couldn't help but frowned and thought seriously about what he should do to turn this unfavorable situation around. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the result of the draw on the big screen, and his eyes lit up. Got it. The rule of the draw is that the 4 number 1 seeds draw the first place in the 4 groups, and whoever is drawn will be the first. There is no rule such as avoiding the same competition area. And the FV Club just drew the European club that slaughtered the domestic team. And the Old Strong Team FRY Club drew the American club that defeated another domestic team in the life and death game after a hard battle. According to the current strength, these 2 quarterfinals will be one-sided crushing, and the viewing experience will be relatively poor. But for Zhao Shuming, this grouping provides him with a valuable opportunity to manipulate public opinion. Zhao Shuming's assistant was sitting next to him, also paying attention to the feedback on the internet. The difference is that Zhao Shuming mainly focuses on the domestic situation, while the assistant mainly pays attention to the comments of foreign players on Twitter. Mr. Zhao, the picture of FV Club has also gone viral on Twitter. Many people have already used words like nyoanub, and some have used that picture to create something else. The target of ridicule has risen to all domestic IOI teams. What should we do? Zhao Shuming took the phone from his assistant. The picture of me and my teammates of the FE Club was posted on Weibo and Twitter at the same time, and both received high popularity. But the feedback from domestic and foreign players was different. Domestic players were divided into two factions. One part criticized the two clubs, and the other part criticized FE, while the attitude of foreign players was relatively unified, all mocking. Under this tweet, many foreign players were using nyoanub, which means that the level of domestic IOI is too rubbish, it's simply a rookie level. The most popular picture is a secondary creation of the previous picture. The original picture shows a man carrying two large bags of garbage to a trash can, while this picture shows a man's skirt piercing into the trash can like a green onion, and the two large bags of garbage are thrown aside. The meaning is very clear: FV Club, stop making fun of other clubs, you are also rubbish. It is normal for such public opinion to emerge. After all, judging from the results of the group stage, two domestic teams were eliminated, leaving only the number 1 seed to advance to the quarterfinals and trembling, while the teams from the two European and American regions successfully qualified and met with the number 1 seed in the quarterfinals, presenting a double-team situation for the only remaining FE. Most foreigners are the kind of people who will ridicule you if I win. Now many people feel that they have already won, so it is not surprising to see similar remarks. Zhao Shuming was silent for a moment, and sighed helplessly. Hey, what can we do? Esports still depends on strength. The other team won, and we have no temper to ridicule us. We got a bad hand from the beginning, and we can't win no matter how we play. There is nothing we can do. But we still have to work hard to play the cards in our hands and lose as little as possible. The assistant nodded. Then what should we do specifically? Zhao Shuming thought for a moment and said, popularity, traffic, and voice. Now that the two domestic teams that we have high hopes for have been eliminated, the FE Club can't be counted on, so it is impossible to rely on the results to hype positively. If the FE Club gets good results, it is not good news for us. Of course, the probability of this is very low. The assistant nodded and immediately understood what Zhao Shuming said. Everyone knows that FE Club is Mr. Pei's club. Now that the two domestic teams have been eliminated in the group stage, if FE Club wins the quarterfinals, it will be considered by players as Mr. Pei's success rather than Longyu Group's success. If FE Club loses, although Longyu Group will still bear the brunt of the criticism, at least it will not create heat for Mr. Pei. Zhao Shuming's idea is to temporarily ignore the issue of being scolded or not, and find a way to focus the attention on IOI National Server and Longyu Group. Zhao Shuming explained, next week, the GPL spring game will start, which is a very sensitive time point. Because next week is also the day when the quarterfinals start. FE Club will most likely be beaten 3 o'clock. The most disadvantageous thing for us now is that the failure of the domestic team in the IOI World Finals will greatly dampen the enthusiasm of IOI National Server players and hit their sense of belonging and pride in this region. There must be a lot of people who will turn to watch GPL and play GOG. This is unacceptable to us. So, we must plan ahead and find a way to keep these players. We must publicize that IOI is played by many people abroad and is currently the most popular game in the world. Although GOG is well run, it is only played by domestic players and has no popularity abroad. Moreover, we can also provide a lot of evidence to support it. For example, the IOI Global Finals was held in a 20,000 square foot arena in Los Angeles, while GOG only held it in a studio in Jingzhou. For another example, the domestic teams in the IOI Global Finals were defeated and eliminated, while GOG's domestic teams took the top 3 places. This shows that there are more foreign players playing IOI and their competitive level is higher than GOG. If you want to keep up with the world and experience the most competitive games, you still have to look at IOI. In this way, many players will feel that GOG players are in a state of sitting in a well. The GOG Global Invitational can take the top 3 places only because foreigners don't play it, and IOI is the most popular game in the world. Playing this game should give you a sense of superiority. Although it is a spiritual victory method, it should also have a certain effect. The quarrels between netizens on both sides are also a kind of popularity, which is better than no one paying attention. If you want to compete with the GPL spring opening game for traffic, this is the only way to do it. It is a last resort. The assistant couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Mr. Zhao, you can come up with this method in such an extremely passive situation. It's really amazing. Zhao Shuming's move is actually confusing right and wrong. Countless people have already popularized the knowledge online. GOG's current overseas market share is not low. It is basically on par with IOI in the PC field, and it is even more outstanding in the mobile game field. But many people still have the illusion that foreign monks can chant sutras. In many people's minds, foreign games are good and domestic games are knockoffs. Since IOI is a foreign game, it must be more advanced than GOG. So although GOG is more localized, its style is more in line with the aesthetics of Chinese people, and its gameplay is more suitable for most ordinary players, there are still people who think it is not as good as IOI, which is foreign and easy to kill. This concept has always existed. What Zhao Shuming has to do is to spread the news online and strengthen this inherent stereotype, deliberately creating a feeling that IOI players are more noble than GOG players. In this way, the nature of the matter that IOI's team was beaten abroad and GOG beat domestic teams has completely changed. The former is because IOI is an international event, and the domestic level is indeed not good. It is a challenger's attitude, and it is normal to lose, while the latter is because GOG is a domestic club entertaining itself, and it is not a problem to abuse foreign teams. Instantly turned the tables and reversed the public opinion situation that was unfavorable to itself. Of course, there is a distortion of the facts in this argument. But in commercial competition, similar rhetoric is very common. Everyone picks the places that are beneficial to themselves, which is understandable. The assistant immediately arranged according to Zhao Shuming's instructions. January 2nd, Monday. In the study room, Pei Qian was reviewing, although he had many places to review, such as the internet cafe, his own home, the company office, etc. After trying them all, he found that the study room was the most efficient. It has to be said that sometimes, if you want to concentrate on doing something, the environment is very important, and self-control alone is not enough. This week will officially enter the exam week, especially for the closed-book exams. Pei Qian felt a lot of pressure and could only seize the time to sharpen his skills. Halfway through, Pei Qian habitually took his mobile phone and browsed the forum. It was just a subconscious behavior, but he didn't expect to get unexpected gains. In major forums, the scolding for the disastrous defeat of the IOI World Championship is still endless. After a whole year, there is still no sign of stopping, which is enough to show how angry the players are about it. But what surprised Pei Qian was that the direction of public opinion seemed to have undergone some subtle changes. It can be clearly seen from the titles of some hot posts in the forum. In a post titled "Chinese Esports Started Late, Has a Weak Foundation, and Needs to Continue to Work Hard," the author elaborated in great detail on some objective reasons for the failure of the IOI World Championship. For example, the IOI divisions of major clubs have basically suffered from the impact of GOG, and there have been personnel changes. At the same time, due to the lack of training matches, many players have difficulty maintaining their form, etc. Similar problems exist objectively, and you can always find a lot if you want to find them. But this is not the point. Someone in the post refuted the viewpoint of the post. How can IOI represent domestic esports? The GOG Global Invitational was just over a few months ago. Didn't they just beat foreign teams? Why doesn't GOG have this problem? This reply hit the mark of the original poster. Is it meaningful to discuss the results of a game that is only played by Chinese people and has a low reputation in the world? Currently, people abroad are playing IOI, and foreign clubs are also mainly based on IOI. What does GOG's dominance prove? Someone immediately refuted that those old foreign clubs also have GOG branches and have participated in the GOG Global Invitational, but they just couldn't beat them. Otherwise, why wouldn't they come to take the prize money? But the original poster still had something to say. These old clubs set up GOG branches just because Tenda gave them money. They gave them high sponsorship fees, and they played with you for the sake of money. In plain words, the invitational organized by GOG is just to pay foreign teams to play as sandbags, to satisfy the vanity of Chinese people. You don't really think this is the real competitive level of domestic and foreign teams, right? Both sides insisted on their own opinions and quarreled. Obviously, the author's argument is still somewhat deceptive to many people who don't know the truth. Coupled with the instigation of the internet trolls, the debate between the two sides is very intense. There are also many GOG players who have taken great pains to popularize science, telling everyone that GOG's market share abroad is also very high, not much different from IOI, but the effect is minimal, because IOI's diehard players and Water Army are not here for rational discussion. No matter what GOG players refute, they just keep posting arguments such as entertaining themselves and spending money to find a foreign uncle to accompany them to study. Repeated emphasis will aggravate the stereotype. When quarreling online, the truth is not important. Most people just need to repeat a fixed label, even if the label is very low-level and brainless, but as long as it is emphasized more, there will always be people who will remember it. The so-called discussion on the internet is often the same as a shrew scolding on the street. It is not about reason, but about who has the loudest voice. Obviously, this group of people are well versed in the rules of quarreling online, and they have achieved excellent results with very few people. Many GOG players are very angry about this, but Pei Qian feels very happy instead. Yes, it seems that Longyu Group is not just eating and drinking, and it finally works. In the previous IOI domestic qualifiers, Longyu Group performed so poorly. Pei Qian just went to the scene to watch a game and did nothing. Longyu Group collapsed without fighting, which really disappointed Pei Qian. But now, Longyu Group has finally started to struggle. Pei Qian expressed his satisfaction and hoped that the efforts could be intensified. As long as you continue to smear, when the FV team is beaten in the quarterfinals this weekend, and the GPL starts, the troll army will post more comments such as entertaining oneself, which will definitely affect the popularity of the GPL spring competition. Chapter 805 Unique Advantages in the Knockout Stage. After eating the gossip about the IOI World Championship, Pei Qian put his phone aside and stopped paying attention to it for the time being. It was only Monday today, and the quarterfinals of the FV Club would not be played until Saturday. During this period, most of the time was a war of words between the Longyu Group's Water Army and netizens, and there was nothing to pay attention to. The FV Club would continue to make things happen, and the players' daily training would not be affected. However, Pei Qian had just read a few pages of notes when his phone rang again. He picked it up and saw that it was Liang Qingfan calling. Pei Qian was stunned for a moment, and then he realized that the decoration and home appliances of the building in the Sloth Apartment 2.0 model had all been completed, and it could be officially rented out. Liang Qingfan said before that the supporting facilities such as furniture and home appliances would be available at the end of December, and they could officially move in at the beginning of January. After calculating, the time was almost up. Pei Qian was still quite concerned about the Sloth Apartment 2.0 model, and immediately answered the phone. Liang Qingfan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Boss Pei, the new Sloth Apartment building has been completed. A large part of it has been rented out since it opened today. I'm reporting to you. Do you want to come over and take a look? Pei Qian thought for a moment and said, okay, I'll be there in a while. Other projects can be put on hold for now, but Sloth Apartment still needs to be looked at. After all, this is welfare accommodation provided to young people, and Pei Qian is very concerned about the living quality provided by Sloth Apartment. If there is a problem with the quality, it will become a case of good intentions, but bad results, which is absolutely unacceptable. What's more, Sloth Apartment is now a very stable money-losing project, so we need to pay more attention to it. What if there is a profit point? Early detection and early treatment are necessary. Pei Qian sighed silently, put his notes aside, and prepared to take a car to Sloth Apartment. I can only continue to review after I come back. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, the players of FV Club are still training in the Internet Cafe, and SUG Club is sparring with them. The data analysis team is seriously discussing the new playing styles and new routines that appeared in the group stage, summarizing the targeted methods of these playing styles, and using them as tactical reserves. Wu Yu and Manager Lu will not interfere with data analysis, and chat in the corner of the second floor. The teams eliminated in the group stage should have booked flights for tomorrow, right? Let's do a new show to send them off. Wu Yu initially thought that since they were all brothers, it might be a bit too much to mock them, but after getting used to this setting, he got more and more excited. Maybe this is also a kind of broken window effect, and people are more and more open. And now everyone has accepted the setting of FV Club, and there are fewer and fewer trolls. Manager Lu said while collecting materials on the computer, Mr. Wu, I suddenly thought of something. Mr. Pei gave us a budget for food and accommodation until after the finals. Does this mean that Mr. Pei has high hopes for us and thinks we can definitely win the championship? Wu Yu nodded, yes, I noticed it too. So we can't live up to Mr. Pei's expectations. Before, Wu Yu didn't dare to think about the championship. After all, the World Championship is full of top players from all over the world. Who dares to think so far? But after watching the entire group stage, Wu Yu suddenly became confident. Because after the data team analyzed it, they found that the foreign strong teams in the group stage were just SOSO, and the tactics they used were easy to crack. If FV Club really encountered them, they would have a good chance of winning. Looking at the players who were training seriously, Wu Yu suddenly felt something and said to Manager Lu, I suddenly realized that the reason why Mr. Pei made this arrangement was, on the one hand, his trust in us, and on the other hand, it was a victory for logistics. The World Game version changes a lot, and all teams are growing rapidly. Whoever improves faster will have a better chance of achieving good results, which is the so-called getting to know the version answer first. FV Club's logistics team in terms of food, accommodation, data analysis, etc., is far superior to other clubs, which is a huge advantage. Moreover, I suddenly realized that FV Club has an additional advantage in the knockout stage. Manager Lu was stunned for a moment. Additional advantage? Wu Yu nodded, yes. The knockout stage is divided into 3 weeks, and the time span is very long. From the quarterfinals to the semifinals, and then to the finals, the team that stayed in Los Angeles, there will be fewer and fewer teams. Other teams are all making appointments to play training matches with each other, but the further you go, the fewer teams can cooperate in training matches. Some teams go home, and other teams may be their next opponents. The tactics may be exposed in the game. So in the semifinals and finals, these teams can only play rank to maintain their hand feeling, and it is difficult to arrange any high-level training matches. But FV Club is different. We have the second team and SUG2 teams as sparring partners. No matter which stage we play, daily training will not be affected. So the later the elimination rounds, the more advantages FV Club has. Manager Lu showed a look of realization, oh. President Pei's personnel arrangement actually has such a deep meaning? No wonder he specifically asked us to bring the SUG club. Wu Yu said, so we must not relax. President Pei has created such good training conditions for us. If we can't get good results, we can only swim back. Strive to make it to the finals, so that we can sit in the business class provided by President Pei and go back in style. Jindihuading Community, Guangming District, Jingzhou City, where the Sloth Apartment 2.0 model is located. Liang Qingshan had been waiting downstairs in advance. After receiving President Pei, the two went to the first floor together, which was the housekeeper's office. Pei Qian noticed that young people came to the door one after another. The staff of the Sloth Apartment were responsible for receiving them one by one and taking them upstairs in the elevator, probably to the restaurant model room. In the office on the first floor, a middle-aged man with glasses, a square face and a slightly fat face stood up. Mr. Pei. Hello. Nice to meet you. Liang Qingshan introduced. Mr. Pei, this is the owner of our cooperative brand Fanglanju, Yuan Bo, Mr. Yuan. Pei Qian shook hands with Yuan Bo. Hello, hello. Pei Qian still has a good impression of the Fanglanju brand. According to Liang Qingshan, Fanglanju is a designer brand with good quality, no pollution, high premium, and expensive sales, which meets Pei Qian's requirements very well. The sofa in the Sloth Apartment is designed by Fanglanju, and the price is as high as 30,000. Pei Qian is quite satisfied with this price. However, after shaking hands, Pei Qian suddenly realized a problem. Why did the boss of Fanglanju come here? Yuan Bo's expression was very excited. Boss, Pei, I came here specially to thank you. The Sloth Apartment 2.0 model has received a lot of attention on the internet, and the promotional video has aroused a warm response. Many people came to see the model room in person, and our furniture has also gained a good display opportunity. Our sofas, wardrobes, coffee tables, TV cabinets, etc. are loved by netizens because of their unique design and shape, and the orders on the online store are selling like crazy. This publicity effect is much better than us spending a lot of advertising fees. If it hadn't cooperated with Sloth Apartment, Fanglanju would definitely not have such a high reputation, nor would it have so many orders, so I came to Jingzhou specially to express my gratitude to you, Boss Pei. Pei Qian suddenly realized and nodded slightly. So that's it. The promotional video of Sloth Apartment objectively promoted Fanglanju's furniture, so Boss Yuan was so happy. Fortunately, Fanglanju makes money. What does it have to do with my Tenda Group? As long as it is not Sloth Apartment that makes money, then everything is fine. It has nothing to do with me. However, just as Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief, he heard Yuan Bo say, of course, we also know that Fanglanju and Sloth Apartment are cooperative brands, and mutual benefit and win-win are the most important. To show the sincerity of long-term cooperation, we decided to take out an additional 20% of the net profit as advertising fees for Sloth Apartment. In the future, the more furniture we sell, the more money Sloth Apartment will get. I hope our two brands can develop and progress together. Yuan Bo's eyes are filled with infinite longing for the future. Pei Qian's smile slowly froze on his face. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book. Top Novel Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 806 Sloth Apartment Model Room. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. Pei Qian never expected that he would be backstabbed just by visiting Sloth Apartment. Why don't you keep the profits for yourself? Why do you take the initiative to give me 20% of the profits? Isn't this a double loss? Pei Qian was speechless and was about to refuse when footsteps came from outside. Hey, Mr. Liang, Mr. Yuan, you are all here. A young man who looked to be in his early 30s came in, followed by several people of different ages, including a young couple under 30, and two middle-aged couples who looked to be in their 50s or 60s, who should be young couples and their parents. Liang Qingfan smiled and said, "Good morning, Xiao Zhang. Someone came to see the house this morning?" Xiao Zhang nodded and said, "Yes, it's all thanks to you. Sloth Apartment has promoted our property. I have more than a dozen appointments in the past few days, and this is not all. There are still many customers calling. Then I'll go upstairs first. See you later." After Xiao Zhang exchanged a few simple words with Liang Qingfan, he took the young couple and their parents upstairs. Liang Qingfan explained, "Boss Pei, the person just now was Xiao Zhang, the real estate consultant of Jindi Huating. Previously, this house was not selling very well because of its high price. As soon as our sloth apartment moved in, it brought a lot of popularity to the Jindi Huating community. Now many young people who have just started a family are willing to come and see and buy a house to decorate it according to the style of our sloth apartment. At present, the senior management of the developer of this community has also known about this matter and is considering to develop long-term business cooperation with us. There are also 2 other developers who have also sent us invitations, hoping that sloth apartment can move in. This shows that the model room of sloth apartment has been widely welcomed. The market in this area is very broad and has great potential." Pei Qian was stunned. "Where is the original model room of this community?" Liang Qingfan smiled. "The original model room of this community is not completely useless. Its role is to serve as a good foil for the model room of sloth apartment. This comparison shows the difference." Xiao Zhang took the young couple to the developer's own model room on the 3rd floor, and then to the model room of sloth apartment on the 4th floor. As soon as they entered the model room on the 4th floor, the couple showed an expression of great surprise on their faces. The girl's eyes lit up. "Wow! This is simply a dream house. It's exactly the same as the promotional video of Sloth Apartment 2.0 on the internet. I love this sofa." She went straight to the leather electric sofa in Fanglanju and sat down, lying down comfortably and enjoying it. Xiao Zhang was also very clear and immediately began to introduce the various furniture, appliances, and overall layout of the room. A large part of the article was devoted to the introduction of Fanglanju's furniture and Liang Qingfan's design. The original material was real, and after Xiao Zhang's praise, it seemed even more exaggerated. As a property consultant, Xiao Zhang did not introduce it like this from the beginning. Before the sloth apartment moved in, he always led customers to the model room on the 3rd floor and praised it in the same way, but no matter how he praised it, it seemed to have no taste. Because the developer's model room was originally built according to the aesthetics of middle-aged people, young people definitely don't like this style. Middle-aged people just think that this style is not bad, not a deduction, but not a plus. Moreover, the cost-conscious middle-aged people care more about cost-effectiveness. The average price of this house is more expensive than the surrounding area, which is enough to be a reason to pass it. But after the sloth apartment moved in, things changed. Xiao Zhang took the customer to see the developer's own model room on the 3rd floor first, and then to the model room of the sloth apartment on the 4th floor. As a result, it was found that everyone still had a mediocre response to the model room on the 3rd floor, but the young people had an extremely enthusiastic response to the model room on the 4th floor. This is the case with the young couple today. The girl really likes the reasonable layout and high-quality furniture in the model room, while the boy can't put down the big TV, game consoles, and comfortable electric sofas. Because the overall layout of the sloth apartment is completely in line with the preferences of young people, it is a one-stop choice in the eyes of young people, and it is simply 10 blocks away from the previous model room. As a property consultant, Xiao Zhang naturally felt this change. After asking Liang Qingfan and Yuan Bo for various detailed information, he focused all the introduction on this model room. Although this entire building was bought by the sloth apartment, the entire Jindi Huating community is not just this building, and other real estate projects are still being sold. The apartment types of these real estate projects are the same. The community can directly cooperate with the sloth apartment and directly take the customized design of the whole house and use it. Even if the customer has some personalized needs, it doesn't matter, just change some details. So, Xiaozhang just went with the flow and used this model room of sloth apartment as the model room of his own building, and the previous model room just served as a foil. Not to mention, the effect was unexpectedly good. The girl's father walked around and was a little dissatisfied. This style doesn't have much of a life atmosphere. The girl was unhappy. Oh, Dad, this is the life atmosphere of us young people. It's not like you. The whole house is made of red wood, so boring. Xiaozhang smiled and explained, Uncle, our decoration style is mainly for young people. Moreover, it is not lacking in life atmosphere. You see, although our sofa is a leather electric sofa, the armrests and other parts are made of walnut wood, which combines tradition and modernity. This style will not make you feel bored after living for a long time. On the other side, the man's father pulled the young man aside. Son, I don't mind this decoration style, but you can't trust the developer's model room. Do you know how deep the water is in the decoration and furniture? It's a rip-off. You have to consider two issues now. First, can we decorate the house like the model room after we buy it? Second, this model room may cost hundreds of thousands of yuan, and the cost performance is very poor. Is it necessary for us to spend so much money on decoration? If we spend less money on decoration, will the effect be very different? The young man nodded. Dad, I understand what you said, don't worry, I have already investigated it before. This model room is different from the developer's model room on the third floor. Everything in the developer's model room is very expensive, and there is almost no cost-effectiveness, but this is the model room of Sloth Apartment, which is different from that one. Sloth Apartment is a rental brand of Tenda. All the furniture here is in cooperation with Tenda. Whether it is a sofa, coffee table or table, the price is clearly marked on the internet. It is more expensive, but they are all real materials, so there is no need to worry about being cheated. The whole set of design plans will be provided directly at that time, so the design fee will be save money, right? They definitely make some money on furniture, but other furniture brands also make a lot of money. You see, those furniture are sold cheaply, but there are many hidden dangers here. Who can guarantee that they haven't cut corners? They give you a super discount, but they still make a lot of money. There is a Sloth Apartment here as a certification, and all the materials are real. After buying a house, you will live in it for decades, so first of all, it must be healthy and environmentally friendly, and make plans for having children in the future. Secondly, it must be comfortable to live in. The functional layout and decoration style of the whole house must be as close to our living habits as possible. Look, if you consider it comprehensively, even if you spend a little more money, you can buy a better quality of life and worry less. Isn't it a good deal? After listening, the man's father nodded. Well, if it's Tenda, it's indeed trustworthy. Its takeaway has been on TV. Such a big brand, if it's a local enterprise in Qingshan, there shouldn't be any big quality problems. Under the guidance of Xiaozhang, everyone went around the entire model room. The girl looked at the young man and her parents expectantly. How is it? The parents smiled helplessly. Okay, since you two like this place, then buy this. After all, this house is for you to live in. The young man also nodded. Well, I think I'm quite satisfied in all aspects, no objection. The girl was very happy. Okay, then let's decide this. Xiaozhang hurriedly said, Okay, then please move to the living room. I will tell you in detail about some details of our property, please. After leaving the model room, Xiaozhang couldn't help but sigh secretly. After the Sloth Apartment was established, the effect was immediate. A simple promotional video of Sloth Apartment 2.0 was more effective than the many billboards purchased by Jindi Huating. Not long after it was released, many young people who had just got married and were considering buying a house came to see the house. Moreover, the model rooms are really beautiful. Most young people like them at first sight, and many of them decide on the design on the spot. They are both model rooms. The developer's model room was designed by a top domestic design company, but it didn't have this effect at all. It can only be said that the designers of Sloth Apartment understand the inner thoughts of young people. Xiao Zhang has reported this situation to the higher-ups, and the top management seems to take it very seriously. Even other real estate companies seem to have heard the news and are discussing cooperation with Sloth Apartment. Maybe in the future, there will be two types of model rooms for new communities, one for the developer and the other for Sloth Apartment. Xiao Zhang couldn't help but sigh. Tenda is indeed a big company, and it can do so many things for a rental brand. It's hard not to admit it. January 4th, Wednesday. At noon, Pei Qian came out of the study room and prepared to have lunch at the nearby Moyu Internet Cafe. The school has entered the exam week. Pei Qian will have several exams in the next week or so, including a closed book exam, which is very stressful. Although most of the scores are 60 points if you rely on the teacher or on yourself, the same 60 points have different gold content. In order to surpass Lao Ma, Pei Qian has been in full form recently. He plans to ignore everything outside the window this week and review seriously. If there is anything, we will talk about it after the exam week is over. Chapter 807 GPL Spring Season begins. Losing money to become the richest man starts from gaming. This year's Spring Festival is on January 23rd, earlier than in previous years. Pei Qian looked at the calendar and calculated the time. After the exams this week, he will have to spend a lot of energy on spending money and settling accounts. Coming to Moyu Internet Cafe, Pei Qian drank a beverage while browsing his phone to see if there was any news recently. Huh? Foreign media revealed that FV Club couldn't arrange a training match? Pei Qian didn't want to pay special attention to the news of FV Club, but this news was on the front page of the game and esports area, and he couldn't help but pay attention. Seeing this news, Pei Qian was refreshed and hurriedly clicked in to check. This is a gossip from foreign media, and the source of the foreign media seems to be clubs in Europe and the United States. The news itself is very simple. The reason is that this media interviewed the European and American clubs that entered the quarterfinals before the start of the quarterfinals, and simply asked about their current status and training match status. One of the clubs said that FV Club arranged a training match with them, but they did not accept it. Of course, there is no solid evidence for this kind of gossip, and there is not even a chat record, but the media that broke the news is still relatively well known, so it was quickly reprinted by major media. The quarterfinals will not start until the weekend, and the GPL Spring Tournament will also start this Saturday, so there is no news in the esports circle during this period. Such a gossip without solid evidence was topped by the headlines and caused heated discussions. Pei Qian was not sure whether Longyu Group was involved, but seeing the popularity and discussion of this news, it is impossible to say that there is no water army behind the scenes to add fuel to the flames. There are already many comments below this news, and many people are singing the bad news about the FV Club. No training matches? That's too bad, isn't it? Then why play? Can we only play in the ladder? Won't we be beaten in the quarterfinals? This must be the club's management's fault? You must make an appointment for the training match early. If you make an appointment when the training matches are full, you will definitely not be able to make an appointment. Do you really think that you can't make an appointment because the time is full? How can you be so naive? If you are a really strong team, will they miss the opportunity to play a training match with you? They can squeeze in time. Obviously they think you are not good enough, so they make excuses to shirk. Go to the live broadcast platforms and forums abroad and you will understand. They are all talking about Nyoanub. They think you are too bad. It is a waste of time to play a training match with you. What about the other two clubs? They just went back to China? They are all domestic teams, why don't they stay to practice with you? What kind of practice is that? When other clubs lose the game, isn't FE just adding insult to injury? And they are still practicing with you? Oh, if you ask me, this is all FE's fault. Didn't they have a lot of fun on Weibo before, mocking almost all the teams participating in the World Championship? The other clubs didn't say anything, but how could they have no grudges in their hearts? Now they are isolated, and they can't even arrange a training match. No hope. This year's IOI World Finals really made me angry. The qualifiers were terrible, and the group stage was 2 teams again. All the teams were eliminated. The number 1 seed had no practice matches, and was just posting on Weibo all day. I guess they will be defeated 3 o'clock by then. So let's just leave it at GPL. The game hasn't started yet, so there's no need to be so anxious to criticize it, right? It's said that SUG is still practicing with them. It's useless. The gap between domestic and foreign levels is too big. Isn't SUG destined to be beaten? They don't even have the opportunity to play practice matches with European and American teams. How can they study their tactics and playing styles? They are far behind in understanding the game, and this can't be made up by operation. The internet was full of pessimistic voices. Even the few players who supported the FV Club didn't hold much hope. Moreover, FV Club has been making trouble on Weibo, and Longyu Group has hired some trolls to stir up trouble, so FV's popularity is not very good. Now that the negative news of no training matches to play has been exposed, it has made the players who originally had no confidence in the domestic team even worse. In short, the internet is full of gloom. Pei Qian flipped through the comments and couldn't help but smile. Okay. Is this the so-called time when the world is united? Even foreign clubs have started to help me? Pei Qian didn't ask Wu Yu about the authenticity of this news, because it is likely to be true. Teams in the same division tend to stick together when playing training matches. After all, they don't want to reveal their own division's hidden skills to other divisions. Moreover, FE is the only domestic team left in the quarterfinals. Those European and American teams play training matches together and isolate FE Club, which can objectively greatly weaken the strength of FE team and reduce their competitors. In terms of emotion and reason, foreign teams have sufficient motivation to do such things. Pei Qian was very happy and had made preparations in advance. After the FV Club was eliminated in the quarterfinals, he would call Wu Yu to express his condolences and tell everyone that they had tried their best and not to be sad. They should continue to play in Los Angeles until the end of the World Finals and then come back. At the same time, Los Angeles. On the second floor of the Internet Cafe, the FV and SUG teams were still doing their daily training seriously. Wu Yu was looking at the news online at this time and he was furious. Are these European and American teams sick? Not only did they not accept our training matches, but they also talked about it everywhere? Are you crazy? Do you think we want to play training matches with you? The FV Club has a special data analysis team and 2 sparring teams. It is really unnecessary to play training matches with European and American teams. Not only may you not learn anything, but your tactics may also be exposed. But seeing that the game is about to start, Wu Yu felt that it was not appropriate to have never played any training matches, so he thought about inviting a European and American team to play a game, as a warm-up before the game and stabilize the players' mentality. Unexpectedly, he went to several European and American clubs to arrange training matches, but they were all rejected. As for the reason for the rejection, these clubs would of course not say it clearly, but would only use the excuse that the training matches are already full. But in fact, everyone knows it well. There are more than 10 hours of training time a day. How can a simple training match be full? If it is a very important training match opponent, I can definitely make time. Therefore, the responses of these clubs are based on 2 reasons. First, they think FE is too bad, the training matches are ineffective, and they don't want to waste time. Second, they deliberately form a group to isolate FE, affect FE's training status, and kill an opponent. Wu Yu didn't take it too seriously. Anyway, if they don't make an appointment, then don't make an appointment. FE Club doesn't lack these training matches. If everyone looks down on each other, they can just break up. In the end, I don't know which club is so big-mouthed that it told the media, and the news spread. This made Wu Yu very angry. Tell the players to kill me in the quarterfinals, go over the tower, rush to the fountain, dance, and show the mark. Don't these European and American teams look down on people? Let them feel what cruelty is. January 7th, Saturday. Pei Qian slept until noon and got up, feeling refreshed. He had just finished a very critical closed-book exam last Friday, and Pei Qian felt good about himself. So he played games until late at night when he was happy, and slept until he woke up naturally today. Pei Qian still has the last 2 courses to review this weekend, but one is open book and the other is closed book, so he shouldn't be as stressed as before. Pei Qian plans to relax a little, go to the GPL site to watch the game on Saturday, rest at home on the weekend, and take some time to read books. And this weekend is like a holiday for esports spectators. This afternoon, the GPL Spring Tournament will officially start. The GPL Spring season schedule is very full. After all, there are 16 teams in the entire league now, and they have to play BO3, so there are games except for Monday. Moreover, although there is no game on Monday, there will be a review program to briefly review last week's games, review some key battles, play some memes that appeared in the game, and interact with netizens. In terms of time, GPL can be said to be a high-intensity activity 7 days a week, and the audience has something to watch every day. At the same time, the IOI World Finals has also entered the quarterfinals stage, with 2 BO5s every Saturday and Sunday to directly determine the top 4 places. Due to the time difference and the schedule, the quarterfinals of the IOI World Finals are at 5 a.m. the next day in China, which is more friendly to domestic audiences. Watch the GPL opening game on Saturday afternoon, watch the IOI quarterfinals on Sunday morning, continue to watch GPL in the afternoon, and continue to watch the IOI quarterfinals on Monday morning. It can be said that the schedule is full and you can watch it all at once. Although there are not many IOI players in China, IOI is the World Finals after all. Longyu Group has been promoting it as much as possible recently. Coupled with the previous series of public opinion storms, the attention is still very high. In the afternoon, Pei Qian wore a mask and came to the venue of the GPL Spring Tournament. The pre-season was held last month, and several newly formed teams have made their debuts. Some problems that occurred in the game have been fixed and improved, and some possible emergency plans have been prepared. Today's opening game is arranged between H4 and SHG. The former is the world champion, and the latter is a team formed by Shenhua. Since the formation of the SHG team, it has attracted much attention. After all, Shenhua has a good record in football. Using football to play esports can be seen as a dimensionality reduction attack. Many people are looking forward to their performance. In the previous preseason, SHG also played several times and performed well. After this period of preparation and running in, the main lineup has been determined and has made rapid progress. According to the situation of the training game, Zhang Yuan finally decided to let them play the opening game, which can be regarded as a better exposure opportunity for this team. Chapter 808 Highlighting a Stubborn Head, 3 more updates, asking for monthly tickets. The opening ceremony of the GPL Spring Tournament was relatively simple. First, the extremely popular Spring Tournament promotional video was played on the big screen, and then the captains of each team appeared, and the host introduced the origins of these clubs and star players to the audience one by one. The captains of the 16 teams corresponded to the 16 battle flags in the venue, and also to the 16 warriors dressed as heroes in the promotional video CG. The audience at the scene were all old audiences, and they were very supportive, with bursts of applause and cheers. Then, the game officially began. Strictly speaking, the scene of the GPL Spring Tournament is still much worse than that of the IOI World Finals. After all, they are not at the same level, in terms of positioning. The IOI World Tournament is held in a large venue that can accommodate 20,000 people, and the scene is definitely much more grand than the GPL Spring Tournament. But the advantage of the GPL Spring Tournament is that the details are better. From the initial GOG Global Invitational to the subsequent pre-season, the entire GPL operations team has accumulated rich experience. On the one hand, the rules are clear, various emergency plans are very detailed, the probability of problems is very low, and even if problems occur, they can be solved quickly, so as not to cause too serious broadcast accidents. On the other hand, the audience's preferences are almost understood, and the necessary links are done as much as possible, and unnecessary links are cut off. Just like many esports competitions like to have some cosplay or singing and dancing performances at the opening ceremony, but most of the audience are not interested in this, so GPL completely cuts out such unnecessary links to bring the audience the purest viewing experience. So in the audience's perception, although the venue of GPL is relatively small, it is very formal in all aspects. The degree of care in the preparation of the event can be seen from the details, so it does not seem to be cheap. Soon, the game officially started. Although SHG is a new army, it performed very well, dared to fight and fought hard, and finally lost to H4 Club after 3 games. However, even so, SHG's performance on the field still won applause from the audience, and some brilliant decisions and operations caused heated discussions on the forum. Pei Qian was also very satisfied watching the scene. He took out his phone and opened the live broadcast room to see the reactions of netizens. However, some discordant voices appeared in the barrage. This is the H4 World Champion? Fighting back and forth with a new team that was formed not long ago? This shows the value of the GOG Global Invitational. Those who understand will understand. With H4's strength, they can beat foreign teams. What are the qualities of those foreign teams that were invited for money? I don't need to say more, right? I have long said that the competitive level of GOG games is not good. The so-called dominance of domestic teams is only because no one plays it abroad. What's so great about paying a foreign uncle to accompany you to study? Entertain yourself, entertain yourself, entertain yourself, entertain yourself. There is a group of people of unknown origin who are frantically brushing entertain yourself in the live broadcast room, belittling the value of GPL and even the GOG Global Invitational. This is the same routine as the previous post. Domestic esports started late, the foundation is weak, and we must continue to work hard, constantly brainwashing the crowd with a wrong logic. GOG abused foreign teams because no one plays abroad, so the value is not high. IOI lost to foreign teams because the level of Chinese people is not good, so the value is very high. Finally, it is concluded that IOI is far greater than GOG. This statement has been argued before, and now that the GPL has started, it has been brought up again. It is obvious that these people with ulterior motives are trying to dampen the popularity of the GPL Spring Tournament and create hype for the knockout round of the IOI Global Finals. Many GOG players were very angry and argued with these players in the live broadcast room and forum, but it was useless. These troublemakers are professional trolls. If you present facts and reason to them, they will just ignore it and continue to harass you with their own twisted logic, and even make sarcastic remarks and personal attacks on you. Once you get angry and argue with them, you will fall into their trap. The two groups of people arguing with each other made the GPL live broadcast room a mess. The game was originally very exciting, but no one discussed the content of the game and everyone was arguing, which greatly affected the viewing experience. Pei Qian was not angry at all, but very happy. Longyu Group and President Zhao finally worked, which was really touching. You can watch the FV Club game at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. At that time, as long as the FV club loses, the internet will definitely be very lively. Although Pei Qian does not think that this public opinion storm will affect the GPL League's profit, it is better to have it than not. Pei Qian decided to go to bed early tonight and get up at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning to watch the FV club game. At 1 p.m. on the 7th in Los Angeles time, and 5 a.m. on the 8th in Beijing time, the IOI Global Finals quarterfinals officially started. The quarterfinals consisted of 4 BO5 matches, which were played on Saturday and Sunday in Los Angeles. The FV team was the first to play against the European club CEM team that had previously slaughtered the domestic team in the group stage. CEM is also a strong European and American team similar to FRY. It showed great dominance in the group stage, and qualified for the group stage with a score of 4-0, and even beat the domestic team in the same group so badly that it couldn't raise its head. All the staff of the FV club were waiting backstage, and Wu Yu and manager Liu were a little nervous. Although they fully trusted the strength of the players, the win or loss of esports was not so absolute. The opponent was not a weak team, and the FV club was not 100% sure of winning. Moreover, this was an offline match, and the European and American teams were playing at home. It was hard to say whether the players would lose their balance and perform abnormally because of the cheers of the opponent. On stage, I don't know who shouted, and everyone looked at the screen backstage. At the same time, thunderous applause and cheers came from the venue. CEM was the first to appear. All 5 players had confident smiles on their faces. They waved to the audience and enjoyed the applause and cheers. Next came the FV club. The audience was also very respectful. Although the cheers were a little lower than those of the CEM team, they were also very enthusiastic. After all, FV club has been constantly making fun of things on Twitter and interacting frequently with major clubs, so it has also gained a good reputation among foreign players. However, the comments of netizens on foreign live broadcast platforms are not so kind, with overwhelming 3 o'clock and Nyoanub. Obviously, most foreign viewers just think that FV club is very good at making fun of things, but do not recognize their competitive strength. In the minds of most viewers, this will be a game without suspense, and FV club will probably have a hard time getting a small score. The players of FV club cannot see the barrage, and of course they will not be affected. They just enjoy the cheers and applause on the scene, waiting to conquer the 20,000 spectators on the scene with their performance in the game. The quarterfinals and semifinals are not so fancy, and the game soon enters the BP stage. At the same time, Pei Qian had just gotten up. Turning on the TV, taking out potato chips and Coke and sitting on the sofa, he happened to see the BP stage of the 2 teams. The barrage was still very chaotic, and the players were fighting in a group. Some people were sarcastic and said that GOG was just entertaining itself, some kept posting swim back, some were cheering for the FV team, and some were posting meaningless numbers to cover the screen. There was absolutely no viewing experience at all apparently. The trolls hired by Longyu Group pissed off GOG players at the opening match yesterday, and today some GOG players came to fight back at the IOI match. The result was that the bullet screens of both matches were unbearable to watch. Pei Qian was also a little speechless, but just as he was about to close the bullet screen, he saw a string of question marks floating across the screen. FV is so stubborn? Release Chaos Doom? It was released in 4 games in the group stage and all were beaten badly, but you still release it? Could it be that FV Club didn't know how abnormal this hero is because they didn't play a training match? That's not right. Even if they don't play a training match, they should at least watch the group stage, right? I understand, maybe FV thought that they were going to lose 3 o'clock anyway, and releasing Chaos Doom could be an excuse to make it seem that they didn't lose because of bad luck, but because of BP problems. This wave FV is in the first 5th floor. You can turn off the live broadcast now, go have breakfast, and come back to watch the second game in 30 minutes. FV, you are amazing. I have seen the next script. Chaos and doom will develop for 20 minutes and directly end the game with 3 waves of team battles. Who is the coach of the FE club? He can even release this thing. Is he crazy? Or is it that the food and accommodation conditions in Los Angeles are too good, and his brain has rusted? The coach seems to be Lao Zhou? Damn, isn't this the original DGE club's auxiliary player? Huh? A GOG player came here to be the head coach? That's outrageous. No wonder Chaos Doom was released. This is not GOG, brother. Before, several groups of people in the barrage were arguing fiercely, using repeated words to attack each other, just like a melee among heroes. But after the ban was over and CEM directly grabbed the hero Chaos Doom, the content of the barrage was immediately unified. All of them were badmouthing the FE club. Many people only noticed that the coach who came on stage for BP was Zhou Pengyuan. As a former GOG star player, Zhou Pengyuan has not appeared in the public eye since he came to Los Angeles. This was his first time on stage for BP, and he released Chaos Doom, which is recognized as a must-ban for purple teams in this version, which can be said to be a blockbuster. Pei Qian was a little curious and searched for the hero Chaos Doom on Baidu. This is a new hero recently released by IOI. It looks like a dark cloud. It is a ranged hero, but its range is only slightly higher than that of a melee hero. Its strength lies in its good group controllability in the middle and late stages. It is tanky and has good output. Once it enters the group battle stage, it is almost certain to win. It was released in 4 games in the group stage, and all the teams that were released were beaten to pieces without exception. Everyone thought that this hero should be banned and would never appear in the knockout rounds, but unexpectedly, FE Club released it right away. Pei Qian couldn't help but cheer up. FE Club is good, let's do well. This style reminded Pei Qian of the legendary 3-player Iron Man and 5-player Galio, highlighting a stubborn head and not wanting to win. Pei Qian chewed potato chips while watching the next game. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile reading URL. Chapter 809 3 o'clock thrashing, 4th update, please vote for the monthly ticket. Losing money to become the richest man starts from the game. In the backstage lounge of the FE Club, Min Jingchao, Bao Su, Wu Yu and others were also paying attention to the situation of the game. The audience thought it was outrageous to release Chaos Doom, but the people in the lounge did not think so. Because these were all tactics arranged in advance. Although Chaos Doom is very powerful in team battles when it develops, as long as you choose a strong landing hero with long hands and a strong jungler who can cross the tower in the early stage, you can directly train and beat all the way. Chaos Doom that cannot develop is a gift in team battles. The teams in the previous group stage could not beat Chaos Doom, mainly because the thinking was not clear and the targeting was not fierce enough. They always let it develop until 20 minutes, and then they could not beat it. The players of FE and SUG have repeatedly practiced many games for this style of play, including how Chaos Doom can counter and other contents. The opponent is obviously not mentally prepared for this, and FE can be said to be a sure win. The game officially started, and the FE Club was like a sophisticated machine, executing every step according to the tactics designed by Zhou Pengyuan. At the beginning, they looked around to detect the opponent's jungler's movements. After their own jungler quickly reached level 2, they rushed to the top lane. At the same time, the long-handed hero on their top lane pushed the line frantically. After Chaos Doom was pushed under the tower, the jungler arrived just in time. The two of them carried the tower perfectly and killed Chaos Doom directly. Before the enemy jungler changed the jungle route and hurried over, the top-end jungle of FE had already left. The player controlling Chaos Doom was obviously stunned. After resurrection, he only dared to eat soldiers under the tower. He was unable to take care of himself by the opponent's long-handed hero. CEM was in a dilemma. If they didn't help, Chaos Doom would be pressed under the tower and rubbed frantically. The hero restraint plus the first blood advantage basically made it impossible to play. If they helped, once they were counter-camped by the opponent, the middle, top-end jungle would explode instantly, and the whole game would be over. Seeing that the game was being played according to the script planned by their side, everyone in the backstage lounge breathed a sigh of relief, and their hanging hearts were completely relaxed. Min Jingqiao sighed, I still overestimated the opponent. I thought the opponent would be on guard when they saw us choose this lineup, but it turned out that they were not vigilant at all. Maybe they were still confused when they saw our lineup? Wu Yu had not participated in daily training before, so he was a little surprised to see that his team's tactics were executed so perfectly, choosing a single-line suppression hero and a jungler who can cross the tower in the early stage can infinitely target Chaos Doom. If that's the case, why can't other teams think of it? Min Jingqiao smiled, Mr. Wu, this matter is of course not that simple. A complete tactic is very complicated, not as simple as the restraint of the beast chess. Whether a certain tactic is just a paper talk or can be effective depends on details and data calculation. First of all, the two heroes we chose are bench heroes. Their appearance rate was very low before. Many teams that are superstitious about strong heroes would not consider them. Secondly, we made a lot of preparations for the tactics, including studying the opponent's jungle route, making vision detection in advance to detect the opponent's jungler's movements, and frequently exchanging blood during the landing period to ensure the health of the soldiers and create conditions for crossing the tower. Finally, in order to facilitate crossing the tower, we let the jungler bring special defensive glyphs, just enough to escape with low blood and not be beaten 1-for-1. The hero Chaos Doom is very weak in the early stage, and he is powerless to resist even under the tower. If it were other heroes, we would definitely not choose to cross the tower at level 2. More importantly, our research found that most IOI teams do not have a deep understanding of the damage and mechanism of the defense tower, and mistakenly believe that hiding under the tower in the early stage is safe. But in fact, the damage of the defense tower in the IOI game seems to be very high, but it is not as high as imagined. As long as the soldiers take the first tower damage and use skills to avoid the last tower damage, it is enough to kill Chaos Doom. Wu Yu was convinced and nodded frequently. Obviously, this is the power of data. Other teams may also think of targeting Chaos Doom in the early stage to affect its development, but in the absence of corresponding data support, they can't think of directly crossing the tower at level 2. Min Jingqiao continued, speaking of which, this is also a tactic that GOG has used before. If it is the previous version of IOI, this tower crossing is very risky, but the new version of IOI has been fine-tuned to speed up the jungle brushing speed, so GOG's set of play can be used. I can only say that we have cooperated well with the version update of Finger Company. Jingzhou. Pei Qian's hand holding the potato chips frozen mid-air, and he didn't put it into his mouth for a long time. Because he couldn't understand the direction of the game live on TV. The FE team directly trained the top lane endlessly. This Chaos Doom was trembling under the tower the whole time. If his teammates didn't come, he would die. If his teammates came, they would die together. It was a horrible sight. The CEM team was obviously stunned. His teammates didn't know whether to help him or not. If they didn't help, this Chaos Doom would definitely explode and couldn't develop at all. If they helped, they might also explode together. In repeated hesitation, they lost the initiative step by step. On the other hand, FV Club is like a precision machine, with 5 players and 5 parts running perfectly, step by step to control vision, grab map resources, and catch singles, and the huge advantage of the top lane quickly radiates the whole situation. In the end, in just 25 minutes, FV Club relied on the huge economic advantage of snowballing to directly pierce CEM and end the battle. The first game ended directly with a crushing victory, and the score of both sides changed to 1 o'clock. The game came to an end temporarily, and the players of both sides returned to the lounge to rest. The camera gave the CEM players, and their previous confident and proud smiles had completely disappeared, replaced by confusion and confusion. I have never seen a game played like this. They felt good about themselves in the group stage before, but after meeting FE today, they suddenly felt that they were not playing the same game as the group stage. They were completely suppressed by IQ, and they could not use their strength, and were beaten to the ground by the opponent. The most terrible thing is that the coach may not know how to play the next two games. If we lost the game just because of the hero Chaos Doom, we could just ban him in the next round. But this time we lost the game obviously because we were beaten from all angles. Judging from the performance in the first game, the two sides were completely not on the same level in terms of tactical arrangements and details. How can we play this game? The members of the CEM team never expected to be hit hard in the first game, and they were beaten by a team that everyone recognized as a weak team. It was difficult for them to accept this fact for a while. On the TV in front of Pei Qian, the direction of the barrage had also changed. The voices that questioned why FE Club played Chaos Doom had completely disappeared, and the screen was full of praises such as 6666 or awesome. Even the water army that had been persistent in leading the rhythm before had all stopped. This game was so exciting. Unlike the teams in the group stage, FE Club chose an early lineup and went for it without saying anything. At level 2, they started to kill people by crossing the tower, repeatedly trained the top lane, and then invaded frantically, eating up the opponent's jungle area, snowballing quickly, and not giving the opponent any chance throughout the whole process. They even abused the fountain and showed their mark at the end, highlighting their arrogance. In fact, the new version of IOI by Zhito Company is to speed up the game rhythm, strengthen confrontation, and improve the viewing experience of the game, and FE Club has fully demonstrated the characteristics of the new version, highlighting their irritability and inhumanity. Seeing Chaos Doom, who was invincible when he was released, being repeatedly ravaged by FE, and dying twice in 5 minutes, the audience felt an inexplicable joy. The anger that was mocked by foreign players as Nio Anub in the past few days has finally been vomited out. However, everyone knows that this is only the first game of BO5, so we should not be too blindly optimistic. FE Club has thought of a way to restrain Chaos Doom, which is equivalent to using a big move and winning. In the next game, the opponent can just ban Chaos Doom, and it is still unknown how the outcome will be. Players who were already disappointed with domestic IOI before now have a feeling of survival, and they are re-energized to continue watching the next game. Los Angeles, the game scene. Zhao Shuming was in the audience, watching the FE team win one victory after another like a crushing blow, and his shocked expression was beyond words. During the nearly 2-hour game, Zhao Shuming inexplicably had an illusion that this world was not real. The commentator on the scene was the official commentator of Finger Company, with English accents and passion. On the big screen, the purple team had already attacked the blue team's high ground, and the final decisive battle was about to begin. CEM lost one man first, and the army was completely defeated. FE began to pursue the victory. The miracle did not happen. CEM tried to fight a perfect team battle at the last moment of the third game to save their fate, but they failed because FE's vision arranged in advance saw through everything. FE always maintained a perfect formation, advancing steadily like an invincible chariot, making CEM people feel extremely desperate. It's a pity that this is a game that will never go down in history, because the game ended in just 25 minutes. The battle was so overwhelming that it was hard for us to judge whether it was because we seriously underestimated FE's strength or because CEM performed poorly for some unknown reason. But anyway, the FE team, which was unpopular before the game, showed their fangs in this game and proved their strength with 3 hearty victories. Perhaps all opponents must re-evaluate the true strength of this Eastern team. Obviously, their performance in the game is as amazing as their performance on Twitter. The English commentator on the scene praised the FE Club. Obviously, Today's game has completely conquered everyone and even challenged their understanding of this game. Zhao Shuming was in a state of confusion and almost thought he was hallucinating. Fe actually beat the opponent 3 o'clock and made it to the semifinals? And each game lasted about 25 minutes, and the scene was completely one-sided. In the game, Fe Club showed two different styles. During the landing and snowballing period, all the players completed their tasks as accurately as robots, and it was almost impossible to see them make any mistakes. Once they entered the advantageous period, they would play very aggressively, crossing the tower, showing the mark, and bullying the fountain. They simply did not regard the opponent as a human being, and turned the quarterfinals of the finals into a bullying game. Obviously, this can only be done when there is a clear gap between the strength and understanding of the game between the two sides. Zhao Shuming was expecting the Fe Club to be defeated 3 o'clock, so that the invited water army could increase the strength, but Fe actually defeated the opponent 3 o'clock. All the arguments prepared before were in vain. Now Zhao Shuming's only feeling is puzzlement. Isn't the Fe team just a team with similar strength to SUG? If you say that winning a game is explosive, but how can you say that you beat the European and American teams 3 o'clock? Zhao Shuming even suspected that Mr. Pei secretly replaced all 5 players of the Fe team, otherwise how could such a revolutionary change happen in such a short time? Not only Zhao Shuming didn't understand, but Longyu Group, Finger Company, and even the audience all over the world didn't understand. Mr. Pei's operation has completely touched their knowledge blind spots. Chapter 8:10, sorry, the training match is full, long chapter. At the same time, Pei Qian, the culprit far away in Jingzhou, was quietly drinking fat house happy water and thinking about life. It is winter now, and the sun rises late. Pei Qian set the alarm at 5 o'clock in the morning and got up, but it was still dark. As a result, the 3 games only lasted for an hour and a half. At 6:30, it was not yet completely bright outside. This BO5 was played very fast. After the game, the audience had a feeling of that's it? What happened? Pei Qian originally thought that Fe would be defeated 3 o'clock cleanly, but the result was completely the opposite. Is it something wrong? Because of getting up early, my mind was a little groggy. Now this completely unexpected thing happened. Pei Qian even doubted whether he had not woken up or was dreaming. The next BO5 has already started in the live broadcast room, but it is obvious that the barrage audience is still immersed in the previous game. Pei Qian browsed the forum with confusion, wanting to see the reactions of netizens. The forum was filled with visibly joyful emotions. 3 o'clock and still a fountain. It's so satisfying, so satisfying. These European and American teams still look down on others? Why don't they play a training match with Fe? Are you convinced now? It's so funny. This is the old European powerhouse CEM that was praised before the game? How come it breaks at the first touch? All the heroes you like to play are given to you, and then you are beaten to pieces. I found that Fe is good at manipulating people's mentality. It can be clearly felt that the mentality of these CEM players was a little broken after the first game. They were not mentally prepared and were stunned. Indeed, it seems that although the first game was completely targeted tactically, it was the best game for CEM. The last 2 games were more or less a bit self-destructive and their operations were deformed. It was like a dream. Before the game, everyone said it would be 3 o'clock. Who would have thought it would be 3 o'clock? Nothing more to say. Fe is awesome. I apologize for criticizing Fe as a useless club. Now it seems that Fe has definitely practiced a lot. Otherwise, how could they have improved so quickly in such a short time? They even figured out the Chaos Doom playstyle? Yes, Fe is like a completely different team compared to the previous qualifiers. They have been completely transformed. The stupid netizens on the forum began to praise them crazily. All the posts that were sarcastic and antagonistic were attacked. All the posts that had maliciously criticized FE were dug out and repeatedly criticized. That's how esports works. If you play well, you'll be praised. If you play badly, you'll be criticized. As long as there are results, even if there are negative comments, they can be turned into positive ones. The winning team can do whatever they want. FE Club was not favored before the game. They faced a recognized strong team, but they played a one-sided performance and crushed their opponents 3 o'clock. This performance is not an exaggeration. Moreover, the reason why many people are so excited is that they have been suppressed for too long. The two domestic teams did not appear in the group stage, and the foreign network kept brushing Nioanub. In addition, FE was exposed to not being able to arrange a training match, and many domestic viewers felt a little ashamed. The performance of FE Club slapped the faces of the black fans and made all domestic players proud. Many people are copying foreign comments to see how foreigners praise the FE team. Many people are also conducting post-match replays and analysis, explaining from tactics, details, operations, execution, and other aspects where FE is strong and why it can beat CEM 3 o'clock. When watching the game, the situation on the field changes rapidly, and many details are not noticed. Most viewers only remember that FE can do whatever he wants, like beating a robot, but they can't understand why CEM can only passively take the beating and is completely powerless to resist. Many viewers on the internet also criticized CEM, saying that they played poorly and had a bad mentality. In the crucial quarterfinals, they didn't even play 10% of their usual level. This is also normal. After all, it is difficult to sincerely admit that others played well. However, with the review and analysis of these 3 games by various professionals, the secret of FE Club's strength began to gradually surface. From the targeted tactical arrangements in the BP stage, to the players' execution in the game, to the on-the-spot reaction when unexpected situations occurred, and finally to the snowballing ability of strengthening support and grabbing map resources. Seeing these review analyses, netizens couldn't help but sigh. FE is so detailed, too detailed. Countless details piled together, leaving the opponent completely powerless to fight back. Did CEM play poorly? There are indeed factors in this regard. After all, being completely beaten in the first game and having no power to fight back was a heavy blow to CEM, who was full of confidence before the game, and obviously affected their mentality in the last 2 games. But the mentality problem is definitely not the main reason why they lost this BO5. After reading the review and analysis, most netizens reached a consensus that this is not a mentality problem, but a strength problem. They just can't win. It's not that CEM didn't find opportunities, but FE was like an iron barrel. With the economic lead, the vision, and the formation of the advance were too perfect. CEM couldn't find any opportunities at all. Forcing to fight was just giving up. That's why they lost the game very uncomfortably. This has nothing to do with the operation level, it's just a crushing understanding of the game. All the forums were filled with this joyful atmosphere, and no one even discussed the next BO5. Before, most people thought that FE would most likely be defeated 3 o'clock and be eliminated in the quarterfinals, but now it seems that as long as they continue today's performance, it shouldn't be a big problem to reach the finals, and there is even hope to compete for the championship. At this time, some netizens found that the FE Club had posted a new Weibo. The content of this Weibo is very short. Nioi, go. The screen shows a sci-fi fighter plane, actually the original painting of Mission and Choice, with light blue flames emitting from the tail, and the whole space seems to be slightly distorted due to the excessive speed. The head of the fighter plane has the logo of the FE Club, and the wings of the fighter plane have the logos of 2 other domestic clubs. Many netizens saw FE post a new Weibo and thought it was another prank, such as throwing CEM into the trash can. According to FE's previous habits, they would taunt other teams before they played a game. Now that they are 3 o'clock ahead of their opponents, they have to attack them in the face. What a big deal. However, the content of this Weibo post was beyond everyone's expectations. It did not mock any other teams, but instead praised the 2 domestic teams that were eliminated in the group stage. The number of comments under this Weibo post increased rapidly. "FE is awesome. Keep winning, and we will see 3 o'clock next week, understand?" The foreigners deliberately formed a group and did not play training games, and also said that the domestic IOI team was bad. "Fortunately, you are competitive enough. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to take off the hat of noob in the next year. Well done, it's refreshing. Hurry up, I want to see the players' new vlog immediately. Is it okay for the other 2 teams to come and kowtow to FE? The last hope of Nioi, FE, go for it." For FE Club's live broadcast on Weibo, domestic players did not particularly like it. Because the traditional virtues of Chinese people are humility and low-key, this kind of ostentatious behavior represents immaturity and is not pleasing to the eye. Once they lose, they will inevitably be punished. Moreover, FE Club did not distinguish between domestic and foreign activities, and used all the memes that could be used. The previous Weibo post, "Me and my teammates," did hurt the fans of the other 2 teams. However, this Weibo post after the quarterfinals completely reversed the public opinion of FE Club. These 3 teams that went abroad represent the domestic IOI circle. Although the FE team won, they did not forget the other 2 clubs and arranged positions for them on the wing. Obviously, the FE Club did not target anyone, but just for the show effect. The other 2 teams just didn't play well. Do they have to protect them if they didn't play well? That's meaningless. If you lose, you should stand up and take the beating. Knowing shame and then being brave is the correct attitude. What's more, the other 2 clubs didn't take FE as their own, and never thought about sharing tactics with FE, and didn't show any goodwill. Since everyone plays their own games, why should FE care about their ideas? And the latest Weibo post is precisely the performance of the FE Club's broad-mindedness. It not only helped the other 2 clubs greatly reduce the pressure of public opinion, but also slapped the face of Nioanub's remarks. Originally, the domestic players had nowhere to vent their anger, and they were all angry at the 2 clubs that did not qualify in the group stage, but now that FE has won, everyone has praised FE, so naturally they are not in the mood to continue to criticize these 2 clubs. On the contrary, many people think that there is nothing to blame, they have tried their best, but they are simply not capable enough. In addition, no one criticized the photos and vlogs that FE Club frequently posted before, but instead urged them to increase their efforts. Since arriving in Los Angeles, the 3 photographers of the FE Club have been constantly taking various photos and short videos and uploading them to Weibo, and they have been posting them late at night. Most people are jealous of the FE players enjoying such a good environment. Are you going to the game or to travel and enjoy? But after winning the game, this mentality has disappeared. Netizens have said that if you play well in the game, you should eat good food and stay in a 5-star hotel. They even hope that the official will post a few more photos and vlogs of the players so that everyone can better understand the life and training of the FE Club in Los Angeles. At this time, a new post has once again sparked heated discussions. Insider news. It is said that FE went to Los Angeles at their own expense this time, and Longyu Group did not care about them at all. Today I heard a big piece of gossip from a friend of a certain club. Many people may wonder why FE Club travels abroad in business class and in luxury hotels, but other clubs never post these things. It's not because other clubs are low-key, but because there is another hidden reason. The official Jito company arranged food and accommodation the day before the game, so according to the normal schedule, they should arrive in Los Angeles the day before the game. Longyu Group is worried that the domestic team will not perform well, so they pay for it out of their own pockets and take care of the domestic club's food and accommodation for a week in advance, so that they can go to Los Angeles to adapt to the environment and play training games as soon as possible. But, Longyu Group didn't invite FE Club at all. As for why, the reason is very simple. FE team has always been at odds with the official. During the previous qualifying round, everyone knew that FE was a club invested by Mr. Pei, and it was in direct competition with Zhito Company and Longyu Group. The two sides had conflicts of interest, so they didn't like FE, the number one seed. So, although FE Club arrived in Los Angeles a week in advance like the other two clubs, it was completely self-funded, and there was no training match with the other two domestic clubs. From food and accommodation to daily life, training, all by themselves. Even after the official start of the game, FE did not accept the board and lodging provided by Zhito Company, and still paid for it himself. To be honest, I was shocked when I heard the news. Fortunately, the FE team played well. If they were really defeated 3 o'clock because of no training games, they would definitely be criticized as the number one seed, and no one would care about the hidden story behind it. I can only say that FE is great, Longyu Group is BIS. As soon as this post was published, it immediately gained extremely high popularity and was repeatedly quoted and discussed by netizens. The fact that Longyu Group took 2 clubs abroad for training was relatively inside information, but people in the IOI esports circle basically knew about it, and it was impossible to hide it. Wu wanted to expose this matter online before, but was stopped by manager Liu, because the game had not been played yet, and exposing it too early would not have any effect. If FE Club did not say it, others would naturally not bother to speak up for them. Moreover, FE was not well received in the entire IOI esports circle at that time, and there were too few people willing to stand up for them. But now FE has won the quarterfinals with a score of 3 o'clock, and these things are very suitable for settling accounts and talking about them. And there is no need for Wu to stand up and say it himself, and there will naturally be passers-by who are not used to it and come out to expose it. Although this post does not have a solid hammer, the content is basically close to the truth, and it can be completely matched with some clues in reality. Many netizens have been reading FE Club's Weibo before, and they are also wondering why Zhito Company can arrange such a good food and accommodation environment, but they didn't think much at that time. Now combined with this post, it is indeed very problematic. It turns out that such good conditions were not arranged by the Finger Company, but paid for by FE Club. As for where the money came from, it goes without saying. How could a small club like FE Club be so extravagant? The money must have been paid by President Pei. In this comparison, Longyu Group and Tenda are simply superior and inferior. One is stingy, the other is generous, one is petty, the other is broad-minded. Angry players immediately scolded Longyu Group. If they treat each other differently at such a critical moment, who will be responsible if FE Club performs poorly and is eliminated in the first round of the quarterfinals? And strictly speaking, these two domestic clubs are not innocent either. Obviously, these two clubs have not considered FE Club at all. As a brother team, even if they secretly play 2 training games and provide some tactical support to FE? Although this approach is completely useless, considering the strength of FE Club, these 2 clubs did nothing. This is not a problem of ability, but a problem of attitude. Obviously, these 2 domestic clubs stood on the side of Longyu Group without hesitation and did not regard FE as a brother team at all. However, FE Club chose to repay evil with good. After successfully advancing to the semifinals, they did not complain on Weibo, but generously posted a photo of taking off, including the 2 clubs, announcing the victory of Nioi. This comparison is simply a clear winner, the image of the FE Club, enduring humiliation and going to Los Angeles alone, training hard without any relatives, and achieving good results with their own efforts and sweat, is vividly portrayed on paper. Of course, did Longyu Group and the other 2 clubs do anything wrong? In fact, from the perspective of interests, it is completely understandable. Longyu Group did not want to hand over the popularity to Tenda and GOG, so it took its anger out on the FV team, and the other two clubs did not dare to offend Longyu Group, which was understandable. But it was also because of this that the victory of the FV team was made so difficult. As a result, a storm of public opinion was instantly set off on the entire internet, and the players did not know what to say and blasted Longyu Group. Pei Qian was eating melons at a high intensity, and people were a little dizzy. Is this okay? The previous negative news about the FV club was actually reversed. Even Weibo posting pictures, making fun of things, etc., have all become topics that netizens talk about with relish, and no one is blacking them. Occasionally, a few water army appeared in the forum, trying to lead the trend, but they were immediately scolded by angry netizens and pressed to the ground. The excellent performance of the FV club conquered most of the passers-by, so the water army that was outnumbered was at an absolute disadvantage and could no longer play a role. Pei Qian couldn't help but sigh that these water armies' professional level was still not good enough. In fact, Pei Qian's attitude towards these water armies is, to be precise, indifferent. They are nothing more than some jumping clowns, making a few noises on the internet. It is impossible to beat them up through the internet. Excessive care will only make you feel uncomfortable. As a result, these water armies can no longer jump, and Pei Qian feels a little sad for their misfortune and angry for their lack of struggle. How can you take money from Longyu Group with peace of mind? Is this all the trolls do? Do something. Pei Qian was very melancholy. He ate potato chips silently, brushed his teeth, and decided to go back to sleep. At the same time, the FV team members had returned to the backstage lounge and were ready to leave the venue and return to the hotel. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. After arriving in Los Angeles, everyone went out early and returned late every day. In addition to sleeping and eating, they were concentrating on training. Now they finally won the quarterfinals with a clean 3 o'clock, which can be regarded as a reward for their previous efforts. I think President Pei, who is far away in Jingzhou, should also feel sincerely relieved, right? Wu Yu hugged the players one by one and said, "You played very well. But everyone must be modest and calm. Go home and take a rest today, and train as usual tomorrow." The players nodded one after another, and had no objection to Wu Yu's arrangement. The next game was the semifinals in a week, but no one dared to relax. Although today's game was a crushing victory, since ancient times, arrogant soldiers will be defeated. During the World Championship, all teams were practicing frantically and making rapid progress. As long as there was any slackness, they might be caught up or even surpassed by their opponents. Greeted by 4 bodyguards, the players boarded the minibus one by one and prepared to go back to rest. Wu Yu happily held his mobile phone, checked the comments on the domestic forum, and was delighted by the fancy flattery of the FV team. A few months ago, he would never have imagined such a scene. The players of the FV club became the last hope of domestic players on the stage of the World Championship, and eliminated the foreign powerhouse 3 o'clock cleanly. At this time, the phone of the team translator rang. After speaking a few words in English, the team translator said to Wu Yu, "Mr. Wu, it's the FRY team calling, they want to arrange a training match with us." Wu Yu's face was originally full of smiles, but it collapsed instantly. How dare these people come to arrange a training match again? Previously, the FV team approached several teams, including FRY, but these teams just agreed to say the training matches are full and refused to play any matches. As a result, seeing how fiercely FV played today, they wanted to schedule a training match to test the waters. Wu Yu laughed, "Oh, tell them sorry, we have already booked all the training matches." Chapter 8:11 Mobile System Update, Monthly Ticket Request. Monday, January 9th. Pei Qian got up early and went to the study room. There were only 2 subjects left in the exam week, 1 open book and 1 closed book. Although strictly speaking, the difficulty of the open book exam is not much lower, and it is not easy to get a high score, but as long as you are familiar with the notes and textbooks, you can get a good score, so you don't need to spend too much energy. For Pei Qian, the closed book exam is relatively more difficult. After all, it depends on rote memorization. If you can't memorize it, you can't memorize it. There is no room for fooling around. So, Pei Qian still puts most of his energy on the closed book subjects, striving to make a breakthrough through his own efforts, not just passing the passing score. At least he has to get 65 or 70, right? If he gets 60 points, it will be difficult for Pei Qian to tell whether it is because of his own efforts or the efforts of the examiner. If it is 65 or 70 points, then it must be all his own efforts. The difference is still very big. Arriving at the study room, Pei Qian spread out his notes, put his phone completely on silent, and began to review. Last weekend, almost all the news in the esports circle was divided up by the IOI Global Finals and the GPL Spring Game, and it was even out of the circle. Even many people who didn't pay attention to esports originally got these news from various channels. To be more precise, 99% of the news about the IOI finals was related to the FV Club. As the last domestic team, the 3 o'clock clean and upset victory over the old European and American strong team CEM made all the Chinese audiences proud, and there is no doubt that it will get all the attention and applause. Although Longyu Group can influence the domestic media to a certain extent, in this situation, Longyu Group is completely powerless. FV Club is now the absolute focus. If you want to prevent the media from reporting, will they not report it? So, Zhao Shuming obviously gave up. Since he couldn't change it, he would accept it calmly. The popularity of FV Club can also bring some heat to IOI, which is not a loss for Zhao Shuming. For Pei Qian, this situation is a bit difficult to bear. Because whether it is the popularity of GPL or the popularity of FV team, they are directly related to his interests. The popularity of GPL means that the prices of various sponsorship advertisements will also rise. The more popular the league is, the more money will be made, and it is hard to say whether FV team's good results will revitalize IOI national service, but it will definitely make the value of FV team soar. By then, various sponsors and investments will come one after another. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Of course, after entering the quarterfinals, there will be huge bonuses for every win. According to the rules of the FV team, the bonuses obtained in the game are 20% for the club after tax, 20% for the coaching staff, and 60% for the players. So for Pei Qian, the bonus is not bad. After all, the bulk of it is distributed to the players and the coaching staff. Of course, if you win the championship, the bonus is indeed a lot. According to 50% of $3 million, $1.5 million should only leave less than $300,000 for the club after tax. Even if you add 25% of the sales revenue of the exclusive skin of the finger company, it should not be much. Converted into RMB, it is only a few million. For Pei Qian, who has seen many worse scenes, it is just a drop in the bucket. Besides, it is not certain to win the championship. Now FV has just won the quarterfinals. Although the quarterfinals are relatively smooth, it is a world championship, with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. The strength of the opponents in the semifinals and finals will definitely increase exponentially. Isn't it a bit too much to think about the championship right after reaching the quarterfinals? Moreover, the bonus money allocated to the club must be used for a specific purpose. Since it is the bonus money earned by the club, it must be kept for the daily operation of the club. Let you find a way to spend it. Therefore, after learning from his mistakes, Pei Qian felt that he could almost shift his focus away from Los Angeles. Originally, he hoped that FV Club would be eliminated in the first round in Los Angeles and spend more money on himself, but he did not expect FV to perform so well, which made Pei Qian feel a little disappointed. Since he could not count on it, he would shift his attention to other industries. Seeing that this short settlement period is coming soon, various products should be released in 1 or 2 weeks, so he still has to pay close attention. Of course, if there is anything big, he will have to deal with it after the exam. Pei Qian put his mobile phone further away from himself and began to review seriously. 12 noon. Pei Qian stretched his body with satisfaction, and this morning's study task was completed. As expected, the cell phone is a nuisance. The distance from me is directly proportional to my review efficiency. The closer the distance, the lower the review efficiency. Let's go eat something delicious. Pei Qian, who had insisted on not looking at his cell phone for the whole morning, was still a little proud. After packing up his notes, he left the study room and prepared to have a meal at the nearby Moyu Internet Cafe. He took the cell phone and checked if there was any new information. As a result, no one from the company contacted him, but the cell phone itself pushed a system update notification. New system stable version update notification? The stable version has finally been developed. Pei Qian checked his phone and found that it was still fully charged, so he chose to update it. Pei Qian is now using the Auto E1 phone, which was released in March last year and has been used for exactly 10 months. It is still smooth and not stuck. After all, it uses the flagship chip at the time. When I first bought it, the 247-gram half-pound phone was indeed very heavy and weighed down my hands, but I got used to it after using it for a long time. What's more, the advantage of a large battery is that it completely gets rid of power anxiety. I can play with my phone all day and still have power when I get home. Of course, this may also be an important reason why Pei Qian's review efficiency is so low. During these 10 months, the Auto phone has also frequently carried out some small system updates and has been constantly optimizing some functions, but the current major version update is a big move that has been held back for several months. In fact, the development has been completed long ago, but the update of the mobile phone system must be cautious, because once the official version is pushed, most mobile phone users will choose to update. If there is any problem in the update process that causes the loss of collected data, it will be a big accident. Therefore, it was not until today that the stable new system of Auto mobile phone was officially pushed for update. It was not until Pei Qian went to Moyu Internet Cafe, ordered food, and started eating that the system was finally updated. There are so many updated contents. Let's see what changes have been made. Pei Qian checked the new system of his phone while eating. The most intuitive feeling is that it seems to be much smoother. Whether it is sliding the desktop, dragging icons, or other operations, everything has become as smooth as silk, which is very close to the feeling of the pineapple phone. Moreover, it may be because Auto E1 is equipped with a high refresh rate and flagship chip, so this smooth feeling is even more handy than the pineapple phone. In addition, the system functions that have been updated before can also be freely customized according to your preferences. For example, you can freely drag and drop the calendar, clock, alarm clock, etc. to the desktop or delete them, and you can also customize the content on the -1 screen. With just a little time, you can transform the interface of the phone into the most comfortable and convenient one for yourself. This is the result of the entire OTTO technology team's hard work for several months. Chong Yu originally planned to add some system functions to the phone, but Pei Qian rejected it. Pei Qian asked Chong Yu to focus all his energy on fine-tuning the details, including linear animations, etc., to match everything with the pineapple phone. After all, changes in this area will only slightly improve the feel for users, but will not affect the actual power supply, so it is a thankless change, but everything has its pros and cons. After several months of patient adjustment, the linear animation of the new system of Auto mobile phone has finally been perfected and can be released. Every operation on the phone gives people a smooth feeling. There is no way. The developers of OTTO technology have to do something. If they don't do linear animation, they will do other functions. Pei Qian kept opening and closing the mobile application process. After playing for a while, he was satisfied and continued to check other changes. The camera system has also been greatly updated. Compared with the previous camera system, it is basically a complete remake with a lot of new functions. As a mobile phone released 10 months ago, Auto's camera module is already slightly behind, but this updated camera system has added a lot of optimization algorithms, including automatic image recognition, automatic color adjustment, automatic beauty, etc. In short, it automatically recognizes photos, determines whether the photos are food, scenery, or people, and then automatically switches to the corresponding algorithm to make the photos look better. Of course, users can also quickly choose to turn off all algorithms when taking photos to take the most authentic photos. But for most people, they still prefer photos that are automatically edited by the system. After all, they look better. Many beauty cameras are criticized because they are over-edited, such as overly bright colors, high saturation, or disproportion caused by beauty, which makes people feel fake. The camera system updated by Auto this time has been repeatedly debugged in the imaging laboratory. Many professional photographers have studied it for a long time and tried to find a balance between restoring the original appearance and post-processing and beautification. In addition, the AEIS mobile assistant has also been updated. In fact, almost all domestic mobile phones currently use Xuanke Technologies voice technology. Shenhua and some other domestic mobile phone brands have already used voice assistants. AEIS is just different from these voice assistants in packaging, and there is no significant improvement in practicality, so this is not a very sensational news. In addition, there are some miscellaneous small updates, but Pei Qian himself can't notice it, and users probably won't notice it even more. A brief summary of the system updates seen so far. The biggest changes are nothing more than 3, smoother linear animation comparable to Pineapple Mobile, better adjusted camera system, and AEIS voice assistant. Pei Qian thinks these seem to be acceptable. Although they all have a certain effect on improving users' daily experience of using mobile phones, they are all of the not very perceptible type. The details have been improved a lot, but there are no special functions that can cause a sensation. At present, the Auto E1 mobile phone has entered the last stage of its life. At the speed of releasing one mobile phone per year, a new mobile phone will be released after this cycle is settled, and the E1 model will officially die. So many system functions have been updated at the end of this model's life, so new users will not buy mobile phones for this. Since no one buys mobile phones, then there is no money to be made, then everything is safe, and there will be no harm without pay. However, just when Pei Qian just relaxed his vigilance, he suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a new system-provided app on the phone, the mall. This mall mainly integrates all the products sold by Tenda on a daily basis. Users of Auto mobile phones can place orders directly here and enjoy some exclusive discounts. After all, the Auto mobile phone is a mobile phone on the surface, but it is actually a VIP status of Tenda's entire industry. Pei Qian clicked on the mall and saw a line of big words on the opening screen. Fully Automatic Intelligent Lifting Machine AEIS, officially on sale. Please remember the domain name of the first release of this book, .net. Top novel mobile version reading website. Chapter 812 The Cold-Faced Girl is Out of Business. Seeking monthly votes. The idea of the fully automatic intelligent argument machine was thought up by Pei Qian. The reason was that OTTO Technology wanted to launch a smart speaker for the artificial intelligence system on mobile phones, and it was also riding on the wave of the rise of artificial intelligence assistants. There are already several artificial intelligence speakers on the market, basically priced at around 200 to 300 yuan, and the highest price is no more than 500 yuan. Pei Qian considered that OTTO Technology's request to make artificial intelligence speakers was reasonable, and he couldn't find a good reason to refuse, so he agreed. He just tried to guide it in a slightly off-track direction. He asked it to be combined with the fully automatic argument machine, and the price had to be directly raised to 2588, which was significantly different from other smart speakers. In this way, no one should buy it, right? In fact, Pei Qian already felt that it was very magical and difficult to understand that so many fully automatic argument machines had been sold before. This time the price has increased several times, and it has also integrated AEIS, which is specifically for arguing with others. Considering that people who have already bought an arguing machine will definitely not buy another one that is only for arguing. This will definitely not be sold now, right? Although he was very confident, Pei Qian still cautiously clicked on the product details interface to check. Seeing the pitiful single-digit sales and the empty comment area, Pei Qian couldn't help but feel relieved. Fortunately, the world is finally normal. I said that no one would buy it. However, Chang, you didn't seem to deliberately promote this argument machine, but just made a splash screen advertisement in the automobile phone mall? Considering that the sales volume of automobile phones is not high, the effect of this splash screen advertisement is dispensable. Pei Qian was afraid that there was a fraud, so he hurriedly called Chang Yu. Hello? Mr. Pei, have you also seen the stable version system update? Any instructions? Chang Yu asked. Pei Qian nodded and said, yes, I have seen that. All the contents of the system update are very good and fully meet my requirements. But don't be complacent. Our pursuit of user experience will never end. Chang Yu hurriedly said, I understand. Don't worry, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian's original intention was to let Chang Yu continue to work on these details, so that he would not have to spend too much energy to come up with some new functions and suddenly stab him in the back. I see that the fully automatic intelligent bar lift machine is also on sale, but it didn't spend too much money on publicity, right? Pei Qian asked casually. Chang Yu quickly replied, yes, Mr. Pei. Because the previous lifting machine was not specially promoted, there is no special promotion this time. We are still waiting for your instructions. If you think it is necessary to promote it. No. Pei Qian quickly interrupted, you did a good job. The fully automatic intelligent lifting machine does not need any promotion. However, promotion is one thing, and stocking is another. Although there is no need for promotion, we still need to hurry up to prepare the stock. Chang, you did not ask more questions. Okay, Mr. Pei. Pei Qian gave a few simple instructions, such as everyone has worked hard for so long, and it is almost time to give employees a holiday to rest, and wait until next month to start new work, etc., and then hung up the phone. After the call, Pei Qian felt much more at ease. Chang Yu is very good. Very good at understanding my intentions. This time, I did not promote the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine, which reduced the possibility of selling this broken thing. Hurry up and prepare the stock, all of which are piled up in the warehouse, so that a lot of money can be spent again. This machine is priced at 2588. If you just stock up a few hundred of them, you will spend millions. It is much faster than the first version of the argument machine. Let's not talk about what will happen next. It should be okay to spend some money before the settlement this month, right? Pei Qian couldn't think so far ahead for the time being. He just had to deal with the settlement of this period first. After lunch, Pei Qian ordered a cup of coffee and basked in the sun comfortably beside the French window of the Moyu Internet Cafe. Huh? Not right. We need to see what the users say. As the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. Countless backstabbings have made Pei Qian cautious. Although he has already determined in his heart that the fully automatic intelligent lifting machine will definitely not sell, and he has also seen the pitiful sales volume on the mall, Pei Qian still feels unsafe. He began to check the comments of users on the forum about the system update of automobile phones. Automobile phone system has been greatly updated. There was no press conference, and the update notification was quietly pushed. There are so many contents in this update. Don't other mobile phone manufacturers have to hold a press conference to brag about it? I was waiting for Changyu to tell a crosstalk, but there was no press conference at all? This system animation is so smooth, good review. Domestic mobile phones finally look as smooth as pineapple mobile phones. It's so smooth that I can't stop it at all. Not only domestic mobile phones, other foreign Asia mobile phones basically can't achieve this level. Auto technology is thoughtful. This spirit of constantly polishing details is really worth learning from other mobile phone manufacturers. In fact, linear animation is not that difficult to do. It depends on whether you pay attention to it and whether you are willing to invest enough time and manpower to do it. The camera system update is also very good. I took a few photos, and the algorithm has obviously been greatly improved. There is a voice assistant, and the name is quite fashionable, but why do I feel that it doesn't treat me as a human? Is there something wrong with its attitude? The vast majority of comments are focused on the basic functions of the system and linear animations, because these are the most intuitive changes for most users. The fluency is improved, and it is more comfortable to browse the phone. A few people are commenting on the new camera system and complaining about the AEIS artificial intelligence voice assistant, and almost no one is discussing the fully automatic smart arguing machine. Why do you think this system update is so highly rated? But fortunately, the parts that everyone likes are not profitable, and no one pays attention to the profitable parts. Seeing that no one cares about the AEIS fully automatic smart arguing machine, Pei Qian is relieved. Obviously, the enthusiasm of most people for the arguing machine has passed. Those who like it have basically bought the first generation of products, and those who don't like it will not buy the new smart arguing machine. Pei Qian breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that his worries are a bit redundant. The fully automatic smart arguing machine will definitely not sell many units this month, so it can be mass-produced with confidence. January 10, Tuesday. Pei Qian came out of the examination room and went to Moyu Internet Cafe to have lunch, then picked up his notes and went straight to the study room. I took an open book exam this morning, and there will be a closed book exam tomorrow morning. After all the exams are finished, this semester will be liberated. As for the results of this morning's exam, it's hard to say. Anyway, the number of words should be enough. Considering that I wrote so seriously, I should at least give some points for the paper, right? Anyway, the exam is over, and there is no point in thinking so much. The most important thing is to sharpen my gun this afternoon and do well in tomorrow's closed book exam. When he came to the study room, Pei Qian muted his phone and put it where he couldn't touch it as usual. However, just when he was about to put the phone away, he saw a news push pop up on the screen. Another internet celebrity restaurant announced its failure. The legend of the cold-faced girl ended, and Meng Chang became the person to be executed. If it was a normal news push, Pei Qian would definitely ignore it, but when he saw this news, Pei Qian couldn't help but be stunned. The cold-faced girl is out of business? He quickly clicked to check. Recently, Meng Chang, the founder of Lingmian Girl, was listed by the court on the list of dishonest persons to be executed because he failed to pay suppliers more than 1 million yuan in goods, and this should be just the tip of the iceberg of Lingmian Girl's debt. According to industry insiders, Lingmian Girl's debt may have reached millions of yuan, and she is unable to repay it at all. As an emerging internet catering brand, Cold Noodle Girl has attracted the attention of countless consumers since its inception. One marketing event after another has deeply tied the concept of Cold Noodle Girl to grilled cold noodles, making people eat grilled cold noodles fashionable, and attracting investors to follow suit, setting off a wave of internet catering brands. In just a few months, it received multiple investments, and its highest valuation exceeded 300 million. However, this internet celebrity catering brand seemed to collapse overnight. According to reporters, the Cold Noodle Girl store in the capital has closed, with a sign saying "closed for rest and recuperation," but there has been no sign of opening for several consecutive days. The founder Meng Qiang, who is at the center of the storm, has not responded to the public after the storm. Pei Qian read the news over and over again in disbelief. It is indeed solid news, not gossip. Both Cold Noodle Girl and Meng Qiang have become dishonest debtors. This kind of news must have real evidence, and the closure of the Cold Noodle Girl store and Meng Qiang's lack of any public response further confirm this point. Pei Qian's impression of the cold-faced girl still stayed in the last week. At that time, rumors about the cold-faced girl's bankruptcy appeared on the internet, and Meng Qiang denounced it as a rumor. As a result, just over a week later, the so-called rumor became true, which was not slow. In fact, if Pei Qian had paid attention earlier and asked He Dishing or Mr. Li for information, he would definitely know these things earlier, but in the past week, in addition to reviewing, he was paying attention to the IOI finals in Los Angeles, so the information was delayed. Pei Qian came to the outside of the study room and called He Dishing. Lingmian girl went bankrupt? Pei Qian asked directly after the call was connected. He Dishing said, "Yes, Mr. Pei, I was just about to report this to you. Lingmian girl should have run out of money, but could not get more financing, so the capital chain has been broken, and there are still several suppliers who owe money. Mr. Li just came to me this morning and wanted to ask about your attitude, but I haven't replied to him yet. Mr. Li means that if you are still interested in Lingmian girl, you can take the lead in organizing all investors to meet, the sooner the better." Pei Qian thought for a while. "Okay, then tomorrow afternoon. You go and notify Mr. Li and other investors, and let those investors who are not in Jingzhou come to Jingzhou to discuss the issue of Lingmian girl." He Dishing didn't know why Mr. Pei chose tomorrow afternoon, and he didn't know what the specific plan was, but he didn't ask much, just agreed. After hanging up the phone, Pei Qian returned to the study room again. In fact, there is no special reason for choosing tomorrow afternoon, it's simply because there is a closed-book exam tomorrow morning. Even if something serious happens, you can't delay the exam, otherwise all the review during this period will be in vain. Chapter 8:12, Cabbage Price, added 1 out of 10 for Alliance Leader CZ. Wednesday, January 11th. In the conference room of Yuan Main Ventures, investors were drinking tea while waiting for President Pei to arrive. Many of these investors came from the imperial capital, and they didn't look very good because of the long journey or other reasons. Leisure tried hard to lead the atmosphere, but the eyes of these investors still looked at Meng Qiang and wanted to eat him alive. As for Meng Qiang, he had an expression of "it doesn't matter." He seemed to have been completely burned out. Although he was here, his thoughts and soul were gone. The atmosphere at the scene was a bit stiff. Although out of courtesy, the investors would occasionally talk and say a few words, but everyone's face was full of sorrow and it could be seen that they were in a bad mood. This was understandable. How could they feel good when their money disappeared? Ordinary people would feel the pain for several months if they lost a few $1,000s buying stocks, and would wish they could hang themselves if they lost hundreds of thousands of dollars. However, the money lost by these investors is calculated in the millions. Although these investors are well aware of the risks of investing, who would have thought that Meng Qiang, a seemingly reliable entrepreneur with thick eyebrows and big eyes, would mess things up? Meng Qiang's cold-faced girl received at least 20 million yuan in investment, and after a round of hype, the valuation was hyped up to nearly 300 million yuan, but Meng Qiang lost it all. The investors have nothing left except the shares of the cold-faced girl. But now the cold-faced girl has been exposed to all kinds of negative news. Meng Qiang has become the person subject to execution, and no one will take over this mess. These shares are worthless. How can these investors not be angry? Of course, this is a business rule. No matter how angry the investors are, they can't do anything to Meng Qiang, not to mention that even if they do something to Meng Qiang, they can't squeeze money out of him. As for Meng Qiang, he has already laid flat. Although he doesn't need to be responsible for the investors' money, the investment agreement signed with Mr. Li states that he must be responsible for the debts of the cold-faced girl. Now he owes suppliers millions of yuan, and this money must be counted as his personal debt. When there were problems with the capital chain, Meng Chang certainly tried every means to find investment in order to save the fate of the cold-faced girl. However, Mr. Pei's 2 sales of shares, a series of negative news about the cold-faced girl, and other events seriously affected investors' confidence in the cold-faced girl. The conditions of the investors were very strict. If they did not sign the unlimited joint and several liability agreement, they would not get a penny. Meng Chang was in a dilemma, but he could not take such hot money, because he knew very well that if he did not take the money, he would only owe a few million yuan, and if he took it, he would probably owe hundreds of millions of yuan. As a result, the longer the time dragged on, the more debts he had, until the news broke out when he could no longer bear it. After becoming the person subject to execution, Meng Chang knew very well that the brand of the cold-faced girl was over. Now even if the golden immortal of Dalua was reborn, he would definitely not be able to save it. In this case, it would be better to pretend to be dead. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. Anyway, the debt will be paid slowly, and other investors can do whatever they want. So the cold-faced girl has actually become a dead end. As for Li Shi, he was the person with the best mentality at the scene except he dishing. Li Shi also invested a sum of money, but he invested money for completely different reasons and motives from other investors. When Li Shi heard that the cold-faced girl was going to be dismissed, he was indeed panicked, but President Pei expressed his willingness to come forward, which gave Li Shi infinite confidence. As long as President Pei did not give up completely on a project, it cannot be said that it has completely failed. The scene remained in such a contradictory and subtle atmosphere, waiting for President Pei's arrival. Finally, there was a sound of footsteps outside. The door of the conference room opened. Outside the door, He Dishing said respectfully to a young man, "Boss Pei, everyone is here." Everyone in the conference room stood up immediately, looking at Boss Pei like a drowning person seeing the last straw. Some investors also had some special guesses about the time when Boss Pei appeared. The investors had clearly arrived in the morning. Why did Boss Pei specifically set the time in the afternoon? Is there any special meaning in this? After all, there are too many stories and mysteries about Boss Pei. Many things that are very ordinary and reasonable for others have a special meaning for Boss Pei. Pei Qian waved to everyone. "Hello everyone. Please take a seat." The high-spirited Boss Pei brought vigorous vitality to the previously lifeless conference room. The investors couldn't help but wonder secretly, what good news did Boss Pei encounter? Why is he so happy? It is rumored that Boss Pei has always been a person who does not show his emotions. Even when he made hundreds of millions of dollars from the Diak Group, he did not show too much joy. But today he was in high spirits. Could it be that he made more than 500 million in some industry? The momentum of these investors was invisibly lowered. Pei Qian had only one thought in his mind: the exam was finally over. This morning, I took the last closed-book exam. Although I didn't answer it perfectly and missed a few knowledge points when reviewing, I answered it almost perfectly. I definitely got a passing score. Whether it's 65 or 70 depends on fate. After studying hard for so long, I finally got a break. How can I not be happy? The corners of his mouth rose slightly unconsciously, and everyone noticed it. Pei Qian didn't care. Anyway, he just wanted to understand the situation today and buy some junk assets to make it easier for him to lose money in the future. What these investors think doesn't matter at all. Pei Qian sat down at the top seat, with Li Shi and He Dishing on his left and right, and other investors on both sides of the conference table. Meng Chang sat alone opposite President Pei, a bit like he was interrogating a prisoner. Li Shi said, "President Pei, let me briefly talk about the current situation of the cold-faced girl." Listening to Li Shi's narration, Pei Qian roughly understood. In short, the cold-faced girl ran out of money and could not get more financing. The money earned by the store was far from enough to support normal operations, so the valuation collapsed and the shares in the hands of investors were worthless. There was no falsehood in these words, and no one dared to deceive President Pei. After all, this information could be verified by He Dishing with a little verification. It would only have the opposite effect, to lie in front of President Pei. It would be better to be open and honest, to leave a good impression on President Pei. Everyone was waiting for President Pei to speak. Everyone thinks that the current situation of the cold-faced girl is a dead end. It is certain that the bottom of the loss has been lost. Who will continue to throw money into it? President Pei has already made millions through the cold-faced girl and escaped safely. There is no reason to return to this quagmire. However, Pei Qian's first sentence shocked everyone. How many shares of the cold-faced girl do you have? I want them all. The investors looked at each other. Happiness came too suddenly, and they were not mentally prepared for a while. Even Meng Chang's blank eyes flashed a glimmer of hope. Speaking of shares, it is obvious that Meng Chang, the founder, has the most shares, but it is useless if no one wants more shares. According to common sense, investors have the right to sell shares first, and it is not his turn as a founder. But looking at what President Pei means, it seems that all the shares are wanted. If that is the case, these shares in his hands can be sold in part to recover a little. Of course, selling shares at this point in time is definitely impossible to sell them at the previous valuation, and most of them are sold at a price lower than cabbage price. But if you can sell it, sell it. At least pay off part of the debt first. Meng Chang no longer fantasizes about financial freedom. He just wants to reduce his debt. An investor raised his hand and asked tentatively, Mr. Pei, what price do you plan to buy the shares at? Pei Qian looked at He Dishing. He Dishing whispered in Pei Qian's ear, Boss Pei, the founder Meng Chang still has at least 40% of the shares, and Boss Li has less than 30%. In the current situation of Lingmian girl, everyone's psychological price will be very low. A symbolic price of 3 to 5 million should be enough. Pei Qian was a little surprised. Boss Li has so many shares? He Dishing nodded, yes, Boss Li recently bought a small part of the shares at a low price, and the price is also very low. Pei Qian looked at Li Shi, and Li Shi smiled back. Pei Qian was a little speechless, and had a hunch that Li Shi would probably not sell his shares. But it didn't matter, anyway, Boss Li only had less than 30% of the shares, which had no effect on the control of Lingmian girl. What's more, Pei Qian didn't think that Lingmian girl could make money in his hands, and the reputation of this brand was completely stinking. Pei Qian looked around and said, 3 million to buy all the shares of Lingmian girl, but the premise is that I must be able to buy more than 70% of the shares at once, otherwise I won't buy it. He didn't say much nonsense and directly quoted a minimum price according to the number given by He Dishing. According to He Dishing's opinion, Lingmian girl's company basically has no need to be saved, and letting it go bankrupt is the most rational choice. But since President Pei wants to buy it, He Dishing, as a subordinate, still has to estimate a suitable price. Compared with the peak valuation of Lingmian girl, 3 million is certainly not even a bargain. Each of these investors can only get a few 100,000 at most, which is almost 10 times less than the previous investment, but it is better to have hundreds of thousands than nothing. If they don't sell, they will definitely not find the next buyer, and even hundreds of thousands will be gone. Of course, if it is lower, it will be a bit insulting. These investors may get angry and stop selling, which is not good. After President Pei gave the price, these investors looked at each other. They are definitely not satisfied with this number, but there is nothing they can do. Most people know that it is already very good to get hundreds of thousands. When President Pei opened his mouth, he directly stuck at a lower price than their psychological price, which made them very uncomfortable. A glimmer of hope appeared in Meng Chang's eyes. President Pei, do you want my shares too? Pei Qian nodded, of course, at this price, I will not refuse anyone. But Lingmian girl, after all, it is your company that you founded. Are you sure you want to sell it? Anyway, it is a bargain price, it doesn't matter where you buy it. Meng Chong nodded immediately, sell. He is now carrying millions of debts. Although his shares can only be sold for more than 1 million according to President Pei's offer, which is not enough to pay off these debts, but every bit of it is worth it. Originally, I thought that selling these shares would be enough to make me financially free, but now I have only paid off a debt of 1 million. Meng Chong has mixed feelings. Ideals are beautiful, but reality teaches people a lesson. The other investors had nothing to say. Seeing Meng Chang's attitude, the cold-faced girl was definitely hopeless, and it would be a waste to hold these shares. Moreover, President Pei had already made it clear that unless he could buy more than 70% of the shares, he would not buy any at all, which also made the investors completely lose the idea of bargaining. Forget it, just run away if you can. The investors exchanged a few glances, and finally accepted it. Leisure sold a small part symbolically, and kept about 20% in his hands. Meng Chong sold all his shares, to at least pay off part of the debt first. People like Meng Chong would never be willing to be a deadbeat. He still hoped that he would pay off all his debts, and make a comeback one day. Chapter 8:14, The New Level of Mr. Pei's Investment, Asking for Monthly Votes. He Dishing will handle all the formalities, so Pei Qian doesn't have to worry about it. Although He Dishing didn't know why Mr. Pei spent millions to pick up garbage, since the matter had been settled, there was no need to ask more questions. Mr. Pei had his own reasons for arranging it this way, and he just had to watch and learn it well. The matter was settled quickly, and the investors in the conference room left one by one. Meng Chong left the fastest, as if he didn't want to have any intersection with the people in this conference room anymore. As the person subject to execution, he couldn't take a plane or a high-speed rail, and could only take an ordinary green train to return to the capital. He suffered a lot during the several hours on the way. Of course, the cold-faced girl was gone, and it was hard to say whether Meng Chong would stay in the capital, but the people present obviously didn't care about what would happen to Meng Chong in the future. It was good enough that these people didn't eat him alive. Leisure made a few polite remarks and wanted to invite these investors to have a meal together, but everyone declined. Not in the mood. In fact, these investors came to Jingzhou this time just for Mr. Pei's sake, and to seek a bottom-up sale for the shares of Lingmian girl that had become garbage in their hands. Since the shares had been sold, it also declared a complete failure of this investment, so how could they still have the mood to eat? Many people don't understand why Leisure can be so calm. Mr. Pei made millions by selling the shares of Lingmian girl before, and now even if he took out 3 million to buy at the bottom, he would not lose money. You, Mr. Li, invested money in Lingmian girl, even if you bought some shares at a low price later. This is a blood loss like us, but you don't look uncomfortable at all? It's hard to understand. Although they are all engaged in investment, the investors in the imperial capital originally looked down on investment companies in small places like Jingzhou. After all, the investors in the imperial capital invested in internet companies with unlimited development potential, the kind that can develop into supergiants in the future. What can Jingzhou, a small place, invest in? Of course, they didn't mean to look down on Mr. Pei in their hearts. Strictly speaking, in the eyes of these investors in the imperial capital, investors are just one of Mr. Pei's many identities. Mr. Pei's real identity should be an entrepreneur who makes games and engages in real industries. Everyone left, leaving only Mr. Li. Pei Qian, who had just got a new money tree, was in a good mood. The cold-faced girl had already used the money to prove that it could not be helped. No matter how much money was invested, it would just be a waste of money. Moreover, the brand was now cold and not worth any money in any aspect. Reopen the store, burn money steadily, and strive to treat the whole country to cheap and delicious grilled cold noodles one day. Suddenly, he thought of something and said to He Dishing, "Oh, there is one more thing." Although the cold noodle girl messed up, the suppliers who supplied the cold noodle girl are innocent. Now Meng Qiang owes them millions, and I am afraid that this money will not be repaid in a year or two. These suppliers are owed these payments, and their capital turnover may be affected. This can be said to be an unprovoked disaster. My idea is that we advance this money first, which is equivalent to transferring this debt to us. Meng Qiang is now the person subject to execution, and he can pay this debt slowly. The current situation is that Meng Qiang owes money to the supplier. Even if Meng Qiang does not want to be a deadbeat and finds a way to pay back the money himself, these millions are enough for him to work for several years. If Meng Qiang really breaks the jar and plans to be a deadbeat for life, then don't count on this money. Pei Qian's idea is actually equivalent to transferring the risk of not getting the money back from the supplier to himself. He wanted to do this, on the one hand, because the suppliers were indeed quite pitiful. If the money could not be recovered, some small suppliers might go bankrupt. Pei Qian felt that this was an unprovoked disaster, and for Pei Qian, he was now worried about having too much money. Converting some of the money into Meng Qiang's debt to him could also slightly reduce the pressure of this cycle. Moreover, this money was not given to Meng Qiang for free, and Meng Qiang would still have to pay it back in the future. He nodded without asking any more questions. President Li couldn't help but give a thumbs up. President Pei is so righteous. Only President Pei would do such a kind act. Pei Qian looked at Li Shi, feeling a little helpless. Obviously Li Shi misunderstood his meaning again, but Pei Qian was unable to explain. Pei Qian felt a little melancholy. When will President Li understand that following me blindly and investing will also lead to blood loss? Judging from the current situation, Li Shi has also lost a lot. The money he invested before was exchanged for shares, but the shares of the cold-faced girl are worthless. Unless the valuation of the cold-faced girl soars again in the future, or there is a profit, otherwise President Li will not be able to make back this money. But looking at Mr. Li, he seemed to be full of confidence in the cold-faced girl's resurrection, which was outrageous. Pei Qian didn't know why Mr. Li was so blindly confident. After the exam, Pei Qian felt relaxed and was not in a hurry to leave. He decided to drink tea with Mr. Li at Yuan Main Venture Capital. Li Shi took a sip of tea and said what he had always wondered, Mr. Pei, do you have any special arrangements for Meng Qiang? In Li Shi's opinion, Meng Qiang is definitely capable, otherwise so many investors would not regard him as a perfect entrepreneur. It's just that this person seems to have a bad heart, a little too arrogant, and not down to earth. No matter how useful your brain is, if you don't use it in the right way, it will be wasted, and it will have a greater destructive effect. President Pei transferred the debts of Meng Qiang and the supplier to himself. On the one hand, this may have helped the supplier, but on the other hand, does it also mean that President Pei has other uses for Meng Qiang? Pei Qian was stunned by Li Shi's question. Is there any special arrangement for Meng Qiang? To be honest, there really is no. Judging from the situation of the cold-faced girl, Meng Qiang seems to be a good spender. The cold-faced girl raised so much money, and he spent it all at the speed of light and still owed a lot of debts. This kind of strong spending ability is really rare in the people around Pei Qian. But Meng Qiang is also really capable. He can make a sensation on the internet by making grilled cold noodles. Whether the cold-faced girl was founded or closed down, it caused heated discussions on the internet. This kind of marketing ability is also off the charts. Pei Qian was worried again. What if Meng Qiang really came to work for him and made a lot of money with his strong marketing ability? This possibility was very high. After all, it was not the first time Pei Qian encountered such a thing. People with less ability than Meng Qiang had all flourished under President Pei. What if Meng Qiang changed his appearance and became a new person under President Pei? What would happen? Therefore, Pei Qian was very conflicted. When Meng Qiang left, he did not stop him, and did not let him work under him. Thinking of this, Pei Qian said calmly, "Let it go." Leisure thought carefully and showed a look of sudden realization. Oh, I see, Mr. Pei, you mean that Meng Qiang must still be active in mind and will not work for you steadily, so let him go out and hit the wall first, and when he hits his head and bleeds, he will naturally come back honestly, right? Leisure looked like he had grasped the truth. Pei Qian looked at him, and a question mark slowly floated above his head. What are you talking about? Leisure stood up contentedly. Mr. Pei, I have some things to do in the company, so I'm leaving first. Let's meet again another day. Leisure's departing back revealed an inexplicable confidence. Pei Qian drank tea silently, with confusion in his eyes. What on earth did Mr. Li come up with in his mind? Fuhui Capital. After listening to Leisure's analysis, Shui Zhibin suddenly realized, Mr. Li, are you saying that Mr. Pei must have other uses for Meng Qiang? Otherwise, he would not transfer the debt to himself? Leisure nodded, yes. I think Mr. Pei seems to pay too much attention to Meng Qiang. I don't believe that he has no additional intentions. This time, Mr. Pei has become Meng Qiang's creditor, and it is obviously easier to control him. Meng Qiang is very smart, but this also means that he is very resistant to being controlled. President Pei obviously knows this, so he said, let it be. To tame a beast, you can't just rely on a whip. Obviously, if Meng Qiang wants to pay off these foreign debts, he must first find investors to continue his business. He will not be willing to be the person subject to execution, and he must be eager to start a new project to make quick money to pay off these debts. As long as Meng Qiang still has this mentality, his future projects will never succeed, and will only be beautifully packaged scams. And what President Pei despises most is this kind of people who are unwilling to do practical things. So, even if President Pei wants to use him, he will wait for him to go around. He will only be used when he hits a wall and has nowhere to go. Shui Zhibin asked, then, how can President Pei be sure that Meng Qiang will definitely hit a wall everywhere and have nowhere to go? Leisure said, now Meng Qiang is the person subject to execution, and the previous project has just failed. No investor should believe in him again. Meng Qiang is arrogant. After tasting the sweetness of his own entrepreneurship, he doesn't look down on ordinary jobs. The bankruptcy of the cold-faced girl has caused heated discussions on the internet. I think President Pei will probably add fuel to the flames. As long as some details are disclosed, Meng Qiang will be labeled as a liar, which means he is really desperate. At that time, President Pei should arrange him to a suitable position. Shui Zhibin nodded slightly, agreeing with this statement, but then he thought it was wrong. But, Mr. Pei has so many talented people under him, why should he care so much about Meng Qiang? Mr. Pei doesn't need to go to such great lengths to make a liar reform, right? Leisure shook his head slightly and continued, obviously, Mr. Pei has a more important purpose, which is to issue a warning to everyone. Shui Zhibin was puzzled. Warning? What warning? Investment is risky? Be cautious when starting a business? Leisure shook his head. Of course not. Is such a simple truth worth Mr. Pei's effort? Mr. Pei is warning those scoundrels who want to cheat money from Yuan Meng venture capital with bad intentions, telling them that it is absolutely impossible to cheat money from Yuan Meng venture capital. What a fate! Killing a chicken to scare the monkey. Meng Qiang is the chicken that was killed. Look at Meng Qiang, he is a perfect entrepreneur in every aspect, but what happened to him now just because of his bad intentions? He is carrying millions of foreign debts, and his reputation is ruined. If Meng Qiang had cheated other investors from the beginning, maybe he would have succeeded and got away with it. But he cheated Mr. Pei and ended up being the person to be executed, carrying millions of debts. Even a man of Meng Qiang's skill can't hide from Mr. Pei's eyes. How dare others act rashly in front of Mr. Pei? Now that Tengda's industries are increasing, Mr. Pei's work is getting busier and busier. It is definitely impossible for him to be personally involved in dream venture capital as before. It is indeed the case. Mr. Pei has adopted a standardized management method for yuan venture capital. As long as the conditions and standards are met, investment will be made equally. But there is a problem with this. What if an investor is malicious and deliberately cheats money? Just like Meng Chang, what if he spends money lavishly to hype up the valuation and then tries to cash out and leave? There will definitely be such entrepreneurs, and there will be many. And the reason why Mr. Pei spent so much energy to deal with Meng Chang is very clear, that is, to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Let those entrepreneurs with bad intentions see that if they want to play tricks with yuan venture capital's money, Meng Chang will end up like this. Shui Zhibin seemed to understand. Li Shi continued, investors like us invest in projects that are right for us. It's easy for scammers to come to us. If we get scammed, we can only blame our own incompetence. There is no good solution at all. But President Pei obviously took another path, killing a chicken to scare the monkey, so that scammers dare not come to us again, and directly exclude those entrepreneurs with bad intentions. In this way, whether yuan venture capital's investment is successful or unsuccessful, the money invested by President Pei has played a positive role. I think this should mean that President Pei's investment method has entered a new level. Shui Zhibin couldn't help but sigh. President Pei's investment method is too profound. Let alone learning it, it's hard to understand it. Li Shi took a sip of tea and smiled. I can only say that this is a kind of talent. Chapter 815 DLC Update 4 Fortress at Sea, Monthly Ticket Requested. January 12, Thursday. Shangyang Games. Wang Xiaobin came to the door of Lin Wan's office and knocked gently. Boss Lin, if there are no problems with the remaining 2 games DLC, they will be officially released. Do I need to tell you, Zhizhou? Lin Wan thought for a moment and said, no need. He is in Los Angeles now, with jet lag, and he is usually busy doing tactical analysis for the FV team, so don't bother him. Besides, he has already seen the development content of these 2 DLCs when they were just finalized, so there shouldn't be any major problems, so just release them directly. You are the one who led the design and development of the DLCs of several old games this time. Thank you for your hard work. Take a good rest in the next 2 weeks. Wang Xiaobin was a little embarrassed by the praise and said, hey, I was forced to do this. If Boss Pei hadn't forced these tasks on me, I wouldn't have thought that I could develop these DLCs by myself. The DLCs of Fortress at Sea are basically Brother Huang's ideas, and I just cooperated with him. Lin Wan smiled slightly, don't be too modest. Although modesty is a virtue, it will also affect your self-confidence. Boss Pei obviously hopes to train everyone to be versatile, so that any one of them can be independent, rather than just a replaceable screw. Summarize the experience of this time, maybe Boss Pei will give you more similar tasks in the future. Wang Xiaobin nodded, okay, I'll get busy first. He returned to his workstation, checked it one last time, and officially updated the new versions of Turning Back and Sea Fortress. This time, the update plan for the old games is divided into 2 parts. The updates of the 2 games, Lonely Desert Highway and Game Producer, are relatively early, because there is not much content. The updates of the 2 games Turning Back and Sea Fortress are relatively large, so they have been delayed until this month. Especially Sea Fortress, it is almost a complete remake of a new story mode. This DLC tells the story of Qingyi's deep into the worm nest when he was the captain of the special team before he became the commander. The story outline is completely provided by Huang Sibo, and it is said to be closely related to the game plot of Mission and Choice. Wang Xiaobin was not clear about the specific plot of the game Mission and Choice. He just organized people to develop this DLC carefully according to Huang Sibo's requirements and the information given to him as a preheating measure. Now that all DLCs have been developed, Wang Xiaobin has successfully completed the task assigned to him by President Pei, and can finally relax. I don't know how Yi Zhizhou is doing now. Will he really wait until he wins the championship before coming back? Wang Xiaobin has always been quite critical of President Pei's transfer of Yi Zhizhou to Los Angeles as a tactical analyst. The head of Shenyang Games and the head of GOG International Service Operations actually went all the way to Los Angeles to do tactical analysis, which is really a bit of a butcher knife to kill a chicken. Originally, Wang Xiaobin had many questions to ask Yi Zhizhou during the development of DLC, but he couldn't ask them because there was a time difference between the two sides, and Yi Zhizhou seemed to be very busy there. But Wang Xiaobin didn't dare to say more. After all, this was President Pei's personal request. It's just an esports competition held by IOI. I don't understand why President Pei attaches so much importance to it. Is there any special consideration? Forget it, I'll just do my own thing. Wang Xiaobin released the DLC of 2 games, and then paid close attention to the feedback of players. At the same time, Sloth Apartment. Xiao Liang had just woken up, eating the Moyu takeaway that was delivered to his door at a fixed time, while browsing his phone boredly. The GPL game will not start until 5 p.m., so this afternoon, should I play games or make a video? Well, let's play games. But there seems to be no good games to play for a long time recently. The IOI Global Finals will only have the FV Teams game on Sunday morning. It's really annoying to wait. Xiao Liang only took half a second to reject the idea of making a new video and happily decided to slack off. But even if he slacked off, there was no good option, because there really wasn't any big game worth paying attention to recently. Every time this happened, Xiao Liang wanted to take a taxi to the Tenda Games headquarters and put a knife on his neck to threaten President Pei. If you don't make a new game, I'll die for you to see. Of course, it was just a casual thought, and it was impossible to really do it. Xiao Liang knew very well that President Pei was actually a person with very strict self-requirements. Every new game he made not only had to change the game type, but also had to make a breakthrough in the previous game. It's not like many game manufacturers who start to replicate themselves endlessly after having a successful game, and start making money again with a new skin. Mr. Pei's development habits have indeed enabled him to continuously improve in the field of game design, and he has been able to bring players eye-catching works every time, but this also means that the investment is getting bigger and bigger and the time is getting longer and longer. In fact, the new DLCs of Lonely Desert Highway and Game Maker have already hinted that the next game will be a science fiction game, and the many Easter eggs and details buried in it have made Xiao Liang itch. After waiting for so long, there is still no sign of President Pei's new game, and the previous enthusiasm is basically gone. Xiao Liang browsed the LA Island website for a while out of boredom, and then opened his fan group. Huh? Turning Back and Sea Fortress have also updated DLC? Psycho. Why are these old games updated endlessly? Isn't it better to concentrate all the manpower to quickly make new games? Oh, forget it, as long as this DLC can maintain the usual level, I won't care. Xiao Liang complained a few times, but he knew in his heart that his idea was still relatively unreasonable. Although he wanted to play the new game as soon as possible, the development time of such a large game is long. Moreover, the more people there are in game development, the faster it will be. What one programmer can do in 100 days, 100 programmers can't do in 1 day. Moreover, updating DLC for old games is something that only conscientious developers would do, and there is nothing to criticize. Xiao Liang immediately opened the 2 games and checked the update announcements. Compared with the DLC of Lonely Desert Highway, which is 5 times more expensive than the main game, the DLC of these 2 games can be said to be very conscientious. The price of the DLC of Turning Back as the Shore is 18 yuan, while the DLC of Sea Fortress is still free to update as before, except that a new epic weapon is added. Xiao Liang paid first, and then started to read the update announcements of the 2 games. After all, most old players have absolute trust in Tenda. Tenda's pricing in this aspect of the game will definitely be set at a price that is absolutely worth the money. You can't buy it at a loss or be cheated. The update content of Turning Back is the shore is mainly about the gameplay. A new reincarnation mode has been added, which is mainly for hardcore players who have played the game many times, and it is easier to play this dangerous game than to walk around their own backyard. In the reincarnation mode, a new reincarnation will be opened every month based on the natural month in reality. After entering the reincarnation mode, the character's state returns to the initial state, but all monsters, drops, etc. in the map will be random within certain rules. That is, it is possible to encounter more powerful monsters in the later stage and the early stage, and drop more powerful equipment. Of course, there are certain rules for randomness to prevent unknown bugs from occurring. In addition, players can choose to adjust the difficulty of the game at the Buddha statue, or randomly generate the entire world, the part that has not been challenged, with a limit of 7 times within a month. If the reincarnation mode is completed within a month, the player will be provided with a permanent character appearance, including a full set of clothing and weapons. The DLC content of Sea Fortress is said to be a new plot mode and a new epic weapon. There is no further detailed description of the other content, probably waiting for players to experience it in the game. It seems that the DLC of Turning Back is the shore is more interesting. Even if Sea Fortress updates the plot mode, it may only be 1 or 2 hours. This game is so old, it can't be 4 or 5 hours of plot, right? Isn't that a waste of money? Xiaoliang first opened Turning Back is the shore to experience it. As an old player who has suffered many times, Xiaoliang is already familiar with the content of Turning Back is the shore. Which place has what monsters and what will drop, all remember clearly. It's not that he has a good memory, but simply that he has been abused too much. Anyone who dies dozens of times in the same place will be impressed by this place. Although this DLC does not have a substantial update to the game content, it can still be seen that the designer has put a lot of effort into this new mode, and it has indeed improved the playability and fun of the game. Although it is a random mode, different monsters, bosses, and props may cause game bugs or jam the entire game process when they are randomly placed in specific places. In order to avoid these problems, the development team has obviously considered a lot and avoided this situation as much as possible by formulating rules. Although it is still the same map, the monster positions and dropped props have changed. The previous speed pass route is naturally not easy to use. Old players can push the entire map from the beginning with freshness, and the process is full of surprises. Considering the price of only 18 yuan, it can be said that you can't buy it at a loss or be fooled. It is conceivable that clearing the reincarnation mode of Turning Back is the shore once a month will become a monthly task for old players. Getting more commemorative weapons and appearances can better reflect their status as old players. Xiaoliang played for a while and was very satisfied with the updated reincarnation mode of Turning Back is the shore. He temporarily saved the progress and waited to play slowly. Then, he opened Sea Fortress again to check the DLC content of this game. Although Sea Fortress is widely known for its 888 fire Kirin and rich battle modes, the plot of this game is definitely not bad. When the game was first released, many players were attracted by the unique plot of Sea Fortress among domestic FPS games. Strictly speaking, the plot of Sea Fortress is very simple. In addition to shooting, the player interacts with a little girl who can't speak. But even such a simple plot is still excellent after enough details. As early as that time, President Pei's talent in game plot design was already revealed. Xiaoliang thought, how can the plot of this DLC not be more than the plot of the original game? If the original plot scale is considered, it will be slightly reduced. Then the game process should be quite short and can be completed in a short time. Xiaoliang thought while entering the plot mode of Sea Fortress. Chapter 816, the addictive DLC of Sea Fortress, added February 10 for CZ. Losing money to become the richest man starts from playing games. Sea Fortress is essentially still an online game. Players spend more than 90% of their time fighting. In comparison, its story mode is more like a bonus. A small story is updated every once in a while to give players who are addicted to shooting some fun, and also advertise the new epic weapons. There is a special highlight effect on the story mode button to prompt the update of the new story. Xiao Liang entered the story mode and was stunned for a moment. Because the updated story mode did not squeeze together with the previous entrance, but gave a new entrance, and the cards were directly filled. This made Xiao Liang feel a little strange. If according to his estimate, the new story mode only has 2 or 3 hours of game time, then there is no need to make a new entrance, which is quite a waste. Could it be that this story mode is quite important? It doesn't make sense, right? With a little confusion, Xiao Liang began to experience the new story mode. The screen was pitch black, and first an emotionless electronic voice sounded in my ears. AS-371-45 Team, Mission Objective, sneak into the Zerg nest, search for the location of the Zerg Queen, and execute the decapitation operation. A deep male voice answered in a calm tone, received. The game screen appeared on the screen, still in the first-person perspective. There was a special round table in front of the field of vision, on which was a set of Skylark 3 combat suit that had been taken off, and there was a seal-style righteousness on the right shoulder. The protagonist of the game in the first-person perspective paused for a moment before pressing the button next to the round table. The round table rotated, and the back of the Skylark combat suit faced the protagonist's field of vision, with the small glider and jet nozzle on the back clearly visible. With a click, the back of the combat suit split open, and the protagonist stepped in. A series of mechanical sounds rang out, as if the entire combat suit tightly wrapped him up. Various light blue high-tech UIs appeared on the first-person screen, prompting various battlefield information, and even the small map was replaced with a more high-tech packaging. The sound of the jet blew in my ears, and the first-person perspective floated up, and after a moment it landed steadily in the cabin. Then, the player officially took over and could move and rotate the perspective freely. Xiao Liang was a little surprised, because this was a world of difference from what he expected. The original plot of Fortress at Sea was full English plus Chinese subtitles, but this time it was replaced with Chinese dubbing. The emotionless electronic sound sounded like the style of artificial intelligence, but the tone was a little special, as if I had heard it somewhere before. Xiao Liang recalled carefully, and then he remembered that the newly updated voice assistant of automobile phones seemed to have this flavor. The dialogue also made Xiao Liang feel a little confused. The original plot of Sea Fortress was a story about biochemical viruses and fighting zombies, but now there are more words like insect nest and Zerg Queen in the dialogue. The first-person perspective UI layout has also changed, which immediately reminds people of science fiction themes. The most outrageous thing is this combat suit. Xiao Liang took a quick glance and saw a microfusion reactor, a huge magnetic rail rifle, a gravity device on the feet, etc. on this technological combat suit. This thing is obviously not in the same timeline as the original plot of Sea Fortress. This simple opening made Xiao Liang realize that the plot of this DLC should have nothing to do with the plot of Sea Fortress. This is a story of science fiction. Xiao Liang turned his perspective and saw 4 team members around him who were also wearing Skylark combat suits, but with slightly different paint. The mission was about to begin, and the 4 team members had different reactions. Some were joking and livening up the atmosphere, while others were silent and just smiled in agreement. Although all the voices are in Chinese, there are still subtitles, and their names are marked on the subtitles: Su Kail, Meng Yu, Zhao Yongxiu, Wu Xiaojun. The 4 people have different personalities and different combat uniforms. Xiao Liang quickly recognized them. After a simple preparation, the 4 team members stood at the cabin exit together, and left a position for the protagonist, Qini. Xiao Liang controlled Qini to walk over, and then the hatch opened instantly, and all the team members fell down quickly in their Skylark combat uniforms. Xiao Liang judged that they should have jumped from a large aircraft. Below is the red earth. In the sky, countless aircraft and ferocious zerg are fighting fiercely. On the ground, you can vaguely see that the dense swarm of zerg is constantly attacking the human defense line like a tide. The smoke and fire everywhere remind Xiao Liang that this is an alien battlefield with an unimaginable cruelty. In the rapid descent, all team members always maintain their formation and plunge into the target, a dark cave on the ground. This few seconds of footage was a cutscene made with real-time rendering. It was not expensive, but the effect was good, and it clearly informed the player of the current situation. After falling into the dark cave, Xiao Liang regained control of the protagonist, and the plot officially began. There is no need for a novice guide, because whether it is moving, shooting, switching weapons, etc., the operations are exactly the same as the basic operations of Sea Fortress. Some larvae and worker bees emerged from the depths of the cave, and were quickly wiped out in front of the powerful firepower. After really getting started, Xiao Liang discovered a very shocking fact. I am afraid that I am not cheating. Gently press the left button of the mouse, and the huge muzzle immediately sprays flames. This momentum and this battle, the firepower is at least several times stronger than the original Sea Fortress gun. Not only the firepower, but also the number of bullets in the magazine, the speed of changing magazines, the recoil, etc., are completely different concepts. Although Xiao Liang doesn't play Sea Fortress very often, he still knows the most basic gun pressure in FPS games. As a result, he found that he didn't need to suppress the gun at all. The recoil of this thing is minimal, and it can almost be regarded as shooting wherever you point. However, this recoil-free function seems to have a cooling time, and it needs to be restored after a period of use. Originally, compared to other FPS games, Fortress at Sea slightly weakened the recoil for the sake of game difficulty, but it was definitely not to such an outrageous degree. Not only that, there are even more outrageous things in the normal mode of Sea Fortress. Pressing the spacebar jumps, while in this mode, lightly pressing the spacebar jumps, and the jump height is much higher than that of ordinary people. Long pressing the spacebar, the jet nozzle behind will eject air to lift the person up, and the direction keys can also be used for short-distance sliding. The footsteps have a gravity device, which can slide against the wall and fall from a high place without any damage. There is a tactical camouflage function in the special functions. After turning it on, it will become translucent. Although the movement speed will slow down, it will not attract the attention of the Zerg. What's more outrageous is that the helmet also integrates infrared detection, terrain navigation, ballistic calculation, and other functions. Terrain navigation is a three-dimensional small map. The ballistic calculation will prompt the bullet trajectory, which will play a major role when the recoilless function fails, and can guide the player to suppress the gun. There is even an enhanced mode for this ballistic calculation function. After turning it on, it will automatically lock the enemy aiming for a short time, and the player only needs to pull the trigger without thinking. The detection function is also outrageous. Simply put, it can detect the location of the Zerg. What is this called? Xiao2 is not considered a cheat. But this is not just perspective, it is clearly a super plugin that integrates a series of plugin functions such as flying, perspective, no recoil, invisibility, and automatic aiming. If this setting is used in the normal mode of Sea Fortress, then one person will definitely not just say it casually. This kind of combat power upgrade makes Xiao Liang feel more refreshed, and he can experience the pleasure of shooting to the maximum extent. As the plot progresses, the four team members have their own lines, and the artificial intelligence AEIS is constantly giving instructions. Xiao Liang is completely immersed in the joy of fighting the Zerg and completely forgets the time. But as the plot progresses, things gradually become wrong. There are more and more Zergs, and the battles are getting harder and harder. The team members begin to raise questions one after another. Fragments of the Skylark combat uniform are found in the cave, and the team members sacrifice one after another in the process of performing the mission. Xiao Liang unknowingly got addicted to the game. The design of the entire plot process is obviously a bit insidious. It makes players addicted to mowing the grass at the beginning, but the deeper they go, the higher the difficulty and the more tense the plot, which makes players unable to stop. The sacrifices of the team members and the mysteries make players eager to play to the end. Finally, Xiao Liang saw the Zerg Queen. After the cut scene, the whole screen shook, the cave roof collapsed, and human reinforcements arrived. However, the protagonist's eyelids seemed to become heavy, and after blinking a few times, they closed completely, and the plot of the DLC came to an abrupt end. Xiao Liang was a little confused. Ah? That's it? Fuck, this isn't the DLC plot for Sea Fortress, this is clearly a large-scale promotional video for President Pei's new game. After playing through the entire DLC plot, Xiao Liang realized that he had been fooled. When he looked at the time again, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. The doorbell rang outside. It was Moyu Takeaway, who came to deliver dinner on time. Xiao Liang opened the door and took the dinner. Then he realized that he had been playing for several hours. After lunch, he spent 2 hours playing the reincarnation mode of Turning Back to the Shore, and then started playing the new plot of Sea Fortress. Now it seems that it took at least 5 hours to complete it. Xiao Liang was speechless. It was said to be just an ordinary DLC? I thought it would be a 2-hour plot at most, but it turned out to be 5 hours. This is almost as good as a new game. Such a large capacity and well-made DLC is given away for free, but it is only equipped with an epic weapon. President Pei is really awesome. Hey, no, did I forget something? Xiao Liang scratched his head in confusion, looked at the time again, and suddenly realized, I missed the GPL game. Shit.